Chapter 1. Do not leave, my lord. Shang Yunruo, beg me, implore me, and I shall grant you some semblance of relief. In the pitch-black, foreboding chamber, the man's strikingly handsome visage was devoid of color, his blood-red lips parting and closing with a predatory hunger as he drew ever closer. Please, I implore you. As the desperate cry escaped her lips, Shang Yunruo jolted awake. Still trembling from her nightmare, she raised her delicate fingers to her neck, feeling for any traces of blood or wounds. There were none. Miss, what troubles you? The voice of her devoted maid, Chu Yan, finally roused her from the terrifying scenes of her dream. She pressed a hand to her chest, her rapid heartbeat granting her a modicum of reality. She had just experienced an exceedingly long dream, one in which her marriage to the Marquis of Ningyan, Chu Jinli, was far from blissful. Chu Jinli's indifference drove her to tantrums and lamentations, and ultimately, he could no longer bear it. To escape her, he chose to spend years away at war rather than return home. In her frustration, she unleashed her grievances upon his younger brother, Chu Yan. As a child born of a concubine, Chu Yan had endured bullying from an early age. Initially, she had shown him kindness out of pity. However, when Chu Yan inadvertently ruined her one chance to salvage her husband's affections, her resentment towards him grew. She allowed the servants to mistreat him, depriving him of warmth and sustenance, and even went so far as to drug him and offer him to the most debauched princess of the realm. Through cunning and wit, he escaped the clutches of the prince's palace, rising to become a powerful minister, feared by all. He personally executed the princess and imprisoned her in his underground chamber, tormenting her night after night. His political adversaries, in their cunning, exploited her as his Achilles' heel, believing he would come to her rescue. Ultimately, she met a tragic end at the hands of Chu Yan's enemies. The sensation of the blade cutting through flesh was hauntingly vivid, causing her to shudder as she felt the warm blood gushing from her neck, the chill of death encroaching upon her. It felt as though she had lived through it all, every detail etched into her memory with stark clarity. This was no mere dream, it was a premonition. She felt akin to a villainess from a tale, a brainless character whose motives were insufficiently justified, seemingly created solely to facilitate Chu Yan's descent into darkness. Yet, fortune had bestowed upon her a chance to awaken. Miss, Chu Yan inquired gently, did you dream a bad dream? Shang Yunruo shook her head, then nodded. The weight of her phoenix crown made her neck ache as she did so. After a moment, she found an excuse in Chu Yan's words. I grew weary from waiting too long. Chu Yan nodded in understanding. Indeed, it has been over an hour. The Marquis should be arriving soon. She closed her eyes, the flickering red candles casting painful shadows. Beyond the crimson veil that obscured her vision, a strip of red silk further impeded her sight. Her eyes were injured from an incident a few days prior while saving Chu Yan. The entire city was aware of her affection for Chu Jinli, so naturally, news of his outing to the western outskirts did not escape her notice. Eagerly, she rushed to coincidentally encounter him, but was caught in a sudden storm. A tree branch, thick as her arm, crashed down, and in a moment of mistaken identity, she pushed Chu Yan away, resulting in the branch striking her eyes and causing them to bleed. Fortunately, the physician assured her the injuries were not severe, the bruising would heal on its own with a few months of rest from light exposure. Thus, she had yet to mistreat or humiliate Chu Yan, and had even saved him. If she could refrain from tormenting him and perhaps show him kindness, she might prevent the tragic fate that awaited her and live harmoniously with her husband. There was still time. With this realization, Shang Yunruo's heart, once gripped by dread from her dream, gradually calmed. As her heart settled, her senses sharpened, and she heard footsteps approaching from outside. Then, Chu Yan whispered excitedly, Miss, the Marquis has arrived. Instantly, Shang Yunruo straightened her posture, adjusting her attire and veil, her heart racing with anticipation as she awaited Chu Jinli's approach. In her dream, her husband had not consummated their marriage on their wedding night, nor had he spent the night in their new home. The following day, this scandal spread throughout the city, becoming fodder for gossip among the noble families. This was one of the reasons for her resentment. Lost in thought, she suddenly felt the weight of her veil lift, the bright candlelight causing her to instinctively close her eyes. When she sensed the light before her was obscured, she opened her eyes again to see a tall, slender silhouette standing before her. Chu Yao and the servant outside discreetly withdrew, leaving the room in a serene silence, allowing her to hear the rapid beating of her own heart. After a moment, the man before her remained still, prompting her to softly call out, "My lord." The half-open window was pushed ajar by the night breeze, causing the candlelight to flicker dimly before brightening once more. The man brushed aside the hair blown to his chest, his elegant form clad in a ceremonial robe that exuded an air of nobility. His gaunt face, pale as porcelain, accentuated the deep crimson of his lips, which parted slightly as he lowered his voice, responding softly. His cool, aloof demeanor bore little expression, his elongated dark eyes lazily observing the woman before him, mingling indifference with a hint of curiosity. 6 hours prior, his brother, who was to wed that very day, had absconded from home, disinterested in the marriage. The groom, unable to bear the shame of losing his family, had entrusted his wedding attire to him, compelling him to stand in for the ceremony. He was unafraid of familial threats and had initially intended to refuse, but upon discovering the bride was Shang Yunruo, he silently donned the ceremonial garments. He could not fathom why he acquiesced to such absurdity. Perhaps it was a result of her selfless push that day in the western outskirts. Shang Yunruo had saved him, yet injured herself in the process. It was the first time someone had willingly endured harm to protect him. Yet he had also heard her disparaging him as nothing more than an insignificant, illegitimate son, unworthy of comparison to Chu Yan. He wished to discern the true nature of her character, and it was this curiosity that found him standing here now. As he spoke, Shang Yunruo's heart began to settle, silently chiding herself for her earlier trepidation. Nothing had occurred, yet what was there to fear? The tall figure before her began to turn away, and she seized his hand, disregarding any semblance of modesty, pulling him towards herself with fervor. She did not wish to replicate the loneliness of her dream, spending their wedding night in solitude, estranged from him. Caught off guard, he stumbled into her, their bodies colliding, and she remained still, feeling her heart race against his solid chest. He braced himself against the bed, his chiseled jaw straining with effort to maintain balance. After a moment, his long lashes cast downward as he scrutinized her closely, gradually leaning in, his lips hovering just above hers, yet he refrained from kissing her. With one hand, he reached out to touch her face, now stiffening, gently tracing the red ribbon that encircled her eyes with his fingertip. Sensing her tremors, he suppressed a smirk, amused by her timid demeanor while she dared to act with such boldness. As he swallowed hard, prepared to rise and extricate himself, she tightened her embrace around his waist, forcefully flipping him beneath her. Her slender fingers intertwined with his, her soft lips searching for something, trailing from her neck to his ear before pausing, whispering softly, "My lord, do not leave." Chapter 2. Why does my sister-in-law fear me? Shang Yunruo cast aside all decorum and restraint, solely to retain her husband within their marital chamber. She now felt a twinge of relief that her injured eyes were covered, which alleviated her shyness and embarrassment to some extent. She could sense that her husband was not entirely indifferent to her. The gentle caresses of her lips elicited faint tremors, and she was acutely aware of every subtle reaction. Moreover, he did not forcefully push her away, which she interpreted as acquiescence. As her lips brushed against his earlobe, she carefully navigated her way to his cheek and then found his lips. However, the moment their lips met, she was taken aback. A faint scent of ambergris emanated from him, identical to that of the figure from her dreams. The familiar sensation of his lips stirred memories filled with a heady mix of passion and blood, overwhelming her like drowning in water. "What is it?" A voice, low and slightly husky, pulled her from the depths of her reverie, allowing her to breathe in fresh air. Although the tone was unmistakably different, she could tell this was certainly not Chu Yan. Feeling uneasy, Shang Yunruo withdrew her hands from his grasp and slowly traced her fingers across his face, delicately exploring the contours. His skin was smooth and taut, his cheeks too gaunt, with a sharply defined jawline devoid of stubble. His lips were slightly plump, elegantly shaped, and his nose was high and proud, while his deep-set eyes were subtly alluring and his brows arched like mountains. Just by touch, she could discern that he possessed an extraordinary countenance. As she contemplated the striking features reminiscent of Jean Li, she noted their striking compatibility. Yet, Chu Yan bore a resemblance to Chu Jinli as well, though the former had inherited more of his mother's delicate charm. which captivated all who beheld him. It was no wonder that the infatuated princess, enamored with handsome men, would go to great lengths to win him over. She recalled the incident in the western suburbs that had not only injured her eyes, but had also left a mark on Chu Jinli's neck. Before her vision was impaired, she had witnessed a finger-length wound on the left side of his neck, from which he bled profusely, indicating a deep injury that likely left a scar of similar length. Nervously holding her breath, she reached toward the left side of his neck to unveil the truth. Her fingertips traced a scar that measured a finger's breadth, and as she pressed too hard, he winced in pain. She quickly retracted her fingers, releasing a sigh of relief, only to recall the memory of a beauty mark beneath the right eye of the figure in her dreams, which she remembered as slightly raised. She hastily resumed her exploration of his face. The skin was smooth, and beneath his eyes, there were no blemishes or marks. Finally, she exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of tranquility wash over her, realizing that she had been foolishly anxious. Perhaps the haunting memories of her dream were too vivid. Just a kiss and a hint of fragrance had stirred unease within her. His voice broke the silence once more, still low and resonant. "What are you confirming?" Shang Yunruo feigned nonchalance, replying, "Nothing. I was just checking to see if your neck injury is healed." He offered no reply, yet his hands seized her waist. His long, strong fingers enveloped her completely, lifting her effortlessly, one hand cradling her waist and the other supporting her head, as gently as a mother would her child. Placing her softly upon the bed, his hands withdrew from her waist, and he lightly teased her hair, causing her crown to slip and fall onto the bed, leaving her head feeling remarkably lighter. His fingers traced down from her collarbone, parting her heavy sleeves and loosening her garments as he leaned closer. She felt the heat radiating from his body as his lips descended upon her, kissing her nose, her cheeks, and finally capturing her lips. The tender and lingering kiss gradually replaced the terrifying memories of her dreams, allowing her to relax, no longer fearing the act of kissing. She could sense a flicker of affection in his kisses, leaving her slightly dazed and enchanted. Gently she breathed his name, unable to restrain herself. The fervent kiss abruptly ceased, their lips parting, and his warm body withdrew from hers. Moments later, footsteps echoed as the door was forcefully pushed open, leaving her alone in the room. Shang Yunruo sat bewildered, tightening her garments around her, letting out a despondent sigh. She had still not consummated their marriage. The following morning, Chu Yan assisted Shang Yunruo in her morning rituals, adorning her with a pink gauze that covered her eyes, harmonizing beautifully with her watercolored flowing dress. Though she could not see her new attire, she trusted Chu Yan's judgment. It was customary to don delicate and festive garments on the second day of marriage. Once prepared, Chu Yan accompanied Shang Yunruo to pay respects to her grandmother. The old marquis had passed away 3 years prior, and the mourning period had just concluded, leaving only her ailing grandmother in the household. Chu Yan murmured with discontent, "You should have gone to offer tea with the marquis. But he left your chamber last night, and has yet to return." Shang Yunruo bore no grievances. She understood that her marriage had been secured through her father's coercive yet enticing influence, leveraging his status as the prime minister to compel Chu Jinli's agreement. It was natural for him to harbor dissatisfaction with her. Moreover, after her dreams experiences, she found the current situation considerably improved. At the very least, Chu Jinli was willing to touch her, and he was gentle. His feelings for her were certainly not devoid of warmth. As long as she behaved herself, he could surely come to view her more favorably, leading to a harmonious and loving union. The only remaining uncertainty lay with Chu Yan. Given her grandmother's frail health, Shang Yunruo offered a symbolic cup of tea before stepping back, accompanied by nearly all the servants and maids of the household, each carrying food and warm coal stoves. They made their way to Jiaxi Courtyard. She intended to eliminate any possibility of Chu Yan's dark transformation from the root. Upon arriving at Jiaxi Courtyard, she caught a glimpse of a tall, slender silhouette standing in the courtyard through the sheer gauze. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on Chu Yan's hand, her heartbeat quickening. The experiences from her dreams had become indelible memories, and her fear of Chu Yan had permeated her very being. Before she could inquire if the figure was indeed Chu Yan, he had already begun to approach her, his presence radiating a golden glow that was almost blinding. He spoke, his voice as clear as a mountain spring cascading over stones. "Sister-in-law, have you come to see me?" It was the voice from her memories. She fought against the urge to flee, forcing herself to remain composed. "Yes, I have just entered the household and am unaware of your needs, so I brought you everything." As she spoke, he closed the distance between them, enveloping her entirely in his shadow. She lowered her gaze, wishing to close her eyes, but daring not to. Despite her inability to see clearly, keeping them open provided a semblance of security. Chu Yan took a step closer, his curiosity piqued. "Thank you for your concern, sister-in-law. How did you come to know about my circumstances? Did you inquire about me beforehand?" His words startled her, and she instinctively stepped back, feeling guilty as if caught in a lie. "I have heard some rumors," she replied, attempting to mask her unease. Chu Yan advanced another step. "From whom did you hear this?" She continued to retreat, but he followed closely behind, just as she stumbled over something. Chu Yao was unable to catch her in time, causing her to lose her balance. A hand swiftly wrapped around her waist, his voice low and soothing. "Be careful." The soft, gentle sound ignited memories of last night, and she instinctively reached forward, inadvertently wrapping her arms around his neck. Chu Yan's voice was a low murmur. "Sister-in-law, why do you fear me?" Chapter 3. Last night, Shang Yunruo recoiled as if scalded, her hands tightly clenched against her chest, resembling a frightened rabbit. Her eyes covered, evoking an inexplicable urge to tease her. Chu Yan's gaze was obscured, suppressing the desire to remove the gauze from her eyes, and he inquired once more. "Sister-in-law, why do you fear me?" Shang Yunruo bit her lip and cautiously clarified. "It's not that I fear you. It's just that I am visually impaired, and I feel insecure when someone is too close." Chu Yan replied with a nonchalant "oh," stepping back a pace, maintaining decorum and bowing his head slightly. His voice, as clear as jade, carried a hint of melancholy. "I thought you, sister-in-law, like others, despised me and were unwilling to engage with me." A knot formed in Shang Yunruo's heart. Her purpose here was to cultivate goodwill, not to create animosity. "No, how could I despise you? We are family, after all." "Family?" His response was laced with bitterness. "My family has never treated me kindly." Chu Yan raised his eyes slightly, observing her cheeks flush from her earnest explanation. A sly smile creeping upon his lips, his gaze glinting with amusement. The fervor she exhibited last night seemed to have vanished, leaving her timid before him, a stark contrast to her demeanor with his brother. Unaware of Chu Yan's thoughts, Shang Yunruo assumed he was skeptical. Suddenly inspired, she retrieved a pouch she had crafted before her injury. The pouch, adorned with mandarin ducks, symbolized love between lovers, while landscapes or flowers could be gifted to anyone. Originally intended for Zhu Jinli, she had opted for landscapes, fearing he might not appreciate the mandarin ducks. Thus, it was perfect to present to Chu Yan. She could always make another for Zhu Jinli once her vision improved. Holding the pouch aloft, she smiled gently. "Look, this is the pouch I specially crafted for you before my injury. Do you still doubt that I consider you family?" Chu Yan raised an eyebrow in surprise, his smirk faltering as he focused intently on the delicate pouch in her hand for a moment, before stepping forward to accept it. The rich blue satin was intricately embroidered with rivers and mountains, 2 white clouds adorning the peaks. His thumb brushed over the clouds as sunlight transformed his dark eyes to amber, shimmering with light. Oblivious to his focused admiration, Shang Yunruo hesitantly asked, "Do you like it?" After a pause, Chu Yan countered with a question, "Does my brother have one too?" Shang Yunruo contemplated briefly before affirming, "Yes, he does." If she claimed otherwise, he would realize the pouch was intended for his brother and not for him. A silence ensued until Chu Yan finally spoke. "This pouch is truly beautiful. It is the first time someone has crafted one for me." Though she could not see his expression, his tone held a sincerity that felt different from before, tinged with a hint of emotion. A pang of guilt tugged at Shang Yunruo's heart, stirring her conscience over her deception. She called for Chu Yu, instructing everyone to set down the items they had brought. "These are all prepared especially for you. If you need anything else, just let me know." Initially intending to leave swiftly after presenting her gifts, her lingering guilt and trepidation made her reluctant to remain longer. However, Chu Yan called out to her, "Sister-in-law, are you leaving so soon? You've given me so much. Why not stay for a cup of tea before you go?" Shang Yunruo hesitated. "I wouldn't want to impose." Chu Yan pressed, "Why do you refuse to enter even when you are at the threshold?" At a loss for words, she couldn't reveal her fears stemming from his unrestrained behavior in her dreams. Not responding led him to assume her silence was acquiescence, prompting him to caution. "The ground is uneven. Be careful as you walk. I will brew some tea." Though she opened her mouth to decline, the words never left her lips. Supporting Chu Yu, she stepped into the courtyard. Shang Yunruo had never set foot in Chu Yan's courtyard, and she cautiously crossed the threshold of the main house, finding the dimness somewhat soothing. Yet she realized this was due to the absence of any light within. He likely could not light a candle. Seating herself in an armchair, the armrests had succumbed to wood rot, rough against her touch. She ran her fingers over the table, which, despite being dust-free, bore the roughness of neglect. Suddenly, the sound of a teacup shattering echoed from outside. Was Chu Yan preparing tea himself? The thought of a future antagonist brewing tea unsettled her, prompting her to ask Chu Yu to assist. Before long, Chu Yan returned alone, placing a covered bowl beside her. "Sister-in-law, please forgive me. I am quite clumsy, but thankfully, Chu Yu helped me." Shang Yunruo smiled in gratitude, lifting the bowl's lid to inhale the aroma, her brow furrowing slightly. This was not merely last year's tea. It seemed to be several years old. The second son of the esteemed Ningguo Marquis, struggling to light a candle in his own home, surrounded by dilapidated furniture and drinking nearly spoiled tea. Had she been in his position, indignation would have stirred within her, creating turmoil in the household. Chu Yan's voice broke into her thoughts, a self-mocking chuckle escaping him. "Indeed, this place cannot compare to my brother's comforts. Please do not think poorly of it." Shang Yunruo set down her teacup, replying without a second thought. "How could this be your fault? My disdain should be reserved for those who elevate themselves while belittling others. A wise person does not inquire about lineage. You will undoubtedly rise to prominence." "Do you truly believe so, sister-in-law?" Chu Yan's expression did not match the brightness of his voice. His handsome face bore an air of languor, his deep-set eyes studying her intently. "You did not say this before," he mused, a sly smile playing at his lips, though he chose not to expose her inconsistency. "The Marquis has returned." Chio's call from outside startled Shang Yunruo, prompting her to rise abruptly, accidentally knocking over her teacup, wetting her sleeve, though she paid it no mind. Chu Yan observed the fallen teacup with a darkened gaze. She turned toward the illuminated entrance, straining to see the tall figure stepping inside through the thin gauze. But only a shadow was discernible. Her husband spoke, his voice deep yet reminiscent of the previous evening. "Yan, did anything happen yesterday?" His words halted abruptly, and an eerie silence enveloped the room. Zhu Jinli had just returned, immediately seeking Chu Yan to inquire about the events of their wedding. Discontent with the union and unwilling to bow to the prime minister's authority, he had planned to assert himself before the entire household, demonstrating that he was not easily manipulated. However, upon entering, he was met with the sight of his newlywed wife. Was she here to confront him? He was well aware of the notorious reputation of the prime minister's daughter and had no desire to engage. Thus, he hurriedly turned to exit. "I have matters to attend to. I must go." "Sister-in-law." The gentle call halted him mid-step. Shang Yunruo had approached, her delicate hands tugging at his sleeve, her soft pink dress glowing in the light, reminiscent of a flower fairy from the woods. In a soft tone, she said, "Husband, you were very gentle with me last night. You do not dislike me, do you?" Last night, Zhu Jinli's heart skipped a beat, and he turned to glance at Chu Yan, who stood nearby, his eyes half-lidded and seemingly aloof. Chapter 4. Guarding this secret with a slight lift of her gaze, Chu Yan approached Shang Yunruo with a measured pace, stating, "I have urgent matters to discuss with my brother." After a moment of hesitation, Shang Yunruo released her grip on Chu Jinli's sleeve and, displaying her understanding, replied, "Very well, you may go ahead." Chu Jinli, wearing a puzzled and serious expression, followed Chu Yan into the inner chamber, traversing the side corridor to his bedroom. The room was sparsely furnished, and after a brief survey, Chu Jinli concealed his disdain and inquired, "What is it you wish to discuss?" Closing the door, Chu Yan lowered his voice, saying, "After your elopement, grandmother requested that I stand in for you at the wedding." Chu Jinli furrowed his brow, his voice rising in pitch. "What? You stood in for me at the wedding?" With downcast eyes and a calm demeanor, Chu Yan replied, "Grandmother said that while you may not fear the prime minister, our house does. Your abrupt departure before the ceremony not only embarrassed the prime minister's household, but also brought shame upon our own. So you acquiesced to her request?" Chu Jinli asked, only to realize the futility of the question. Chu Yan had always been compliant and would naturally heed grandmother's wishes. He glared at Chu Yan, inhaled sharply, then exhaled, recognizing his own fault and feeling unable to confront him. At that moment, he was solely focused on salvaging the prime minister's dignity while simultaneously attempting to reign in the rumored haughty daughter of the prime minister's household. Coincidentally, his cousin had needed him urgently, leading him to make an impulsive decision. He had initially planned to assess the chaos of the previous day, only to discover that it had been resolved so quietly. This inadvertently spared him considerable trouble. Pausing, Chu Jinli calmed his emotions and stammered, "Then, what do you mean by the gentle demeanor she just mentioned?" Chu Yan raised his eyes, his long lashes fluttering as he innocently asked, "Surely it refers to my gentleness toward her? I cannot very well treat her with hostility and aggression, can I?" Chu Jinli clicked his tongue, feeling exasperated at attempting to explain such matters to one so young and uninitiated. Chu Yan, appearing earnest, countered, "What is it that you are concerned about, brother? Do you not have affection for cousin Ningyan?" Chu Jinli's gaze faltered, rendered speechless by the retort. He assumed a commanding posture and admonished, "Keep this secret well. Do not speak of it frivolously." With a respectful demeanor, Chu Yan lowered his head as he escorted Chu Jinli out of the courtyard. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his otherwise stoic face, akin to a vibrant bloom blossoming in a desolate landscape. Chu Jinli deliberately avoided Shang Yunruo as he departed, leaving her standing in the courtyard for a quarter of an hour before being informed that he had already left. Feeling a fleeting sense of disappointment, she was soon summoned by her grandmother for a conversation. Since the passing of Chu Jinli's father, the health of their matriarch had steadily declined, likely due to the sorrow of losing a child. She had been recuperating quietly in the courtyard. However, upon entering, Shang Yunruo sensed a difference in the atmosphere. The usually tranquil courtyard was now filled with voices. Upon stepping into the main hall, her grandmother introduced her, "Yunruo, come, meet your uncle and aunt." Shang Yunruo was momentarily taken aback, realizing her grandmother had two sons. The individuals before her must be her uncle and aunt, the younger brother of Chu Jinli's father. She quickly offered her greetings. Yunruo pays her respects to uncle and aunt. After a few pleasantries, her grandmother, likely wishing to retire for rest, cleared her throat and got to the point. "The reason I have gathered you here today is to discuss matters of household management. My health is failing, and the management has been left to the wife of my second son. Now that Yunruo has married into the family, as the lady of the house, it is only fitting that these responsibilities be entrusted to her. Aunt, do you have the household seal?" A moment of silence followed, and though Shang Yunruo could not see, she sensed her aunt's reluctance to relinquish authority. Aunt spoke softly, "Mother, I regrettably did not bring the seal today, and transferring authority is not something that can be accomplished hastily. I must sort through matters before handing them over, and Yunruo needs time to familiarize herself with the household. Besides, her eyes are still injured. I suggest we wait a while before the transition." Her words were meticulously crafted, leaving Shang Yunruo at a loss for rebuttal. However, she was not particularly keen on the responsibilities of household management. Enjoying a leisurely life, tending to flowers, and nurturing her relationship with her husband while keeping an eye on potential adversaries sounded quite appealing. Her grandmother inquired, "Yunruo, what do you think?" Shang Yunruo responded gently, "Aunt makes a valid point. I shall familiarize myself with the household before we discuss the transition." Her grandmother had no objections, as the identity of the individual managing the household mattered little to her. After departing from her grandmother's courtyard and returning to her own quarters, Shang Yunruo instructed Chu Yu to discreetly inquire about her husband's and Chu Yan's culinary preferences so she could cater to their tastes. Before long, Chu Yu returned, sharing a plethora of information about Chu Jinli's likes, but when it came to Chu Yan, she reported, "I couldn't ascertain the second young master's preferences." Shang Yunruo pondered for a moment and remarked, "With the meager provisions available to Chu Yan, it's no wonder his likes are overlooked. Who would bother to inquire about his preferences? It might seem somewhat abrupt to ask him directly, and frankly, I do not wish to engage with him much." After some thought, she resolved to prepare the same dishes for both her husband and Chu Yan. If he did not enjoy them, he could simply return them, and through this process, she would eventually discover his preferences. Pleased with her clever plan, Shang Yunruo accompanied Chu Yu to the kitchen to prepare the sweet treats that her husband adored. She had always found joy in crafting flour-based delicacies, and despite her recent eye injury, her skills remained intact. Following her instructions, Chu Yu gathered the necessary ingredients and arranged them in the specified order. As Shang Yunruo touched the materials, ensuring their correctness, her hand paused upon feeling the dried osmanthus flowers. She suddenly stopped, grasped a handful, and brought it to her nose, only to frown in dismay. The osmanthus lacked any fragrance, instead emitting a rather pungent odor. She lifted the entire bowl and handed it to Chu Yu, asking, "Are these osmanthus flowers golden yellow?" Chu Yu examined them and replied, "Some are yellow, while others are slightly blackened." Without waiting for further instruction, she retrieved the jar containing the osmanthus and stated, "Miss, They are a mix of half black and half yellow, and the scent is quite unpleasant. They cannot be used. Shang Yunruo instructed, please check the other ingredients. Chu Yu inspected the various jars and containers, reporting, Miss, apart from the commonly used rice, flour, and oil, the remaining ingredients that are slightly more expensive have been replaced with inferior quality. Shang Yunruo surmised that these issues must be linked to the steward's wife. Maintaining her composure, she instructed Chu Yu, please go and procure fresh ingredients. Finally, just before sunset, she managed to prepare 2 trays of pastries, placing them in separate boxes. Upon learning that her husband had yet to return, she decided to head to Zhuoxi courtyard first. As she approached the courtyard entrance, the acrid scent of smoke assaulted her senses, and she overheard a servant reprimanding, Second master, it's not as if we Haven Tea provided you with food. You used the firewood instead, and now we can't account for it. How will we explain this to the lady of the house? Was a servant scolding Chu Yan? An opportunity to build rapport had presented itself. She adjusted her sleeves, placed her left hand on Chu Yu's arm, and strode confidently into the courtyard. Exuding the aura of a prime minister's daughter as she declared, what is the issue with the esteemed second master of the Marquis's residence using a few pieces of firewood? At that moment, Chu Yan, grasping a splintering stick with sparks flying, immediately softened his previously menacing demeanor, adopting an innocent expression as he cheerfully called out, Sister-in-law. Chapter 5. Sister-in-law, will you visit me again tomorrow? Shang Yunruo entered the courtyard, and the young servant, though not particularly fearful, respectfully bowed and explained his reason for being there. Madam, each piece of firewood is accounted for. The lady of the house sends someone daily to tally them. And if any are missing, we must compensate with our own coins. Our meager earnings hardly suffice for such losses. Shang Yunruo understood that the lady of the house referred to her aunt. Pausing for a moment, she raised her voice to question, is your disobedience also taught by my aunt? The young servant, momentarily taken aback by her imposing demeanor, hesitated before replying, Madam, please do not make things difficult for me. Every day, I am tasked with delivering meals to the second master at specific times. He finds the dishes unpalatable and insists on cooking himself. How much can one person eat? Isn't that wasteful? Listening to the servant's flimsy excuses, Shang Yunruo instructed Chu Yue to check on Chu Yuan's meal. When Chu Yue returned to report softly, Shang Yunruo's expression changed drastically, and she sternly questioned, you have served the second master spoiled food, such as onion roots and vegetable scraps, haven't you? Surprisingly, the young servant grew bold and replied, it's not up to me. I deliver whatever the kitchen provides. If you wish to know, you could always ask the lady of the house. The lady of the house, again. She had already tolerated the inferior ingredients from the kitchen, but now they were mistreating Chu Yuan. It seemed as though the entire estate was at her mercy. She was not to be trifled with. Shang Yunruo took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, reminding herself to remain calm. She resolutely decided not to become the boisterous and troublemaking person she often dreamt of being. She would not solve matters with anger, but rather with wisdom. Turning to the young servant, she coldly stated, I will pay for the firewood. The servant hesitated for a moment before responding, 3 coins. Chu Yue reacted swiftly, tossing 3 coins onto the ground with a snort. You ungrateful wretch, take your coins and leave. After the servant scurried away to collect the coins, Chu Yue assisted Chu Yuan in finishing the dishes. Shang Yunruo sat at the stone table in the courtyard, setting aside the food delivered from the kitchen, preparing to feed it to the stray dogs. She then took out her own pastries from the food box, expressing her indignation. It's outrageous that such sordid affairs occur in this grand estate. In her dreams, she had also been involved in such disgraceful matters. With pursed lips, she chose to say nothing more. A delightful aroma wafted into her nostrils as Chu Yuan's meal was served at the stone table. Just as she was about to inquire about the dish, a steaming, fragrant morsel was brought to her lips. Chu Yuan, with a voice as refreshing as jade, said, Sister-in-law, try the stir-fried cabbage I made. She attempted to take the chopsticks from his hand but accidentally brushed against his hand, startling her, and she quickly withdrew her own. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to open her mouth quickly, taking a bite of the dish on the chopsticks. The tender cabbage heart melted in her mouth, the soft vegetable enveloping her tongue. Though it paled in comparison to the delicacies she was accustomed to, it possessed a unique flavor. Chu Yuan's tall figure cast a long shadow in the setting sun, overlapping with Shang Yunruo's. He stared at his own shadow, his gaze shifting slightly as he gently asked, is it tasty? Shang Yunruo nodded, giving a thumbs up, generously praising him, delicious. I didn't expect you to possess such culinary skills. Chu Yuan responded obediently, devoid of resentment. Today, I owe it to you, sister-in-law, for sparing me from a scolding. My actions were indeed improper. I should not have taken matters into my own hands when they denied me firewood. I won't do it again. Listening to his words, Shang Yunruo felt a surge of anger. Initially, she had merely wished to leave a good impression on him, but now she genuinely felt a pang of compassion. From now on, I will take care of your meals. Her generous promise elicited a mixture of surprise and guilt in Shi Yuan's voice. Really, sister-in-law? Am I being too picky? This poor boy, even after being served food fit for dogs, still felt he was being finicky. Shang Yunruo pushed the pastries she had made toward him, saying, I didn't inquire about your preferences, so I prepared these pastries for you to try. If you don't like them, I will make something else tomorrow. Just tell me what you wish to eat. Shi Yuan's gaze fell upon the soft, glutinous pastries. He pinched one between his fingers, inspecting it before taking a bite. The sweet, soft texture carried the fragrance of osmanthus and rice, and surprisingly, he felt no aversion. Though he was not fond of sweets, this had a flavor he found somewhat agreeable. How is it? Sweet? Shang Yunruo asked with concern. Chu Yuan finished the entire piece and, with the pastry still in his mouth, replied, not as sweet as what my mother makes. This was the first time Shang Yunruo heard him mention his mother. Prompting her curiosity, does your mother also enjoy making pastries? Chu Yuan's voice softened. Yes, but she doesn't make them well. They are overly sweet. When she fails, she makes me eat them, and when she succeeds, she sends them to my father. Although he spoke in complaint, a hint of laughter lingered in his tone, and Shang Yunruo sensed warmth and nostalgia in his words. My mother was a spy from the Chu state. It was she who caused my father's death. Lost in the warmth of reminiscence, Shang Yunruo responded. What a dramatic past. Chu Yuan appeared to drift into his memories, recounting, at that time, my mother was discovered by my father. She held a knife to my throat, using my life as leverage to threaten him to let her go. In the end, he refused. As she listened, Shang Yunruo's brows furrowed tighter, her heart aching at the seemingly nonchalant recounting of such past events. Chu Yuan even chuckled. Neither my father nor mother valued my life. It was already a mercy for my grandmother to allow me to stay in the estate. I dare not ask for more. Finally, Shang Yunruo comprehended the reasons behind his suffering. Sighing, she said, but that was your mother's fault, not yours. You are the legitimate heir of the late Marquis, the rightful second son of the Marquis' estate, and you should not be treated this way. Chu Yuan sat beside her, eating his meal, his voice muffled. There's no such thing as should or shouldn't he. Just like the family next door, who enjoy better food and comforts than we do, yet no one questions it. This piqued Shang Yunruo's interest, and she pondered before asking, so neither the Marquis nor your grandmother has noticed? Chu Yuan chuckled lightly, of course not. My grandmother uses only the best. My brother has spent more time over there than here, so naturally, he wouldn't notice. Is that so? Shang Yunruo inquired further. Surely they wouldn't use substandard ingredients over there? Certainly not, Chu Yuan replied. It's likely even better than what we use. However, they wouldn't dare make it obvious. They probably keep it hidden in places like the bedroom or a small kitchen. Suddenly, Shang Yunruo slammed her hand on the table, startling everyone. Rising with excitement on her face, she exclaimed, your words have truly inspired me. Chu Yuan, come, let us pay a visit to next door. Sister-in-law. Having already exited the courtyard, Shang Yunruo heard Chu Yuan calling from behind, his voice filled with hope. Will you come to see me again tomorrow? Chapter 6. Is this not infidelity? Shang Yunruo turned around, her lips curving into a smile against the backdrop of the fiery sunset. She no longer felt the previous fear towards Chu Yan and said with a gentle smile, come, after paying respects to grandmother tomorrow, do tidy up this place properly, making it befitting of a second son from a Marquis' household. With that, she turned and strode away, her pink and white skirt swirling like a parasol. Chu Yan, standing against the light, gazed at her lively figure and softly called out, In Shan, follow her. A plain-looking young man dressed in blue leaped down from the eaves, the kind of person who would not draw a second glance in a crowd. He replied affirmatively, but then inquired, are we following or guarding? Chu Yan shot him a sidelong glance, causing In Shan to refrain from further questioning, muttering as he climbed a tree branch, the orders are becoming increasingly unclear. Shang Yunruo was no fool. Upon her arrival, she intended to gather evidence, so she naturally brought along a few individuals. She selected 2 robust servants and 2 strong maidservants to accompany her, and they were respectfully welcomed into the manor. Her uncle and aunt came out to greet her. not even entering the main hall, merely exchanging pleasantries in the courtyard. Her aunt affectionately took her hand and said, "Why has Yunru come in person? With your eyes not in the best condition, if you need anything, just send someone to call for me, and I shall come to you." Shang Yunruo smiled warmly. "I simply wanted to come and pay my respects to uncle and aunt." Her aunt replied, "Oh dear, it is truly my fault. We should have invited you as our guest, not left you unprepared as we have today." Shang Yunruo chuckled inwardly, for this was precisely what she desired, that they were unprepared. Yet she said, "I was merely afraid you and uncle would make a fuss on my behalf, so I deliberately did not inform you in advance. Now that I am here, may I trouble you for a cup of tea?" With her saying this, the couple had no reason to refuse her, and they amiably led her into the main hall, engaging her in conversation. After savoring a sip of tea, Shang Yunruo praised, "This must be this year's premium tea. The buds are fragrant and the leaves tender, truly splendid tea." She concealed a hint of derision in her eyes, thankfully hidden behind her veil. For such high-quality tea was usually reserved for esteemed guests, and the fact that they offered it to her so casually indicated their lack of genuine respect. Merely from this detail, Shang Yunruo had already formed a judgment, yet she still wished to uncover more. Her uncle seemed to want to see her off, lifting his cup and saying, "Since it is your first visit, we should have kept you for supper." Shang Yunruo immediately interjected, "That sounds wonderful. I happen to have no one in the kitchen to prepare supper today, so I must thank uncle for the invitation." Her uncle's protest hung on his lips, unspoken, as he found himself rendered speechless by her words, standing there in a daze, seeking help from his wife. Quick to respond, her aunt hurriedly explained, "What your uncle means is that we should have invited you, but unfortunately, the kitchen has run into some issues today. There aren't enough ingredients to host a banquet." Feigning regret, Shang Yunruo remarked, "I have heard that the Marquis does not prefer dining at the Marquis's residence but comes to uncle and aunts for meals. I was looking forward to tasting the chef's skill here." Her aunt replied, "Another day, we will surely host you properly." Turning to Chu Yan, Shang Yunruo instructed, "Please send someone to notify the kitchen to prepare supper, including the Marquis's portion, and then invite him back to the residence, for uncle and aunt have insufficient ingredients today." Uncle and aunt exchanged glances, speechless. Shang Yunruo set down her teacup and rose to take her leave, sensing that their demeanor had lightened considerably. However, just as she stepped out of the courtyard, Chu Yan suddenly clutched her stomach and declared her discomfort, wishing to go to the restroom. Feigning indignation, Shang Yunruo chided, "How can you be so uncouth before uncle and aunt? Hurry along, and do not embarrass me." She extended her hand to the maidservant accompanying her, saying, "Assist me. I smell flowers nearby." "What flowers are those?" Uncle and aunt exchanged glances and could only follow to introduce, peonies, lotuses, and jasmine. Shang Yunruo then asked the maidservant beside her, "I hear the sound of water. Is there a bridge ahead? Help me walk towards it." The maidservant dutifully replied, "Yes, madam. There is a bridge, and in the center of the lake, there is a pavilion surrounded by flowing curtains, quite elegant and beautiful." As Shang Yunruo stood on the bridge, wishing to continue toward the pavilion, her aunt abruptly seized her arm. "My dear Yunruo, you cannot see. It is too dangerous on the bridge. My heart is racing. Let us return to the courtyard for a while. Your maid should be back soon." Half persuaded and half pulled, Shang Yunruo was coaxed down from the bridge, while her aunt glanced back at the pavilion, breathing a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in the pavilion, behind the white curtains, Chu Jinli and his cousin were crouched behind a screen, secretly observing the situation across the bridge. Chu Jinli frowned, intently watching that graceful figure, and muttered, "Why is she on the bridge?" He had just been informed by his aunt's servant that Shang Yunruo had arrived, which startled him into hiding behind the screen. And observing for a while, he recalled how his bride had gently tugged at his sleeve that morning, her demeanor sweet and compliant, causing his throat to itch as he swallowed. The soft touch of his cousin stirred him, and her gentle voice whispered, "Cousin, what are we doing? It feels as though we are engaging in an affair." Distracted from his thoughts, Chu Jinli halted and retorted, "Is this not infidelity?" Xue Ningguan paused, gazing at Chu Jinli's handsome profile, lamenting, "Cousin, I am aware of my humble origins, and that I am unworthy to be your legitimate wife. I am grateful for your kindness in not relegating me to a concubine status, but now that you have a legitimate wife." As she spoke, tears began to well up in her eyes. Chu Jinli, feeling a pang of sympathy, hurriedly offered her a handkerchief to wipe her tears. "Did I not promise you that I would find a fault with her and seek a divorce? You have already caught the eye of the Countess. By leveraging your position as the Count's goddaughter, I will be able to bring you into my home with honor." Xue Ningguan nodded gently, her delicate face glistening with tears, making her appear even more endearing. She said softly, "The Countess has not been well lately. I was considering purchasing some precious medicinal herbs to send her way. I have already selected the herbs, but—" Her words trailed off, and Chu Jinli understood immediately. He retrieved a silver ingot from his money pouch and handed it to her. "Take this. If it's insufficient, come back for more." Xueningen lowered her gaze at the silver, whispering, "It truly isn't enough. This is only enough for a deposit." Chu Jinli was taken aback, exclaiming, "What are you sending that is so costly?" Xueningen trembled like a startled deer, saying, "Ginseng, deer antler, safflower. It must be of the finest quality for the Countess. There can be no compromise. Cousin, I am genuinely working hard to pave the way for our future." After a moment's hesitation, Chu Jinli sighed and handed her the entire money pouch. "Be sure to economize. Although I am a marquis, I must have justifiable reasons to withdraw family funds. Thankfully, my aunt is managing the accounts for now. It will be more difficult to make excuses once my legitimate wife takes over." Xueningen accepted the pouch, her eyes turning as she softly said, "Speaking of this young lady from the minister's family, I have heard she possesses a domineering and arrogant temperament. When she came to my place on the day of your wedding, did she not cause a scene?" Chapter 7. What happened on the wedding night? Upon mentioning this, Chu Jinli's expression darkened, and he did not speak the truth. "She is quite sensible." "Sensible?" Xueningen, puzzled, wished to inquire further, but Chu Jinli changed the subject. "Alas, my aunt's evasive remarks regarding Shang Yunruo have left me unable to stay here for dinner." Chu Jinli rose to adjust his robe, saying, "I will return to deal with her, and, on my way, fetch some silver notes for you." Xueningen bit her lip, her tear-laden eyelashes trembling, and softly sobbed. "Cousin, it is hard on you to put on a brave face for my sake." Chu Jinli could not bear to see her in such a pitiful state, and quickly reassured her, "Do not worry. I shall keep my promise and will not lay a finger on her." As Xueningen watched him depart, she concealed her sorrowful expression and returned to her chamber with Chu Jinli's purse. She took out 3 ingots of silver to give to her maid, Kai Yang, for the purchase of medicinal materials, locking away the remaining 2 ingots in a wooden box secured with 2 locks. Within the box lay a collection of over 10 ingots of silver and 5 or 6 silver notes, alongside the deeds to 5 shops and a piece of farmland. These were gifts from Chu Jinli, her slowly amassed dowry. The decline of the Xue family necessitated her own efforts. A voice called from outside, prompting her to hurriedly secure the box. She elegantly greeted the visitor with a smile. "Greetings, cousin." The newcomer, dressed in a resplendent yellow gown embroidered with gold threads, sparkled under the lamplight. "How do you do, Cousin Ningen? Mother said there will be no formal banquet at the residence tonight. My cousin was summoned back by his overbearing wife, so I came to see you," said Xu Xiui, her voice bright. Xueningen, looking somewhat forlorn, replied, "I am fine. Thank you for your concern. It is only natural for my cousin to dine with his wife. I have no complaints." With a wave of her sleeve, Xu Xiui dismissed the notion. "What wife? You were meant to marry my cousin. You grew up together." And it was that shameless Shang Yunruo who insisted on marrying him, with grandmother and cousin yielding to the pressure of the Xiang residence. Xueningen summoned a servant for tea, leading Xu Xiui into the inner room, where she sighed, "It is my misfortune not to have been born into a good family. Fortunately, I have my cousin's affection. At worst, I could become a concubine, serving him and his primary wife, but it would be a hardship for you all." Xu Xiui, puzzled, asked, "What hardship do we face?" As she lit incense, Xueningen replied, "I have heard tales of the prime minister's daughter being overbearing. I did not believe it until today. I saw her in the pavilion, and even my uncle and aunt were cautious around her, afraid to offend. I heard she plans to reclaim control over the household, which means we may no longer enjoy such a relaxed life." Xu Xiui gasped, though she feigned bravado, saying, "What? Is she going to cut our allowance?" Xueningen replied, "You know, our household has never adhered to the customary allowances. Unlike me, who is treated as family by my uncle and aunt and allowed to stay here. If I were in charge, I certainly would not reduce your provisions, but—" Xu Xiui abruptly stood, continuing her thought. "If she gains power, she will surely make things difficult for us." A glint of cunning flashed in Xueningen's eyes. "Indeed. Even my cousin said that if she manages the household, he won't have discretionary access to funds, let alone you all." Xu Xiui hurried out of the room, exclaiming, "No, I must tell mother." Shang Yunruo emerged from her uncle's residence, eagerly inquiring of Chu Yao, "Have you discovered anything?" Chu Yao recounted in detail, after leaving the restroom. I pretended to be lost and wandered into the kitchen. The ingredients there are indeed top-notch, and there are 5 chefs, with the helpers and servants. There are over 10 people. I even sneaked into the storeroom, where the grain is piled high, nearly rivaling a small granary. And it is stocked with all sorts of rare items. I was too hasty, just took a quick glance and left. Shang Yunruo remarked. No wonder my husband is willing to dine in their residence. Such extravagant living is a flagrant misuse of the Marquisite's resources. If this continues, it will surely lead to a financial deficit. A Grand Marquisate cannot appear opulent on the outside while being dilapidated within. Resolutely, she decided not to return to her own courtyard but headed directly to the accounting office. She intended to scrutinize the accounts. However, the first step in this endeavor was met with obstruction. The accountant, stroking his white beard, shook his head, stating, "Without the seal, I cannot disclose the records." "Please do not trouble me, madam." Shang Yunruo took 10 deep breaths, reciting silently that anger would not resolve the issue, and managed to refrain from yanking out his beard. With patience, she inquired, "Am I, the lady of the Marquisate, not permitted to review the accounts?" An apprentice beside the accountant interjected, his tone even more arrogant. "My master says it is not allowed. You must possess the seal to gain authority before you can access the accounts." Oh, her temper. Chu Yan knew her mistress's temperament well. She was never one to let grievances go unchallenged, yet she also would not suffer fools lightly. Typically, her anger would erupt immediately, never lingering until the next day. She was unaware of the art of restraint, which had led her to be manipulated and criticized behind her back for her haughtiness. Just as Chu Yan was about to intervene, she found her mistress had restrained herself, saying nothing as she took her hand and walked away. Her mistress had learned to temper her temper. Shang Yunruo understood that she must exercise restraint. She could not let her dream go to waste. Although the dream was largely about Chu Yan, it had made her reconsider her previously reckless behavior. Now, without the seal, she had no authority within the Marquisate. Unable even to command the servants. This minor authority, this small seal, which she had initially thought little of, had become something she now desperately sought. As night fell completely, word came from the kitchen that dinner was ready, inquiring when she would return to her courtyard to eat. She had no appetite for a meal, but recalling that Xu Jinli would be back, she steeled herself and returned to Mu Qinshian. Indeed, Xu Jinli had returned, and she felt a surge of joy, rising to greet him with a delighted call, "Husband." As Xu Jinli approached, his previously darkened expression softened momentarily at her gentle call, though he remained cold, merely responding with a curt mm. Having grown accustomed to his indifference, Shang Yunruo used chopsticks to serve him a piece of crunchy bamboo shoot, softly saying, "I specifically asked the servants. This entire table is filled with dishes you love." Xu Jinli glanced at the array of dishes, finding them indeed to his liking, inwardly mocking her pretense. Hadn't she just been so commanding with his uncle and aunt, forcing him to return for dinner, now feigning to be virtuous? He did not touch the bamboo shoot she offered, but instead took a bite of a dish himself, thinking he had eaten her offering. She cheerfully poured him a cup of wine, saying, "Husband, we did not drink a toast on our wedding night. I raise this cup to you." At the mention of their wedding night, Xu Jinli paused, his expression darkening further, and he hesitated to lift the cup. After she called him several times, he finally spoke slowly. "That night, I actually drank too much and do not recall what transpired." Shang Yunruo blushed and laughed shyly. "Shall I help you remember, my husband?" Xu Jinli set down his chopsticks, his gaze penetrating as he looked at her, his voice low. "Then do recall." Chapter 8. Staying in her chamber, Shang Yunruo raised her wine glass and said, "Let my husband drink this first before I speak." The flickering candlelight danced, casting a glow upon her delicate features, her cheeks reminiscent of peach blossoms adorned with a smile. It is often said that beauty is best appreciated under the light of a lamp, and indeed, she was an extraordinary beauty, captivating with each subtle expression. Unbeknownst to her, Xu Jinli found himself captivated, gazing at her for an extended period, only snapping back to reality when she called out to him again, hastily draining the wine from his glass to mask his distraction. Shang Yunruo, with the intention of encouraging him to drink more, sought to cloud his senses and entice him into consummating their union. However, to her surprise, before she could persuade him to take a second cup, he had already succumbed to slumber, his head resting heavily on the table, unresponsive to her calls. Though Shang Yunruo possessed a considerable tolerance for alcohol, she was momentarily taken aback. How could she have failed to ascertain that he was a lightweight? In contrast to the lively atmosphere of Mu Qinshian, Zhaoxi courtyard was shrouded in darkness. save for a solitary candle flickering atop the desk in the main room. Chu Yan leaned against the desk, his hair cascading down. A single lock of ebony secured carelessly with a silver ribbon. His snow-white robe, light and airy, billowed with the gentle breeze that slipped through the window. Despite the desk's dilapidated state and the modest surroundings, his languid posture exuded an ethereal elegance, making him appear almost otherworldly, his features strikingly beautiful as if painted. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the eaves, a head peering down from the rooftop, casting an eerie presence in the dark. Yet, Chu Yan merely lifted his eyelids slightly. Glancing at the intruder, and calmly inquired, "Has he left?" Inshan replied, "No, he is staying in her chamber." The pen paused in his hand, leaving an ink blot on the pristine paper. Inshan, relishing his own cadence, continued, "He got drunk. He sleeps on the bed while she occupies the couch." His slender fingers resumed their writing, and he leisurely remarked, "You seem to observe closely." Inshan retorted, "No need to look. The maidservants in her courtyard have already spread the word." Chu Yan's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Then we shall have some entertainment to behold." The following day, Shang Yunruo awoke to find her husband still asleep, and she refrained from disturbing him. It was the day for her return visit. The custom dictated that before the hour of the snake, the husband should accompany the bride back to her family home. However, with Zhu Jinli still asleep, she had 2 hours to spare, so she first went to pay her respects to her grandmother. Afterward, she recalled her promise to visit Chu Yan today and hurriedly instructed Chu Yao to send word to him, planning to see him after her return visit. Upon her arrival at Mu Qian, she hesitated about whether to awaken Zhu Jinli, when Chu Yao quietly leaned in and whispered, "I just overheard the servants discussing in the kitchen. Word has spread throughout the night that the Lord stayed in your chamber, but slept separately." Shang Yunruo's expression shifted, knowing it would circulate, yet she hadn't anticipated such swift dissemination. Her courtyard was as leaky as a sieve. She turned to Chu Yao with a serious demeanor. "Gather all the servants in the front hall. I need to address them." The sun had risen high, its rays beginning to scorch. The household staff stood in the sunlight, their murmurs escalating into boisterous chatter. Shang Yunruo sat in a chair on the corridor, and after a quarter of an hour, she cleared her throat. Chu Yao called out, "Silence. The mistress has been seated here for some time. Is there no decorum?" Faces filled with dissatisfaction and barely concealed disdain surrounded her. Shang Yunruo, her eyes veiled by a silk cloth, spoke in a soft voice that gradually silenced the crowd. "Today, the fish purchased by old lady Wang cost 2 taels more, and Mama Lu suspects she took a kickback. Zhao Yong made 2 extra trips to the restroom, and Zhang Dehan claims he is deliberately slacking. Tao Ling, who adores using rouge, has been mocked by Ying for wanting to climb into the Lord's bed." As she concluded her remarks, a pin dropping would have been audible in the ensuing hush. Shang Yunruo continued, "This is what I have heard from you all in the last quarter of an hour." The crowd exchanged glances, those named blushing furiously, some glaring at each other as if a fight were about to ensue. Shang Yunruo paused before continuing. "I was unaware that the maidservants in the Lord's courtyard had not yet been instructed on proper conduct. I will overlook past infractions, but should such behavior occur again, do not blame me for failing to issue a warning. Is the mistress scolding people so early in the day?" Zhu Jinli's voice suddenly echoed from behind her. Upon waking, he had heard Shang Yunruo's reprimands and was reminded of her notorious reputation, recognizing her as indeed a formidable character. Shang Yunruo smiled and intended to rise to greet him. But he continued indifferently, "In the future, it would be best to manage your own household and refrain from extending your authority to the neighboring estate. Additionally, it would be prudent to send a notice before visiting, so as not to appear disrespectful." With that, he strode away with his attendant, leaving the servants to whisper again amongst themselves. Shang Yunruo's expression shifted through various emotions, her lips pressed together in frustration. Suspecting that her uncle and aunt had indeed lodged complaints against her, the servants resisted her authority, partly due to her lack of management rights and partly due to Zhu Jinli's attitude, which lacked the necessary respect. She was aware that Zhu Jinli harbored no affection for her. His marriage to her was solely a consequence of her father's power. Recalling the disdainful expression he wore in her dreams when he labeled her arrogant and troublesome, her heart sank. She forced herself to suppress her anger, hoping to gradually change his perception and foster a harmonious life together. After a moment, Shang Yunruo suddenly remembered the return visit, which had slipped her mind amidst the commotion. She urgently called out to Chu Yao, "Quickly, find someone swift to chase after the Lord. We must depart before the hour of the snake." A quarter of an hour later, A servant returned to report, "Mistress, I could not catch up to the Lord. The guards at the gate said he has left, and they did not notice which direction he took." Shang Yunruo endeavored to maintain her composure, issuing clear instructions. Send more people to search the neighboring estate, the patrol camp, and the taverns and restaurants he frequents. Inform him that we must leave by the hour of the snake in 3 days. Do not elaborate further, and go quickly. Chu Yao acknowledged and hurried off to make arrangements. Shang Yunruo pressed her forehead, bewildered at how he could forget such an important matter as the return visit. This was not merely a formality. It was a matter of prestige for both the Shang and Zhu families, with countless eyes observing. As the incense burned low, the hour of the snake approached. According to the customs of the Great Liang, a bride must depart for her return visit before this hour, otherwise, it would signify future misfortune in the marriage. She had arranged 5 splendid carriages at the gate, aiming for utmost propriety, yet if she were to ride alone, it would be an utter embarrassment. The dispatched servants returned one after another, reporting their failure to locate the Lord, and the hour of the snake had arrived. Today, even if she had to return alone, she would have no choice. She straightened her back, envisioning the gazes and murmurs of those outside, whether intentional or inadvertent. Just as she was about to step out of the estate, Chu Yan's voice drifted over. "Are you planning to return alone today?" Shang Yunruo paused, feeling a warm hand gently grasp her arm, his voice close to her ear. "Let me accompany you. I bear some resemblance to my brother, and it would be more presentable than if you were to return alone." Chapter 9. Beware of his younger brother. Shang Yunruo never anticipated that her return to her maternal home would coincide with the presence of her husband's younger brother. The grand procession undoubtedly attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. She could easily imagine a crowd gathered outside the residence, eager to catch a glimpse of the noble daughter and the grandeur of the Marquis of Ningyan. As the carriage came to a steady halt, Chu Yan gently supported her arm as she descended. Through layers of fabric, she could feel the warmth of his palm. Chu Yao whispered in her ear, remarking that from behind, the second young master bore a resemblance to the eldest. Shang Yunruo nodded, hastening her steps to enter the estate. However, her mother's tearful exclamation threw her into disarray. "Ah Ruo, my dear Ah Ruo, you have finally returned." Not only did her mother rush out to greet her, but her father's stern cough also reached her ears, causing her to feel an unexpected surge of anxiety. Dismissing all decorum, she grasped Chu Yan's arm and urged him to move quickly. Yet, they still fell short, as her mother enveloped her in a tight embrace at the threshold. Her father's authoritative voice boomed, "What kind of behavior is this in public? Release Ruo at once." Though her mother murmured complaints about her father's sternness, she complied. "Ah Ruo, where is your husband? Who is this gentleman?" Shang Yunruo's heart raced, and she responded in a hushed tone, "This is Chu Yan, the younger brother of Jinli." The Prime Minister's brow arched in contemplation. "Is this the same one you referred to as the useless illegitimate son?" Recalling her past indiscretions, Shang Yunruo's voice burst forth in an attempt to halt her father's impending words. "Father!" The sudden outcry rendered the courtyard silent, even startling a few birds from the branches. The Prime Minister pressed his hand to his chest, frowning. "What is the meaning of this? You have only just married, and you are already so unruly." Eager to defuse the situation, Shang Yunruo clung to her mother and guided her father inside, playfully stating, "Oh, father and mother, I am so hungry." Chu Yao quickly called for someone to close the gates, shielding them from the curious gazes outside. Chu Yan trailed closely behind Shang Yunruo, observing how the usually poised and dignified lady of the Marquis's household radiated joy and ease like a young maiden on the cusp of her debut. He couldn't help but smirk slightly. The Prime Minister's wife inquired about her well-being at the Marquis's residence, whether she was accustomed to the food and living conditions. This tender maternal love was foreign to Chu Yan, yet he found it unexpectedly delightful to hear. However, Shang Yunruo, accustomed to such inquiries, grew impatient. Once seated, she interrupted her mother's chatter and formally introduced Chu Yan to her parents, ensuring that this future influential figure received the respect he deserved. "Father and mother, this is the second young master of the Marquis of Ningyan, Chu Yan." Chu Yan's eyes flickered at this formal introduction. It was the first time anyone had introduced him with such gravitas, as though he were an esteemed guest. The Prime Minister, noticing his daughter's solemnity, scrutinized Chu Yan but questioned him with a hint of annoyance. "The second young master of the Marquis, and where is your elder brother? Does he not know of today's return? Does he not regard my daughter or the Prime Minister's residence?" Chu Yan's long eyelashes fluttered as he rose swiftly, Bowing to the assembly, on behalf of my elder brother, I apologize to the Prime Minister, Madam, and my sister-in-law. If he is unable to attend today for any reason, it is indeed his fault. I will certainly urge him to come and make amends. Shang Yunruo, who had been prepared to defend her husband, slowly closed her mouth. His words effectively condemned Chu Jinli, leaving no room for excuses. Yet, she acknowledged that regardless of the reason for his absence, her father would be displeased. It was far more forthright to admit fault directly. The Prime Minister's expression softened slightly as he coolly inquired, "Can you speak for the Marquis?" Chu Yan replied, "I cannot represent my elder brother, but I can convey the stance of the Marquis of Ningyuan." Finally, the Prime Minister's demeanor shifted from stern to more genial as he raised his cup for a sip, nodding. "I trust the Marquis of Ningyuan will not act so foolishly as to indulge in chaos." Shang Yunruo, who had been anxiously observing Chu Yan, let out a quiet sigh of relief, impressed by his quick wit. Seizing the moment, she added, "Jinli must be busy with matters in the camp. Do not be upset, father." The Prime Minister downed his drink with a heavy thud, placing the empty cup down with a huff. "The patrol camp falls under my jurisdiction. I am well aware of the camp's affairs." Shang Yunruo was at a loss for words, adopting a petulant tone. "Why must you be so fierce, father?" Chu Yan interjected to lighten the mood. "The Prime Minister is undoubtedly burdened with pressing matters, especially with the recent relief efforts." Seizing the opportunity to change the subject, Shang Yunruo raised her cup. "Yes, father, you have worked hard. Allow me to pour you a drink." The Prime Minister shot her a sidelong glance, but affectionately held out his cup under her pouring. He took great pleasure in the wine poured by his beloved daughter. He regarded the perceptive Chu Yan with renewed interest, casually asking, "Second young Master Chu, do you also take an interest in court affairs?" Chu Yan's words appeared casual, yet were laden with caution. "It is not solely a matter of the court. It is a significant issue for the common people." The Prime Minister nodded. "What insights do you possess?" Chu Yan replied, "I cannot claim to have insights, but regarding the Prime Minister's concerns, I have a modest suggestion about utilizing labor in relief efforts." The Prime Minister paused, finally meeting the gaze of the strikingly delicate young man before him, who seemed yet untouched by the burdens of life. With narrowed eyes, he inquired, "You are aware of the labor-based relief initiative?" Chu Yan responded earnestly, "I have heard my elder brother speak of it. I believe the Prime Minister's approach to labor-based relief is commendable." The Prime Minister, intrigued, set down his chopsticks. "You are aware that I have faced obstacles in promoting this policy?" Chu Yan elaborated. "The crux of labor-based relief lies in having prominent gentry to recruit workers. Although it seems like a labor exchange, it is fundamentally akin to donating grain and goods, thus inevitably facing issues of insincerity and lack of cooperation." The Prime Minister asked, "What do you propose?" Chu Yan replied, "To catch the thief, one must first capture the leader." The Prime Minister added, "To seize the bandit, one must first apprehend the king." They shared a knowing smile. The Prime Minister raised his cup, and Chu Yan respectfully lifted his, lowering his slightly to meet the elder's. The Prime Minister drank heartily, his approval evident. As the return visit could not extend beyond noon, the meal concluded, and Shang Yunruo found herself still awaiting the arrival of Chu Jinli. Upon reaching the estate's entrance, while Chu Yan proceeded to the carriage, the Prime Minister leaned down to whisper to his daughter, "If you wish to separate, your mother and I would support your decision. Do not feel compelled to endure any grievances." Shang Yunruo paused, her face brightening with a smile. "Father, everything will be fine. You must believe in your daughter's charm." The Prime Minister sighed, lowering his voice further, "But if you wish to maintain a harmonious life with him, you must keep a watchful eye on this younger brother. Chu Yan is no ordinary person, nor is he benevolent." Her father's keen insight left Shang Yunruo both impressed and contemplative. Could he truly be an ordinary man? This young man was destined to become a formidable figure, wielding power over others with ease. Without uttering a word, she nodded and stepped out of the estate. Just as she reached the carriage, relieved to have successfully navigated the return visit, a rapid sound of hooves echoed in her ears. As the reins were yanked sharply, the horses neighed, and Chu Jinli's booming voice resonated through the street. "Father-in-law, I have arrived late." However, the only response he received was the resounding thud of the Prime Minister's gates being firmly shut. Chapter 10. Do not quarrel because of my disagreement with my brother. Despite being deceived by Shang Yunruo, Chu Jinli suddenly approached, making the situation known to all. Shang Yunruo felt darkness enveloping her, nearly losing consciousness. Fortunately, Chu Yan timely grasped her arm and leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Sister-in-law, are you all right?" having been rebuffed. Chu Jinli frowned in their direction. The proximity of the two rekindled the awkwardness from their wedding ceremony, prompting Chu Jinli to shout, "Let go!" The horse, startled, reared its front hooves towards Chu Yan and Shang Yunruo. Shang Yunruo could see nothing, yet her other senses were acutely aware of the impending danger, leaving her uncertain of where to evade. Suddenly, a towering shadow obscured her vision, and she found herself enveloped in an embrace. The person shielding her groaned softly and knelt before her. Shang Yunruo recognized who it was and gasped, "A Yin." She reached out to check if he was injured, but her wrist was seized tightly by an unfamiliar hand, eliciting an instinctive urge to pull away. Yet, Chu Jinli's voice reached her, "A Yin is fine." He merely bumped his leg. Worry etched on her face. She asked, "Is it serious?" "Quickly help the second master into the carriage. We must go to the nearest clinic." Chu Jinli's cold voice interrupted again, "Let him ride. The carriage is too cramped." "A Yin, can you make it to the clinic on your own?" Furrowing her brow, Shang Yunruo protested, "How can he go alone? He is penniless and injured. Riding would be too jarring." Chu Jinli retorted, "What of this minor injury? I have endured far worse during training." Shang Yunruo shot back, "So you always ride to the clinic when injured?" Chu Jinli's expression faltered as he hesitated to respond. Just then, Chu Yan spoke up gently, "Sister-in-law, I am fine. Please do not argue with my brother on my account. I can lead the horse." Shang Yunruo was unconvinced, but suddenly felt weightless as Chu Jinli lifted her onto the carriage. An inexplicable wave of resistance surged through her, and she squirmed to break free, only to be held tighter, feeling pain at her waist. Chu Jinli's face reddened at her struggles. Her delicate waist felt like it had no bones within his grasp. Though separated by layers of fabric, he could still sense her exquisite, soft body. His throat tightened, and heat coursed through him. As she wriggled fiercely, he finally set her down on the seat, taking a place beside her, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Once released, Shang Yunruo quickly opened the carriage curtain, calling out, "Chu Yu, go check on Chu Yan." Chu Yu's voice came from below. "The second master can walk on his own, though he is limping slightly." Unsettled, Shang Yunruo attempted to exit the carriage, but was restrained by Chu Jinli. "Your movements are restricted. It would be best not to disembark." She turned to him. "The carriage is spacious. Let a Yin come up. After all, he is your brother, and it was your horse that injured him." Chu Jinli's voice grew stern. "There is no such custom." Shang Yunruo felt a surge of frustration and retorted, "Then what custom dictates that you do not return home today?" Chu Jinli was momentarily at a loss for words, finally explaining, "I merely fell asleep after drinking too much last night and was disturbed by your scolding this morning. I sought a place to rest, but ended up oversleeping." Shang Yunruo pressed, "Where exactly did you sleep?" "I sent numerous servants to find you, yet none succeeded." Chu Jinli's face turned pale. He had indeed slept in his cousin's room, but nothing untoward had transpired. He had sat down, gradually growing drowsy until he fell asleep, unaware that Shang Yunruo's servant had come to summon him, only to be intercepted by his cousin. He could not blame her. She was merely concerned for his well-being. Shang Yunruo did not believe a word of Chu Jinli's explanation, countering, "What of your servant Qian? Did he not remind you?" Caught off guard, Chu Jinli, in a fit of anger, halted the carriage, exclaiming, "Why must you be so confrontational, devoid of the gentleness expected of a wife? I shall ride back instead." With that, he exited the carriage, lingering in front, anticipating her to plead for him to stay, as she had done previously. The curtain was drawn back, and Chu Jinli feigned indifference, taking a few steps forward, only to hear her call, "Chu Yu, the Lord intends to ride back. Assist the second master into the carriage." Upon returning home, Chu Yan was walking normally again. He insisted on not visiting the clinic, claiming it was a minor injury that could be treated with the pain relievers stocked in the house. Since he had been hurt while protecting her, Shang Yunruo promptly sent Chu Yu to fetch the medicine from the storeroom to prepare it herself. However, after a while, Chu Yu returned with a collection of expired medications, prompting genuine anger from Shang Yunruo. Other issues could be overlooked, but this essential medicine should have been replaced timely. She felt compelled to confront her aunt about such negligence. Had it not been for the ominous dream she had experienced, she might have acted impulsively. Now, she tempered her frustration, deciding to proceed with caution. The dream contained little regarding Chu Jinli, let alone her uncle and aunt. Her knowledge was limited to Chu Yan. She needed to ascertain the financial state of the marquis. Certain that some deficits existed, but to what extent and whether it could be remedied remained unclear. Having married into this family, its fortunes and misfortunes were now intertwined with her own. With this in mind, she ordered someone to purchase wound ointment for Chu Yan and instructed Chu Yu to deliver a visiting card next door, but all requests were met with various refusals, suggesting her aunt was reluctant to see her. She chose not to beat around the bush and directly instructed Chu Yu to borrow the seal, stating her intention to review the accounts, yet was still denied. Shang Yunruo considered seeking help from her grandmother or Chu Jinli, but anticipated her aunt would offer excuses, leading to another unresolved matter, much like the previous handover of the seal. After weighing her options, she decided to head straight to the accounting office with Chu Yu. Upon arrival, they found the place in darkness, locked tight, presumably with the accountant resting inside. Standing before the locked door, Shang Yunruo eventually asked Chu Yu, "Can you pick locks?" Her tone conveyed a sense of helplessness. Chu Yu replied, "No." The ambition that had flared within her moments ago dissipated, thwarted by a mere lock. "Are you attempting to break into the accounting office?" A cool voice, akin to jade, resonated behind her, startling Shang Yunruo. How could Chu Yan, who was purportedly injured, suddenly appear behind her? This felt like he was intentionally stalking her. In a flash, her mind raced with images from her dreams, tightening her chest in dread as she mentally prepared for the worst. According to her dream, he would seize upon her attempted theft of the account books, using it as leverage to coerce and humiliate her. And then, Chu Yan interjected, "Shan can pick locks. My servant can assist, if needed." Caught off guard by the turn of events, Shang Yunruo stammered, "Huh?" Chapter 11. Fingers resting on his lips, Shang Yunruo was still reeling from the overwhelming shock when a figure clad in green descended swiftly from the treetops. Chu Ao gasped and pulled her mistress aside, shielding her with her own body, only to turn her head and find the door to the accounting room had swung open. The green-clad man vanished without a sound, while Shang Yunruo clutched her racing heart and stammered, "Is this valiant hero your servant?" With a creak, Chu Yan pushed the door open and turned back, saying, "Let us discuss this inside." Chu Yao was left outside for fresh air while she followed Chu Yan into the accounting room, where he locked the door behind them. As they moved through the main hall into the inner chamber, Chu Yan lowered his voice to answer her earlier question. "Shan is an orphan saved by my mother. All his skills were taught by her. After her death, he refused to leave, insisting on serving me, so I had him pose as my servant." Understanding the connection, her voice tinged with envy, she remarked, "Your mother is remarkable, not only skilled in martial arts, but also a savior." After a moment of silence, Chu Yan asked, "Do you not resent her for being a spy for the state of Chu?" Shang Yunruo replied, "She remains loyal to her sovereign, dutifully fulfilling her responsibilities. However, as a subject of the Liang state, we cannot allow them to disrupt our peaceful existence. If I encounter her, I would report her to the authorities. But I harbor no hatred for the individual. Our spies in Liang are celebrated, and your mother would be honored by her own people." Pausing, she added, "Moreover, she gave you life. To you, she is the best." Though she could not see Chu Yan's expression, his soft hum suggested he was somewhat moved. While not intentionally seeking his favor, it was gratifying to know he held a better impression of her. "By the way, you still have an injury on your foot," she noted. "It seems the medicine you send is quite effective. The pain has subsided. I was just about to thank your sister-in-law when I unexpectedly encountered you here." Realizing it was a chance encounter, she felt a twinge of shame for her earlier unfounded suspicions about Chu Yan. Unable to light a lamp due to sneaking in, the absence of light mattered little to Shang Yunruo, as she was accustomed to navigating without sight. Having often assisted in managing her family's store and estate, she was familiar with the layout of the accounting room. Confident that the clerk's method of organization would be consistent, she pointed to the left side as they entered, saying, "Do you see a wooden chest here?" She heard the sound of Chu Yan's footsteps and rummaging, and soon he replied, "Yes, it's locked." Shang Yunruo asserted, "These should be this year's ledgers, but we still need to find the previous years. They should also be stored in that row of cabinets on the left." With a lit fire stick in hand, Chu Yan checked the indicated spot and, surprised, asked, "Have you been here before?" Realizing she had guessed correctly, she smiled and replied, "Perhaps it's a talent of mine. When I was a child, I grasped an abacus and gold ingots during my first birthday party. So the accounting room is the place I know best. Its arrangement is quite similar." Chu Yan genuinely remarked, "If you did not become the lady of the marquise, you might have had the potential to become a wealthy magnate." Shang Yunruo relished his words, but soon became preoccupied with the dilemma of how to transport so many ledgers back home. Just as she was pondering this, a sudden sound from outside startled her. 3 clucks of a hen indicated the arrival of someone. Shang Yunruo's heart raced as Chu Yan swiftly pulled her to the innermost corner, surrounded by high wooden shelves that could conceal them. though the space was too cramped, making them nearly touch. A knock echoed from the door, followed by a realization that it was locked, accompanied by a soft lament. I'm too late. Recognizing the voice as that of Chu Jinli, she calmed her heartbeat and prepared to step out, only to be yanked back by Chu Yan. It's my husband. He would never betray me, she whispered. Chu Yan's voice was cool. How can you be certain he will side with you? Do you not find it strange that he arrived so late? Recalling the warning from Chu Jinli earlier, she realized Chu Yan had a point and hesitated to act. Just as Chu Jinli was about to leave, another voice emerged outside, engaged in conversation. Greetings to the Marquis. I left something on the desk and returned to retrieve it. What brings you here? Do you wish for me to open the door? I happen to have something to discuss with you. Evidently, the accounting clerk had returned, and Shang Yunruo's nerves caused her fingers to tremble. Instinctively, she grasped the object before her, rigid yet slightly elastic, and squeezed it a couple of times. Sister, sister. Hearing Chu Yan's low voice, she suddenly realized she was gripping his arm and hurriedly released her hold. This awareness brought her to the realization of how close they were, almost pressed against each other, their chests nearly touching. Strangely, despite the situation, she felt no discomfort in their proximity, which should have elicited fear. Chu Yan seemed about to speak, but the sounds from outside prompted Shang Yunruo to place her finger on his lips, signaling him to silence. With his back pressed tightly against the cabinet, she felt a familiar sensation as his lips moved beneath her fingertip. This touch seemed oddly reminiscent, but not from a dream. It felt like something she had experienced before. She leaned in slightly, then abruptly thought it foolish and retreated. Her movements left Chu Yan blushing, his heart racing, and palms sweating. I came to retrieve 200 taels of silver notes. Chu Jinli's voice called from outside, alleviating some of the awkward tension between the two within the room. The clerk replied, My lord, it is not that I refuse to fetch them, but I cannot dispense without the official seal. If it pleases you, could you send someone tomorrow with the seal to collect them? Hearing the clerk's principled refusal to Chu Jinli, Shang Yunruo felt inexplicably relieved. He was indeed a commendable accountant with integrity. Chu Jinli paused before responding. Very well, I shall not make it difficult for you. I will return tomorrow. After Chu Jinli departed, the clerk unlocked the door, confirming he only needed to retrieve something left behind, then promptly locked the door again upon exiting. Shang Yunruo exhaled in relief, but curiosity lingered. What could Chu Jinli possibly need such a large sum of money for? Chu Yan's voice interrupted her thoughts. We cannot possibly examine all these ledgers here. We must take them back to study at our leisure. What do you think, sister-in-law? Shang Yunruo nodded. Let us take last year's. Taking this year's or too many might draw attention too quickly. Agreed. Then I shall keep them with me, Chu Yan proposed. Why keep them with you? Are you afraid placing them in my room would attract Aunt's attention, and I would be unable to handle it? As the rightful mistress of the household, it is my duty to manage the accounts. They would not dare to forcibly reclaim them. What if they sneak into your room under the cover of darkness to steal them? Shang Yunruo could only stare in disbelief. Chapter 12. A smile for you every day, isn't that a bit audacious? Shang Yunruo nearly exclaimed, quickly covering her mouth. After the initial shock, she conceded that such a possibility did indeed exist. The mere thought of someone stealthily entering her room at night sent a chill down her spine, making her doubt whether she would dare to sleep at all. Moreover, I can assist you with the accounts. Zhu Yan's voice warmed her from her shivers. She inquired, You can decipher accounts? Zhu Yan replied, You could teach me how to do so. Their voices, deliberately hushed in the dark accounting room, drew them close together, creating an atmosphere that was almost too intimate. Realizing the implications of their proximity, Shang Yunruo cleared her throat and distanced herself slightly, nodding in agreement. You make a valid point. Let's keep the ledger with you. Your servant is quite skilled, and I feel reassured. Zhu Yan muttered under his breath. So you trusting Shang, huh? Before Shang Yunruo could explain further, he thrust the ledger into her hands and returned the other items to their proper places. Then, taking her wrist, he guided her through the darkness and gently knocked on the door. Moments later, the lock clicked open. Shang Yunruo felt the coolness of the night air as Zhu Yan held onto her wrist, and for a moment, she wondered if they had indeed exited the accounting room. Just then, Chu Yu approached, saying, Thank you, second master, for taking care of our young lady. I shall take over now. Only then did Zhu Yan leisurely release her wrist. He retrieved the ledger from her embrace and turned to leave, assuring her, with Shan around, You need not worry. Supported by Chu Yu, Shang Yunruo took a few steps before turning back toward Zhu Yan's departing figure, saying, With you here, I am at ease. Chu Yan heard her words but did not turn back or respond. However, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The following day at dawn, Shang Yunruo, accompanied by her maid and servants, made her way to Zhuoxi courtyard. Entering through the back door closer to Zhuoxi, she found a carriage waiting. Chu instructed the young servants and maids to unload items from the carriage and bring them into the courtyard. In no time, various tables, chairs, and household items were carefully placed under the corridor and in the yard. Chu Yan emerged from the inner room, observing the numerous pieces of furniture, and soon found Shang Yunruo seated in the main hall. Before he could speak, she, through the sheer fabric, spotted him and remarked, "I brought you some new furnishings. Yours were far too old." Chu Yan approached her, curious. "The household actually allocated funds for me to change my furnishings?" Shang Yunruo replied, "Naturally not. I purchased these with my private savings." Chu Yan was taken aback, surveying the exquisite golden silk Nanmu wood, and asked, "Private savings? This must be quite expensive." Shang Yunruo reassured him, "It isn't much. My dowry is substantial. I mentioned I would tidy up your place properly." Chu Yan pressed his lips together, his gaze shifting as if he had much to say, but ultimately he only uttered, "I thought you meant to help me find servants for cleaning. I didn't expect you to use your dowry. I have no money to repay you." She smiled softly. "When did I say you needed to repay me? You helped me last night and will assist me with the accounts in the future. This is merely a gesture of reciprocity. Do not feel burdened." Chu Yan also smiled. "Very well. I shall certainly assist you diligently with the accounts." Shang Yunruo added, "Ah Yan, your voice when you speak with a smile is truly delightful. I suspect you look quite handsome when you smile. Do remember to smile more often, all right? Smile more. Let the sun shine upon you, lest you fall into darkness." Chu Yan, his words laced with mirth, replied, "Yes, once your eyes have healed, I shall smile for you every day." Shang Yunruo paused, feeling a twinge of awkwardness in his words. But before she could sort through her thoughts, Chu Yu rushed over, breathless, exclaiming, "Miss, there's a commotion in the household. The aunt is searching for the ledger throughout the estate." Shang Yunruo was momentarily stunned, then calmly responded, "Faster than I anticipated, and is indeed vigilant over the accounts." Rising, she prepared to confront her aunt, ready to engage in this initial skirmish. Chu Yan followed her, stepping in front of her with a hint of concern in his expression. "I will accompany you." Impatient to engage in the confrontation, she retorted, "What can you do? They won't be wary of you. I can handle this myself." With that, she maneuvered around him, supported by Chu Yu, and left. As she vanished from sight at the doorway, Shan appeared silently at Chu Yan's side, asking, "Are you following her or protecting her?" Chu Yan lowered his gaze, containing his emotions, murmuring, "Shan, I desire power now." Shan, puzzled, glanced at him before lightly leaping, leaving behind a few words, "Then you are following." Chu Yan replied softly, "Protect her." Shan's voice drifted through the rustling leaves. "Why protect her?" Chu Yan's eyes were deep, yet his tone was light. "Let her deal with the old witch next door. We must not lose without a fight." Shang Yunruo arrived at her own Muqin pavilion, where Chu Yu reported quietly, "The servants here are no fewer than those we brought to Zhuoxi courtyard." Indeed, the search throughout the estate was merely a ruse. She aimed to search her own place. As Chu Yu announced, "Madam is here," all eyes turned toward her. Shang Yunruo did not rush to disembark. She sat for a moment, waiting until she heard her aunt's voice in the crowd before extending her hand and gracefully stepping down from the carriage, exuding poise. And he, at that moment, wore a serious and stern expression, devoid of her usual warmth. "Yunruo, the estate's ledger is missing, and we are currently searching the entire household. Every place has been checked except for your courtyard." Shang Yunruo replied unhurriedly, "Is Auntie suspecting me?" And he replied, "I do not suspect you. I merely wish to provide you an opportunity to clear your name, lest you, being new to the estate, fall prey to gossip and give others leverage against you." Her words were sincere, and had Shang Yunruo not known her true nature, she might have been convinced. Shang Yunruo countered, "Then may I ask, as the head of the household, about to take on the responsibilities of management, should I not have access to the ledger?" And he hesitated. "Of course you should. But since the seal has not yet been handed over to you, the accounting house has its rules. If anyone could withdraw money or check the ledger, would that not lead to chaos?" Shang Yunruo replied, "If one only recognizes the seal and not the person, that too is a flaw." "What do you think, Aunt?" And he responded, "That is not the case. A new bride cannot simply wish to alter the rules of the household. We can reach no conclusion through discussion. It would be best to search your courtyard first. Proving your innocence is of utmost importance. Shang Yunruo straightened her back, her demeanor proud. There is no need to search. The ledger is indeed with me. As the head of the Ho residence, I bear the responsibility of managing the internal affairs. Even if the seal is not in my possession, I have the right to inquire about the household accounts. Who dares to obstruct me? Auntie's voice rose several decibels. Her facade of kindness finally shattered. Madam, that is simply incorrect. Until the management authority is transferred to you, you do not have the qualification to oversee these matters. Did not the Grand Minister teach you that? With a mention of her father's teachings, Shang Yunruo's expression hardened, her tone resolute. I would also like to ask Aunt, why have you yet to hand over the management authority as grandmother instructed? As the two faced off, an announcement rang out from the crowd. The Marquis has arrived. Everyone instinctively parted, and the handsome, golden-crowned Zhu Jinli strode forward, followed by the slender, delicate Chu Yan, whose beauty was masked by a fragile appearance. Chapter 13. Contrary to rumors, what is all this commotion about? With an air of authority befitting a lord, Chu Jinli called out as he approached. Observing the furious expression on his aunt's face, while Shang Yunruo remained composed and dignified, drawing his gaze multiple times. She wore a gown of pale blue silk today, cinched at the waist, accentuating her slender figure, adorned with a single jade hairpin and a pair of white jade earrings. Her understated elegance was beautifully complemented by her striking features. If not for the gauze wrapped around her eyes, she would have appeared even more captivating. The veil only added to her ethereal allure. In truth, the incident from yesterday was largely his fault. Shang Yunruo had only spoken a few words to him in the carriage, and upon returning home, she neither cried nor brought it up again, leaving him with an uncomfortable sense of guilt. Thus, when Chu Yan sought him out to inform him that Shang Yunruo was being troubled by his aunt, he hurried over. "Oh Jinli, my lord, you have finally arrived. Please help me settle this matter." His aunt's exclamation pulled his attention away from Shang Yunruo, and he responded, "I understand your concern, aunt. But while I know you are diligent and anxious about the lost account books, it is inappropriate to besiege her here. Yunruo is my wife. She has every right to inquire about the household accounts." He sure, feeling flustered, was about to say more when Chu Jinli subtly gestured for her to cease. However, given the public spectacle as an elder, she could not easily back down. Shang Yunruo perceived their silent communication. She knew she was not entirely in the right, and preserving the account books was paramount. Thus, she took the initiative to defuse the situation. "Forgive me, aunt. As a younger generation, I should not speak back. Thankfully, you have always been forgiving of my impetuous nature," she expressed, thanking her aunt graciously. Her words preserved the aunt's dignity and provided no grounds for retaliation, allowing he sure to accept the resolution graciously, further enhancing her reputation for leniency. "You are indeed younger, so why would I hold a grudge against you?" He sure replied. Seizing the opportunity, Shang Yunruo said, "Indeed, I should not have taken it upon myself. Next time, I shall come directly to you for it. Surely, you would not deny me access?" He sure had already turned to leave, but found herself momentarily speechless at this remark. Unable to swallow her indignation, yet forced to maintain a facade of civility. Of course, she managed to say with a forced smile. As he sure departed with her entourage, Shang Yunruo softly called out to Chu Jinli, "Husband, will you join me for dinner tonight?" Chu Jinli hesitated. The words of refusal poised on his lips, but he instead said, "I will check if there is much to do at the camp. Things have been quite busy lately." Shang Yunruo wanted to say more, but Chu Jinli had already been pulled away by his aunt. They departed quickly, their footsteps fading into silence. With a sigh, Shang Yunruo called out, "Chu Yan? Again? How did you know I was here?" Chu Yan's voice approached from a distance, and Shang Yunruo smiled. "If it were not you, who else could have summoned the Lord so promptly? Who else would do so on my behalf?" The latter part of her statement carried a hint of bitterness, which she quickly stifled. Chu Yan offered a wry smile. "I could only ask my brother to come to your aid." Shang Yunruo replied, "Yin, your capabilities will surpass your brother's in due time." As Chu Yan looked at her earnestly, trying to discern any insincerity, he eventually shifted his gaze away with a faint acknowledgement. Before they had even exited the marquise, he sure could no longer contain her frustration, gritting her teeth and demanding of Chu Jinli, "Jinli, why did you support her just now?" Chu Jinli sought to soothe his aunt. "She is the daughter of a prestigious family. If you push her too far, and the Prime Minister takes issue, who would be able to resolve the matter, me or you?" He sure glared at him. "So you are saying you are here to rescue me?" I have heard tales of her arrogance, and they were not exaggerated. How could someone from a scholarly family like ours contend with her? Regarding her arrogance, Chu Jinli refrained from comment. He had always heard of Shang Yunruo's formidable reputation, but today he found her not only courteous but also respectful of her elders. Devoid of the domineering demeanor one might expect from a daughter of officials, she was indeed different from the rumors. Listening to He Shi's continuous tirade against Shang Yunruo, he could not help but defend her. She even apologized to you. She is not as unreasonable as you portray her to be. Besides, if you conduct yourself properly, why would you fear her scrutiny of the account books? He was left speechless by his final remark. Remembering the matter at hand, Chu Jinli shifted the conversation. By the way, Aunt, please fetch me 200 taels in silver notes. He frowned. What do you need such a sum for? Chu Jinli fabricated an excuse. Expenses have been high lately. My dear aunt, please hurry and get it for me. He rolled her eyes and pulled out 2 silver notes from her sleeve. I happen to have these. Take them for now, and I will retrieve more from the accounts to spare you a trip. Chu Jinli accepted the notes gratefully and hurried next door to find his cousin. As he watched him leave, she instructed her maid in a hushed tone. Go fetch 400 taels. Tell them it is for the marquis. Having given this order, her earlier frustrations eased considerably. Upon returning to her own residence, He recounted the incident involving the lost account books and Chu Jinli's defense of Shang Yunruo to her daughter and Xuan Ningen, growing more agitated as she spoke, even pounding the table in exasperation. Chao Xiui, with her fiery temper, was eager to confront Shang Yunruo, but Xuan Ningen restrained her. Since your cousin has intervened, it would be unwise to escalate matters further. Our priority must be to retrieve the account books. Chao Xiui waved her hand dismissively. Let her investigate as she pleases. My mother has always managed the accounts with clarity and precision. What is there to fear? At this, both Xuan Ningen and He interjected, no. Seeing Chao Xiui taken aback, Xuan Ningen softened her tone. Aunt, I happen to know some capable individuals. Why don't we employ similar tactics to retrieve the account books? He immediately grasped her intention but expressed concern. But with Jinli around, it could be problematic, right? Xuan Ningen narrowed her eyes. Do not worry, Aunt. I will ensure he is not present tonight. Chao Xiui, confused, asked, how can you guarantee he won't be here? Xuan Ningen merely smiled in silence. And he understood her plan, shooting a disapproving look at her foolish daughter. You should learn from Ningen and be more perceptive. That evening, Shang Yunruo prepared a feast tailored to Chu Jinli's tastes, setting it in the gazebo by the lakeside, illuminated by candlelight, evoking a romantic ambience. However, amidst the beautiful scenery, she found herself alone. Chu Jinli had left without tasting a morsel. Had she known to ask him to stay after dinner, perhaps they would have exchanged more than a few words before his hasty departure. Feeling the chill of the night breeze, Shang Yunruo despondently inquired of Chu Yu. Has dinner been delivered to Chu Yan? It should be arriving soon, Chu replied. Then please find someone swift to summon him directly here to dine with me. Shang Yunruo urged. Chapter 14. Do not fear. I am here confounded by the absence of the evening meal that Shang Yunruo usually delivered. Chu Yan was surprised to receive her invitation. He entered his chamber, lit the sandalwood incense, and donned his finest satin blue robe from the wardrobe. He then retrieved the jade hairpin crafted by his mother, replacing the usual wooden pin, and gazed at his reflection in the bronze mirror. Inshan's voice drifted down from the rooftop, teasingly remarking that even he had dressed up. Inshan preferred the heights of rooftops or trees to any conventional space. Ignoring him, Chu Yan took a couple of steps before responding slowly. This is merely basic etiquette for attending a banquet. I cannot appear disheveled. Inshan leapt from the rooftop to a branch, retorting, but she can't see you anyway. Chu Yan paused. I am not dressing for her. Inshan laughed heartily. Did I mention who you were dressing for? Embarrassed, Chu Yan tossed a pebble into the darkness, satisfied by the sound of a soft ouch before continuing on his way. The evening at Mu Chinchuan's residence was particularly bright, even though its shed in the back courtyard was illuminated. As Chu Yan stepped into the courtyard, he squinted against the sudden brightness, adjusting before following the lead of a maid to the pavilion. Shang Yunruo sat there in her simple daytime attire. A white veil draped over her eyes, idly playing with the lotus bowls in the water tank. Her delicate fingers, dusted with water droplets, graced the pure white lotus flowers, resembling morning dew. Upon hearing footsteps, she looked through the sheer fabric, smiling as she recognized the blurred figure before her. Is it a Yan? Please, take a seat. Chu Yan greeted her respectfully and settled across from her, his gaze drifting over the exquisite dishes on the table, his smile fading gradually. You intended to host my brother, did you not? Is that why I was summoned? Shang Yunruo washed her hands in the clear water brought by Chu Yu, casually replying. Your brother initially promised to come, but later changed his mind. How did you know? Chu Yan's eyes settled on her slender, fair fingers as he quietly observed her washing and drying them. He remarked, when my father was still alive, grandmother once invited me to dine. And the spread was similar to tonight's. She claimed it was all dishes my brother adored, unaware that I am allergic to beans. Yet she insisted on serving me a dish of pea pudding to demonstrate her impartiality. Realizing the significance behind his words, Shang Yunruo felt a pang of concern. Understanding that this matter weighed heavily on him, she quickly instructed Chu Yu, remove all dishes containing beans. Then, turning to Chu Yan, she asked, what else do you enjoy? I can have the kitchen prepare something for you immediately. Chu Yan lowered his gaze, then looked up with an innocent expression. Sister-in-law, you need not trouble yourself. I am already grateful that you considered me. She was determined to be diligent, aware that even a minor oversight could cause him to resent her, nullifying her efforts. Sensing his need for respect, she sincerely apologized. Yan, I do not wish to defend myself this time. However, I assure you that every invitation from now on will be heartfelt, never treating you as an afterthought or a mere option. I was mistaken. Chu Yan gazed intently at her, his dark eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight around them, gradually shimmering with warmth. Noting his silence, she sought to redeem herself by asking Chu Yu to fetch a guqin. What is a fine feast without the accompaniment of music? I am no prodigy in music as I am in business, and my studies have been challenging. I have never performed for anyone before, nor was it a planned performance. Chu Yu soon returned with the guqin, placing it on the stand. Shang Yunruo gracefully took her seat before the instrument, plucking the strings, producing a rich, resonant sound that caused the fish in the lake to swim with greater joy. This guqin, Jingyu, is a masterpiece by the renowned CIY of the previous dynasty, gifted to me by my father. This is my first time showcasing it in public, so please do not mock me, Yan. Her long, elegant fingers danced over the strings, and the beautiful melody cascaded forth. While Chu Yan appeared to be listening intently, his thoughts were entirely captivated by the woman before him. Observing her every move, the exquisite sound of the ancient guqin drifted over to the adjacent estate. In the pavilion where his cousin, Xu Jinli, was enjoying tea and chess, he paused, captivated by the music, even closing his eyes to relish the moment's elegance. As the piece concluded, Xu Jinli clapped, exclaiming, wonderful! Such exquisite craftsmanship. The player must possess a pure heart and an elegant spirit. Brother, Xuanningen called out sweetly, are we still playing, or not? Sensing her jealousy, Xu Jinli hastily reassured her, you are equally refined. Xuanningen tossed aside the chess pieces, feigning tears, I am not refined. I have become so tainted in my efforts to match your stature, reduced to a petty schemer. Xu Jinli embraced her tenderly, comforting her. I know your purity is as pristine as snow. Look, I have specifically set aside 200 taels for you. After purchasing medicinal herbs, save the remainder for yourself. So you need not always ask me. Seeing the 2 banknotes before her, Xuanningen's eyes sparkled, her earlier grievances dissolving instantly. Yet, she continued to feign indignation, soon becoming sweetly affectionate with Xu Jinli. In the pavilion, decorum was maintained, yet the atmosphere remained sincere and harmonious. As the cups were exchanged, the time had slipped into the late hours, signaling it was time to rest. Chu Yu approached Shang Yunruo, reminding her it was time for bed. She rose slowly, telling Chu Yan, with Yin Shan accompanying you, I shall not send anyone with you. She simply lacked sufficient personnel, as the entire estate was on high alert. Chu Yan nodded, suddenly asking, are you afraid? Shang Yunruo paused, her facade of strength wavering as she realized that in this moment of vulnerability, it was not her husband she feared, but rather the very Chu Yan she had always dreaded. She swiftly masked her momentary distraction and smiled faintly, not afraid. After a brief hesitation, Chu Yan replied, very well, then I shall take my leave. As he stepped away, Shang Yunruo quickly pulled Chu back inside, asking, did you scatter the white powder as instructed? It must be done in every room, and ideally at the entrance as well. Chu Yu, equally anxious, responded, it has all been done. We have doubled the night watch to ensure safety. Shang Yunruo nodded repeatedly, thinking to herself, it is merely a thief. They cannot cause any harm, can they? Suddenly, a wind chime hanging by the window struck the doorframe, producing a sound neither too loud nor too soft, causing Shang Yunruo and Chu Yu to cling to each other in fright, exclaiming in alarm. After a moment, they realized it was merely the wind. Observing Chu Yu's timid demeanor, Shang Yunruo steeled her resolve to close the window, her loose hair blowing wildly in the breeze. Outside, a low, calming voice resonated, smooth as if softened by warm water. Do not fear, I am here. Chapter 15. Do you still think I'm a child? Yan, is that you? Yes, it's me. An inexplicable sense of relief washed over her, allowing her to relax completely. Leaning against the windowsill, she rested her arms on the frame, inching closer to the outside. Haven't you left? I did leave. The servants in your household saw me go. I climbed over the wall to sneak back in, and no one noticed. Shang Yunruo was taken aback and quickly turned to Chu Yan. Extinguish the lamps outside my room. Chu Yan complied, and soon darkness enveloped the window. Thank you for coming back to keep me company. I wasn't truthful earlier. I was indeed a bit frightened. Chu Yan offered a soft smile. Rest easy. I will wait for you to fall asleep before I leave. Shang Yunruo found herself unable to sleep for a while and curiously inquired. Are you leaning against the wall now? Your voice sounds as if you were right in front of me. As she spoke, she extended her arm outside the window to touch him, but her fingers found nothing. Just as she was about to retract her hand, she felt a warm grip on her wrist. His hand enveloped hers entirely, the roughness of his fingertips hinting at calluses, a sensation that felt eerily familiar. This was the second time she had encountered a familiarity in Chu Yan's touch, yet it was not the kind that belonged to a dream. Leaning forward, she peered out the window and grasped his hand with her other hand, attempting to pry it away. To her surprise, he loosened his grip on her wrist and withdrew his arm. However, her other hand remained firmly clasped in his, and he pulled her, nearly causing her to tumble out of the window. Fortunately, Chu Yan reacted swiftly, grasping her hand in return, using his strength to steady her entire body, maintaining her balance. Shang Yunruo, still shaken, playfully scolded, "Why are you hiding?" Chu Yan only spoke after ensuring her safe return inside. I should be asking you, sister-in-law, why you suddenly grabbed my hand. It seems rather illogical. Shang Yunruo found his words amusing, as if she were an unprincipled woman shamelessly teasing her younger brother-in-law. She laughed. You are just a child. What's wrong with me holding your hand? Chu Yan raised an eyebrow in the darkness and replied leisurely, a child? In a few months, I will be coming of age. But you haven't yet, she retorted. Though the coming-of-age ceremony is at 20, many young men undergo it at 16 or 17. Are you 16 or 17 this year? 19, he replied. That is not young at all. Is it that my sister-in-law perceives me as frail and still thinks of me as a child? Shang Yunruo pouted. He did look somewhat slender now, yet she knew how robust he would become in the future. Taking a breath, she said, I merely find you somewhat familiar. Perhaps I mistook you for someone else. After a pause, Chu Yan asked slowly, You find me familiar? Has my sister-in-law been in close contact with other men? Without thinking, she responded, With your brother. Chu Yan's tone turned icy as he retorted, When? On our wedding night, she replied. A moment of silence enveloped the air, interrupted only by the distant chirping of cicadas. Chu Yan's voice softened as he uttered a single word, Oh. Shang Yunruo felt a sense of embarrassment wash over her. It was only on her wedding night that she had been intimate with her husband, and admitting it felt shameful. She curled up, lying fully on the couch, pulling the covers over herself and lamenting, Why am I telling you this? I am going to sleep. You should leave. Chu Yan fell silent, and after a while, Shang Yunruo tentatively called out, Yan, have you left? No. His low, gentle response allowed her to peacefully close her eyes. In her drowsy state, she even reminded him not to catch a chill and to return to sleep instead of waiting outside. That night, she found herself sleeping deeper than usual, only to be awoken by Chu Yan the next morning. Miss, I just want to check on the white flower. At the mention of white flower, Shang Yunruo jolted awake, asking anxiously, Were there footprints? Yes. From outside the door all the way inside, except for your bedroom. All the other rooms have footprints. Shang Yunruo took a deep breath, a wave of fear washing over her as her heart raced chaotically. Only her bedroom had been spared from the intruder, likely due to Chu Yan being outside, deterring the intruder from approaching. Instinctively, she leaned out the window to glance outside, but the haze obscured her view. Before she could question Chu Yan further, Chu Yan, seemingly understanding her thoughts, replied softly, I haven't seen the second master this morning. I don't know when he left. Thieves usually struck while people were asleep, so Chu Yan must have stayed until after midnight. Shang Yunruo instructed, Notify the kitchen to prepare a hen for me. After I wash up and dress, I will personally go to the kitchen and make a nourishing soup for Yan. Chu Yan had once again indulged in drink. Rubbing his aching head, he inwardly lamented that he shouldn't have consumed so much alcohol with his cousin last night, which led to him spending the night at his uncle's residence. Today was a day off. He could have slept in a little longer. But the change of location made it difficult for him to settle down, so he got up, dressed in his undergarments and just about to don his outer robe. He heard 3 knocks at the door. Before he could invite the visitor in, the door swung open. Furrowing his brow, he saw Chu Ningyan's graceful silhouette appear in the doorway, her almond-shaped eyes slightly narrowed, smiling with rosy lips and white teeth. "Cousin, you're awake." Chu Ningyan's features were delicate and demure, lacking the bold beauty of Shang Yunruo, but she possessed an endearing demeanor that captivated him. Whenever he felt her actions were inappropriate, he found it difficult to scold her due to her charming nature. Yet today, he couldn't help but voice his thoughts. "Why did you insist on getting me drunk yesterday and request that I stay at my uncle's house?" Chu Ningyan lowered her eyes, helping him into his outer robe as she spoke softly. "Because I wanted to be able to assist you with getting dressed and grooming your hair in the morning, just like a newlywed wife." Mentioning marriage made him lose his temper. He realized he owed her for not being able to marry her. Looking at Chu Ningyan arranging his hair in the copper mirror, his voice softened. "I promised you that I would only stay in the study and not enter her room. It seems illogical for you to insist on keeping me at my uncle's house." Chu Ningyan replied gently, "I understand. This time, I was being willful. Shall we go on a spring outing in the western suburbs later?" Zhu Jinli shook his head. "I must return home. If she lodges a complaint with grandmother and discovers I left my newlywed wife at another residence, I will inevitably face her wrath. If Shang Yunruo makes a fuss, I will need to manage the situation." After saying this, he rose and left for home, surprised to find both grandmother and Mu Qinxian unusually quiet. After wandering around, he felt that the atmosphere was unnaturally calm. Passing by the kitchen, he caught a whiff of rich chicken soup, having suffered from nausea after drinking too much last night. He entered the kitchen, lifted the lid, and served himself a bowl of soup along with 2 chicken legs. The cook returned with firewood and was startled to see the lord enjoying his meal, promptly bowing and greeting him. Zhu Jinli praised, "This chicken soup is excellent. Make sure to prepare it for me again tomorrow." The cook replied, "This was prepared by the lady of the house." Zhu Jinli was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that she possessed such culinary skills. As he savored the tender, soft chicken, warmth spread through his heart and stomach. He hadn't expected her to care so much, not only forgiving him for staying at another residence but also personally preparing chicken soup for him early in the morning. Chu Yao assisted Shang Yunruo in fetching the chicken soup from the kitchen and suddenly spotted the lord enjoying his meal, exclaiming, "Why is the lord eating chicken soup?" Zhu Jinli looked up, puzzled. "Isn't this for me?" Chapter 16. As if to catch adultery, Shang Yunruo quickly squeezed Chu Yao's hand, signaling her to remain silent. She gently uttered a falsehood. "This chicken soup is prepared for my husband, though I am uncertain when he will return. I thought to deliver some to a yin first, as he assisted me in apprehending a thief last night and stayed up late." Zhu Jinli paused, his expression shifting, and inquired, "What thief? Has a thief entered the residence?" His tone suggested ignorance of the situation, prompting Shang Yunruo to respond with sincerity. "Yes, I instructed someone to scatter flour both inside and outside the house. And the thief left footprints. I commissioned an artist to sketch those prints on paper and sent it to the authorities in hopes of capturing him." Zhu Jinli set down the chicken soup, a sense of unease washing over him as he asked incredulously, "What audacious thief would dare to steal from the Marquis's residence? How did you know to lay flour in advance?" Shang Yunruo, not inclined to hide the truth, laid it bare. "Aunt lost the account book and will not rest until she retrieves it. That is why I insisted on having my husband stay with me last night." Zhu Jinli recalled her desperate pleas for him to remain and had initially assumed she sought to consummate their marriage, which had frightened him away. However, he could not unjustly accuse his aunt. A twinge of guilt prevented him from reproaching her, and he merely remarked, "You worry too much. Aunt would never do such a thing. She is the epitome of integrity." Shang Yunruo was momentarily taken aback and retorted, "You do not believe that I scattered the flour myself? That I left the footprints?" Zhu Jinli suggested, perhaps it was an inattentive servant who accidentally stepped in it. Or it could just be a mere coincidence that a thief truly entered. Anger surged within Shang Yunruo, and she suddenly recalled what a yin had said about how one could not know whose side they were on. Her heart sank. She countered, "What about a yin? He was here last night. You might as well ask him." Zhu Jinli dismissed her suggestion, stating, "Do you still trust a yin? His mother is a spy." That remark left Shang Yunruo momentarily speechless and urged to silence her rising within. She exhaled slowly, inclined her head, and requested Chu Yao to carry the chicken soup away. Instead of taking a carriage, she walked to Zhuoshi courtyard, arriving at the entrance still feeling unsettled. Although the courtyard was modest, It conformed to the standard layout of 3 inner chambers, yet not a single servant was in sight. She sat on a stone bench in the yard for quite some time without encountering anyone, realizing she needed to take charge of the household. Contemplating this, a wave of helplessness washed over her. She had yet to reclaim her authority, and while she could manage her own quarters, she lacked the reach to influence others. The pressing matter was to investigate the accounts before formulating any plans. With this in mind, Shang Yunruo could no longer remain idle. She instructed Chu Yan to warm the chicken soup in the kitchen while she proceeded to Yan's bedroom. Standing at the door, she knocked lightly. And before she could apply any force, the door swung open. She assumed Yan had opened it for her and asked, "I thought you hadn't awakened. What time did you return last night? Did you see the thief?" As she stepped inside, she began to chatter away, oblivious to any response, and wandered deeper into the room until she reached the desk. The surface was cluttered with scrolls and books, and uncertain if any account books lay among them. She began to tidy up the disarray, arranging everything neatly. Yan, still in slumber, was stirred by her voice. Drowsily opening his eyes, he beheld Shang Yunruo kneeling at the desk, methodically organizing the books she had scattered. She rolled up her sleeves slightly, revealing an arm resembling white lotus root, and continued to arrange the books with a leisurely pace, casually picking up his outer garment that had been carelessly tossed on the mat, folding it neatly, and straightening the mat itself. The previously chaotic room was instantly transformed into a refreshing haven. Since his mother's passing, he had adopted a laissez-faire attitude toward life. Indifferent to everything, his grandmother treated him poorly, his brother ignored him, and the servants were disrespectful and negligent. He had been unconcerned, cooking for himself when hungry, mending his own clothes when torn, and neglecting the mess in his room, even eschewing the warmth of the stove during winter nights. Yet today, he suddenly felt that a cleaner room, finer furnishings, and brighter windows would indeed be quite pleasant. "Mississippi," Chu Yan called from outside, prompting Shang Yunruo to hush her gently, saying, "Do not disturb, Yan is still asleep." That simple statement evoked in him a longing for the warmth he had yearned for but never experienced. He lowered his gaze and softly replied, "Sister-in-law, I am awake." Upon hearing his voice, she beamed with joy, her lips curving upward, and even through the veil, he could perceive the arch of her brows. Shang Yunruo cheerfully announced, "You are awake just in time to enjoy some chicken soup. I prepared it with ginseng and matsutake to replenish the energy you expended last night." Yan inquired, "Is it specially made for me?" Shang Yunruo sighed. "Indeed, I rose early to prepare it myself, only to have your brother catch sight of it and assume it was for him. He devoured 2 legs, so this pot contains none. That's of no consequence." Yan smiled slightly. "Next time, sister-in-law, please prepare another chicken leg just for me." After savoring the chicken soup and lighting a lamp to brighten the room, Chu Yan began to read the accounts to Shang Yunruo while Yan diligently recorded her notes. In less than half an hour, they had compiled the month's accounts. As Yan read through the summary, he stumbled upon a discrepancy. "Why is the amount withdrawn by the Marquis so exorbitant, exceeding 10,000 taels?" Shang Yunruo responded, "How does that compare with the total expenditures of the estate?" Yan calculated on the abacus. The total monthly expenses for the household amount to only 23,000 taels, and he alone has consumed half of the estate's resources. Shang Yunruo furrowed her brow, recalling the night he withdrew silver with the accountant. Sensing that this could be a breakthrough, "What about the total income for the estate?" she asked. Yan calculated again, stating, "The income from the shops, farms, and my brother's salary combined amounts to 38,400 taels. So, every month there is a deficit?" "Yes," Yan confirmed. "My brother's and the estate's total expenses sum to over 40,000 taels." Shang Yunruo understood the implications. It seemed there was some opacity in the overall expenses of the estate. However, the immediate priority was to ascertain what Zhu Jinli had done with such a significant amount of money. The accounts were muddled. The purposes for which he withdrew the silver were vague and conflated, making it impossible to identify any issues. Yan pondered for a while, then remarked, "Given the substantial discrepancies in the accounts, I suspect Anne is in a state of panic, like ants on a hot stove. Since she didn't lose the account book last night, she will likely find a reason to trouble you." No sooner had he spoken than a noise arose from outside. Azin Shan, who had been on the roof, suddenly peeled back a tile, revealing his face, startling Chu Yan. Shan announced, "The Marquis has brought 4 young servants with him, and their demeanor suggests they are here to catch someone in the act." Shang Yunruo was left speechless. Chapter 17. Tonight, I will return to you. The tiles on the roof had been removed, and Chu Jinli had already walked to the center of the courtyard. 4 young servants stood in a row, each wielding a long staff, exuding an imposing presence. Chu Jinli halted before the house, gazing at the wide-open door. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the 3 individuals in the main hall, and with a gloomy expression, he commanded the servants behind him, "Search." Chu Yaoyao helped Shang Yunruo to her feet, performing a respectful bow as she inquired, "My lord, what is the matter?" Chu Jinli appeared to be in a fit of anger, snorting coldly, "No need to ask for now, just wait." Earlier that morning, Shang Yunruo had left with chicken soup, and shortly thereafter, his aunt had arrived, presenting him with a purchase order from the furniture store, listing all manner of furnishings. She wore a disdainful expression and remarked, "This is to prepare a small household. Using the estate's silver is trivial. If your new wife is caught with another man, our marquisate will lose face in the capital, and you will be utterly humiliated." Initially, he had doubted her words, but his aunt continued, "If you don't return to the estate, she won't make a scene. If you distance yourself from her, she remains silent. Which woman in the world is so broad-minded? It is clear she no longer holds you in her heart." The memory of her indifference to his overnight stay at another residence struck him sharply. It seemed she was eager for him to stay away from home every night. She certainly knew how to choose her locations. Chu Yan's place was secluded and rarely frequented, and he was timid and obedient. If she threatened him not to reveal her use of his quarters for her lover, it was indeed an effective means of concealment. However, upon his fierce arrival, he discovered her engrossed in accounts with her maid and Ian, making it difficult to confront her directly. If there was truly an illicit lover, he could not have gone far. He would deal with the matter once he caught the culprit. Meanwhile, the instigator of this incident, he sure, was watching the unfolding drama from the accounting room. The accounting room was not far from Zhuoxi courtyard. Unable to wait for news from within the estate, she thought it impossible to miss such a commotion. Upon hearing about the excitement, Chu Xiui clamored to join, enthusiastically exclaiming, "This is wonderful. If Ningyan has a chance. Once Jinli issues the divorce, Ningyan can come over." He sure cast a glance at her, leisurely replying, "Whether she is having an affair, I do not know. What I do know is that she has stolen my account book and refuses to return it. I must make a fuss about it." Chu Xiui's smile faltered slightly. "Huh? You're not certain she has been unfaithful?" He sure squinted, displaying a shrewd demeanor. "Not certain. But even if we find nothing in the search, it matters not. If you were accused of such a disgraceful act, would you not raise a ruckus?" Chu Xiui replied, "I would certainly make a huge scene." He sure smiled faintly. "Exactly. If you would create chaos, how much more so would that daughter of the prime minister, who has never endured such humiliation and is known for her arrogance? She would undoubtedly turn the marquisate upside down, and I would not even need to intervene. She would demand a divorce herself." Chu Xiui marveled, "Mother, your tactics are impressive, but are you not afraid she might retaliate against you?" He sure responded, "What of it? I merely provided a list of purchased furniture and offered a few reminders out of concern for the Marquis's reputation. It is the Marquis who will confront the infidelity. What concern is it of mine?" Chu Xiui clapped her hands, giving her mother a thumbs up, eagerly awaiting the ensuing turmoil from the Marquisate. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Chu Jinli's 4 servants returned from their search, their reports uniform. Not only had they discovered no male outsiders, but even the servants and maids were nowhere to be found. Shang Yunruo had a vague idea of his intentions, and her anger simmered beneath the surface. Had it not been for the vivid dream she had experienced, she would have found it hard to contain her temper. Chu Jinli furrowed his brow and asked, "No one at all." As he sighed in relief, a sense of urgency arose within him. He needed to concoct a particularly plausible explanation. Otherwise, if Shang Yunruo made a scene, it would be difficult to manage. Shang Yunruo stepped forward, providing him with a justification. "My lord, you must have learned that there is not a single servant in Ian's courtyard. It pains you for your younger brother, which must have brought you here in anger." Chu Jinli replied, Yes, how could it be that there is not a single servant in this courtyard? It is simply outrageous." Shang Yunruo sighed, tugging at his sleeve. "My lord, come and see. There are old pieces of furniture that have not been disposed of yet. When I came here to drink tea that day, the armrests of the chairs nearly scraped my fingers." Chu Jinli examined the worn and shabby furniture, frowning slightly. He had never paid attention to such details. Indeed, it was somewhat excessive. Shang Yunruo continued, "After all, you are the legitimate second son of the marquisate. It is unbecoming to treat the children of concubines poorly. I may not have married in yet, but since I have, and my grandmother has entrusted me with managing the household, I cannot turn a blind eye. Such conduct would tarnish the Marquis's reputation. Chu Jinli nodded, asking, "Then why do you not utilize the estate's accounts and instead use your own private silver?" It was this very point that made him suspect her of deliberately concealing something. Shang Yunruo tugged at his sleeve again, guiding him into the main hall, signaling for Chu Yaoyao to present the recently calculated accounts. Shang Yunruo explained, "This is the account for 1 month from last year that I just reviewed. The estate is running at a deficit every month. I thought if it came to that, I would use my dowry to supplement the household expenses and avoid the public accounts." Chu Jinli was shocked. Pointing at the amount he had withdrawn as the marquis, "You mean I withdrew over 10,000 taels?" Shang Yunruo confirmed, "Yes, the accounts appear muddled. Is it possible, my lord, that you had some substantial gifts or banquets that necessitated such expenses?" Chu Jinli replied firmly, "Impossible. Such gifts and banquets are recorded directly in the estate's accounts. I have never withdrawn silver for such matters." Shang Yunruo pondered, "Then what are the withdrawals for?" Chu Jinli hesitated, redirecting the conversation, "I cannot recall clearly. So, it seems this account indeed has issues. The eldest lady should investigate thoroughly." Shang Yunruo feigned weakness, saying, "With my lord's words, I can proceed with confidence. Since you rarely visit my quarters, the servants take advantage of the situation, deceiving me with flattery while plotting behind my back." Chu Jinli could not bear such a vulnerable and pitiful demeanor and immediately agreed to assist her. Shang Yunruo suppressed a smile, recalling how he had doubted his aunt's wrongdoing earlier. She lowered her eyes and softly suggested, "My lord, I believe my aunt would not make a mistake. Perhaps you could have someone assist with the accounts each time you withdraw, then compare them with the estate's records every few days. Would that not clarify who was at fault?" Chu Jinli gazed at her with admiration. "You are correct, madam. That is a splendid idea." He took her hand, cradling it in his palm, and tenderly said, "Tonight, I will return to you, silencing their tongues lest you lose your standing in the estate." Shang Yunruo smiled radiantly. "Thank you, my lord." As they exchanged these tender words, neither noticed the figure of Chu Yan lurking in the shadows behind the door, her fingers tightening around a potted plum branch until it snapped. Meanwhile, the two waiting in the accounting room suddenly heard Chu Jinli's servant proclaim loudly, "The Marquis's decree. Anyone in the estate who disrespects the eldest lady shall be beaten to death." He sure and Chu Xiui what? Chapter 18. What lies next door? To her delight, Shang Yunruo was thrilled to find that Chu Jinli returned home that evening. Although he still had dinner at his aunt's place, she felt content knowing he kept his promise to come back. She sensed that things were gradually progressing in a favorable direction. She shed her reserve and donned a gossamer red overlay over a delicate white silk nightgown, instructing Chu Yu to prepare red candles and a petal bath to recreate the ambience of a bridal chamber. As Chu Jinli entered the room, he was greeted by the delightful fragrance of flowers. Through the curtains, he caught sight of Shang Yunruo's ebony hair cascading like jade across her slender back, her figure graceful and exquisite. The mist within the chamber enveloped her in an ethereal beauty, obscured yet enchanting through the layers of fabric. Chu Jinli found himself entranced, recalling that his cousin had once danced beautifully for him, yet the elegance of Shang Yunruo was unparalleled. "My husband? Is that you outside?" Shang Yunruo's soft voice, reminiscent of an alluring musk, reached his ears. He responded with a nod, realizing his throat felt constricted. Then, "Please come in, my husband," she urged. Unable to resist, Chu Jinli took a step forward, only to suddenly recall his cousin's words, causing him to retract his foot. After a moment of internal conflict, he hoarsely suggested, "Madam, perhaps it would be better for you to rest early. I shall stay in the study." Shang Yunruo extended her arms, her voice tender. "My husband, I cannot see. Would you assist me?" Chu Jinli swallowed hard, furrowing his brow in a struggle. He reasoned that merely entering to help her would not betray his cousin. Just as he stepped inside, a sudden knock echoed at the door, and his personal servant, Lu Qian, whispered from outside, "My lord, urgent matters have arisen in the camp. Your presence is required." Chu Jinli halted, casting a displeased glance at the door. After a moment's hesitation, he opened it. Lu Qian continued in a hushed tone, "Miss Ningen has sent word that her old ailment has recurred and is urgently seeking you." With a hint of irritation, Chu Jinli replied, "Then summon a physician. I am not a healer." With a sigh, he glanced back into the room, then lowered his head and raised his hand. "Let us go and see." In the darkness, two pairs of eyes fixated on Chu Jinli's retreating figure, only to withdraw slowly once he vanished from sight. Ainshan's voice broke the silence. "Young master, How did you know that informing the gate guards would yield results? Chu Yan emerged from the shadows, speaking softly. They are her people. Shan inquired. Oh, then why did you relay the message there? Are you not assisting Shang Yunruo? Chu Yan glanced towards Mu Qian, replying matter-of-factly. Accumulating her dissatisfaction and resentment strengthens her resolve. Shan raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident. Is that so? The neighboring estate is, in fact, the ancestral home of the Ningyuan Marquis, though currently divided between two brothers, resulting in the western courtyard being separated into two households. Thus, it remains customary to refer to the original courtyard as Jinghui Courtyard. Jinghui is nearly half the size of the Marquis' estate, and one can reach Changchun Courtyard with just a few steps from the entrance. Xuanningen resided within Changchun Courtyard, which at the moment was eerily quiet, attended only by two maidservants, with no physician in sight. Upon entering, Chu Jinli called out to the maidservants, "Why has no physician been summoned for the young lady's illness? Where are my aunt and cousin? Has no one come to check on her? You are quick to send for me from afar." His voice grew louder, the source of his pent-up frustration unclear. Xuanningen, her complexion pale, struggled to rise from her bed, coughing violently. "Who summoned my cousin? Did I not say not to inform him?" Her coughing sounded as if her lungs might burst. After her strained outburst, Chu Jinli felt his irritation dissipate considerably. He hurried to her side, gently supporting her and patting her back while softly saying, "You mustn't exert yourself like this. I am not upset that they informed me, but rather that no one is here to care for you. It pains me to see you unwell." Xuanningen's color improved somewhat, tears welling in her eyes as she nestled against him, her voice choked with emotion. "Cousin, I know you care for me, but you promised her today. You must return. Please, go." With a resigned sigh, Chu Jinli replied, "It's fine. I shall stay with you until you sleep before leaving." Xuanningen ceased her protests, comforted in his embrace, her cough subsiding somewhat. "Cousin, I heard you went to confront the madam about her mistakes. Why did it end up being nothing? Do not mention it. Even my aunt seems to have been misled and provided me with erroneous information, nearly causing me to wrong her. Moreover, He hesitated, reluctant to disclose the discrepancies in his accounts, not out of distrust for his cousin, but rather to avoid gossip in his aunt's household. As he sought to uncover the truth, Xuanningen keenly sensed his hesitation and said softly, "Cousin, do you not trust me?" Before Chu Jinli could clarify, his cousin, Chu Xiui, knocked at the door and peered inside with concern for Xuanningen. "Is Ningen feeling better?" Xuanningen subtly gestured for her to enter, assuring her, "Cousin, I am well." Chu Xiui, sent by the He family to gauge Chu Jinli's sentiments, smiled sweetly. "Jinli, do you believe there is a misunderstanding between you and my mother? We are all family. It would be best to resolve any issues openly." Chu Jinli replied, "There is no misunderstanding. I have always trusted my aunt, believing she was misled for my benefit." Just as Chu Xiui began to feel relieved, he added, "However, Shang Yunruo, as the mistress of the Marquis' household, has the backing of the Prime Minister's estate, and it is indeed unreasonable to exclude her from managing the accounts. Perhaps you could inform my aunt that if she wishes to review the account books, she should cooperate to avoid any misinterpretations." Chu Xiui gasped. The following morning, Shang Yunruo rose early to wash up. With her eyes covered, she stepped out into the corridor of the courtyard. The servants, catching sight of her stern and imposing demeanor, swallowed their words and dared not speak. The previous night, Chu Jinli had stayed out again, sending word that he remained next door, which had left her seething. Determined, she prepared a nourishing congee and made her way to Chu Yan's quarters. Already awake, Chu Yan was busy organizing account books in his room. Upon noticing Shang Yunruo's early visit, he quickly came out to greet her, observing her expression, which lacked the wrath he had expected. He accepted the steaming pot she offered and inquired, "I heard about yesterday's events. Why do you not express your grievances?" Shang Yunruo paused, then silently reprimanded her own gossipy servants. "What use is there in complaining? I am more perplexed about what is happening next door that my husband keeps running off to." Chapter 19. Do you still want to raise a male courtesan? In the neighboring estate, is there someone constantly trying to engage with her brother? It must naturally be that cousin who feigns vulnerability. Zhu Yan paused for a moment but uttered not a word, placing the clay pot on the stone table and preparing to fetch bowls from the kitchen. Shang Yunruo stopped him, instructing Chu Yu to fetch the utensils, and said, "I sent a note to my father this morning, asking him to send over Lianran and Xingyi from my original courtyard to yours. If there's anything you need, feel free to instruct them." Zhu Yan nodded. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Shang Yunruo replied, "There's no need for such formality among family. As long as you don't harm her in the future, that's all I ask." She silently prayed. After Chu Yan finished his breakfast, the two began to examine the accounts. They continued until midday, at which point Chu Yan identified several discrepancies in the stores. So, the tea house, silk shop, and jewelry store all have issues, Shang Yunruo observed. Chu Yan confirmed, yes, these are the findings so far. The profits from these three shops are particularly low, barely enough to break even. However, given their reputation and location, they should be significant sources of income. Shang Yunruo understood. Then there's no need to scrutinize the accounts further. The submitted ledgers must be sound. Rising from her seat, Chu Yan immediately stood and asked, are you going to confront these cunning merchants? Shang Yunruo replied, without a personal visit, we want to uncover any substantial issues. Chu Yan offered, I shall accompany you. No one at those shops recognizes me. I can disguise myself as your servant. After some contemplation, Shang Yunruo nodded in agreement, advising, find some old, tattered clothes. Otherwise, you won't resemble a servant at all. Chu Yan casually remarked, my garments are not new. Shang Yunruo could only respond with silence. To avoid revealing their whereabouts, Shang Yunruo hired a single-horse carriage to the most prosperous street in the city, Lingyangfang Street. In less than a quarter of an hour, the carriage was surrounded by bustling activity. She instructed the driver to halt at the street corner, and they proceeded on foot to the entrance of the silk shop, aiming to remain inconspicuous. Without needing Chiyo's assistance, Shang Yunruo could discern from the sounds that the shop was indeed as bustling as they had anticipated. Customers flowed in and out continuously. Unless they were perpetually losing money on sales, such profits would be impossible. Supported by Chiyo, she stepped into the silk shop, where a clerk promptly approached to inquire about her fabric preferences. Observing the clerk's composed demeanor, she noted the absence of chaos despite the steady influx of customers, indicating that this volume of business was a regular occurrence for them. Bring me your finest fabric to examine, she instructed. The clerk eagerly guided them forward, while Shang Yunruo, feigning slowness due to her keen eyesight, overheard numerous exchanges between clerks and customers regarding price negotiations. The pricing for fine silk often bore significant markup, making it difficult to discern the actual profit margins merely by listening. She paused before a familiar fabric, asking, what is the price for brocade silk? The clerk replied, I'll give you a price for loyal customers, 10 taels of silver per foot. Shang Yunruo fell silent for a moment, while Chu Yan interjected, isn't that too expensive? Madam, the fabric shop I mentioned earlier sells brocade silk for only 5 taels per foot. This shop is not being honest. Shang Yunruo nearly laughed at Chu Yan's portrayal of a shrewd servant. Resisting her amusement, she played along, saying, oh, is that so? Let us visit that shop instead. I wish to outfit all the servants in brocade silk. The clerk hurriedly interjected, Madam, please wait. Our shop guarantees integrity. The price your servant mentioned is certainly for inferior goods. Chu Yan retorted, don't slander us. Your fabric shop typically enjoys high profits. Perhaps you sell to others at a lower price and are trying to charge us higher since it's our first visit. The clerk responded curtly, young sir, you speak without understanding. We are honest in our dealings with both young and old. Chu Yan challenged, what use is mere talk? Will you dare to show us your accounts? Was this indeed the price you sold it previously? Impressed, Shang Yunruo wanted to secretly commend Chu Yan. She chimed in, Yan, do not be rude. How can a merchant show their accounts so casually? If we feel distrustful, we can simply go to another shop. After saying this, they turned to leave, prompting the clerk to panic at the prospect of losing a valuable customer. Wait, you can see the accounts. Please hold on a moment while I consult the shopkeeper. Before long, they were not only invited to a private room, but also greeted by the shopkeeper himself. Esteemed guests, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Are you preparing to outfit your household servants in brocade silk? May I ask how far your residence is from here? It was evident he sought to glean information about her affluent background, considering even the servants would be dressed in brocade silk. Shang Yunruo responded smoothly. We haven't settled on a price, so it's inconvenient to disclose details lest we leave with a reputation for being stingy. The shopkeeper understood that the prestige of wealthy families mattered more than anything. He scrutinized her demeanor and attire, confirming her noble lineage, and voluntarily presented the account books. Madam, you may examine our previous prices for brocade silk. They will certainly not be lower than what we offered you. Chu Yan flipped through the account book, though the shopkeeper closely monitored him, allowing him to view only 2 or 3 pages before closing it again. Clearing his throat, Chu Yan stated, Indeed. It is as you say, madam. Shang Yunruo rose and declared, Very well, then I would like 1 bolt of shimmering brocade, 1 bolt of gold brocade. and 1 bolt of cloud brocade. I shall return to review the styles before finalizing my order. Yen, you may select. Chu Yan stood momentarily stunned, but asked no further questions as he followed the clerk to choose the fabrics. Under the eager gazes of the shopkeeper and clerk, Chu Yan carried 3 bolts of fabric to a nearby tea house. He set down the fabrics and requested paper and ink from a tea house attendant, recording the prices and costs from memory. He then compared his transcribed accounts and remarked, "Most of them do not match." Shang Yunruo scoffed, as expected. They indeed maintained 2 sets of accounts. With progress in their investigation, Shang Yunruo felt elated, ordering a pot of tea and several unsweetened pastries while eavesdropping on a nearby table of men discussing the beauty of courtesans. Shang Yunruo mused. Men are truly more carefree than women. While women are preoccupied with the trivialities of domestic life, men revel in wine, music, and the company of courtesans. How delightful it would be if I could establish a place for women to find joy and diversion. Chu Yan expressed mild surprise. Sister-in-law, are you contemplating opening a flower house? Do you intend to raise male courtesans as well? Shang Yunruo burst into laughter. If I were to raise one, it would be a charming young courtesan like you. Chu Yan paused in his pouring, lifting his gaze towards her, sunlight filtering through the slats and illuminating her profile, as if revealing the spark of her lively eyes beneath the veil. His throat tightened. Sister-in-law has only seen me once in the western suburbs. Surely, you must have forgotten what I look like. Shang Yunruo blurted out. I wish I could forget, but you appear in my dreams every night. Chu Yan froze, tea spilling over as he gazed intently at her, a deep curiosity reflected in his eyes. Every night, in your dreams? Chapter 20. Do you still wish to steal my people? Upon uttering her words, Shang Yunruo immediately realized her faux pas and hastily pressed her lips together, pretending to sip tea to mask her inner turmoil. After a brief moment, she regained her composure and deftly redirected the conversation, explaining, I was merely jesting. Please do not take my earlier comment to heart. Chu Yan countered, which remark should I not take offense to, having failed to shift the topic. Shang Yunruo had no choice but to respond candidly, the one where I likened you to a courtesan. Chu Yan regarded her with a dismissive gaze, his eyes fixed intently upon her. And what about the comment regarding your dreams? Shang Yunruo stammered. I meant that on that day in the western suburbs, I dreamt of you and your brother after returning home. In my dream, the weather was splendid without any storms, and we had a delightful time. After speaking, she silently commended herself for her artful fabrication. Chu Yan appeared to accept her explanation, but after a moment of silence, he abruptly inquired, what does your sister-in-law truly admire about my brother? The question was somewhat intrusive, yet Shang Yunruo did not regard Chu Yan as a younger brother in the conventional sense. She contemplated the query carefully before responding earnestly. I first encountered Jean Li at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. That day, my dress became ensnared in the branches of a tree, and he patiently helped me free it. Chu Yan's eyes widened in surprise, and before he could speak, a feminine voice rang out, Yunruo, you two have come for tea? He lifted his gaze to see a magnificently adorned woman approaching Shang Yunruo with an expression of delight. At that moment, he still appeared as a servant, so he stood up alongside Chu Yu, casting his eyes downward. Recognizing the voice, Shang Yunruo immediately knew who it was, the Princess Pingong, known for her arrogance and tyranny. She had married over a month prior and was now the eldest daughter-in-law of the Duke of Ronghua. They had grown up together as childhood friends, each belonging to distinguished families, their tempers fiery and prideful, often bickering during their play, yet their affection remained unaffected for future encounters. With a smile, Shang Yunruo extended her hand, affectionately calling her by her childhood name, Rongyue. Chu stepped forward to pour tea for the two, while Chu Yan, unnoticed, quietly retreated to the railing, casually leaning against it with an air of leisure. Suddenly, a faint sound drifted down from above, and Chu Yan's long lashes fluttered. The voice, emanating from the eaves of the tea house, called out, Yin Ger, what are you pondering? Unfazed by Yin Shan's uncanny ability to appear out of nowhere, Chu Yan was nonetheless surprised by his increasing penchant for gossip. However, Yin Shan's intuition had proven accurate. He was indeed deep in thought. He recalled that he had been present on the day Shang Yunruo first met Chu Jinli. In the Imperial Garden that day, due to poorly pruned branches, several noble women had their skirts snagged. Chu Jinli had helped 4 or 5 of them, with Shang Yunruo being but one. It was utterly ridiculous and foolish that she would insist on marrying him for such a trivial act. With his lips barely moving, he murmured so softly that only Yin Shan could hear, I am pondering how one could be so naive to mistake a mere act of kindness for a special affection. Inshan replied, I will not allow you to speak of yourself in such a manner. Chu Yan responded with a questioning look. Inshan continued, Shang Yunruo saved you. It is entirely natural for you to be moved and to remember her fondly. Do not belittle yourself. Chu Yan closed his eyes momentarily, carelessly flicking away a peanut he had been holding. With a dull thud, the peanut struck Inshan, who fled, and a tile from the roof crashed down, shattering on the ground, startling the onlookers. Feigning surprise, Chu Yan glanced around before turning back to declare it was merely a cat. Princess Pingyang, clutching her chest, glanced in the direction of the commotion, her eyes landing on Chu Yan. She leaned in to whisper in Shang Yunruo's ear, Where did you find that servant of yours? He is quite handsome. Perhaps you could gift him to me? Shang Yunruo pouted, You wish to steal my people? Be careful, or I shall inform your esteemed Mu Xiaogong. Princess Pingyang clicked her tongue, infuriated, and rose abruptly, exclaiming, How petty. Shang Yunruo, do not come looking for partners in the future. Shang Yunruo chuckled lightly, sipping her tea. Indifferent to her departure in a huff, she instructed Chu Yu to settle the bill and turned to Chu Yan, saying, Let us go meet the next shopkeeper. This time I shall endeavor to delay things further so that you may remember more. Chu Yan's thoughts lingered on her phrase my people, and with a fleeting smile, he approached, saying, Sister-in-law, you should also disguise yourself. The owner of the silk shop will likely be inquiring about your identity by now. A sense of urgency washed over Shang Yunruo as she realized this aspect had escaped her notice. She promptly rose, declaring, Then let us hasten our pace. Shang Yunruo changed into a coarse linen garment and donned a veil and hat, striving to conceal the fact of her injured eye. Upon arriving at the jewelry shop, she instructed Chu Yu to wait outside while she entered with Chu Yan. Inside the jewelry store, there were not many customers and even fewer attendants. The two stood in the hall for quite some time, unnoticed. As they meandered through the shop, they suddenly heard an arrogant voice emanating from a private room. The amount of silver is inconsequential. Charge it to Xuan Ningen's account, but the goods must be of the highest quality. The shopkeeper hurriedly flattered. As you are a noble from the Earl's residence, of course, the quality we provide will be the finest. The door swung open abruptly, nearly colliding with Shang Yunruo. Quick as a flash, Chu Yan grasped her arm and pulled her aside, shielding her in his embrace to prevent her from falling and injuring herself. The haughty voice scoffed. Who are these impoverished couples blocking my way? Who are you referring to? Chu Yan's gaze hardened as he spoke, his tone markedly different from his usual obedient demeanor, imbued with an unsettling intensity. The woman flinched at his inquiry, then quickly turned to the shopkeeper, exclaiming, If you cater to anyone indiscriminately, I shall take my business elsewhere. The shopkeeper glanced at the two in their coarse garments and shouted, Zhua Xian, throw these two out. Chu Yan straightened Shang Yunruo behind him, standing protectively in front. His expression icy as he declared, Who dares to lay a hand on us? At the shopkeeper's call, 3 or 4 burly attendants appeared, each more imposing than Chu Yan. Yet, he remained calm and authoritative, stating, Guests should be treated with respect. Is this how business is conducted? A young attendant, tall and fair, observed Chu Yan for a moment before softly saying to the shopkeeper, I see that these two possess an extraordinary demeanor. Allow me to attend to them. The shopkeeper regarded him with skepticism, while the woman behind him protested, Shopkeeper, who hired this attendant? These two brutes have offended your esteemed guests, and yet you wish to serve them? I must insist, if you cater to them, I shall never return. The attendant shot her a look, responding with a tone of measured authority, Miss Young Air, one should extend grace where possible. Who knows? Perhaps one of them is a guest of considerable standing. Better to leave a thread of goodwill. Before he could finish, Miss Young Air interrupted loudly, and a bumbling attendant rushed forward, likely attempting to earn favor, ready to seize them. Chu Yan swiftly removed a jade pendant from his person, concealing it in his sleeve, and as the attendant lunged, he flung it with precision. The clumsy attendant yelped in pain, clutching his head as he fell to the ground, wailing. The shopkeeper recoiled, shouting, How outrageous! Seize these two ruffians and beat them soundly. Shopkeeper Wu quickly put away the ledger. That's Shang Yunruo. He sure's voice echoed from afar. And as she approached, she was taken aback by the scene before her, nearly biting her tongue. Shang Yunruo? The shopkeeper and Miss Young Air stared in astonishment. Chapter 21. She must eliminate witnesses. He sure initially came to inspect the shop as usual, but upon reaching the silk store, she engaged in casual conversation with the shopkeeper. He mentioned that a lady from a wealthy family intended to replace all the servants' clothing with exquisite silk brocade. Such an affluent household was a rarity even beneath the imperial city. Curiosity piqued. She inquired further, only to learn that the lady suffered from an eye ailment. Her eyes veiled in white silk. He sure immediately suspected it was Shang Yunruo, feeling a surge of vigilance as she believed the lady had uncovered discrepancies in the accounts. She swiftly made her way to the jewelry store, which also harbored issues, and to her surprise, indeed found herself amidst a chaotic scene. She did not anticipate seeing Shang Yunruo and Chu Yan in such disarray, leaving her momentarily perplexed about the unfolding events. Shopkeeper Wu seemed to grasp the situation and tentatively approached to report, but he was preempted by the bewildered second Miss Yang, who exclaimed, "Aunt, you have arrived. I encountered two ruffians who bumped into me. Just look at their shabby appearance. They clearly lack worldly experience. Your shop cannot allow just anyone in, lest we lose our esteemed guests." Shang Yunruo sighed, realizing that the accounts would remain unexamined today. She removed her veil and hat, peering from behind Chu Yan to jest with Miss Yang. "Surely, the esteemed guest you refer to is none other than yourself?" Miss Yang coldly retorted, "Naturally. Who else could it be? Are you suggesting it is you?" Suddenly, the only young attendant who had spoken on behalf of Shang Yunruo and Chu Yan chimed in. "This lady indeed qualifies as an esteemed guest. You must be our new mistress." Miss Yang scoffed, regarding the attendant as if he were foolish. "Are you blind? The Marquis's wife is a daughter of the noble family. How could she be such a coarse person?" The attendant cast her a sidelong glance, mirroring her condescension, yet chose not to engage further in an argument. Shang Yunruo blinked and discreetly inquired of Chu Yan, "What do you think of that attendant? Does he possess any merit?" Chu Yan frowned, turning to shoot her a look, his tone grave as he questioned, "Sister-in-law, you still have the leisure to concern yourself with the looks of an attendant?" Shang Yunruo replied, "I merely thought him capable and wished to know more." Before Miss Yang could retort, he sure, lacking time for trivialities, approached Shang Yunruo with a warm smile, taking her hand affectionately. "Yunruo, why are you dressed in such a manner at your own shop? Are you conducting an undercover visit?" Shang Yunruo responded with a bright smile. What do you mean? I was just having tea with Yin in the adjacent tea house when I accidentally spilled some on my clothes. The proprietor only had these two new outfits. We cannot demand compensation for 2 sets of fine silk, can we? He sure's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, indeed. Our Yunruo is the kindest soul. Since I am here, let us take my carriage back to the manor for you to change into something more appropriate. He sure grasped Shang Yunruo's arm as if to drag her away if she resisted. Shang Yunruo quickly reached forward, and Chu Yan's hand extended just in time. Her wrist firmly held, providing her with a sense of security. Discreetly, she shook off her aunt's grip, asserting, "No need to trouble you, aunt. I merely wish to familiarize myself with our shop." The shopkeeper, who had been previously shouting and threatening, now perspired nervously as he approached Shang Yunruo with an awkward smile. "Madam, I apologize for my ignorance." Shang Yunruo gestured toward Chu Yan. "And what of your second young master?" The shopkeeper hesitated momentarily before bowing and addressing Chu Yan. "Please forgive me, second young master." Chu Yan did not spare him a glance, silently gazing at Shang Yunruo, whose satisfied smile illuminated the room, her dark eyes shimmering with a fervent light. She consistently regarded him with the attention he often felt unnoticed. Embodying the haughty demeanor of a noble, Shang Yunruo declared, "This offense cannot be overlooked, aunt. I nearly had him beaten. Do you think I can simply swallow this insult?" Shopkeeper Wu collapsed in fear, his legs buckling as he knelt. He sure shot him a reproachful look, then turned to Shang Yunruo with a smile. "This servant indeed deserves punishment. Yet considering his years of service and the shop's reasonable management, let us forgive him this once. I shall ensure he is duly reprimanded." This was precisely the statement Shang Yunruo sought, seizing the opportunity to press her advantage. "Well managed? Aunt, do you understand how meager the profits of the jewelry store have become? It should be the most lucrative business. How dare he plead for mercy after mismanaging it so?" Shopkeeper Wu turned to He Sure, desperate, "Madam, you must intercede on my behalf." Before He Sure could respond, Shang Yunruo's commanding voice cut through. "What audacity! Are you blaming others for your incompetence? Call someone to remove him. He is a nuisance here." At her command, 2 young servants from the Jinghui courtyard stepped forward, seizing shopkeeper Wu and dragging him away as he shouted, "Madam, there are 2 sets of accounts. I know the truth." He sure intends to silence me. Chu Yan made to intervene, but Shang Yunruo clutched his wrist. They were on enemy territory, and engaging would not only fail to retrieve shopkeeper Wu, but could also jeopardize their safety. He sure had effectively revealed her intentions, and after weighing her options, Shang Yunruo smiled. Let Aunt handle it. After all, you are still in charge. Yin and I shall take our leave. He sure smirked triumphantly, her tone laced with the pride of victory. Yunruo should have acted thusly from the beginning. Come, let us return in my carriage. Someone, escort the madam home. As Shang Yunruo took a few steps, she seemed to recall something and asked, who was that attendant who spoke on my behalf? The young attendant promptly stepped forward. I am Dan Juanxin, at your service, madam. The surrounding attendants expressed jealousy, realizing this young man was destined for promotion, silently regretting their earlier hesitance to support her. Just as everyone assumed the madam would elevate him, Shang Yunruo stated, your discernment is commendable, yet you failed to notice the issues with shopkeeper Wu. Therefore, I must ask you to resign. The compensation shall not come from the shop. You may take this worthless jade pendant from me instead. Everyone watched as Dan Juanxin became the subject of ridicule, mockery echoing around him. He had believed he had ingratiated himself with the madam. Did she truly regard him? The madam was rather foolish, failing to recognize true talent. Who would dare to stand by her side in the future? Shang Yunruo absorbed the jibes quietly, holding the pendant aloft. She could not see the expression on Dan Juanxin's face, only feeling his hands tremble as he accepted the pendant from her. Before leaving, she suddenly remembered something else and called out, Miss Yang, to whom did you say the deaths would be attributed? Chapter 22. What can such foolishness uncover? At this moment, Miss Yang had seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to depart, heading towards Jinghui Garden. Upon entering Xuan Ning'an's courtyard, she finally caught her breath, sipped some tea to soothe her throat, and remarked, I have seen your cousin-in-law. Xuan Ning'an raised her eyebrows and, in a gentle tone, inquired, the lady of the Ho residence? What is there to be anxious about upon seeing her? Miss Yang, frustrated at her ignorance, retorted, what is there to be anxious about? She has already gone to the shop to assert her authority, while you remain here blissfully unaware. Xuan Ning'an understood that she was not there to assert dominance, but likely to audit the accounts. Yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts, and simply asked, what did you think of her today? With a cold laugh, Miss Yang replied, initially, I thought her to be formidable, but soon realized she is quite foolish. Xuan Ning'an raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What makes you say that? Miss Yang explained. A young assistant spoke on her behalf, and she had the audacity to declare that since the manager's issues were not promptly addressed, he was unworthy of his position and should be dismissed. Tell me, isn't it foolish to lack the ability to win people over? Xuan Ning'an furrowed her brow and asked, why should he be dismissed? What were the specifics of the situation? I can't recall every detail. I only overheard from a distance before leaving. Oh, and she was wearing coarse linen garments alongside the second son of the Ho residence, Miss Yang added. Xuan Ning'an murmured, surely she wouldn't be so foolish? Could she truly be both domineering and lacking in sophistication? Miss Yang snorted, those pampered daughters of noble families have their parents handle all affairs for them. They possess none of the determination that you and I have. This sentiment resonated deeply with Xuan Ning'an. The reason she grew close to Yang Yinjin was that she was a distant cousin of the lady of the Countess' residence, her lineage unremarkable, mirroring her own circumstances. She believed that aside from the luck of being born into a prominent family, she was no less than those high-born ladies, perhaps even superior in many respects. Straightening her back with pride, Xuan Ning'an cautioned, do refrain from accumulating debts for jewelry lately. That lady is likely there to scrutinize the accounts. Yang Yinjin chuckled. She is there to audit the accounts? What can such foolishness possibly uncover? Shang Yunruo and Chu Yan emerged from the jewelry shop, where Chu Yaoyao promptly approached, assisting Shang Yunruo into the carriage. Chu Yan dismissed the coachman and took his place at the front. Initially, Chu Yaoyao had refrained from speaking, fearing the exposure of Shang Yunruo's identity, but once it was apparent, she felt no need to remain silent. Curiously, she asked, Miss, that assistant seemed quite amiable. Why did you opt to dismiss him? Shang Yunruo merely smiled in response, while Chu Yan leisurely interjected, your mistress wishes to assess the assistant's worthiness. Chu Yaoyao, taken aback, lifted the carriage curtain and questioned, what does the second son mean? Chu Yan explained, regardless, he cannot remain at that shop. Your aunt will not keep him. Your sister-in-law has indicated that his failure to notice Manager Wu's issues is a slight against him. Before Manager Wu was ousted, he claimed there were 2 sets of accounts. Had he been astute, he would have sought to retrieve the true ledger. Understanding dawned on Chu Yaoyao. So, The mist gave him the jade pendant, claiming it was for him to seek compensation, when in reality, it was an opportunity for him to redeem himself. Shang Yunruo nodded. As a shop assistant, he would recognize the immense value of my jade pendant. Should he be dull-witted or short-sighted, he would simply take the pendant and vanish. And I would only lose a piece of jade. Chu Yaoyao exclaimed. Miss, your method of discerning character is truly ingenious. If he comprehends your intent, he could obtain both the true ledger and prove himself a valuable asset. Shang Yunruo expressed concern. However, we may have stirred the hornet's nest. They will likely destroy the true ledger. If Dan Juanxin is inept, or if he understands but cannot deliver the ledger, we will be left without evidence. Chu Yan contemplated. I could ask Yin Shan to monitor 2 shops, but even he cannot oversee all the shops simultaneously. We are still short on manpower. Shang Yunruo suddenly remembered. Jin Li commands troops. He is a deputy in the patrol camp. Chu Yan paused, asking, will brother lend us soldiers? It concerns our own shops. Shang Yunruo confidently replied. He will. Jin Li is a reasonable man, yet he has been misled by our aunt's family. You saw how he protected me when I spoke to him the other day. Chu Yan lowered his gaze, choosing not to comment. Today, Chu Jinli was to host a feast for his brothers. Recently, there had been reports of roaming criminals, and his men had tirelessly pursued and apprehended them, earning him commendation from the superintendent. In his elation, he invited his comrades to use Xiang Lu for a celebratory banquet. However, he had recently given all his money to his cousin, leaving him financially strained, and thus he sought funds from his aunt. After waiting for a considerable time in Jinghui Garden, he finally encountered her. Upon learning he sought money again, she seized the opportunity to say, Jin Li, your family's lady is indeed formidable. She has gone to audit the accounts at the shop. Chu Jinli knew that Shang Yunruo was scrutinizing the accounts, but he was somewhat astonished that she had reached the shop so swiftly. Xuan Ningyan, observing his expression of surprise, seized the moment to say, the countess's cousin came to find me, weeping pitifully, but fortunately, your aunt arrived just in time. Furrowing his brow, Chu Jinli asked, that Miss Yang Er? What has happened to her? Xuan Ningyan feigned reluctance to speak ill of others, but he sure interjected, it is none other than your lady. She has been quite arrogant at the shop, even daring to question me. I chose not to retaliate. But Miss Yang Er has a delicate disposition and was intimidated by her. Slamming his hand on the table, Chu Jinli exclaimed, how can she act so recklessly? When I return, I shall reprimand her thoroughly. Aunt, please fetch me some money. Seeing Chu Jinli willing to defend her, he sure eagerly responded, very well. My little Ho Yi, I shall go get it for you. Chu Jinli hastily took 100 taels and rushed to Yu Xiang Lu. Suddenly remembering he needed to hire dancers for entertainment. Fearing the 100 taels might not suffice, he hurried back to the accounting office. The accountant informed him that his aunt had already left, and with no time to seek her out, he instructed the accountant, charge me an account of 100 taels. I will repay you upon my return. The accountant replied, my lord, it is not that I refuse you. It is simply that the accounts are depleted. Chu Jinli was taken aback. I just took 100 taels. How can there be no money left? The accountant replied, did you not withdraw 200 taels? Chu Jinli retorted, I distinctly withdrew only 100. Are your eyes failing you? The accountant presented the ledger before him. See here. The lady of the house herself stamped it, 200 taels without a single discrepancy. If you doubt it, you may inquire with the lady of the house. Chapter 23. Brother, please have some tea. As Chu Jinli gazed at the handprint embossed in the account book, he was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling the words spoken by Shang Yunruo earlier. He had initially assumed it was merely an error in the accounts, or perhaps the work of a dishonest servant, never considering it might involve his aunt. Reluctantly, he inquired of the accountant, did my aunt truly come to collect the silver herself? Was it not her maid or a young servant? The accountant, with a face that bore a somewhat rigid loyalty, affirmed, it is indeed true. Those 200 taels were personally taken by the lady of the house. The revelation struck Chu Jinli like a thunderbolt, rendering him speechless. He turned to leave, but pivoted back, hastily flipping through the previous accounts. The last time he withdrew money, it was 400 taels. When had he ever withdrawn such a substantial sum? He seemed to recall sending his cousin 200 taels not long ago. So, every time he sought funds from his aunt, she had been doubling the amount in the accounts? No wonder Shang Yunruo remarked that his annual expenditures nearly rivaled the household's total expenses. His aunt had deceived him so thoroughly, manipulating the household finances. The foundation of his trust crumbled before him. He felt an urgent need to confront his aunt and demand the truth. Yet as he turned, A slender figure blocked his path. On the verge of collapse, Chu Jinli snapped, "Step aside. Do not obstruct me." Chu Yan's brow furrowed slightly, his lashes lowering to conceal the fleeting shadow in his eyes. When he lifted his gaze again, it was clear and resolute. "Sister-in-law wishes for brother to come over." Having taken a few steps forward, Chu Jinli paused in surprise. "She invites me, yet you are the one delivering the message?" Without answering, Chu Yan countered. "If you go to find Aunt, she will weave all manner of excuses to persuade you. Do you wish to remain in ignorance, brother?" Chu Jinli frowned, scrutinizing his usually obedient and timid half-brother. How had he suddenly become so articulate and insightful? Surely, Shang Yunruo had influenced him. He turned his direction towards Mu Chenxian, warning with feigned displeasure, "Have you been getting a little too close to your sister-in-law lately?" With a submissive demeanor, Chu Yan replied, "Is brother worried that the betrothal will be exposed? Fear not, I shall not speak of it." This statement left Chu Jinli momentarily speechless, as if grasping at his very lifeline, rendering him hesitant to utter another word. In Mu Chenxian, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Chu Jinli glanced about, noting the absence of any attendants. He followed Chu Yan's lead to the lakeside pavilion, feeling as though he were the guest in a space that felt more like Chu Yan's domain. Before he could voice his confusion, a gentle voice floated towards him. "Has my husband arrived?" Following the sound, he beheld Shang Yunruo seated gracefully behind a black stone tea table, clad in a gown of soft green muslin. With a delicate sweep of her wide sleeves, she poured boiling water into the teapot, appearing as an ethereal being amidst the rising steam. Chu Jinli responded softly, approaching to take a seat directly across from her. As dusk descended, Shang Yunruo could barely discern his features, extending her slender, pale fingers to push a teacup forward. Just as he reached for it, Chu Yan lifted the cup and placed it before Chu Jinli, politely stating, "Brother, please have some tea." Chu Jinli's expression darkened. "You seem to treat this place as your own courtyard." Immediately, Chu Yan stepped back, adopting a cautious stance, whispering, "Ah Yin dares not. I merely wish to assist sister-in-law in serving tea to brother." The more Chu Yan behaved this way, the more inexplicable anger bubbled within Chu Jinli. He slammed the teacup down, but before he could speak, Shang Yunruo's soft voice intervened. "Enough, my husband, do not frighten Ah Yin. He merely wishes to assist me." Chu Jinli felt a surge of frustration rising in his chest, unable to expel his emotions or swallow them down, glaring fiercely at Chu Yan. "You've relayed her message as well. I have matters to discuss with your sister-in-law. You may leave." Shang Yunruo interjected, "My husband, Ah Yin, is not an outsider. There is no need to avoid him. I wish to borrow his assistance." The irritation he harbored towards Chu Yan was overshadowed by her request for help. Swallowing hard, Chu Jinli questioned, "As a woman of the inner chamber, what assistance do you require?" Shang Yunruo's brows knitted together slightly, irked by the term woman of the inner chamber. Yet she did not dwell on it. "I spoke to you previously about noting the amounts you withdraw. Have you done so?" At the mention of this, Chu Jinli nodded. "Indeed, I just withdrew 100 taels from my aunt, yet the accountant records indicate 200 taels. Shang Yunruo exclaimed in disbelief, "How dare she? To embezzle so brazenly? Did no one notice before?" Chu Jinli replied, "My aunt has always managed the household well. I cannot fathom how the funds could have suddenly vanished. I can't even withdraw 100 taels in cash." Sighing, Shang Yunruo responded, "My husband, the household has long been depleted by her. Do you realize she has not only pocketed that silver, but has also siphoned off a significant share of the profits from the shop?" She summarized her investigation of the shop briefly, omitting the minor incidents involving Miss Yang and the young clerk. The shopkeeper mentioned 2 sets of accounts, and I fear she may destroy 1 set. If that happens, we will have no evidence left. So, my husband, could I borrow your assistance? Chu Jinli contemplated for a long moment, hesitating. "This presents a bit of a dilemma." Shang Yunruo spoke with admiration. "I have heard my husband is well versed in military strategy, capable of commanding troops. I am eager to witness your prowess." Instantly, Chu Jinli straightened his posture, exuding an air of authority, and waved his hand grandly. "It is nothing of great consequence. They are all my brothers. Just give me the time and place, and I will make the necessary arrangements." Shang Yunruo discreetly signaled a fist gesture to Chu Yan from behind, indicating success. Chu Yan lowered his gaze, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, concealing his amusement. As Chu Jinli departed to entertain his friends, he planned to retrieve the account books for her after their meal. Shang Yunruo had already informed him of the problematic shops. Yet they remained uncertain about how to destroy the account books without raising suspicion. While she was anxious, a servant approached, reporting that someone bearing a jade pendant had come to demand compensation. Shang Yunruo quickly instructed for the person to be brought in, her heart racing with uncertainty about whether they sought genuine compensation or had discerned her true intentions. Before long, Dan Yuanxin arrived in the courtyard, offering greetings before presenting her with the jade pendant. "Madam, I have come to collect the compensation." Shang Yunruo's expression darkened as she quietly asked, "Do you not see that the jade pendant holds greater value than the compensation?" Dan Yuanxin raised his gaze slightly, responding in a hushed tone, "Indeed, I recognize its worth. Not only that, I have also brought you what you desire." Chapter 24. The heart that was suspended has finally died. Shang Yunruo joyfully interrupted his words, instructing Chu Yu to stand guard at the door, preventing anyone from approaching, and invited Dan Yuanxin into the hall. Observing the situation, Dan Yuanxin, with keen insight, said nothing and directly handed over an account book and a blueprint. As Shang Yunruo touched the account book resting on the table, she instantly realized that the matter had been resolved. Dan Yuanxin whispered, "This is the blueprint for the hidden account. If the madam wishes to search other shops, I suspect their hiding places are quite similar." It was then that Shang Yunruo discovered another piece of paper. She immediately called Chu Yu in, urging her to examine the blueprint closely. After taking a look, Chu Yu exclaimed in surprise, "It's hidden within the walls of the basement. Are you engaged in trade or espionage?" Shang Yunruo instructed Chu Yu, "Quickly deliver this blueprint to Chu Yan, so that Yin Shan can relay it to the marquis. Be swift." Chu Yu acknowledged and hurried out. Shang Yunruo steadied her heart and asked Dan Yuanxin, "Do you wish to follow me?" Dan Yuanxin immediately knelt, bowing 3 times. Dan Yuanxin is willing to serve the madam. Shang Yunruo replied, "I have come to appreciate your wisdom. Now I require your loyalty. If you trust that I shall not treat you unfairly, then work diligently for me." Dan Yuanxin, with hands clasped, responded forcefully, "Madam, please give your orders. I shall face fire and water to fulfill my ambitions." She nodded, expressing her unwavering trust. "I will provide you with a fine steed. Return to the shop at once and keep a close watch on matters there. Report back immediately if anything stirs. Here is a token that will grant you free passage in and out of the residence." Dan Yuanxin accepted and hurried away with the token. Shang Yunruo arose, standing at the door, the cold night breeze lifting the hem of her skirt as she silently prayed for a smooth night. In Jinghui Yuan, everything remained as usual, with the family gathered for an extravagant dinner. Notably, the eldest daughter-in-law, Mu Chuanqi, also joined the meal. Since her eldest son, Chu Shuat, had been away at war for years, Mu Chuanqi had remained in the courtyard, neglecting household affairs, and thus having a very low presence in the home. Isha regarded this daughter-in-law with disdain. Though she hailed from a prominent military family, her family's influence had waned, and her overly forthright nature did not endear her to the matriarch. Chu Xiui, indifferent, remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Oh, sister-in-law, you've deigned to join us for dinner today. I nearly forgot we had you among us." Mu Chuanqi picked up her chopsticks, offering no glance in her direction, and coldly retorted, "How could a living person like me be forgotten? Perhaps your mind is failing. You should consult a doctor." Chu Xiui, incensed, exclaimed, "Who are you scolding?" Xuan Ningen gently interjected, "Sister Xiui, do not take offense. Sister Chuanqi surely did not mean it that way." Mu Chuanqi, lifting her gaze to Xuan Ningen, challenged, "Then what do you suppose I meant?" Xuan Ningen, instantly feeling wronged, dabbed at her non-existent tears with a handkerchief, while Chu Xiui stood up, pointing at her. "Ningen is merely speaking up for me. Why are you being so fierce? Enough. Why the commotion? Silence." He sure slammed the table, silencing them all. "Eldest daughter-in-law, if you cannot enjoy your meal in peace, you may return to your Yuqing residence. No need to be like a firecracker, ready to explode." Their words had no effect on Mu Chuanqi, who continued to eat her meal. Sipping her bird's nest soup, she remarked, "Mother, as long as they do not provoke me, I shall remain silent. I came merely to enjoy this last feast of delicacies." Isha furrowed her brow, questioning, "What do you mean by last feast of delicacies?" Mu Chuanqi leisurely sipped her ginseng soup. "It means just that." Isha scoffed, "You seem well informed. Did you think that because Shang Yunruo has inspected my accounts a few times, I am about to relinquish my authority? Let me tell you, she is still too inexperienced." Chu Xiui haughtily added, "What ability does she possess? She is arrogant, foolish as a pig, and cannot even secure my cousin's heart. What storm could she possibly stir?" Mu Chuanqi chose to focus on her meal, dismissing any further engagement with them. He sure, appearing self-assured, elegantly scooped a spoonful of crab soup when suddenly a servant burst in with news. He sure wiped her mouth and demanded, "What is all the noise? Come in and report." The servant entered the hall, and he sure, relaxed, inquired, "Is it burnt?" Today, she had ordered all the shopkeepers to incinerate the account books hidden in the cellar, thinking that if Shang Yunruo wished to unearth evidence of her embezzlement, she would eliminate the proof, rendering it impossible for her to investigate. The servant stammered, "The shop is surrounded by the Marquis's soldiers." He sure was momentarily stunned, her voice trembling as she asked, "Which Marquis? Is it Chu Jinli?" "Yes." He sure shouted, "Is he mad?" In contrast to Chu Xiui's panic and Xuan Ninggen's concern, Mu Chuanxi suddenly smiled, whispering, "How has Shang Yunruo learned to think strategically?" He sure hurried out, reaching the edge of the goldfish pond, where she stumbled, nearly falling in. Her second uncle, Chu Zhuang, rushed forward to steady her, inquiring with concern, "Are you all right? Did you hurt yourself? At your age, you ought to be more careful." He sure shrugged off Chu Zhuang's hand, rebuking, "It's not my fault you're useless. At my age, I still have to worry about this family." As Chu Zhuang watched her limping away, he called after her, "What good will it do you to go?" He sure replied, "I know Jinli best. He is indecisive and easily swayed. I will surely be able to stall him." In Muqinxian, Shang Yunruo had placed Jingyu in the courtyard, gently plucking the strings, releasing a rich melody. With a flick of her left hand, the music resonated with the clangor of swords and armor, a harmonious blend of strength and grace. A flurry of hurried footsteps approached, and Chu Yu suddenly spoke, "Miss, Dan Juanxin has arrived." The music abruptly ceased as Dan Juanxin hurried forward to report, "The lady has detained the Marquis. He seems to be wavering. His men are not firmly surrounding the shop, and the lady has been persuading him to withdraw. Currently, there are fewer people around the shop, with only 2 standing guard at the entrance." Shang Yunruo's anxious heart finally found peace. The time stalling was sufficient to incinerate the account books. How had she so easily placed her faith in Chu Jinli to safeguard the shop and uncover the accounts? Now, all that remained was regret. Lamenting her overestimation of Chu Jinli, leading to a near failure. Pausing, Dan Juanxin inquired, "Madam, does this mean the plan has failed? I have called upon associates who were on good terms with me, placing them in the shadows to observe. If you have any further instructions, I can make arrangements." Shang Yunruo sighed. "Fortunately, the total account of the jewelry shop you provided means it is not a complete failure, though the evidence is scant and somewhat problematic." Suddenly, a servant interrupted, "Madam, there is a person claiming to be a worker from the shop requesting an audience." Dan Juanxin quickly said, "He is one of my people." After a brief absence, he returned, beaming, "Madam, you have reinforcements?" "Reinforcements?" Just as he sure was about to persuade Chu Jinli to withdraw, a troop of cavalry emerged from the shadows, torches held high, illuminating the night sky of Lingyang Street. At the forefront was the tall and handsome Chu Yan, with a stern yet resolute jawline, riding forth from darkness into light, as if descending from the heavens. Chapter 25, Shang Yunruo, do not plead for my return. The arrival of Chu Yan exceeded everyone's expectations. Both Chu Jinli and he sure looked up in bewilderment at the striking figure before them, failing to recognize the previously feeble and submissive illegitimate son, dressed in a pale blue brocade robe adorned with cloud patterns, complemented by an embroidered pouch at his waist. He exuded an air of nobility tinged with an icy demeanor, though he appeared to be a spirited young man, brimming with vitality. His commands were executed with the seasoned proficiency of a veteran general, as if he had returned from years of blood-soaked battles. With a composed demeanor, he issued orders, "Seal off the 3 entrances of the shop. The rest dismount and follow me inside for a search." At his command, everyone swiftly and efficiently sprang into action, replacing Chu Jinli's men and firmly guarding every critical exit. Chu Yan dismounted, leading 4 individuals into the shop. In the span of a tea break, they emerged carrying 2 chests, placing them onto the escorting carriage. Chu Yan single-handedly hoisted a bound man, gagged with cloth, and tossed him onto the wagon. He brushed off his robe with a sigh, muttering in dissatisfaction, "You've dirtied the clothes my sister-in-law sent me." Meanwhile, Chu Jinli, who had been completely overlooked beneath the eaves, finally regained his composure and inquired if he sure. What did he just say? He sure was too preoccupied with the sight of the 2 chests of accounts and the manager being taken away to care about Chu Yan's muttering, her heart racing to the brink of fainting. With a swift motion, Chu Yan mounted his horse, signaling for everyone to retreat and prepare to move on to the next shop. Chu Jinli bellowed, Yin, what are you doing? Where did you get these soldiers? Turning towards the source of the voice, Chu Yan feigned surprise as if just noticing Chu Jinli, responding, Brother, I thought you had already withdrawn your troops. Ignoring the veiled sarcasm, Chu Jinli stepped into the street and reiterated, Where did you get these soldiers? From the state minister's guard, answered Chu Yan. The state minister has troops? So it was Shang Yunruo who had sent Chu Yan to summon them? If she had used her own men, why then did she instruct Chu Yan to recruit from the state minister's guard? Did she not trust him? Fury surged within him, and he could no longer ponder how Chu Yan had become so adept at commanding troops. In a fit of rage, he recalled his men and hastily rode back to the Marquis's residence. Left in a daze as Chu Jinli departed, he sure was momentarily lost but, as usual, berated Chu Yan. What are you, an illegitimate son, trying to show off for? Release the managers at once. From his elevated position on horseback, Chu Yan regarded her with a frosty demeanor, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if gazing upon a dying creature. He cast a disdainful glance, raised his arm, and tightened the reins. In unison, the troop surged forward, raising a cloud of dust that choked he sure, forcing her to wave her sleeves in a futile attempt to clear her vision, coughing heavily, unable to open her eyes. She opened her mouth to curse, but instead, inhaled a mouthful of dust mixed with horse manure. Scoundrel, cough, you little, cough. Upon returning to the residence, Chu Jinli found Shang Yunruo seated calmly in the courtyard, and his blood boiled over. Do you not trust me? Using my troops while sending Chu Yan to summon soldiers from the state minister? Shang Yunruo had already surmised that Chu Yan had gone to request troops from her father, so she was not overly surprised to hear it from Chu Jinli. Although she had not instructed Chu Yan to summon soldiers, she felt grateful and relieved that he had thought to do so. Otherwise, her plans would have been in jeopardy today. Instead of hastily explaining herself in the face of Chu Jinli's accusations, Shang Yunruo rose with calm composure and countered, Has my husband ever betrayed my trust? Chu Jinli's anger momentarily froze, his words caught in his throat, unable to articulate his feelings. After a long pause, he managed to reply, How have I betrayed you? Shang Yunruo pressed, Why did you allow your aunt to delay time, hesitating to search for the ledgers? Chu Jinli blinked, his previous arrogance dissipating. I was not delaying. I was merely seeking information from my aunt. Shang Yunruo retorted, A portion of the ledgers has already been burned. If Chu Yan had not arrived in time, the remaining ones would have been entirely destroyed. Feeling guilty, Chu Jinli protested, I had no idea where the ledgers were. Wouldn't searching take time? With my aunt present, it was the perfect opportunity to inquire. Shang Yunruo was puzzled. Had Chu Yan not delivered the plans given to him by Dan Juanxin to Chu Jinli? Suddenly, a commotion arose outside, prompting Chu Jinli to scoff. He returned quite swiftly, as if he knew precisely where those ledgers were hidden. Shang Yunruo realized that it must be Chu Yan bringing back the ledgers. As the noise outside subsided, she faintly heard Chu Yan's voice instructing the people outside to be quiet. His footsteps grew softer, approaching her, his clear voice like jade reaching her ears. Sister-in-law, I have brought back the ledgers. Chu Jinli, brimming with unspent rage, turned to Chu Yan and snapped, Have you only seen your sister-in-law? You've become increasingly disrespectful. Chu Yan halted, his tone shifting from the earlier exuberance to a low and slightly aggrieved one as he bowed to Chu Jinli. Brother. In that moment, he resembled a meek little rabbit, burdened and bullied. Chu Jinli's unbridled fury flared anew. Though Chu Yan had committed no wrongdoing, his demeanor was infuriating. Shang Yunruo intervened. Chu Yan is acting on my orders. Do not take your anger out on him. Chu Jinli pointed at himself in disbelief. Me? Angry with him? You have no idea how he just flaunted his authority while pretending to be weak right in front of you. Standing beside Shang Yunruo, Chu Yan softly said, It was I who borrowed the soldiers from the state minister without permission, so if my brother wishes to blame someone, it should be me. Shang Yunruo added, It is not Chu Yan's fault. He did this to assist me. Husband, do not be so harsh. Chu Jinli opened his mouth, but no words emerged. After all this, he had become the one being unreasonable? No, why did that sound so familiar? Who had said something akin to that before? Confounded and exasperated, Chu Jinli shouted, Fine. I am being unreasonable. Then I shall leave. Shang Yunruo, do not plead for my return. Chu Jinli departed the Marquis's residence and headed to Jinghui Garden, where the grievances he had endured finally began to ease. He recalled Chu Yan's commanding presence and found himself pondering. Was Chu Yan merely pretending all this time? Or was he feigning ignorance when commanding troops just now? Xuen Ning'an spoke softly. If he were truly as formidable as your cousin claims, why would he not resist in his daily life? Chu Jinli slammed his hand on the table. Exactly. You are spot on. Surely the state minister must have guided him on what to do. He couldn't possibly have learned it all at once. Xuen Ning'an gently voiced her support for him. On another note, how could your cousin question the Lord? She should have absolute trust in you. With this analysis, Chu Jinli felt a weight lifted from his heart. He grasped Xuen Ning'an's hand. It is indeed much more comforting here with you. Xuen Ning'an sighed softly. Alas, no matter how comfortable it is, you must return. You cannot stay to accompany me. What is there to prevent me from staying? I shall remain. He summoned his personal attendant and commanded, go to the Marquis's residence and inform Shang Yunruo that I will be lodging here at my aunt's. Even if she comes to personally plead for my return, I shall not go back. The attendant complied, and Xuen Ning'an anxiously inquired, your cousin always seeks ways to bring you back. If she were to come personally this time, would you truly not return? Chu Jinli scoffed, I will not return. Unless she comes to apologize and admit her faults. Otherwise, I shall remain here indefinitely. That being said, Chu Jinli was acutely aware that Shang Yunruo would undoubtedly devise a means to summon him back upon hearing Lu Qian's report. Thus, he refrained from returning to the courtyard, remaining seated in the pavilion. As the night air grew increasingly chilly, to the point of numbing his body, Lu Qian finally returned. Chu Jinli immediately straightened his posture and haughtily inquired, has the madam come to beseech my return? Lu Qian replied, no, the madam has extinguished the lights in her courtyard. Chu Jinli. Chapter 26. How will my sister-in-law reward me? Shang Yunruo was not truly asleep. Upon hearing the message from Lu Qian, she, in a fit of anger, extinguished the lights in her room and commanded the entire courtyard to do the same, insisting that everyone retire early for the night. No one was permitted to light a lamp without her express order. She had yet to reprimand Chu Jinli for inadequately fulfilling her request. Yet he had the audacity to be upset, demanding that she personally summon him back. What a pipe dream. Within that hazy dream, her thoughts revolved around her own arrogance and Chu Jinli's disappointment in her, devoid of any context regarding their quarrels. She had always presumed that Chu Jinli held a dislike for her, treating her with excessive coldness. Her impulsive nature only seemed to aggravate his disdain, ultimately culminating in tragedy. However, she had learned from her dreams, vowing to refrain from reckless behavior, to be more thoughtful, patient, and confident in her interactions with him. Yet, his recent actions rekindled her doubts. Perhaps her extreme behavior in the dream was not solely her fault. Did Chu Jinli not bear any responsibility at all? Sister-in-law, are you still awake? Chu Yan's voice floated in from outside the window, pulling Shang Yunruo from her suffocating emotions. She approached the window, leaning against the sill, and inquired, are the account books safe? Aunt won't burn the marbles along with the jade, will she? Chu Yan reassured her. I have arranged for the guards of the Prime Minister's residence to watch over them, so rest easy. Relieved, she continued. I was just about to ask how you thought to borrow troops from the Prime Minister's residence. Because I know brother is not to be entrusted lightly, Chu Yan replied. Shang Yunruo nodded in agreement. Thank goodness for you today. Bathed in moonlight, Chu Yan gazed at her radiant countenance, stepping closer and resting his elbows on the window frame. Leaning in slightly. So, how will my sister-in-law reward me? His voice was gentle, like pebbles disturbing the stillness of water. A flutter emerged in Shang Yunruo's heart, a sensation both sweet and ticklish, reminiscent of a kitten's tail brushing against her hand. She swallowed hard and asked, what kind of reward do you desire? With a playful glint in his eyes, Chu Yan responded, will you grant me any reward? Shang Yunruo cleared her throat. You first tell me what you want. Chu Yan elongated his words teasingly. I want you to. Her heart skipped a beat as he leisurely completed. Teach me how to make your most exquisite dessert. Realizing he was teasing her, Shang Yunruo dismissed him. Very well. I shall teach you once I retrieve the seal tomorrow. Now, you should go back. Chu Yan chuckled, disregarding her dismissal, and asked, what do you plan to do tomorrow? I shall present my evidence to grandmother for a fair judgment, she replied. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yan remarked, grandmother has always favored the second uncle, who often laments to her about not inheriting the title. Aunt's stewardship was secured through such complaints. Shang Yunruo realized, then I shall invite the elder relatives from the clan. Ensuring grandmother cannot dominate the discussion, Chu Yan slowly added, the elders may preach righteousness, yet they are primarily driven by self-interest. Despite her concerns, Shang Yunruo was struck by how perceptive Chu Yan was at such a young age. Truly remarkable. No wonder he would one day become a significant figure. Even her father held him in high regard. I understand, she nodded. I will ponder this further. Chu Yan gently affirmed. Then I shall take my leave now. I wish you success tomorrow. Listening to his departing footsteps, Shang Yunruo felt the youthful vigor radiating from him, causing her to smile. If he continued to shine so brightly, surely he would not succumb to the darkness she had witnessed in her dreams. Leaning against the couch, she gradually succumbed to slumber. Within a shroud of mist, she found herself ensnared once more in that dream, desperately attempting to awaken but unable to break free, forced to relive every moment within the dreamscape. This dream unfolded as her attempt to seize the seal, yet she lacked the aid of Chu Yan and Chu Jinli, nor did she possess the account books as evidence. Instead, she relied on the subpar ingredients and her withholding from Chu Yan as her accusations against Aunt. Aunt lamented her lack of respect for her elders, claiming she had deliberately purchased inferior ingredients to slander her. As for the withholding from Chu Yan, grandmother did not even inquire. Then, the second uncle complained to grandmother, arguing that since he was the biological son, it was only right for him to inherit the title after his elder brother's passing. Grandmother promptly awarded the title to Chu Jinli, claiming fairness had been maintained. Now, Aunt merely managed the household, yet her integrity was questioned by the younger generation. Their family lived under such oppressive scrutiny. In the end, grandmother not only refused to hand over the seal to Shang Yunruo, but also chastised her severely, punishing her to kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days. From that point on, her authority within the Marquis's residence diminished, and Chu Jinli became even more indifferent towards her. Ultimately, she awakened to his cold, disdainful gaze, the memory of which lingered painfully in her mind. In her dream, she had wept inconsolably because of that look, convinced that Chu Jinli would never acknowledge her again. Shang Yunruo wiped her cheek, the tears cold against her skin. Yet the despair clung to her. She sat quietly by the window for a long while, finally regaining her composure, and began to earnestly strategize for the following day's attempt to seize the seal. This dream had come at an opportune time, as if deliberately warning her. The difference between the dream and reality lay in her actions. It seemed she needed a new approach for tomorrow. In contrast to the situation at Jinghui Yuan, the atmosphere at Mu Chinchuan's residence remained brightly lit, since he sure had returned in a state of disarray. After cleaning up and brushing her teeth, she had begun to wail incessantly, refusing to eat. Perhaps she had consumed too much horse manure, as everything tasted of it. Chu Yan patiently urged her to eat, but he sure glowered, declaring, I shan't eat. I shall starve a bit and feign illness, then create a scene before the old lady tomorrow. She turned to Chu Yan. You should also go and complain to the old lady about your own failure to inherit the title, play the sympathy card, and help me regain my dignity. Chu Yan hesitated. Must we resort to such theatrics again? We've tried this every time. Does it still work? He sure shot him a glare every time we used it. It worked, which shows the old lady feels guilty towards you. Moreover, Jinli values filial piety above all. If Shang Yunruo ever confronts me, I can easily accuse her of disrespecting her elders, and that will be enough to tarnish her reputation. He sure understood the family dynamics of the Shus all too well. In another household, she might have faced ruin, but within the Marquis Ningyuan residence, she held the upper hand, ensuring her long-term security. Chu Xiui grasped the plan. So, we simply wait for her to complain, and then we can watch her explode in anger. He sure beamed with satisfaction. Exactly. The more raucous her outcry, the harsher our rebuke will be, and Jinli will grow increasingly disdainful of her. We merely need to feign innocence and weakness to keep her submissive. Chu Xiui laughed. No wonder Yang Er said she was foolish. She truly is. The following day, he sure received news from her spies within the Marquis's residence, informing her that Shang Yunruo was busy sorting through the account books and had already summoned the clan elders early in the morning. Finally, the moment had arrived. He sure, who had been feigning illness, leaped from her bed, realizing her opportunity to perform had come, and hurriedly took her husband to find the old lady of the Marquis's residence. Upon entering the main hall, she beheld several large chests arranged neatly, containing the authentic account books she had safeguarded. With a loud wail, she cried out, Mother, I have been wronged. Shang Yunruo disrespected her elders, daring to slander them with baseless accusations. As she wept and lamented, she suddenly realized that the elderly matriarchs and the venerable clansmen in the main hall were regarding her as if she were mad. To her astonishment, the boxes she had opened did not contain ledgers, but rather fruits? Chapter 27. The collapse of the He family in the He family residence. He Shi and Shu was stared blankly at the overflowing boxes of fruit and the platters placed beside the elder relatives, utterly bewildered by the unexpected scene. Shang Yunruo set down the fruit in her hands and delicately wiped her mouth with a silk handkerchief before respectfully bowing to He Shi and Shu Zhua. The formality was so complete that He Shi found herself with no grounds for complaint. After the bow, Shang Yunruo turned to He Shi with a feigned look of grievance. "Aunt, you just claimed that I lack respect for my elders. Might I inquire what prompted such an accusation? Furthermore, you suggested that I falsely accused you, which is a grave offense. Given that the esteemed elders are present, you cannot simply cast such aspersions upon me." Still grasping the situation, He Shi quickly retorted. You didn't falsely accuse me. Why then did you summon the family elders?" Shang Yunruo replied, "My mother sent me the tribute fruits from Zhuya County this morning, a gift from His Majesty himself. I simply wish to share these fresh delicacies with the esteemed elders and my grandmother." He Shi was unconvinced and questioned. "You transported these tribute fruits in these boxes?" Shang Yunruo responded, "The tribute fruits arrived in 2 large boxes. I merely divided them into smaller boxes for the convenience of the esteemed elders." She then inquired pointedly, "Are these boxes not permissible to use?" It was only then that He Shi realized the implication behind her question. The boxes in question were those used to store the true account books, which Chu Yan had searched through last night. He Shi had deliberately counted the boxes in the courtyard that morning to mislead her, making her believe that Shang Yunruo had brought the account books to report her misdeeds. In truth, the boxes were filled with fruit, waiting for her to unwittingly step into a trap, thereby turning the tables on her and leaving her with no grounds for defense, while potentially casting her in the role of the wrongdoer. He Shi felt a chill run down her spine as she came to the realization that Shang Yunruo was not the haughty and foolish young lady they had always presumed her to be. Drawing in a sharp breath, He Shi hastily altered her tone. "No, they can be used." However, Shang Yunruo was unwilling to grant her any opportunity for defense, interrupting her firmly. "Then why did you just loudly accuse me of defaming you?" He Shi's heart sank, just as she sought an excuse to explain. Shu Jinli's stern voice echoed through the room, causing her to tremble. "Shang Yunruo, what are you doing? Is this how you question your elders?" Why had Shu Jinli come at this moment? He Shi felt herself on the verge of collapse. Everything was in disarray. She had failed to catch Shang Yunruo in any wrongdoing, and now Shu Jinli's arrival only added to the chaos. Indeed, Shang Yunruo seized upon Shu Jinli's words, her voice trembling as she said, "Why do you not inquire into the matter before reprimanding me? To challenge one's elders is an act of rebellion, a grave sin I cannot bear." The elders began to stir, for they had not witnessed any wrongdoing on Shang Yunruo's part, yet she was being incessantly blamed. One of the relatives spoke up, "My lord, Yunruo merely brought us fruit as a gesture of filial piety. It was your aunt who accused her of defaming her and disrespecting her elders. Is this not a baseless accusation? Indeed, should not your lady be given a chance to defend herself?" Another added, "Jinli, you have not even sought to understand the situation before chastising your wife. What reason is there for such haste?" Listening to the elders, Shu Jinli looked at the room filled with fruit and the softly sobbing Shang Yunruo. His confusion deepened. He had been informed by Shu Xiu that his aunt had been accused by Shang Yunruo of misconduct, and the situation was so dire that she was contemplating drastic measures. While his aunt was indeed at fault, it did not warrant such relentless rebuke. He had always detested those who challenged their elders, believing one should uphold propriety. Thus, he had rushed over without a second thought. Yet now, the elders were telling him that Shang Yunruo had not reported his aunt, but rather that she had been the one to scold her. This left him utterly perplexed. He asked, "Did you not receive the account books yesterday? Why then is there no?" He Shi abruptly grabbed Shu Jinli, nearly covering his mouth. What was he doing? Was he here to assist her or to undermine her? Shang Yunruo seized this opportunity, her voice quivering yet clear. "Husband, I cannot publicly expose my elder's faults, for she is indeed my elder. I had intended to shield her from embarrassment." Shu Jinli nodded in confusion, realizing that these were indeed the words he wished to express. Shang Yunruo continued, "But to have my elder falsely accuse me has truly chilled my heart." He Shi softened her tone in defense. "I did not accuse you. I merely thought." Shang Yunruo cut her off, regaining control of the narrative. "You merely thought I had discovered evidence of your misconduct and intended to expose you before everyone, did you not?" He Shi stammered. "Is that not what has been said?" Shang Yunruo feigned tears, her heartbroken demeanor striking a chord. "Aunt, Upon my marriage, I should rightfully manage the household affairs. Yet you have been in charge for so many years and are reluctant to relinquish control. I understand this. He sure protested. I never intended to. I only meant to assess the accounts to facilitate the transition to you once your eyes are well. Shang Yunruo nodded. Yes, I appreciate your concern. Even so, despite discovering the substandard provisions in the household, I remained silent, as long as what was provided for my grandmother and my lord was of good quality. I can endure the expired grains and flour for myself. An elder among the group could no longer contain himself. What? Expired grains and flour? What is the meaning of this? Those reluctant to offend chose to distance themselves from the matter, setting down the fruit. The few pieces of fruit were insufficient to compel them to take sides. After all, the ultimate authority over the household was still uncertain. And they were well aware of how the matriarch favored the second son. Why stir up trouble? I believe it would be prudent for you all to discuss this calmly. We cannot impose a verdict on the matter, one elder suggested. Indeed, perhaps you should both take a step back. This situation is not as clear-cut as it seems. Another concurred. Yet, in her heart, Shang Yunruo could not help but smirk at their self-serving nature. She quickly responded, Esteemed elders, this is of little consequence. The primary issue is that the other day, my lord sought funds from the treasury, and he could not produce even a mere 100 taels. Since my arrival, I have long wished to present my respects to all of you, but have found myself unable. I considered using my dowry, but feared it might be used against my husband. Pausing for effect, Shang Yunruo continued, However, let it go, even if I had evidence. I would not dare to speak ill of my elders. Upon hearing this, the elders' expressions shifted. Their intended tribute had vanished, igniting a sense of urgency among them. Originally inclined to remain neutral, they were now roused to indignation. That will not do. If there is evidence, it must be brought forth, declared one elder. This matter shall be under our jurisdiction. Do not fear, Yunruo, we shall stand by you. Chapter 28. The subtle growth of possessiveness. Shang Yunruo pressed her lips together, fully aware of the dual facades exhibited by these individuals. It was time for her to present the evidence. In her dreams, when she accused the He family, Chu Yan had expressed considerable displeasure and opposition. Had it not been for his vehement defense of the He family, her uncle might have turned to her grandmother for support, who would have likely spoken on her behalf. Now, she aimed to minimize the likelihood of the events from her dream unfolding. With this thought in mind, Shang Yunruo feebly called out, Husband, where are you? If Chu Yan was indeed susceptible to her vulnerability, she would embrace it entirely. As expected, he immediately approached her, taking her hand with concern, asking, Are you all right? Leaning gently against his chest, she replied, Husband, while I have obtained the evidence, I do not wish to accuse my aunt. Perhaps you could speak to her and have her hand over the seal to me directly? I genuinely wish to preserve the dignity of our elders. Feeling the softness of her hand beneath his and the delicate warmth in his embrace, Chu Yan found himself somewhat entranced. Yesterday, when she failed to plead for his return, he had been infuriated, contemplating never speaking to her again. This morning, after hearing about Chu Xiui's complaints, he had envisioned her as a domineering shrew. Yet, upon witnessing her now, he beheld a considerate and dutiful wife, intent on preserving her aunt's dignity despite possessing undeniable evidence. Chu Yan felt a pang of guilt. He had wronged her by believing others' words. All right, do not be afraid. I will speak on your behalf, he said softly. As events began to deviate alarmingly from his expectations, he sure grew anxious. Jinli, do not be deceived by her. She is merely pretending. Look at those boxes. She has set a trap for me to fall into. Chu Yan replied coldly, Aunt Yunruo has stated her intent to not hold you accountable. Kindly hand over the seal without further ado. He sure, in a fit of rage, shook off the hand that tried to restrain her and pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Yan, exclaiming, You are unfilial. You dare to call your elders unreasonable. You have turned against the heavens. He sure had always treated him with kindness and warmth, so her sudden harshness left Chu Yan in a state of shock, staring at her as if she were a monster. Aunt, are you saying I am unfilial? He stammered. Shang Yunruo seized the moment to escalate the conflict. Aunt, regardless of what Jinli is, he is still a marquis. Such words are inappropriate. Her remark struck a chord with He Shu's discontent, prompting her to blurt out a phrase she often repeated. The eldest son has died. It should have been my husband who inherited the title. Why is it Chu Yan instead? After uttering these words, He Shu paused, the echo of her voice resonating in her mind. What had she just said? How could such words escape her lips? Chu Yan suggested that it would be more effective to privately appeal to the grandmother for sympathy, rather than airing grievances publicly. Her outburst not only lacked reason, but also drew criticism regarding the He family's lack of decorum. It was all Shang Yunruo's doing. She had deliberately led her to speak irrationally in a moment of weakness. Who claimed this woman was dull-witted? She was becoming astute. A loud crash of a teacup shattering resonated throughout the hall, startling everyone. They turned to see the grandmother, who had remained silent thus far, wearing a stern expression. Despite her frail health, her words carried a commanding authority. The legitimate heir inherits the title. Second daughter-in-law, do you have any objections? He sure felt a cold sweat break out, hurriedly bowing her head. Mother, I did not mean it that way. Husband, please speak. Chu Yan stepped forward. Mother, silence. The grandmother's single command silenced him completely. I have always felt indebted to you, fulfilling your requests and compensating you. But how have you repaid me? Do you think I am unaware of the debts that have accumulated in this household over the years? You believe I am oblivious to the misdeeds of that eldest daughter-in-law? My health may be poor, but I have chosen to turn a blind eye. Do you truly think I have lost my senses? Both Chu Yan and he sure fell to their knees, repeatedly apologizing. Mother, please do not be angry. The grandmother paid no heed to their excuses and turned to Shang Yunruo. Yunruo, present your evidence. Seemingly hesitating, Shang Yunruo gently squeezed Chu Jinli's hand. He reassured her in a low voice. It is fine. Grandmother has asked you to present it. Standing tall, she feigned reluctance and commanded, Chu Yao, go fetch it. As her warm body withdrew from his embrace, Chu Jinli felt an inexplicable emptiness for a fleeting moment. Moments later, several servants brought forth all the account books. The grandmother decisively declared, Yunruo, you are to investigate the accounts and inform me of their total embezzlement. We shall settle accounts with each of them. Second daughter-in-law, hand over the seal. Faced with the grandmother's authority and the reproach of the elders, demanding her to surrender the embezzled funds, he sure felt dizzy and lightheaded. After days of minimal food intake, she finally succumbed and fainted. At last, having emerged victorious in this battle and secured the seal of authority, Shang Yunruo truly established her presence in the Marquis's household. Chu Jinli hurriedly sought a physician for he sure, and after she regained consciousness, he wasted no time returning to the Marquis's residence. However, despite searching the entire mansion, he could not locate Shang Yunruo. At that moment, Shang Yunruo was in Zhuoxi courtyard, teaching Chu Yan how to make pastries. Standing beneath the osmanthus tree in the courtyard, she tied her wide sleeves with a ribbon, revealing her porcelain-like arms. Her slender fingers kneaded the dough with grace. A few osmanthus flowers accidentally fell into the mixture, which she carefully set aside, smiling. We have natural osmanthus as an ingredient. No need to buy any. Chu Yan sat quietly on the steps, watching her, a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his lips. An indescribable sense of possessiveness began to blossom within him. He wished to isolate this moment, preserving its beauty forever. All right, the dough is ready. Yan, do you not wish to learn? Can you truly learn by merely sitting there? Shang Yunruo's gentle voice interrupted Chu Yan's reverie. He rose and approached her, washing his hands before mimicking her actions in kneading the dough, yet his gaze remained fixed on her. His attention fell upon her delicate hands as he inquired, is this correct? Shang Yunruo instinctively reached out to touch the dough, but her fingers brushed against the back of his hand first, then his fingers and palm. She shaped the dough and asked, is this it? Have you learned? Chu Yan swallowed hard, his voice slightly hoarse as he replied, Today he had utilized Jinli. He was uncertain whether Jinli truly believed in her or was merely playing along with her act. The instant he heard another man's name from her lips, his brilliant gaze dimmed, an unprecedented rage surging forth, threatening to overpower his reason. Oblivious to the turmoil within him, Shang Yunruo continued, I must admit, I have been too arrogant in the past. Today, I have realized that showing vulnerability is essential in a marriage. Chu Yan placed the crumbled dough on the board, his tone calm as he responded. One can only be arrogant in front of those who love them. In front of those who do not, one must show humility. If it were me, I would spoil my beloved to the point of arrogance. Shang Yunruo paused. Then after a moment, she laughed lightly. What do you, an unbound youth, know about love? Chu Yan wished to retort, but just then, Chu Yao entered with a message. Miss, a servant has come to report that the Marquis is looking for you. As he watched Shang Yunruo depart, his hand unconsciously clenched. The damp dough adhering to his palm instantly turned to ash. Chu Yan gazed down at the crushed black powder in his hand, filled with bewilderment. This transformation was a skill he had been trying to master, yet he had always fallen short. How had he suddenly succeeded? That night, Chu Yan had a dream about his coming-of-age ceremony. After the ritual, he joyfully sought out Shang Yunruo, only to stumble upon her administering a love potion to her brother. Chapter 29. Chu Yan, I despise you. The dream felt strikingly real, so much so that he remained oblivious to the fact that he was dreaming. Chu Yan observed through the window as Shang Yunruo poured a substance into a teacup, aware that it was Hwanson. Just days prior, he had witnessed her clandestinely meeting with a renowned courtesan. The courtesan was not only famed for her beauty, but also for her concoction of Hwanson. Shang Yunruo had already presented the cup to Chu Jinli, gently urging him to drink. He knew she yearned for intimacy with her brother, desiring to become a true couple. Yet, he was acutely aware that his brother harbored no affection for her and wished to spare her a lifetime of regret. More importantly, the mere thought of her entwined with another man ignited a tempest of fury within Chu Yan, compelling him to shatter this precarious reality. Upon awakening, he dashed out, smashing the cup just as it was handed to Chu Jinli. The potion fizzled on the floor, its white bubbles betraying its treacherous content. Chu Jinli gazed incredulously at Shang Yunruo, questioning her intentions. Are you trying to harm me? What have you poisoned me with? In a frantic tone, Shang Yunruo replied. It's merely Hwanson. I did not intend to harm my husband. Chu Jinli's face twisted with disdain. To resort to such vile substances. Your arrogance is one thing, but this shamelessness is beyond comprehension. If I cast you aside, the Prime Minister will not blame me. In shock, Shang Yunruo retorted loudly, Husband, I only wish to consummate our marriage. If you cast me away, I shall seek justice, claiming you refused to be with me, leaving me no choice but to resort to this. Furious, Chu Jinli kicked a nearby chair, his fingers trembling as he pointed at her, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, understanding her obstinate nature, he coldly declared, From this moment forward, I shall consider you no longer my wife and shall not set foot in Mu Qinshan again. Desperate, Shang Yunruo reached out, trying to embrace him, pleading through tears for him not to leave, but she grasped only empty air. She stumbled over the threshold, and Chu Yan instinctively caught her, only to be met with a fierce bite on his shoulder as she screamed in agony. Chu Yan, why are you doing this? This is my only chance. You do not want me to live happily with your brother, do you? With a suppressed grunt, Chu Yan endured the pain, rendered speechless. Indeed, he did not desire that. Tears streamed down her face, soaking the bandages wrapped around her eyes, aggravating her wounds and causing crimson bruises to seep through, a sight both heartbreaking and horrific. Choking back sobs, she implored, Chu Yan, I have treated you so well, and this is how you repay me? Moved by her plight, he gently seated her in a chair, intending to fetch medicine to tend to her eyes, but she clutched his arm tightly, shouting, Someone, bind the second young master. Instinctively, he sought to resist. Yet her 3 words trapped him, I hate you. He stared blankly at her. Even without seeing her gaze, he could sense the resoluteness within her eyes. Chu Yan stood rigidly as they captured and bound him. The refrain of those 3 words echoed in his mind, submerging him in a suffocating despair until he was confined in a dim chamber, where he finally resurfaced from that stifling emotion. He attempted to move, but his limbs were ensnared. Soon, the door creaked open, and Shang Yunruo entered, wielding a teapot, and without preamble, forced his mouth open, pouring the liquid down his throat. A rush of warmth surged within him, as if it sought to escape, igniting a feverish itch that threatened to rupture his very veins. Was she feeding him Hwanson? Shang Yunruo, her voice sharp and devoid of her usual tenderness, declared, You, an illegitimate son, do you think I genuinely care for you? If not for the need to maintain the facade of a dutiful wife before Jinli, I would not spare you a glance. On the floor, he writhed in agony, veins throbbing, trembling uncontrollably. He could clearly hear her every word, yet could offer no response, only tears pooling in the corners of his eyes. He crawled to her feet, pressing his fevered cheek against her shoe, but she kicked him away, grinding her heel against his face with contempt, uttering, Foul creature. Under the influence of the potion, though he felt pain acutely, he wished to grasp at the last vestiges of hope, yearning to draw closer to her, to touch her, and perhaps more. In that moment, his faculties abandoned him, unable to discern whether it was the drug's influence or his own desperate need. His wrists were bound, yet his fingers clung desperately to her skirt as he knelt before her, pressing against her. Shang Yunruo, both humiliated and entertained by his suffering, feared reprisal from her grandmother. thus ordered the servants to withdraw, leaving only Chu Yu outside. She retreated until she reached the edge of the bed, collapsing onto it while calling out for Chu Yu. When the door swung open, Chu Yan had already advanced towards her, his hands trailing along her neck, whispering in her ear, finally capturing her lips. Shang Yunruo, despite her efforts and those of Chu Yu, could not dislodge him. He kissed her fiercely, savoring the taste, yet his desire deepened, yearning to consume her entirely. Suddenly, she bit down hard on his lip, the sharp sting jolting him awake. His eyes widened, akin to a drowning man gasping for air after breaking the surface. The metallic tang of blood flooded his mouth, and he curled into a corner of the bed, legs drawn up, arms wrapped tightly around them, shrinking into himself. This posture echoed the last time he had felt such despair, when his mother had died before his eyes. He buried his head in his arms, engulfed by a profound sense of hopelessness. The woman he had once regarded as salvation had not only turned against him but had abandoned him. This marked the third time he had experienced abandonment, first by his mother, who had drawn a knife against his throat, second by his father, who had urged him to proceed. Yinggu, what troubles you? Shan observed the shift in his demeanor, descending from the beam to stand beside him. Brow furrowed in concern. Shan's voice pulled Chu Yan from his reverie. He slowly lifted his head, recognizing the moonlight illuminating her face, only then realizing it had all been a dream, an exceptionally vivid dream. In response to Shan's inquiry, he relaxed, waving his hand dismissively, just a nightmare. Assured he was well, Shan leapt back to the beam. Chu Yan sat in a daze at the edge of the bed, softly murmuring, Shan, I have acquired the power of transformation. Shan yawned, replying, congratulations. Chu Yan continued, it was as if I suddenly comprehended something, like a light had been switched on. Shan dismissed him, you've simply been diligent in your practice. Chu Yan added, during the raid on the shop, I suddenly knew how to command troops. You know I've never led soldiers, yet it felt strangely familiar. Shan teased, are you boasting about your innate talent? Is it merely talent? Chu Yan mused, lowering his gaze, unable to articulate a coherent thought. After a moment, he whispered, what is she doing? Shan, understanding his unspoken question, replied with a click of her tongue, I am not a voyeur. How would I know what she is doing? The memories of that dream lingered too vividly, conjuring images of Shang Yunruo trampling on his face, expressing her disdain. He murmured softly, perhaps she is feigning affection to win over my brother. Her kindness towards me was merely a means to curry favor with him. Within the main residence of Xian, Shang Yunruo completed the final knot and proudly held up the jade pendant to Chu Yu, exclaiming, I told you, I could tie a safety knot even with my eyes closed. Chu Yu applauded, praising, Miss, you are truly remarkable. However, this jade is so precious. Are you truly intending to gift it to the second young master? Shang Yunruo replied, of course, only the gentle warmth of jade is worthy of him. It will undoubtedly look splendid on Yan, complementing the 2 new outfits I have crafted for him. I shall deliver it to him tomorrow. Chapter 30. The purse you gave me was meant for my brother, right? Shang Yunruo personally prepared a medicinal porridge, intending to deliver it to Chu Yan, as she felt he was too thin and wished to nourish him properly. After taking over the seal, Chu Yao was now elevated to the position of steward of the inner court. With a new master in the household, it was inevitable that the hearts of the people would waver, and Chu Yao had been quite busy lately. Thus, she thoughtfully selected 2 of the most composed young maidservants to attend to her, whom Shang Yunruo named Zhu Lian and Yu Chao. The former steward of the outer court had been a supporter of her aunt, and she needed a reason to replace him. The shop was also in disarray. Her aunt would certainly not relent, and she needed to send Shan Yuanxin to recruit new staff. The voice of a young servant interrupted her thoughts, and Yu Chao, being more perceptive, stood at the kitchen door and inquired, what is it? With the official seal, the servants were even more respectful, replying to the esteemed lady. Princess Pingyang has come to visit. This is her invitation. As soon as he finished speaking, a proud voice rang from outside. Shang Yunruo, you manage this place quite well. I still have to send an invitation. Such audacity. Shang Yunruo calmly placed the lid back on, instructed Zhu Lian to tend to the fire, and supporting Yu Chao, stepped outside. My household is still not managed strictly enough. Otherwise, how could you barge in unannounced? Weren't you the one who said I should not seek you out due to the lack of partners? Princess Pingyang had already approached her, naturally taking Shang Yunruo's hand from Yu Chao's grasp, assisting her forward. If I don't seek you out, do you really think I wouldn't come? How ungrateful. I went to the trouble of preparing an invitation for the spring hunt just for you. Shang Yunruo calculated the days and realized it was indeed time for the spring hunt. Traditionally, these hunts were organized by the noble families. And this year it was the turn of the Rongwood Duke's residence. This year, we have 5 spots, she said. And who are these spots for? You, your marquis husband, your cousin next door, and who else? Asked Princess Pingyang. My husband's younger brother, Chu Yan, and my sister-in-law, Mu Chuanxi. Princess Pingyang frowned slightly. Neither of them has participated in past years. Are you sure your husband would approve of the former attending? I've heard your sister-in-law has a fiery temper and never socializes. Are you certain she would go? As for whether they go or not, the spots are mine for now, Shang Yunruo replied. Fine, fine, I'll give them to you plenty. Princess Pingyang relented. The two walked to the lotus pond, where Princess Pingyang dismissed her attendants. Shang Yunruo sensed she had something private to discuss and also asked her servants to stand back. Princess Pingyang leaned closer and whispered, Have you had any cravings for sour or spicy foods lately? Any changes in appetite or feelings of fatigue? Shang Yunruo, puzzled, replied, Not at all. Why are you concerned about my health? Are you foolish? I'm asking if you might be pregnant, Princess Pingyang clarified. Shang Yunruo, taken aback, firmly stated, No. How can you be so certain? You've been married for a month now. I recall feeling unwell around this time, and half a month later, I discovered I was with child. Seeing her lackluster demeanor, Princess Pingyang chided, Do not take this lightly. I've brought a midwife who can check your pulse. Shang Yunruo forced a smile. I Haven T even consummated the marriage with Jean Li. If I were truly pregnant, you should be the one worried. Princess Pingyang gasped, What? She immediately lowered her voice, astonished. What do you mean? Your husband cannot perform? I don't know. Perhaps he believes I coerced him into marriage due to my family's power, and he harbors resentment. Princess Pingyang grew indignant. How can he take advantage and then act coy? You, Shang Yunruo, are among the most esteemed ladies in the capital, possessing both beauty and talent. How could you not be worthy of him? He may prefer someone gentle and docile, Shang Yunruo replied. Princess Pingyang, once outraged, suddenly deflated. That is indeed lacking. In truth, ever since Shang Yunruo had that dream, she had been striving to be more gentle. She sensed that Chu Jinli's attitude towards her was improving. Perhaps it simply required more time. Princess Pingyang, with a frown, anxiously urged her. You must find a way to consummate the marriage. Do you know what a woman's worth is in this confined household? It is her offspring. Without children, your title as Marquis will be at risk. How long can the matriarch of the Marquis tolerate you? Being childless is among the gravest of offenses. You are a favored daughter. Do you truly wish to become a discarded wife? With a melancholic tone, Princess Pingyang lamented. My mother suffered for years due to the absence of a son, allowing that Sioux woman to become so arrogant, leading my father to favor concubines over his wife. At least she had me as a daughter. Just think about the severity of your situation. Shang Yunruo was well aware of these implications, yet what could she do? She had repeatedly requested her husband to return, longing to consummate their marriage, but he refused. They fell into silence for a moment, and then Princess Pingyang, with a hint of mystery, leaned closer and whispered, I have a solution. I've heard that the courtesan of Linghua Tower possesses a secret remedy. Shang Yunruo gasped and covered her mouth. She had indeed heard of the courtesan's secret, which was, in fact, an aphrodisiac. However, as a noble daughter of the Xiang residence and the wife of a marquis, if she were discovered using such sordid means, it would bring her eternal disgrace. Princess Pingyang swatted her hand away, understanding her concerns. Do not use this medicine alone. Instead, give him some invigorating supplements beforehand. This way, with a small dosage of the potion and some fragrant incenses, he will believe it to be merely a tonic in scent, and he won't suspect a thing. Shang Yunruo felt a flicker of temptation. Waiting for her husband to genuinely develop feelings for her and willingly consummate their marriage might take an eternity. She playfully chided. Where did you learn about such lewd matters? Princess Pingyang rolled her eyes at her. By the time you've been married 2 or 3 years, you'll know even more than I do. After bidding farewell to Princess Pingyang, Shang Yunruo took the nearly finished medicinal porridge to Zhuoshi courtyard. There, she found Chu Yan practicing martial arts in the courtyard. It was her first time witnessing his training, and she could feel the strength of his palm wind as the sand flew up around him. Once the dust settled, she dared to step into the courtyard, greeted by the morning light, and remarked, Ah Yan, have you grown taller again? On a typical day, he would sweetly call her sister-in-law, but today he stood still, silent and unmoving. Shang Yunruo could not discern his expression or what was troubling him. She placed the porridge on the stone table, stepped forward, and took out the jade pendant she wished to give him, only to find Chu Yan retreating a step. This retreat sent a chill through Shang Yunruo. Her smile faltered. She extended the box containing the jade pendant toward him. I brought you a jade pendant. Chu Yan's gaze fell upon the exquisite wooden box. His pendant had shattered while he was at the shop, and he had gone without wearing one these past few days, surprised that she had noticed. Yet, he hesitated to accept the box, his voice icy as jade. The purse you gave me was actually meant for my brother, wasn't he it? Chapter 31. You mentioned a yen 3 times. Shang Yunruo was momentarily taken aback before recalling that he was referring to the second day of their marriage when she had gifted Chu Yan a pouch to foster goodwill. That pouch had indeed been embroidered by her before her eyes were injured, intended for Chu Jinli. However, why did he suddenly bring this up today? And how did he know it was meant for Chu Jinli? Seeing her hesitate to respond, Chu Yan spoke again. I asked my brother, and he said he has never received a pouch embroidered by you. Why did you only embroider one pouch before marriage and give it to me instead of your husband? I sent it because pleasing you was more pressing than pleasing my husband? Shang Yunruo replied, feeling somewhat flustered, yet she strained to explain. Yes, this pouch was not initially intended for you, but I felt it suited you when we first met. The embroidery depicts distant mountains and white clouds, symbolizing that you will soar to great heights in the future. Chu Yan fell silent for a moment, his voice heavy as he said, what qualifications does a mere illegitimate son like me have to soar to such heights? This statement sent a chill through Shang Yunruo, causing her heart to skip a beat. She had expressed similar sentiments to her father and Princess Ping'an. Had he overheard someone mentioning this? Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought up such a comment out of the blue while questioning the pouch. Gathering her thoughts, she replied, a yen. I don't know who you've heard this from, but after our time together, you should know that my concern for you is sincere. Chu Yan remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. Shang Yunruo opened a box and took out an invaluable piece of pure white jade. This is a piece not I crafted with my own hands, specifically for you. Can it compensate for the insincerity of the pouch? Chu Yan's gaze fell upon the piece knot, which was exquisitely made, distinct from those sold in the market. After a moment's hesitation, he finally extended his hand, his thumb gently brushing the knot, yet he remained non-committal. Shang Yunruo was unable to decipher his thoughts. After a long pause, he said, I will go wash my hands. Please make yourself comfortable, sister-in-law. Chu Yan walked to the back of the room to wash his hands. In truth, his hands were quite clean. He simply did not know how to face her. Suddenly, Inshan appeared beside him, asking, someone kindly gifts you such an expensive item, and you just leave it unattended? Chu Yan, with his long fingers lightly stirring the water, replied nonchalantly, I'm ignoring it. A sudden scream echoed from outside. Even the swift Inshan didn't react in time, as Chu Yan, who had been leisurely washing his hands, vanished without a trace. Shang Yunruo felt something suddenly drop onto her shoulder when she reached up to grab it. It felt cool and soft, like a caterpillar. Startled, she let out a cry and jumped back, colliding into a solid chest. A voice resonated from the chest, reverberating through the chamber. What happened? Recognizing it was Chu Yan's voice, Shang Yunruo turned her head, gripping his arm tightly, nearly in tears. There's a bug on my shoulder. There's a bug. She felt a hand gently brush over her shoulder, and then Chu Yan said, it's all right. It's gone. She exhaled in relief, about to express her gratitude when Chu Yan abruptly withdrew his hand, as if he wished to avoid any contact with her, causing Shang Yunruo to nearly stumble. Upon returning to Mu Qinshan, Shang Yunruo remained preoccupied with thoughts of Chu Yan. Even as Dan Juanxin reported on the store issues she was most concerned about, her mind was elsewhere. Dan Juanxin cleared his throat midway through and asked, Madam, do you find my proposal feasible? Lost in her thoughts, Shang Yunruo was akin to a student suddenly called upon in class. She stood abruptly, then quickly sat back down, sipping tea to mask her embarrassment. With a guilty tone, she inquired, what proposal? Dan Juanxin replied, then let me start over. The lady of the house has bribed all the old customers' assistants, and the shop is currently facing a shortage of capable staff and has lost over half of its old customers. While finding a new shopkeeper and assistants is feasible, we must personally bring back the old customers. Therefore, I propose we offer each customer a small profit as a gesture. What do you think? Shang Yunruo nodded in approval, exclaiming, that sounds wonderful. Dan Juanxin responded, good. I will draft a report on the amount and quantity of the gifts and report back to you. Shang Yunruo then asked, how is the progress with the accountants reviewing the accounts? Dan Juanxin answered, they have completed their review. and the lady of the house should return a total of 740,000 taels of silver. Shang Yunruo was not shocked by this figure. She waved her hand dismissively. Send someone to the lady of the house to demand swift repayment. After finishing the report, Dan Juanxin lingered, prompting Shang Yunruo to ask, "Is there anything else?" After a moment of hesitation, Dan Juanxin said, "There is a significant expenditure in the account losses, which is a debt owed by Miss Biao." Shang Yunruo was momentarily puzzled. What debt owed by Miss Biao? Dan Juanxin clarified, "It is the debt owed by Lord's cousin, Xuanningen, amounting to nearly 60,000 taels of silver." Upon hearing the name Xuanningen, Shang Yunruo suddenly recalled that the second Miss Yang had mentioned this name while keeping accounts. She inquired, "Did Miss Yang also keep accounts for Xuanningen?" Dan Juanxin confirmed, "Yes." "What connection does Xuanningen have to incur such a debt at our shop? Is she a relative of my aunt? First, let us halt her credit, then investigate her identity." After Dan Juanxin left to carry out her orders, Chu Jinli returned home. This was the first time he had voluntarily returned to the residence since their marriage. Yet Shang Yunruo was preoccupied with thoughts of Chu Yan. Eager to know what had transpired with Chu Yan, she didn't bother with pleasantries and asked directly, "Husband, did a yen come to ask you about the pouch?" Before Chu Jinli could settle down, he was taken aback by her question and replied, "What pouch?" Unable to articulate her question so bluntly, she rephrased, "Since the account books were reviewed, has a yen come to see you?" Chu Jinli replied, "No, he never seeks me out." Shang Yunruo frowned, her confusion deepening. If Chu Yan hadn't sought out Chu Jinli regarding the pouch, why had he claimed to her that he had? Was he trying to deceive her? Or had he learned something from elsewhere? "A yen." Shang Yunruo began again, but suddenly heard Chu Jinli's discontented voice. "A yen, a yen. You have mentioned him 3 times. When did your relationship become so close?" Shang Yunruo was momentarily taken aback and clarified, "No, I just suddenly remembered. Will you be having dinner at home tonight, husband?" Chu Jinli responded affirmatively, seeming unconcerned with her abrupt change of subject. After a pause, he hesitantly said, "By the way, I heard that Princess Pingyang visited the residence today." Shang Yunruo replied, "Yes, she did." "Husband, you're not on duty tonight, are you?" In truth, she wanted to ask if he would be staying with her tonight, but based on past experiences, she feared that raising the question would cause him to leave immediately. Thus she hinted instead. Chu Jinli appeared not to grasp the underlying meaning of her words and continued with his own inquiries. "No duty. Did the princess mention the hunting quota?" Shang Yunruo nodded. "Yes, she did. She allocated 5 quotas for our family." Chu Jinli's heart soared with joy, exclaiming, "5 quotas. Your relationship with the princess is quite remarkable. I heard other residences were allocated only 3. Shang Yunruo explained, "Originally, I was to receive 3. But I requested 2 more for Chu Yan and my sister-in-law." Chu Jinli clapped his hands in delight. "Excellent. My sister-in-law certainly wants to be attending. I will bring someone along." Shang Yunruo queried, "Who will you bring, husband?" After a moment's pause, Chu Jinli vaguely replied, "Just a cousin." Chapter 32. "Disguise me once more tonight," Shang Yunruo inquired with confusion. "A cousin? Whose cousin?" Chu Jinli remained evasive. "She is quite close to cousin Xiaoyi." Shang Yunruo, puzzled, responded, "Cousin Xiaoyi's cousin? That would be my aunt's niece, right? The He family must have their own quota." Faced with her pressing questions, Chu Jinli cleared his throat and admitted, "It is my cousin, Xuanningen. Her family background is insufficient for the hunt, and since you have a quota, I thought to bring her along." Shang Yunruo's smile faded, her expression turning serious. "Xuanningen? The one who owes us 60,000 taels at our shop?" Chu Jinli exclaimed. "What? 60,000 taels in debt?" Noticing his astonishment, Shang Yunruo asked, "My dear husband, are you aware of Xuanningen's debt?" Chu Jinli gradually subdued his shock, steadied himself, and stammered, "Yes, I know." He was aware of her debt, having given his consent, but he had no idea it had accumulated to such an extent. Shang Yunruo sensed something amiss and pressed, "Is your relationship with her very close?" "Not at all," Chu Jinli instinctively denied. After a moment, he added, "It's just that her family has fallen on hard times, and my aunt asked me to look after her since she is close to cousin Xiaoyi." Shang Yunruo did not understand why he kept emphasizing her relationship with Xiaoyi. Lifting her teacup, she took a sip and remarked, "If you aren't particularly close, then let's seize her credit. If she needs jewelry or adornments, she can speak to me. As her cousin-in-law, I would certainly not neglect her." Chu Jinli was momentarily struck, feeling outmaneuvered by Shang Yunruo, yet he had no grounds to counter her statement and could only acquiesce. After a brief silence, he broached the subject of the hunt again. Could you see if there's a way to free up a spot for my cousin? Shang Yunruo hesitated. You know that other families only have 3 spots. No matter how close I am with Rongyu, I cannot make too many exceptions. Chu Jinli argued. Cousin-in-law rarely dines with my aunt and the others. She is not fond of socializing, so it would be perfect for Ningen to go. Shang Yunruo furrowed her brows. Before Mu Chuanxi's marriage, she often played with them. Being a few years older, she had always struck Shang Yunruo as a free-spirited, cheerful elder sister. Why had she become so withdrawn after marrying? She directly asked, "How do you know cousin-in-law won't attend? I haven't even inquired with her yet." After being repeatedly denied and questioned, Chu Jinli felt a surge of anger. If it were his cousin, she would certainly comply without further inquiries. Then give me a straightforward answer. Will you allow my cousin to attend? Shang Yunruo frowned, feeling he was being unreasonable. Suppressing her temper, she replied, "Let me consult cousin-in-law first, and then I will respond to you." Chu Jinli abruptly stood, his face darkening. "Fine. Go ask her. I won't be dining at home tonight." Seated, Shang Yunruo felt her pride compel her not to rise and chase after him. As his footsteps faded into silence, she quietly asked Chuyu, "Did I act domineering again?" Chuyu responded, "Is that considered domineering? The Marquis does not seem to treat the lady of the house, but rather like a concubine or servant." Once again, she missed an opportunity to connect with her husband. The following day, while paying respects to her grandmother, Shang Yunruo was in a rather low mood. Her grandmother, perceptive as ever, noticed her demeanor and allowed her to linger a while longer, asking, "How have things been between you and Jinli lately?" Shang Yunruo sighed lightly, speaking candidly, "Not well, grandmother. I am inept and cannot capture my husband's heart." After a pause, her grandmother remarked, "Do you know why I punished the He family that day and acted on your behalf?" Shang Yunruo nodded, "Because you are aware that my aunt is embezzling funds, draining the Marquis' estate." Her grandmother shook her head. "Did you think I only discovered it that day? Had I wished to discipline her, I could have easily found a way to transfer the household authority to you long ago." Shang Yunruo was perplexed. "Then why did you deal with my aunt that day?" Her grandmother replied, "Because I see you are unlike the rumors. As a noble lady of the minister's family, you are willing to temper your temperament for Jinli. I perceive you truly wish to build a life with him, so I acted on your behalf to obtain the authority." Suddenly, Shang Yunruo understood. Her grandmother's words implied that she should temper her temperament further, to a level of fragility that Jinli favored, one that entirely relied on him. Indeed, her grandmother said, "Jinli is a child who responds better to gentleness than to force. If you can temper your temperament further, I can assist you once." Curious, Shang Yunruo asked, "How will you help?" Her grandmother dismissed all servants and spoke softly, "I will ensure he stays in your chamber tonight. My pressure will compel him, though he may resist. He will not dare to defy me. His attitude towards you may not be overly favorable, but you can employ certain methods to keep him." Shang Yunruo's heart raced, instinctively sensing that her grandmother's methods were akin to what Princess Pingyang had suggested. Her grandmother leaned closer, whispering, "Do you know Madame Lin from Linghua Tower?" Shang Yunruo gasped. Her grandmother continued, "If you succeed, I can protect you this once, but only once. If you fail and are discovered, I cannot shield you. The choice is yours." Exiting her grandmother's courtyard, Shang Yunruo felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. She understood her grandmother's reasoning. Recognizing that nurturing feelings with Chu Jinli within a short span would indeed be challenging. Must she truly resort to such underhanded tactics? Pausing, she took a deep breath, as if making a significant resolution, and instructed Chuyu, "Disguise yourself and make a trip to Linghua Tower, but do not let anyone discover your identity." Upon returning home, Chu Jinli was summoned to his grandmother's quarters. Having bottled up his emotions, he released them as soon as he stepped outside. It must have been that Shang Yunruo who complained to his grandmother. Had she approached him amicably, perhaps he could have acquiesced, but since she chose this route, he would not grant her wish. Ling Qian, who followed closely, quietly reminded, "But how will we explain things to the old lady?" After venting, Chu Jinli regained his composure. If he were to confront her, she would turn around and report back to his grandmother. Ignoring the matter of consummating their marriage in public was also his choice. Narrowing his eyes, he suddenly conceived a plan and altered his course towards Zhuangxi Courtyard. In Zhuangxi Courtyard, Chu Yan was kneading dough beneath the osmanthus tree. Taking advantage of the fading sunlight, Yinshan leapt onto the rooftop from the osmanthus branches, petals swirling around, blanketing the ground in gold. Chu Yan frowned, brushing the osmanthus flowers from his shoulder, and resumed kneading the dough, asking, "Have you found anything?" Yinshan replied, I followed Chu and discovered she went a Lingwei Tower. Chu Yan's expression froze, his gaze sharpening as the scene from his dreams resurfaced. His breath caught, and his heart sank. Suddenly, Yinshan vanished in a flash, prompting Chu Yan to sense an approaching presence. Moments later, Chu Jinli entered, glanced around to ensure he was alone, and whispered, "Tonight, disguise yourself as me once more in front of Shang Yunruo." Chapter 33. Does Chu Yan dare to touch her? The dough in Chu Yan's hands fell to the ground with a soft thud, shattering the stillness of the courtyard. Steadying his nerves, Chu Yan bent down to retrieve the dough, murmuring softly, "Brother, do not jest." Chu Jinli's tone was far from pleasant. "Who is joking with you? Last time during the wedding ceremony, you took my place without her noticing. This time, you shall do it again." Confirming that he was not merely testing her resolve, Chu Yan inquired why. Furrowing his brow, Chu Jinli felt that Chu Yan lacked the authority to question him. Yet he feared his brother might expose their ruse before Shang Yunruo. Reluctantly, he divulged the truth. "Grandmother wishes for me to spend the night in her chambers." Chu Yan's gaze lowered slightly as he began to pick the grit out of the dough, his long eyelashes concealing the cold glint in his eyes as he replied, "I cannot." Chu Jinli cast a scornful glance at him, thinking that a mere illegitimate child could never rise to prominence. Timid as a mouse, he urged, "If anything goes awry, I will take responsibility. What is there to fear?" Seeing his brother still hesitating, Chu Jinli added, "Let me offer you 100 taels of silver. That should suffice for half a year's worth of living expenses, no?" He believed that for such a significant temptation, Chu Yan would undoubtedly agree. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth twitched slightly, and he feigned weakness as he said, "But if this matter comes to light, it would offend the Xiong residents." "What future would I have?" Chu Jinli countered, "But in a year, there will be the imperial examination, right? If you succeed, your future will be secured." Though he spoke these words, he did not genuinely believe that Chu Yan would excel. Chu Yan paused in his actions, his voice barely above a whisper, "But I cannot wait a year." Puzzled, Chu Jinli asked, "Why can you not wait?" Chu Yan raised his gaze to him, avoiding the question, and instead stated directly, "If you could secure me a position in the patrol camp, I would have the courage to take the risk." This was not a difficult request, yet Chu Jinli scrutinized him suspiciously, feeling as if he were falling into a trap. "If that is not possible, then forget it, brother. I do not wish to take this risk." Chu Yan softly declined once more, but Chu Jinli felt as though he was being coerced. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his anger and acquiesced. Having reached an agreement, as Chu Jinli approached the courtyard gate, he paused and turned back to advise, "Just get through it. Do not touch her, and do not get too close." Chu Yan lowered his eyelids again, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. After Chu Jinli departed, Yinshan silently returned to the rooftop, commenting with amusement, "Your brother truly trusts you. I have yet to see anyone willingly wear their own green hat." Ignoring him, Chu Yan continued the conversation they had been having. "But what if someone discovers it?" Yinshan chuckled, "Ah, you do care after all. Your first question wasn't about what you'll do, but rather whether you're worried about Shang Yunruo's actions being exposed." Chu Yan shot him a sharp glance. Yinshan, fearing he would be hit for his jesting, quickly pleaded, "No need to hit me. I won't say another word. No one has discovered anything. I have been tailing that maid, and she was quite meticulous in her disguise. She changed her clothes halfway, and I almost lost her." After saying that, seeing Chu Yan need another piece of dough, Yinshan asked curiously, "Aren't you curious about what she is up to?" Chu Yan focused on patiently kneading the dough as Shang Yunruo had taught him, responding softly, "Not curious," because he already knew. Initially, he had doubted whether that dream was merely a dream, devoid of significance. Yet now, the unfolding events were gradually confirming the developments of that dream. Just like in the dream, she had sent someone to seek out the courtesan, presumably to procure the Hahuan powder. But he was puzzled as to why she would purchase it now, a month earlier than in his dream. Today, she had acquired the Hahuan powder, and their grandmother had pressured Chu Jinli to spend the night in her room. Thus, it seemed reasonable to conclude that she intended to use the medicine today. Chu Yan pressed his lips tightly together. Had Chu Jinli not sought him out to take his place, and had Yinshan not discovered their whereabouts, would today have transpired differently? An indescribable, sinister emotion began to spread within him, like a beast consuming his rationality, slowly dismantling his calm exterior and revealing his darker side. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to remain composed, grateful that nothing had yet occurred. He would not allow it to happen. Suddenly, an unexpected rainstorm descended, relieving the oppressive heat of late spring and early summer, yet the night air remained chilly. Shang Yunruo stood beneath the eaves. Raindrops cascading like pearls from the tiles onto the bluestone pavement, the refreshing scent of grass and wood filling the air. She asked, "What time is it?" Chu Yu draped a brocade cloak over her shoulders, replying, "It is 1/4 past the hour of the dog. Miss, please enter the house. I will send someone to inquire about the Marquis's whereabouts." As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Yu suddenly spotted a tall figure emerging in the courtyard. Clad in a dark raincoat that obscured most of his face, holding a black umbrella and not carrying a lantern, Chu Yu peered left and right, unable to discern his features. However, at this hour, it could only be the Marquis appearing brazenly in the inner courtyard. Shang Yunruo, having heard the footsteps, anxiously grasped Chu Yu's hand and asked, "Is it my husband?" Chu Yu cautiously called out, "Is it the Marquis?" The figure approached, lowering his head slightly, his deep voice mingling with the sound of rain. "Yes. You may leave." That voice belonged to the Marquis. Chu Yu, under the flickering light of the weak bamboo lantern swaying in the wind, caught a glimpse of the deep blue satin-embroidered garments he wore, which were indeed the Marquis's usual attire. Shang Yunruo commanded, "Chu, you need not wait here." Chu Yu complied and stepped away. Shang Yunruo extended her delicate hand toward him, softly saying, "Husband, I cannot see the path. Please help me into the house." He stood beneath the eaves, closing the umbrella and removing his hat. A flash of lightning illuminated his exquisitely sculpted features, while the red traces beneath his eyes added a hint of alluring charm to his otherwise aloof demeanor. Noticing his prolonged silence, Shang Yunruo's soft voice betrayed a hint of anxiety. "I have prepared fine wine, wishing to share a drink with you." Fine wine. Was it the wine infused with Huan powder? Chu Yan's eyelashes drooped slightly as he focused on her outstretched hand, pausing for a moment before placing the back of his hand against her palm, allowing her to lean on him as they entered the room. Meanwhile, in the adjacent Changchun Hall, Chu Jinli reclined on a comfortable sofa, yet he felt no sense of relaxation. Xuan Ningen had come today with enthusiasm to perform a newly learned dance, yet his gaze frequently drifted to the window, his mind elsewhere. Chu Yan must have arrived by now. What were they doing? On their wedding night, she had not recognized him, but after spending so much time together, she should be able to recognize him now, right? What if she didn't tea? What if she was eager to consummate the marriage with him? Chu Yan would not dare to touch her, would he? Shang Yunruo's graceful and alluring figure stirred his desires. Even he found it hard to resist. Chu Yan, a young man brimming with vitality, alone in a room with her late at night. Chu Jinli clenched his fists, abruptly rising and knocking over the wine cup. He paid no heed to the spilled wine or Xuan Ningen's inquiries, merely uttering, "I will go back to check," before hastily stepping into the rain. When Chu Jinli arrived at Muqin Xian, the courtyard was deserted. He swiftly approached the doorway but paused, then darted to the side window. Through the slightly ajar gap, he caught sight of Shang Yunruo tightly grasping Chu Yan's hand, caressing it gently. His long fingers, with their elegant bone structure, bore calluses on the pads, which suddenly evoked a familiar sensation in Shang Yunruo. Just as when he had stealthily stolen the ledger, she was inside and he was outside. The warmth of his fingertip encircling her icy wrist was identical to the current moment. She blurted out, "Ayin?" Chapter 34. The delicate hand glides across his arm. "Ayin?" The name slipped from Shang Yunruo's lips, startling her to the point of nearly biting her tongue. Although it seemed absurd to identify someone based solely on a hand, she was convinced that these hands belonged to Chu Yan. Her heart raced, and she tremulously inquired once more, "Is it really Ayin?" Outside, Chu Jinli held his breath, momentarily uncertain whether he wished for the truth to be revealed or not. However, upon realizing that she recognized the person was not herself, Chu Jinli felt an inexplicable sense of joy. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. She did not recognize that the person in front of her was Chu Yan. She recognized him as Chu Yan. How could she discern Chu Yan from merely a hand? Had she ever touched Chu Yan's hand? "Shall I call Ayin?" A deep voice interrupted his train of thought, and he was astonished at how closely Chu Yan had mimicked his tone. The response made Shang Yunruo exhale slowly, her heart gradually finding solace. Of course, how could it possibly be Chu Yan? He was still sulking and unwilling to engage with her. With a sigh, she voiced her concerns. "Recently, I do not know what has come over Ayin. Perhaps he has heard some idle gossip and is upset with me." The candlelight flickered as the wind blew through the window's crevice, casting dancing shadows in Chu Yan's lustrous black eyes. He fixed his gaze upon her, seemingly attempting to peer through the sheer fabric to ascertain whether her eyes truly could not see. Chu Yan lowered his voice again. Have you done anything to provoke him? Shang Yunruo pondered the misdeeds from her dreams and shook her head resolutely. I have done nothing at all, and I certainly will not, she declared emphatically. I only made one mistake. I said that Yin was an inconsequential, illegitimate son, but at that time, I did not truly understand him. Her fervent declaration resembled a grand proclamation. Chu Yan raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Do you understand now? Indeed, I do, Shang Yunruo replied. The Chu Yan I know is a kind, gentle, lovable, and pitiable young man. He is destined for a brilliant future and will obtain everything he desires. Outside, the rain had lessened, falling softly upon the blue stone platform, while the wind softened and the candlelight within the room ceased its flickering, glowing warmly in the depths of his dark eyes. Kind, gentle, lovable? Those descriptors hardly suited him. Perhaps pitiable was the only accurate characterization. She had expressed similar sentiments in his presence before, yet he had only believed half of it. Compliments exchanged face-to-face often carried an air of flattery. And although he was oblivious to her motives, even the reason she had disclosed in her dreams seemed absurd to him. Xu Jinli, eavesdropping outside, frowned in silence as he observed the two within. Was Shang Yunruo not intent on consummating her marriage with him? Why were they now discussing Chu Yan? Did Chu Yan realize that today's task was to impersonate his brother? Shang Yunruo finally sensed something amiss and hastily shifted the topic away from Chu Yan. She reminded herself that today's objective was to consummate her marriage with Xu Jinli. She pointed to the wine jug atop the pearwood table, her fair fingers delicately gesturing. Husband, shall we partake in a cup of mingling wine? Chu Yan turned his gaze toward the jug, which he had noted upon entering. It likely contained wine mixed with Huan powder. His expression darkened, waves of emotion stirring in his eyes as he approached the table, pouring the contents into 2 cups with a grave demeanor. At Shang Yunruo's urging, Chu Yan carried the filled cups back to the bed, offering one to her. Shang Yunruo grasped the cup in her right hand and lightly patted the space beside her with her left. Husband, please sit. Chu Yan hesitated momentarily before complying, their skirts brushing against one another, their knees gently colliding. She turned to face him, raising her cup. Chu Yan mirrored her gesture, their arms intertwining in the ritual of mingling wine. He focused on the cup in his hand, his lips brushing against its rim, yet he hesitated to drink. Without a moment's hesitation, Shang Yunruo downed her cup in one gulp. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes, waiting for a moment. But when he observed no signs of intoxication from her, no hint of inebriation, he felt a twinge of confusion. Have you drunk, husband? She inquired, sensing his stillness. With a deliberate swallow, Chu Yan closed his eyes, draining his cup with a resolute spirit. The cup fell to the ground, rolling across the carpet and coming to rest beneath the table as he pressed a hand to his forehead, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Yet, apart from that, he felt no other symptoms. There was no dryness in his throat, no feverish heat coursing through his body, nor any sense of disorientation. The wine indeed bore no drug. Since she had procured the drug, why would she not administer it tonight? If she chose not to do so, when would she? Would she still have the opportunity to do it while he was present? Could he still pretend to be a brother then? His head swam with confusion, thoughts swirling chaotically. Yet they felt like the most genuine reflections of his heart. As the night deepened, shall I help you out of your outer garments, husband? Shang Yunruo suggested, her hands deftly unbuttoning his outer robe, gradually peeling it away. Noticing his compliance, she reached to untie his belt. Outside, Xu Jinli could no longer contain himself. They had already exchanged mingling wine, and now they were truly about to undress and share a bed? He rushed into the room, the rain outside intensifying, and with the force of the door swinging open, half the candles within extinguished. Who is it? Shang Yunruo gasped in shock at the sudden intrusion, while Chu Yan instinctively shielded her, the cold wind that rushed in clearing his head. Upon recognizing Xu Jinli, Chu Yan raised an eyebrow and, before Xu Jinli could speak, demanded, Didn't I say you need not attend to us? Xu Jinli, realizing the gravity of his intrusion, felt a cold sweat break out on his brow. If he were discovered having sent Chu Yan in his place, Shang Yunruo would undoubtedly alert their grandmother. He quickly followed Chu Yan's lead, feigning a high-pitched tone, Forgive me. Madam, hearing a bumbling servant, Shang Yunruo scolded, Useless wretch, why do you not leave at once? Insulted, Xu Jinli stifled his indignation but was unwilling to exit. Instead, he closed the door behind him, pressing himself against the wall, retreating into the shadows, finger to his lips, signaling Xu Yan to remain silent. A shadow flitted across Xu Yan's eyes but was deftly concealed. The delicate hand glided across his arm, sending shivers through him, as his outer garment slipped away. Her movements stirred the remnants of alcohol within him, and he acutely felt the tingling sensations ignited by her fragile fingers roaming over him. Dazed, he glanced at Chu Jinli, who was lurking in the shadows, his eyes filled with fury. Chu Yan opened his arms wide, allowing her to continue undressing him, projecting an air of innocence, silently conveying that he had not made a move. It was she who was touching him. Chapter 35. The escalating madness at this moment. Chu Jinli felt a surge of emotions, a tumultuous blend of anger and regret. He could only watch helplessly as their increasingly intimate actions unfolded before him, akin to a thief spying on his wife in the arms of another. The irony was unbearable, for he had been the one to invite this very man into their lives, a true case of shooting oneself in the foot. All he could feel was regret, questioning why he had insisted on his pride. If she wished to complain to her grandmother, so be it. She merely sought to consummate their marriage. Chu Yan had already loosened the sash of her robe, the silk fabric falling away to reveal her delicate undergarments. She pressed her warm and soft body against his back, enveloping him in a comforting warmth that gradually thawed his cold demeanor. Her fingers, like tendrils, climbed over his chest, and as Chu Yan closed his eyes, he felt a shiver of desire awaken within him, his body trembling lightly in response to their shared breaths. The impulse to break free surged within him, and despite clenching his fists until his nails bit into his flesh, he felt no pain. In that moment of rising madness, he heard a soft whisper, "Jinli." The sound doused him like a bucket of cold water. His body stiffened, and he suddenly grasped her hand resting on his waist, halting her explorations. The suddenness of the action pulled Chu Yan out of her reverie. Her hand was forcefully released, causing her to stumble back onto the bed, nearly colliding with the bed curtains. The abrupt cessation of their actions left Chu Jinli, who was about to charge forward, frozen in a moment of indecision, before he silently retreated. In that fleeting moment, he experienced the most excruciating and torturous pangs of frustration in his life. Silence enveloped the room until Chu Yan finally broke the stillness with a voice tinged with despair. "Since our marriage, you have never touched me. To be honest, do you despise me?" Her words weighed heavily on Chu Jinli's heart, prompting him to reflect. Did he truly harbor disdain for her? He had indeed resented the rumors of her being domineering, yet in the time spent together since their marriage, he found her demeanor not as unruly as the gossip suggested. More often, she was gentle and kind. Had it not been for his commitment to his cousin, he could envision a harmonious life with her, as a loving couple. Yet the thought of his gentle cousin, with her delicate beauty, filled him with hesitation and conflict. If forced to make a choice, he would indeed find himself in a predicament. Nevertheless, he signaled to Chu Yan with a shake of his head, indicating that he did not despise her. Chu Yan perceived his subtle gesture in the darkness and understood his unspoken wish for her response. However, she lowered her gaze, feigning ignorance, and simply offered a heavy The affirmative response brought a bitter smile to Chu Yan's lips, leaving her feeling despondent. She was relieved that she had not heeded Rong Yue and her grandmother's advice to use the love powder on him. Although she longed for a harmonious life with her husband, she did not desire a life marked by disdain, coldness, and emotional distance. Perhaps due to that haunting dream, she had felt the sting of confinement and torment, igniting within her a yearning for a life of comfort and freedom. Thus, she realized that what she truly sought was not to secure her position as the matriarch of the marquise through offspring, but rather to live a life of tranquility and ease. If her husband could not provide her with such a life, then she could very well do without him. Resolute in her newfound conviction, Chu Yan composed herself, straightening her back with dignity and softly declaring, "I understand." What did she understand? This was not the conclusion he had hoped for. Chu Jinli, observing the two of them as they donned their garments, found himself at a loss regarding the implications of her response. Although she had misinterpreted his feelings, she had indeed relinquished her intimate entanglement with Chu Yan. Chu Yan sat by the window, reminiscing about the time she would recline there, speaking with him, as if he could still feel the remnants of her warmth. He closed his eyes, striving to suppress the stirrings of his heart, murmuring, "I shall remain here tonight." Chu Yan, now clad in her attire, lay down on the bed and softly replied, "Rest easy. I shall no longer disturb you." The room fell into a tranquil silence, broken only by the gentle patter of rain outside, which had also begun to subside. Chu Yan's breathing became steady and long, and Chu Jinli concluded that she had drifted into slumber. He quietly approached the window's ledge and gently tapped Chu Yan. Chu Yan opened his eyes, and for a fleeting moment, he perceived an unsettling glint in Zhu Jinli's gaze, akin to a serpent's stare, causing him to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. Upon a second glance, he found Chu Yan sitting upright, his dark eyes devoid of emotion, innocent and serene. Had he misjudged him? With a lingering apprehension, he scrutinized Chu Yan once more, relieved to find him still bearing the slightly dull expression of obedience. He gestured towards his clothing, indicating a desire to switch, then departed. Chu Yan hesitated for a moment before obediently shedding his outer garment. Once they exchanged attire, Zhu Jinli watched Chu Yan depart before stealthily making his way back to Chu Yan's side, his thoughts wandering as he gazed at her sleeping form. After a lengthy pause, he ultimately returned to the window's ledge, lying down fully clothed, unable to shake off the absurdity of the night's events. On the other side, at Changchun Garden, Xun Ningyan had spent a restless night, her expression resembling that of a worn-out donkey. Since Zhu Jinli's departure, she had waited, hoping to evoke feelings of guilt and sympathy in him upon his return, thus persuading him to grant her some favors. This had been her usual tactic. Yet, to her dismay, he had not returned at all. Could it be that he had truly spent the night with Chu Yan? With the dawn, the gravity of the situation dawned upon her. She sprang up and called for her maid, Kai Yang, but the moment she stood, her legs went numb, and she stumbled, landing on the floor with a cry, completely devoid of her usual grace and composure. After shattering several cups in a fit of anger, she felt somewhat relieved and instructed Kai Yang to seek out the maid Cui Ju, whom she had recently bribed, to gather information. As the first light of dawn broke, Zhu Jinli finally felt a twinge of exhaustion. After a brief moment of drowsiness, he was roused by the sounds of his maid tidying up, glaring out the window in irritation. The maid Cui Ju, tasked with her mission, carried a basin of dirty water towards the main house, eager to gather information for her reward. As she passed by the window, her gaze met Zhu Jinli's furious glare, causing her to scream in fright, dropping the basin and splattering dirty water all over her new clothes. The commotion jolted Chu Yan awake, and she sat up, bewildered. What happened? Zhu Jinli, ignoring the maid's blunder, rushed to Chu Yan's side, inquiring earnestly, "You're awake? What do you wish to do? Shall I assist you?" Chu Yan paused, grasping his arm to rise, but something felt amiss, causing her to instinctively release his hold and call out, "Chu Yao." With that, as Chu Yao entered the room, Zhu Yan, who had been lurking outside all night, finally withdrew his gaze, leaping away into the chaos. Chapter 36. Fingers gliding over the Adam's apple, Chu Yu supported Shang Yunruo as they stood at the entrance, exuding the authority of a housekeeper, and reprimanded Sueju. "How are you working? Why are you looking around while doing your tasks?" Sueju, whether out of fear or guilt, turned red-eyed upon hearing Chuyo's admonition and fervently defended herself. "No, I wasn't looking around." Initially, Chuyu believed it to be a simple mistake, but seeing her demeanor, she narrowed her eyes and taunted, "What? Are you trying to pry into the master's privacy?" Chuyo's words struck a chord with Sueju, who, terrified, knelt down and wept uncontrollably. "I am not prying, my lord. I am wronged, my lord. Boo-hoo, I am wronged." Chuyu sternly commanded, "What are you crying for? Is there no decorum?" Sueju crawled to the feet of Zhu Jinli, banging her head on the ground in a heart-wrenching plea for mercy. Chuyu ordered, "Take her away." According to the rules of the household, crying and causing a ruckus before the master warrants 10 slaps. Zhu Jinli, unable to bear the sight of a woman crying, said with compassion, "She is also frightened. Such a harsh punishment is unnecessary." Chuyu was about to retort when Shang Yunruo squeezed her hand, and she immediately understood to keep silent. With a gentle smile, Shang Yunruo said, "My lord is right. Let her go, but should she err again, I cannot be so lenient." Zhu Jinli glanced at Shang Yunruo, a smile gradually forming in his eyes, appreciating her kindness and grace, which brought him joy. Her gentleness made him momentarily forget the miscommunication from the previous night with Chu Yan, believing she was unaffected, and he happily joined her for breakfast before heading to his duties. After Zhu Jinli departed, Shang Yunruo wandered around the courtyard, requesting Chuyu to fetch some flowers, and leisurely arranged them. She picked up a white peony and an orchid, pondering aloud, "Do these colors match?" Chuyu replied, "They match quite well. The white peony is easy to pair." Nodding, Shang Yunruo adjusted the height of the flowers, trimming the stems as she remarked, "That Sueju, keep an eye on her." Chuyu assisted in trimming the leaves, agreeing, "I also find her behavior suspicious. The inner courtyard is managed by the mistress. Yet she pleads for mercy while calling you my lord, as if she knows you can save her." Shang Yunruo picked up a delphinium to place in the vase, casually adding, either she understands your nature and knows of your soft heart, or she is connected to you in some way. Chu Yu concurred, you speak wisely, miss. Shang Yunruo continued, regardless, we must let the tiger return to the mountain, allowing her to let her guard down, revealing the true reason behind her actions. With a decisive snip, she cut away the excess branches and placed them in the vase, inquiring, is it beautiful? Chu Yu clapped, it looks splendid. This delphinium pairs perfectly with the orchid. With a smile, Shang Yunruo said, let us take it to Yan. His room lacks vibrant decor. The atmosphere in Zhuoxi courtyard was somewhat tranquil, and as Shang Yunruo entered, she unconsciously softened her footsteps, recalling his previous aloofness towards her. She felt a twinge of anxiety and cautiously approached the main house, softly calling, Yan, are you there? No response came. She instructed Chu Yu to wait in the courtyard, then gently knocked on the door, pushing it open as it yielded. She called again, Yan, are you in there? I'm coming in. He must not be here. After all, this was not her first visit. She had frequented his room during her bookkeeping and was quite familiar with the layout, boldly stepping over the threshold. The room was dimly lit, and while she could discern some outlines from outside, it was impossible to see anything clearly now. She placed the vase on the table and fumbled to open a window, instantly brightening the space. Initially intending to leave, she was startled by a sudden cough. Steadying herself, she called toward the bed, is that you, Yan? Still, there was no answer. Shang Yunruo carefully approached, bending over the bed and feeling a firm abdomen, only to retract her hand in shock. After a moment, she sensed an unusual warmth beneath her hand and reached for his forehead. Her fingers glided over his Adam's apple and nose, finally resting on his forehead. It was burning hot. She checked his cheeks, which were also intensely warm. Chu Yu, she called out urgently, go find the doctor. Chu Yu responded swiftly, and Shang Yunruo continued to examine his face, her fingers grazing his lips, which were chapped. She searched for a water jug on the table, finding only a little cold water left. Unable to start a fire, she decided to offer him the cool water. Supporting his neck, she attempted to lift his head to feed him water, but it only spilled from the corners of his mouth. She sat on the edge of the bed, cradling him in her arms, freeing one hand to retrieve a handkerchief and wipe his face. After a couple of sips, he finally swallowed, then coughed violently as if regaining some consciousness. Shang Yunruo softly called, Yan. His brow furrowed tightly, as if enduring great pain, restless and murmuring incoherently. Leaning down, Shang Yunruo pressed her ear to his lips to catch his murmurs. Don't hate me. I was wrong. Her brow furrowed in confusion, uncertain of the nightmare he was experiencing, and she wished to awaken him. Suddenly, she heard him say, please, sister-in-law. After finishing his duties, Xu Jinli intended to return home, but was intercepted midway by Xue Ninggen's maid, Kaiyang, who tearfully informed him of her illness. Xu Jinli hurriedly rode to Jinghui Garden and entered Changchun Hall, finding his cousin lying in bed. Xue Ninggen reached out as if to grasp his hand, but was unable to move her legs and fell to the ground, her face pale, clutching her legs and crying like a sorrowful figure. Xu Jinli's heart sank, tears welling in his eyes as he rushed to help her up, trembling fingers brushing her legs as he asked, what happened? Is it broken? Xue Ninggen leaned against him, her voice weak. No, I waited for you all night. And now my legs have lost sensation and I cannot move. Xu Jinli paused, surprised, is it just numbness? Xue Ninggen replied softly, yes. Xu Jinli sighed, composing himself, and gently lifted her back to bed, saying, I know you wanted my sympathy. I shouldn't have returned so suddenly last night. Seeing his tone soften, Xue Ninggen sobbed again. I thought my cousin would return, so I waited all night. I do not blame you. It is my own doing. Xu Jinli embraced her. It was my fault. I left suddenly because I couldn't stop worrying. I slept separately from her. I truly didn't touch her. Xue Ninggen nodded, a tear falling onto his hand, her misty eyes gazing at him as she firmly stated 3 words. I believe you. Xu Jinli was moved by her sincerity and understanding. Tightening his hold on her, momentarily overwhelmed with emotion, he declared, tonight, I will stay with you and not return. Xue Ninggen lowered her head, concealing her triumphant expression, and softly asked, what if she gets angry? Recalling Shang Yunruo's compliance that morning, Xu Jinli confidently replied, she won tea. She is very understanding now and obedient to me. Xue Ninggen frowned slightly and inquired, but you already stayed in her room last night. If you don't return today, won't she go to grandmother to complain? Xu Jinli asserted, if she truly goes to complain, Then I will not return until she stops causing a scene. To everyone's astonishment, Shang Yunruo not only refrained from causing a scene, but even failed to send anyone to inquire about his whereabouts. Chu Jinli spent yet another sleepless night. The first half was filled with anxiety, fearing that she might suddenly appear to take him back, but as the night wore on and tranquility prevailed, he found himself perplexed for the remainder of the night. At dawn, he hastily dispatched Lu Qian to return to the estate for a check, only to receive the report that the madam had also not returned for the night. Chu Jinli. Chapter 37. Keeping vigil over him, the morning breeze gently dislodged the osmanthus blossoms from the trees, sending a few petals swirling through the air before drifting through the half-open window. Sitting by the bedside, Shang Yunruo felt a slight awakening as the cool air brushed against her. She had nearly succumbed to sleep. She reached out to touch Chu Yan's forehead, relieved to find it no longer feverish. Straightening her aching back, she intended to rise. Suddenly, her clothing was tugged lightly, and she exclaimed in delight, "Ah Yan, you are awake?" Chu Yan had actually been awake for some time, gazing at her intently. He understood that she had devoted the entire night to caring for him, as if he were of utmost importance to her. The woman before him, with her lips curved in a radiant smile, resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, a stark contrast to the disdainful and resentful figure he had dreamt of. His mind, clouded from a night of fever, offered no response as he shut his eyes once more, clutching the hem of her dress tightly. Shang Yunruo hastily called for Chu Yu. "Quick, summon the imperial physician." The mention of the physician startled Chu Yan, who abruptly opened his eyes. He observed Chu Yu entering briskly with an elderly gentleman clad in the physician's ceremonial garb, clearly summoned from the palace and having spent the night away. The physician wore a displeased expression, yet diligently took his pulse. After scribbling some notes, he announced, "There is no cause for concern. He is merely a bit weak. Follow this prescription for medicine, taking it morning and night without fail." Shang Yunruo expressed her gratitude to the physician, while Chu Yu discreetly handed him a hefty silver ingot. The physician accepted it without hesitation, remarking, "This is merely for your lordship's sake. I have yet to encounter such a trivial illness. In the future, for a mere cold or fever, you needn't go to such lengths to summon me from the palace." Shang Yunruo replied, "I was simply worried he might be gravely ill, which left me in a state of panic, compelling me to call for you." Chu Yan's long eyelashes trembled slightly, concealing a myriad of emotions within his gaze. Shang Yunruo instructed Chu Yu to arrange a carriage for the physician's return, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Weariness began to take hold, and she stretched her arms. Addressing Chu Yan, "Ah Yan, I will leave the bamboo curtain and the fragrant herbs here. If you require anything, instruct them to attend to your needs. I have also summoned 2 young servants to assist you." Upon hearing her intent to depart, Chu Yan finally spoke, his voice hoarse and dry. "Why call for the physician? Did you summon the physician?" The two voices overlapped, with Chu Yan's feeble tone overshadowed by the authoritative voice of Chu Jinli. Before Shang Yunruo could fully comprehend, Chu Jinli strode into the room, surveying the scene, Chu Yan lying in bed and a multitude of maids and servants in attendance. His prior displeasure softened upon realizing they were not alone. Shang Yunruo, forcing herself to appear alert despite her fatigue, replied, "Yes, the physician has just left." Seeing her nonchalant demeanor, Chu Jinli's tone grew stern. "You called for the physician for Chu Yan? What audacity! I have never summoned a physician for grandmother when she fell ill." Shang Yunruo paused, taken aback. "That was when I was not present. Had I been here, I would have called for a physician for grandmother as well." Chu Jinli. Her words implied that his inability to summon a physician reflected poorly on his capabilities. Feeling his pride pricked, he raised his voice, "Then why stay here all night? Are there not servants to attend to him?" Shang Yunruo countered, "Because I was worried about Ah Yan." Her candid declaration rendered him momentarily speechless, as if any other rationale would be beneath her dignity. She could voice her concern without pretense, making his earlier annoyance seem trivial. His tone softened, "Then, you should not have stayed the entire night." Shang Yunruo inquired, "Where did your husband stay last night?" Her seemingly casual question left Chu Jinli at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he relented, extending his hand to guide her. "Let us discuss this elsewhere." As they exited the courtyard, Chu Yan watched their retreating figures, listening to Chu Jinli's voice fade into the distance. "Ah Yan has servants to attend to him. The lady need not fuss. What am I worrying about? Let that lad fend for himself. The lady need not concern herself." As the voices vanished, he realized he had not heard Shang Yunruo's response. But he could guess. She likely would not return, having shown concern for him solely to appease Chu Jinli. She had come to understand that he was of little consequence to her, and thus had no further obligation to care for him. Her request for the physician, her professed worry, were merely for the benefit of Chu Jinli's gaze. He had no power or influence. Who would ever care for him unconditionally? He should have seen this truth long ago and relinquished any expectations of others. Perhaps it was for the best. He truly needed nothing more. Shang Yunruo finally caught up on her sleep, awakening just before noon the following day. Indeed, a night spent awake necessitated a longer rest to regain her vitality. After inquiring about Chu Yan's condition from Chu Yu and learning he was now able to eat normally, she felt a wave of relief. She reflected on her failure to promptly assign servants to his courtyard, which had resulted in no one noticing his illness. After bidding her grandmother a good afternoon, she returned to select suitable servants for Chu Yan. Chu Yu, managing the inner courtyard effectively, quickly drafted a list of suitable candidates. Shang Yunruo met with the 4 maids and 6 young servants, finding them satisfactory, and dispatched them to Chu Yan's side. She instructed them firmly. Should any of you show disrespect towards the second young master, ignore your explanations and be sold off immediately. After some consideration, she decided to send Suejiu along as well. If Suejiu were indeed compromised, her role would undoubtedly relate to both Shang Yunruo and the Marquis. By placing Suejiu with Chu Yan, she would be likely to act. Watching over her movements would reveal any underlying issues. Having arranged these matters, she dined before heading to Zhuoxi Garden. Chu Yan observed the multitude of servants bowing respectfully, allowing them to proceed with their tasks as per Shang Yunruo's instructions. After a night of recuperation, his health had improved significantly. Rising to fetch some water, his gaze fell upon the vase of flowers on the table. Had she sent these? They could only have come from her. Lost in contemplation of the blooms, he absent-mindedly allowed the water to overflow from his teacup before snapping back to reality, his expression darkening. Does the second young master fancy these flowers? Would you like me to assist with watering them? Suejiu, having been reassigned, felt her worth had diminished entirely. Abandoned by both the lady and the cousin next door, she resented the prospect of a life as a mere menial maid. Upon learning of the rumored disfavored second young master, she was startled to discover his exquisite beauty. Even in disfavor, he remained the Marquis' second son. Possessing unparalleled grace and beauty, she could not lose out on such an opportunity. Hearing he was pliable and easily influenced, she saw the potential to manipulate him to her advantage. With this motivation, she adorned herself elaborately and positioned herself near him, seeking to capture his attention. Approaching the vase he had been fixated on, she reached out to grasp it for watering, but her fingers faltered just short of the vessel, startled by his icy, menacing voice. His words resonated like echoes from the depths of hell, instilling a firm belief that he would act on his threats. Dare to touch it, and I shall sever your hands. Chapter 38. A meeting with the cousin Suejiu, startled, immediately withdrew her hand, gazing incredulously at the rumored obedient and timid second young master. Where was the semblance of weakness? The momentary malevolence faded, revealing a hint of coolness in Zhu Yan's beautiful, deep-set eyes. He nonchalantly inquired, "Was it the madam who sent you?" Suejiu, still shaken from the earlier fright, dared only to stand obediently, lowering her head and replying, "Yes." Zhu Yan continued, "Do you know that enchanting a master can lead to punishment and sale?" Although his tone was light, it sent a chill through Suejiu, making her feel that he could carry out his threats. She fell to her knees, repeatedly pleading for mercy. "Second young master, I was wrong. I was confused for a moment." Zhu Yan spoke slowly, enunciating each word. "Was it a moment of confusion, or were you incited by someone? If it was the latter, your crime may not be too severe, but if you acted on your own..." His words were highly suggestive, and Suejiu understood his hint, nodding vigorously. "Someone incited me. Someone incited me." Zhu Yan narrowed his eyes. "Who incited you?" Suejiu hesitated, unsure whether to name the madam or the cousin. Stealing a glance at Zhu Yan, she noted his brows slightly bent, a beguiling smile playing on his lips, seemingly suggesting that if she spoke up, all would be well. The cousin, favored by the Marquis, would surely not end well if she implicated her. Gritting her teeth, she decided to choose a softer target. "It was the madam who incited me." Zhu Yan looked down at her from a height, retracting all traces of his smile. His gaze now as cold as that directed at a dying person. His voice, though not loud, seemed to pronounce her doom. "Framing the madam, committing treason, enchanting the master. Someone, bind her and confine her to the firewood room, awaiting the madam's judgment." The bamboo curtain and the shadowy grass left behind by the madam rushed forward, stuffing the rag used to wipe the candlestick into her mouth. How dare you frame the madam? Worthy of death. Two young servants easily bound her tightly and dragged her away. Chu Yan's eyes returned to their previous innocence as he drew water from the rain barrel in the courtyard. Slowly watering the flowers in a vase, carefully wiping the vase with a clean handkerchief. As he went to fetch more water, a small bird landed on the edge of the barrel, one wing stained with blood, seemingly injured. Its call was weak and tremulous, shaking as if it might fall into the barrel at any moment. Chu Yan set down the bamboo ladle and cradled the bird gently in his palms, tenderly stroking its feathers, his eyes filled with compassion. You are too weak, thus you can only be bullied. You have no family, no friends. No one cares when you are hurt. Your wounds will fester slowly, and your suffering will only increase, he murmured, his fingers gliding softly along its neck, applying slight pressure. Perhaps I could grant you a swift end, to spare you from prolonged agony. It would be an act of mercy. A tear slipped from his eye, falling onto the bird, which had closed its eyes. The mingling of pity, pain, and the thrill of destruction created a new, intoxicating experience. A hint of madness lurking in his tear-drenched gaze. Just as his fingers tightened, ready to snap the bird's neck, the voice of Shang Yunruo reached his ears. What? She dares to do this to Yan. Take her away. His fingers abruptly released the bird's neck. Shang Yunruo entered the courtyard, and Chu Yu quietly informed her that the second young master was holding a bird in the courtyard, tears in his eyes. She hurried over, asking, How can you be outside when you've just recovered? What happened to the bird? Chu Yan glanced at her, his eyes slightly red, looking pitiful. It's injured. Shang Yunruo replied. Give it to Chu. I will find someone to treat it. Chu Yan hesitated to part with the bird, asking uncertainly, Will you truly help it? You won't abandon it? Shang Yunruo almost swore, I promise I won't abandon it. I will ensure its recovery. Chu Yan lowered his gaze, transferring the fortunate little bird into Chu Yu's hands, closing his eyes as a tear rolled down his cheek. Shang Yunruo, I wish to spare you. You have brought this upon yourself. You shall not leave now. Upon returning from Zhuoxi courtyard, Shang Yunruo interrogated the maid named Cui Ju. Cui Ju, lacking any sense of pride, began to weep and divulged everything without much prompting. I initially sought to elevate my status by aligning with the second young master, believing him to be simple and easily manipulated. Who would have thought he would betray me? Shang Yunruo frowned. What do you mean he betrayed you? Cui Ju replied. He merely asked me to reveal who was behind it, deceiving me into thinking I would not be sold if I complied. I genuinely believed him, who knew that beneath his innocent facade lay intentions to harm me. Suddenly, Shang Yunruo recalled Chu Yan from her dreams, her heart sinking. Unmoved by Cui Ju's words, she seized upon the key point in her confession. Are you not curious why I summoned you to Zhuoxi courtyard? Cui Ju did not respond, instead weeping pitifully. Madam, I was deceived by Chu Yan. He wishes to see me dead. He is too sinister. Shang Yunruo scoffed coldly. Yet you sought to frame others to save yourself, rendering you equally deserving of death. Cui Ju paused, momentarily sobering at her words. Seizing the opportunity, Shang Yunruo asked, I will ask you a question. If you answer honestly, I can mitigate your punishment. With tears in her eyes, Cui Ju questioned, Madam, will you not deceive me as well? This maid had clearly been psychologically scarred by Chu Yan. Shang Yunruo maintained a stern expression. You have no other choice. I will definitely deal with you. However, if you can redeem yourself, I can lessen your suffering. Sensing her turmoil and struggle, Shang Yunruo smiled derisively. You don't think anyone can save you, do you? You must realize you have become a discarded pawn. Cui Ju gritted her teeth. It was the cousin, Xuan Ningen, who instructed me to gather information about you and report back. I only sought to earn some money. So it was her, the cousin who owed 60,000 in debts, who had specially come to request hunting quotas from Zhu Jinli. What sort of person was Xuan Ningen? Shang Yunruo exited the firewood room. Taking a deep breath, she instructed Chu Yu, find her a discreet place to detain her. Deny any visitation or interrogation. I may find her useful. Chu Yu complied, and Shang Yunruo added, let us go now to meet this cousin. Brother, does she still refuse? In the lakeside pavilion next door, Xuan Ningen leaned gently against Zhu Jinli's arm, wearing a helpless expression. As the madam, she has everything. I only have my cousin. Zhu Jinli sighed. She said she would consult with sister-in-law and then reply to me. I cannot force her to ask. We must wait. Xuan Ningen whimpered. But I feel that even if sister-in-law declines, she will not take me along. Zhu Jinli frowned. Do not overthink. She has yet to respond. Xuanningen began to cry softly, and just then, Zhu Jinli turned his head to see Shang Yunruo approaching the bridge, adorned in a waist-length skirt of fine silk, exuding grace and charm that was indescribably alluring. As he looked at Xuanningen, who was sobbing against him, he could not help but feel a sense of annoyance at her seemingly unrefined demeanor. Enough, all you do is cry. The additional quota was obtained through Shang Yunruo's connections. Why should it be given to you for free? Chapter 39. He has already developed affection for Shang Yunruo. The sound of Xuanningen's weeping abruptly ceased. She paused, rising from his side, gazing at him in disbelief. Typically, he was most susceptible to her tears. A single sob would soften his heart and compel him to acquiesce to her every request. Why then, did his usual charm fail today? Following his wandering gaze, she beheld the enchanting figure of a woman draped in a veil, gracefully crossing the bridge, accompanied by 4 handmaidens, exuding an air of elegance. It was none other than Shang Yunruo. A wave of despair washed over Xuanningen, accompanied by a profound sense of impending crisis. Ever since he returned unexpectedly to the residence that day, she had sensed that he had developed feelings for Shang Yunruo, though he himself remained oblivious to it. She could not allow him to become aware of her own sentiments. His change of heart towards her was merely because Shang Yunruo did not embody the arrogance depicted in rumors. She even occasionally displayed a gentle compliance. While she had submitted to him a few times, he had altered his perception of her, yet she had persistently catered to him, only to receive his current disdain in return. Xuanningen held her breath, suppressing her frustration. She found it hard to believe that a pampered daughter of a noble family would genuinely submit to others. It had to be an act. If she could incite Shang Yunruo's temper, provoking her into behaving imperiously, then naturally, Zhu Jinli would grow weary of her without any effort on her part. Meanwhile, as Shang Yunruo crossed the bridge, she realized she might have already been exposed to Xuanningen's gaze. Her visit to Jinghui Yuan was not to investigate Xuanningen's background personally, but rather to instill unease in her, prompting her to act and reveal her true intentions. Though she did not know Xuanningen well, the latter's scheming to win over the servants in her courtyard suggested she was no simple adversary. Her relationship with Zhu Jinli was equally intricate. She even began to speculate why Zhu Jinli consistently lingered near Jinghui Yuan and why he had yet to consummate their marriage. She had considered the notion of bribing the servants of Jinghui Yuan, yet many covert matters would undoubtedly be concealed from them, and the servants might exaggerate certain events in pursuit of rewards, thus compromising the authenticity of the information. Moreover, she could not leave behind any incriminating evidence similar to her dealings with Cui Ju. Currently, the best way to test the waters was to wait for her to make the first move. After all, she had summoned Zhu Jinli to request a quota, so she would seize that point of leverage. As she stepped off the bridge, a caustic remark laced with mockery reached her ears. There was no need to guess it was the sharp-tongued Mu Chuanxi. Shang Yunruo greeted her with a respectful nod. Sister Mu. Mu Chuanxi approached, fanning herself, and returned the courtesy, saying, You ought to address me as sister-in-law now. Shang Yunruo complied. Sister-in-law. Mu Chuanxi scrutinized her for a moment, clicking her tongue in irritation. Shang Yunruo, have you become foolish after marriage? Have you turned into a mindless puppet, subject to others' whims? Shang Yunruo gritted her teeth, yet maintained a smile. Have I become so compliant that it has become a flaw? Mu Chuanxi, don't go looking for trouble. Mu Chuanxi laughed, affectionately linking arms with her. Now that's the Shang Yunruo I know. Why pretend to be such a demure little rabbit? From afar, Zhu Jinli observed the warm exchange between Shang Yunruo and Mu Chuanxi, his heart swelling with delight, akin to the warmth of radiant sunshine. He diverted his gaze, only to find Xuanningen had dried her tears and was elegantly brewing tea. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting her flowing skirt and dispersing the fragrant aroma of tea, captivating the observer's heart. Noticing Zhu Jinli's gaze linger upon her, Xuanningen felt a surge of satisfaction. Thankfully, she had deliberately donned light attire today. After all, men were easily swayed by such allure. Keeping him yearning yet unattainable was the key to maintaining his affection. Shang Yunruo's straightforward nature would likely render her incapable of ever grasping the intricacies of a man's heart. The location of Yuqing Courtyard was undoubtedly the finest within Jinghui Yuan, being the residence of the legitimate heir. However, with the legitimate heir, Zhuizhua, seldom at home. Yuqing Courtyard had fallen into disuse, truly living up to its name. Passing through a grove of bamboo, a refreshing sensation enveloped her as she entered Yuqing Courtyard. Sensing the abundant bamboo within the courtyard even without sight, Mu Chuanxi recounted the previous incident involving account books, laughing heartily. You should have seen it. My mother-in-law nearly fell into the pond. You, my dear, have truly grown wiser, managing to have Zhuo Jinli set up a shop for you. Shang Yunruo sighed. Wisdom only half-formed. I did not anticipate his ears to be so easily swayed, allowing my aunt to delay matters effortlessly. Mu Chuanxi remarked, my mother-in-law is quite the character. Having managed the Marquis's residence for years, with Zhuo Jinli yielding to her every whim. For you to wrest control from her and create a rift between them is no small feat. Shang Yunruo managed a wry smile. Before marriage, I never considered that life would require such cunning. At least my mother never resorted to such tactics, yet her days flowed smoothly. Mu Chuanxi casually plucked a bamboo shoot. Peeling it and tossing it to her maid, gather more spring bamboo shoots for lunch. I'll dine with Yunruo. Observing Mu Chuanxi's carefree disposition, Shang Yunruo inquired. I heard Zhuo Jinli say you avoid dining with others and dislike socializing. I was puzzled by your transformation, yet upon seeing you today, it seems you have not changed at all. Mu Chuanxi picked a few more bamboo shoots from the roadside to hand to her maid. I simply find this family insufferable. Each person more selfish than the last, some foolish, others wicked. I prefer to keep my distance. She straightened up, brushing off her hands. You, my dear, don't confine yourself. If you don't wish to associate with someone, then don't. Shang Yunruo replied. By isolating yourself, you risk becoming trapped in your own world. Isn't that a form of self-imprisonment? Mu Chuanxi paused for a moment, lowering her gaze. I am awaiting an answer. Shang Yunruo could not discern what answer she awaited, but surmised it pertained to her husband, Zhuo. Even the most carefree woman could become consumed by emotions, unlike herself. Was love truly such a mysterious force? Was her own compliant demeanor before Zhuo Jinli merely a reflection of being lost in feelings? She simply wished to utilize him to improve her own circumstances. In the end, it mattered little how others perceived her. What was essential was her own clarity of mind. Her principle was to comply with matters that aligned with her desires while adhering to her own will in opposition. Having confirmed Mu Chuanxi's intention to participate in the hunting event, Shang Yunruo returned to the Marquis's residence. Her strategy had succeeded. Xue Ningyan had indeed lost her composure and made the first move, sending Zhuo Xiui to confront her. Zhuo Xiui arrived in a huff, launching into a moralistic tirade. Shang Yunruo, you are so capable. If you can secure 5 quotas, what harm is there in granting 1 to Ningyan? Shang Yunruo, seated in the main position, smiled softly and replied, certainly. Zhuo Xiui, poised to unleash her frustration, was caught off guard by her response, akin to a fishbone lodged in her throat, stammering, huh? With a calm demeanor, Shang Yunruo continued, then you need not go. Simply give your quota to her. Chapter 40. A re-examination of Shang Yunruo. Zhu Xiui raised her eyes defiantly. Why should I relinquish my spot? Don't you have 5 spots yourself? Shang Yunruo replied. All 5 spots are filled. Now, tell me, is it that you don't want me to go, or you wish to prevent Lord Ho from attending? Zhu Xiui hesitated. Will my sister-in-law attend? Shang Yunruo nodded, yes. Zhu Xiui retorted. Then it should be Chu Yan who stays behind. Do not let Chu Yan go. The faint smile on Shang Yunruo's lips abruptly vanished, her tone growing serious. On what grounds? Zhu Xiui responded. As if it were obvious, because he is an illegitimate son. Does an illegitimate son deserve to participate in such an event? Shang Yunruo's face hardened. Her teeth clenched as she spoke slowly. Does a legitimate son of the Ho family not qualify, yet those distant cousins do? Zhu Xiui slammed her hand on the table. What kind of reasoning is that? She is Jinli's biological cousin, the legitimate daughter of his concubine. And you suggest she is inferior to an illegitimate son? Shang Yunruo placed her teacup down heavily, her voice barely audible above the noise. Then let his legitimate cousin take the spot in our household. Zhu Xiui stood up, discontented. Ningyan's family does not have the rank. Otherwise, why would they come to plead with you? Shang Yunruo scoffed coldly. Indeed, did you come to plead with me? Do you exhibit even a hint of humility? Their family lacks the rank to attend the hunt, so how can you claim she is more esteemed than our yin? Before Zhu Xiui could respond, Shang Yunruo continued icily. Cousin, do you believe my temper has softened, allowing you to manipulate me at will? Zhu Xiui was momentarily stunned, taken aback by her sudden assertiveness, which bore the weight of a matriarch. However, Zhu Xiui was no pushover, and in a fit of anger, she shouted, What are you so arrogant about? Do you believe I want to tell Jinli that you mistreat your cousin and disregard your sister-in-law? Be careful lest I have Jinli divorce you. Mind your words, cousin. At that moment, Zhu Jinli entered, his voice low as he questioned Zhu Xiui. What transgression has my lady committed that you would speak of her divorce? Zhu Xiui gaped, hastily pointing at Shang Yunruo, who calmly sipped her tea, struggling to articulate her defense. It's her. I speak a word, and she retorts. Jinli, didn't you see? When you were absent, she behaves with such arrogance. Shang Yunruo arose to set her cup down, her voice gentle and delighted. My husband has returned. I had Chu prepare a warm towel for you. Would you care to join me for a meal? Chu caught her breath, hurriedly bowing her head before fetching the warm towel. In truth, Shang Yunruo had not instructed Chu to prepare anything in advance. A warm towel was easily arranged with a quick dip in hot water. However, the pretense of having it ready conveyed her thoughtfulness and care for him. Zhu Jinli was evidently pleased by her attentiveness, moving beside her to take her hand, offering comfort. Yet, Shang Yunruo discreetly withdrew her hand, pretending to pour him tea. Zhu Jinli, maintaining a stern demeanor, inquired, What did cousin say? What did she retort? Zhu Xiui attempted to voice Chu Yan's remark, but was interrupted by Shang Yunruo, who preemptively stated, Cousin wishes for Shui's cousin to attend the hunt, but as the spots are already filled, I could not acquiesce. Upon realizing my gentle nature, she began to threaten and intimidate me, insisting I comply. I thought, as the matriarch of the Ho residence, I cannot allow our family to lack dignity. Thus I inquired whether my temper had been perceived as so mild that you could manipulate me as you wish. Zhu Xiui was taken aback. The woman had twisted the truth, as her tone had been anything but that moments ago. What had happened to her commanding presence? Zhu Jinli asked pointedly. Did cousin actually say this? Zhu Xiui shook her head and replied. She did, but her tone was different. Zhu Jinli interjected. Regardless of her tone, cousin should not utter such nonsensical words about my lady's divorce. Zhu Xiui felt a rush of frustration. Unable to contain it any longer, she shouted. Who are you calling nonsensical? Zhu Jinli frowned, appearing quite disdainful of her outburst. I never expected my cousin to be this overbearing. Someone, see her out. Zhu Xiui faltered, sensing something amiss. Earlier, during her confrontation with her mother, Shang Yunruo's displays of submission had nearly led Zhu Xiui to forget that she was a pampered noble lady, not a soft target easily manipulated. Before arriving, Xuaningyan had warned her that if she dared to act tyrannically, Shang Yunruo would be even more formidable in response. She had suggested that Zhu Xiui create a scene just before Zhu Jinli's return to showcase Shang Yunruo's arrogance. Yet, what Zhu Jinli witnessed was indeed Shang Yunruo's assertiveness. Everything had reversed. Once she grasped the situation, Zhu Xiui reevaluated Shang Yunruo. Such pretense, so skillfully executed, transforming the situation with mere words, shifting seamlessly without a trace. Even she had been caught off guard, only realizing after the fact. Shang Yunruo observed their confrontation, casually sipping her tea, entirely detached, as if she had not instigated this conflict. She had keenly heard Zhu Jinli conversing outside, prompting her to alter her demeanor. From the moment Zhu Xiui entered, she had anticipated her intentions, knowing it was not merely a request for a spot for Xuaningyan. The timing was clearly calculated to provoke her into a confrontation, so Zhu Jinli would perceive her as domineering and repugnant. Setting a trap? Let her walk into it. Zhu Xiui deemed it unwise to antagonize Zhu Jinli, softening her stance. Jinli, you know me. I have never been this domineering. I was merely flustered. Zhu Jinli remained stern. Then cousin should return home and cool down. I cannot accommodate you. Zhu Xiui left, humiliated, casting a venomous glare at Shang Yunruo, who called out to her as she turned to leave. Shang Yunruo leisurely set her teacup down, her tone amiable. In truth, cousin, your visit today was merely to secure a spot for Shui's cousin for the hunt. There may yet be a way. Zhu Xiui eyed her warily, uncertain of her intentions. Zhu Jinli looked at Shang Yunruo with growing admiration, increasingly convinced that she was more remarkable than he had previously imagined. Shang Yunruo feigned difficulty. Our household spots are filled. I would have to humble myself to plead with Princess Pingyang to see if she could grant us an additional spot. Zhu Jinli and Zhu Xiui responded in unison. That sounds good. Shang Yunruo internally smirked, while outwardly she sighed. However, with 5 spots already exceeding the limit, if I were to plead, it would only trouble Princess Pingyang. What do you think would compel her to willingly assist us? Zhu Jinli, lacking insight, could only suggest, then perhaps we should offer more gifts? Shang Yunruo shook her head. Gifts that are too trivial will not be accepted. Moreover, she surely cannot assign Shui's cousin to our household's spots. She will likely require arrangements with other households, inevitably needing to be compensated. Zhu Xiui, growing impatient, demanded, Just tell us how much silver it will take to facilitate this. Shang Yunruo's lips curled into a subtle smile. It would require no less than 60,000 taels of silver. Chapter 41. Are you going to use my dowry? Zhu Xiui was taken aback. 60,000 taels of silver? Why don't you just rob it? Shang Yunruo, feeling wronged, replied. This money isn't to even mine. I don't even know if 60,000 taels is enough. If it isn't, then forget it. I'd rather not waste my efforts and end up feeling indebted. Zhu Xiui retorted. But it's not that expensive. Do you have any idea how significant 60,000 taels is? That's the annual harvest of an entire town. Shang Yunruo sighed, pressing her lips together. Indeed. 60,000 taels is quite a sum. Standing to the side, Zhu Jinli dared not speak. When Shang Yunruo mentioned 60,000 taels, he thought of the amount his cousin owed. He had hoped to gloss over it, thinking it would be forgotten in time. Little did he know, she would bring it up here, and she was indeed quite calculative. Zhu Jinli stopped Zhu Xiui and hesitated for a moment before saying, if my cousin lacks funds, I can lend her some. Zhu Xiui nodded repeatedly in agreement. That's fine. I think that's a good solution. Shang Yunruo felt a heavy weight in her heart. She truly wanted to gauge the position of this cousin Shui in his heart. Now that she had discovered the truth, it was indeed a matter of deep affection. She tried to suppress her emotions, but her voice still sounded subdued. My lord, do you have any money? Zhu Jinli. He fell silent for a moment, unable to meet Shang Yunruo's gaze, his voice lacking conviction. How about we take it from the residents? Shang Yunruo nearly scoffed aloud in front of him, but managed to restrain herself. She hesitated before asking, but is there any silver left in the residence? Zhu Jinli recalled the embarrassment of being unable to withdraw even 100 taels before, and for a moment, he could not find the words, leaving the room in silence. Shang Yunruo spoke up. Perhaps, cousin. Zhu Xiui swiftly turned her body outward, distancing herself. I have no money. Shang Yunruo. But the silver owed by my aunt has yet to be repaid, and there truly is no money in the residence. Surely, we can't go borrowing. Can we? Zhu Xiui suddenly remembered something and looked at Shang Yunruo, saying matter-of-factly, don't you have money? Shang Yunruo's hand holding the teacup paused, and she asked, are you implying that my dowry should be used? Zhu Xiui glanced at Zhu Jinli and said, since you are married into the family, what's yours is also Jinli's. Why differentiate between us? Shang Yunruo's voice darkened entirely as she turned to Zhu Jinli. What do you think, my lord? Is my dowry expendable? This was her final test of him. If she were to be disappointed yet again, it would be too late to turn back. Zhu Jinli's deep voice slowly responded. Let us consider it a loan for now. Once the shop generates income, I will repay you. No one in the room spoke, and the air was thick with tension. Outside, cicadas chirped on the trees, their incessant noise irritating. Shang Yunruo's heart sank to the depths, and the sound around her seemed ethereal. She cleared her throat to regain some composure. Doesn't the Lord fear being criticized by others? Zhu Jinli picked up his teacup, using it to mask his unease, unsure how to respond. Zhu Xiui interjected. Heaven knows, earth knows. Only the three of us are aware. I certainly want to reveal it. As long as you don't spread it about. How could Jinli be criticized then? Shang Yunruo's tone turned frigid. Perhaps the lord and cousin should first ask my aunt to settle the debt? A mere 60,000 taels is insignificant in my aunt's accounts. Zhu Xiui slammed the table in exasperation. Don't keep going on about settling debts. My mother still needs to verify your accounts. Don't you dare try to swindle us with inflated numbers. Having encountered shamelessness before, I've never seen such blatant audacity. Why not simply wait until the shop's profits are collected before discussing it? Shang Yunruo found even speaking to them tiresome. She raised her hand and called for Chu Yu. I haven't rested well these days. I need to lie down. Please see cousin off. Zhu Jinli opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by Shang Yunruo. I had someone prepare a silk cushion in the lord's chamber and replaced it with a golden silk pillow, so the lord can sleep more comfortably. I won't keep you all any longer. Please take care. With that, she stood, bowed, and with Chu Yu's assistance, entered the inner chamber. Zhu Jinli stood in a daze, confused. Didn't he say he would be sleeping in the guest room tonight? And what did she mean by not keeping them? Was he now a guest? Zhu Xiui tugged at the still-stunned Zhu Jinli. Once outside the main room, she whispered, Jinli, what should we do about this? Once the shop collects enough, the hunting expedition will have concluded. She clearly doesn't want to involve herself in the matter of Ningyan going hunting. Zhu Jinli was still troubled about sleeping arrangements, frowning, but she has already stated her conditions. If you can't produce the money, how can you expect to touch her dowry? Anyone with sense wouldn't agree to that. Zhu Xiui clicked her tongue. Whose side are you on? I'm doing this so Ningen can accompany you on the hunt. In the end, how is this my concern? If you want to interfere, then I want to either. Zhu Jinli realized he had been a bit harsh, but remained agitated, waving his hand. Just go and speak to Ningen. Ask for her thoughts. Otherwise, you should urge my aunt to repay the debt. I have no face to demand a dowry. 60,000 taels, why doesn't she just rob it? Zhu Xiui stared at the furious Xuan Ningen, who had upturned her tea, momentarily stunned. Was this really the same gentle cousin who couldn't fend for herself? Xuan Ningen also recognized her loss of composure, took a deep breath, and regained her calm, her tone reverting to its usual timidness. I was just too astonished. She was far too bold to ask for that. Zhu Xiui nodded. Indeed, it seems she desires that money for herself. But tell me, why does she need 60,000 taels? Xuan Ningen knew the reason but couldn't reveal that she had accrued a debt of 60,000 taels, which even her aunt had probably not scrutinized closely. She countered with a question. I have no idea. What did your cousin say? Zhu Xiui replied. As for your cousin, I can't tell whose side he is truly on. The opportunity is firmly in Shang Yunruo's grasp now. If you wish to go hunting, you'll have to go through her. It's clear she intends to extort money from you. Otherwise, should I take you to confront grandmother? Xuan Ningen bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes as she shook her head. Grandmother has never favored me. Zhu Xiui sighed, suddenly recalling. Don't you frequently visit the matriarch of the Earl's residence? Why not appeal to her? Once Zhu Xiui departed, Xuan Ningen wore a gloomy expression. Did they expect her to repay the debt? In their dreams. 60,000 taels? Even if she offered the Earl's matriarch 6,000 taels, she would be more than happy to take her along. Xuan Ningen leisurely retrieved a wooden box containing her stash of silver notes and keys, unlocking it with a delicate golden key. After counting, she found a dozen ingots of silver and 5 or 6 notes, totaling nearly 1,000 taels. She then took out the deeds for 5 shops and a piece of land, instructing her maid Kai Yang to take them along with 2 young servants to collect the interest. By the end of it, it should amount to at least 1,000 taels. 2,000 taels should suffice to persuade the Earl's matriarch to take her hunting. Shang Yunruo thought she could manipulate her with a little authority. She was sorely mistaken. Xuan Ningen could hardly wait to see Shang Yunruo's astonished and furious expression when she encountered her on the hunting grounds. That would be quite the spectacle. 2 hours later, Xuan Ningen's excitement gradually morphed into worry. The shops and land weren't far. Why had they taken so long? Restlessly pacing the room for a while, she finally awaited the return of Kai Yang and the young servants. A few individuals, disheveled and covered in filth, wept and lamented. Miss, we were robbed. Just a wall away, 2 figures shed their dark garments, revealing their true identities under the cloak of night. Inshan removed her hood, feeling a touch of warmth as she fanned herself with 1,000 taels of silver. Brother, I do not comprehend why we must resort to thievery. Chu Yan also removed his hood, unveiling a face of exquisite beauty, with eyes like clear springs. He gestured towards the silver note in his hand, saying, quietly deliver it to her room, but do not let anyone see. Inshan replied, ah, now I understand. Chapter 42. What fragrance does sister-in-law use? Since reviewing the accounts several times, she discovered that many bad debts were a result of negligence in inventory checks. This morning, she convened a meeting with Dan Juanxin and several newly promoted managers, insisting that they conduct monthly inventories, ideally reconciling any discrepancies promptly. Dan Juanxin proved to be exceptionally capable, surpassing Shang Yunruo's expectations. Within a short time, he managed to reorganize over 20 shops, restoring their operations swiftly. However, she anticipated some flaws and was willing to overlook them. As he had previously been a mere assistant, and his current position was a testament to his boldness, meticulousness, and intelligence. After they departed, Shang Yunruo returned to her quarters and instructed Chu Yao to close the door while she took stock of her valuables. Chu Yao, gazing at a box of silver notes, remarked, can these notes locked in the box actually go missing? Shang Yunruo teased, they certainly shouldn't go missing, but what if there happens to be more? Chu Yao chuckled. Can money really generate more money? Once the box was opened, although Chu Yao grumbled, her hands worked deftly, and soon the silver notes were counted. 39,000 taels, she reported. Shang Yunruo paused in her application of rouge. How much? Count again. Chu Yao dutifully recounted, ensuring utmost accuracy. Miss, it truly is 39,000 taels. With the rouge smudge beyond her lips, Shang Yunruo turned around in disbelief. How can that be? It was clearly 38,000 taels. I thought that figure was auspicious. Chu Yan was equally astonished. Money truly can generate more money, can it? In the Zhaoxi courtyard, Chu Yan wore a flowing black robe cinched with a gold-threaded sash. His long hair casually tied with a black cloth. He lounged lazily, propping his head with one hand while holding a scroll in the other. Upon learning of her collusion with Xuan Ningguan and Chu Xiui to scheme against Shang Yunruo's dowry, he, in a fit of rage, had led Yinshan to seize Xuan Ningguan's silver notes before Yinshan could fully report. Clearing his throat, Yinshan mimicked the conversation he had overheard the previous day. Why should he, the son of a marquis, be unworthy? Is it right for those distant cousins to be deemed superior? Her family doesn't even rank high enough to participate in the hunt. How can she be considered more noble than our Yan? With a languid flick of his long lashes, Chu Yan opened his eyes, dismissively glancing at him. She is nothing like you. Your imitation is utterly lacking. Yinshan tossed a peanut into his mouth, leaning against a thick branch. That's exactly what she said, word for word. Chu Yan returned his gaze to the ground. A faint smile crossing his lips, betraying his amusement. Is there more? She even prepared a silk cushion and a gold-threaded pillow for your brother in the guest room. It seems she has no intention of letting him enter her quarters. By the way, what do you plan to do about the humiliation inflicted by Xuan Ningguan on your Chu Xiui? Chu Yan pressed his lips together, attempting to suppress a smile, though the slight lift at the corners of his eyes revealed his good humor. Let it be for now. I shan't sever my tongue just yet, lest I miss the hunting opportunity because of Xuan Ningguan. Perhaps I shall feed her some cow dung instead, like attracts like. Today he felt in high spirits. Had he been in a foul mood, would he really have been compelled to cut out his tongue? Yinshan furrowed his brow, observing him for a moment, sensing that since that fateful night, his temperament had grown increasingly volatile. Previously, when he was bullied, he would instruct others to teach them a lesson. But he had never displayed such ruthless bloodlust. Hearing footsteps from outside the courtyard, he straightened up and saw Shang Yunruo approaching. Elated, he swiftly vanished into the trees. As Shang Yunruo entered, the gloom in Chu Yan's eyes dissipated, replaced by a radiant gaze fixed upon her. With a voice as sweet as jade, he called, "Sister-in-law." Shang Yunruo smiled. "Yan, I have made you several new outfits for the hunt." She approached him, feeling as though he cast a shadow over her. Reaching out to touch the top of his head, "Have you grown taller, Yan?" Chu Yan allowed her to touch him, his gaze focused intently on her, eyes misty. Shang Yunruo fretted over whether the garments were too short. Meanwhile, Chu Yan's attention shifted to the shadow on the ground. As she tilted her head slightly, her profile cast on the bluestone tiles drew him to lean slightly forward. Their shadows seemed to merge, and he felt an involuntary shiver at the memory of her soft body pressed against his back that night. A secret thrill coursed through him, igniting a warmth that spread throughout his being. Shang Yunruo withdrew her hand, her fingertips inadvertently grazing his nose, the heat startling her as she reached for his cheek. "Your face is burning. Go summon the imperial physician again." "How can you be burning up just 2 days later?" His hand, warm as fire, grasped her wrist. His voice slightly hoarse. "I just practiced martial arts. It's merely the heat dissipating. I'm not ill." Shang Yunruo, still skeptical, asked, "Is that true?" Leaning closer, he inhaled her faint fragrance, his tone dropping. "What fragrance does sister-in-law wear?" The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, causing her to flinch and step back. Hesitantly answering, "Osmanthus and orchid." Recalling the injured bird he had kept, Chu Yan's lips curled upward as he pressed further. "Where did you procure it?" "I mixed it myself, using osmanthus and orchids," she replied. "May I have some?" he inquired. "That is a woman's fragrance. Why would you want it?" she questioned, unaware that he intended to use it to embrace her at night as he drifted into slumber. Not pressing further, Shang Yunruo agreed. "Very well. I shall prepare more for you." After losing 1,000 taels in silver notes, Xuan Ningguan reported the incident to the authorities, but the officials were unable to apprehend anyone, leaving her to wait for updates. However, with the hunting event approaching swiftly, she could not afford to wait idly for her money to be recovered and decided to utilize the 1,000 taels she had on hand to present to the Countess. The Countess was known for her avarice, and Xuan Ningguan understood all too well that any notion of special favor from her cousin was mere pretense. The reality was that she often bestowed silver and gifts upon the Countess, a transactional relationship. Having spent considerable amounts on the Countess in the past, Xuan Ningguan believed this time would pose no issue. To her dismay, the Countess, insatiable as ever, expressed dissatisfaction with only 1,000 taels. "How can I possibly take you along? Each household has a maximum of 3 spots. and we can't even accommodate ourselves. Schwenningen quickly responded, "Let me accompany you to the market. I shall treat you to whatever you desire, all from our own shops. Just keep a record." The countess's eyes brightened. "I can keep a record freely?" Schwenningen assured her. "Yes, just note it down as Schwenningen's account." Chapter 43. The attention of the noble ladies towards the storage inkstone. Schwenningen accompanied the matriarch of the earl's residence, the countess, and Yang Yinjin to the jewelry shop. Schwenningen secretly muttered to herself how they truly favored the extravagant, but fortunately it wasn't her money being spent. She assisted the matriarch into a private room and ordered a pot of fine Biluakan tea. Under the enthusiastic introduction of the shopkeeper, the four ladies selected 4 hair ornaments, 3 strands of jade beads, and 6 pairs of earrings, accumulating to nearly 10,000 taels of silver. Schwenningen felt no remorse, as it was not her expenditure, and generously told the shopkeeper, "Yes, I will take all these. Wrap them carefully in gold-threaded silk. Any damages will be your responsibility." The shopkeeper, seeing the generosity of the noble ladies, cheerfully went to package the items, then respectfully turned to them. "The total is 8,600 taels of silver." Schwenningen waved her hand dismissively. "Put it on my account." The shopkeeper blinked, still respectfully saying, "May I ask which noble lady you are? Forgive my ignorance." Schwenningen was aware he did not recognize her, yet she replied haughtily, "You must be new here, right?" The shopkeeper responded, "Yes, I am new. May I ask your name?" Schwenningen declared, "I am Schwenningen. Note that this is my grandmother and my 2 sisters. They will come again, so charge it to my account." After speaking, she began to leave, but the shopkeeper blocked her path. "Esteemed guests, please wait a moment. I must consult the manager." Schwenningen reserved her good temper for Chu Jinli and those who were of use to her, and impatiently said to the shopkeeper, "You have blocked me several times now. Do you not wish to continue working?" Young Miss Yang Yinjin scoffed. "Ningen, you really ought to manage these servants better. How can they not recognize their master?" The matriarch of the earl's residence, feeling somewhat fatigued, furrowed her brow and asked, "Are we to wait here indefinitely?" Schwenningen felt embarrassed and called out loudly, "Where is the manager? Come out." "Ah, it is the cousin." A clear voice rang from behind them. Schwenningen's heart leaped with joy. Finally someone recognized her. She turned around, but her brow furrowed. The person was handsome and dignified, with an air of elegance. Were it not for his plain garment, she might have mistaken him for a young lord. She uncertainly inquired, "Are you the manager?" Dan Juanxin stepped forward, respectfully greeting them all. "I am the chief steward. Let us settle the account for the esteemed cousin personally." Schwenningen initially felt a favorable impression towards the handsome Dan Juanxin, intending to bestow him a smile, only to hear his words that instantly ignited her anger. "I always keep the accounts." Dan Juanxin lowered his gaze, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. "I'm afraid you cannot keep the accounts." Schwenningen retorted, "I am your lord's cousin, and it is he who instructed me to keep the accounts." Dan Juanxin replied, "However, now it is Madame Shang who oversees the household, and her orders do not permit any credit." The matriarch of the earl's residence, with a stoic face, placed the items on the counter and turned to Schwenningen. "Does your lady not recognize you?" The words turned Schwenningen pale, and she hastily explained, "I am not my cousin's concubine." Madame Zhou of the earl's residence smirked. "Oh, you always mention it is your family's shop. I had thought you held quite a respectable position as a concubine." After speaking, Madame Zhou was assisted by the countess into the carriage. Yang Yinjin sighed and reproached softly, "Look at the mess you've created." Schwenningen, feeling anxious, was about to chase after them when the previous shopkeeper returned. He first bowed to Dan Juanxin, then turned to Schwenningen. "Miss, our shop does not allow." Before he could finish, Schwenningen vented her frustration on him. "You wretched fool. I understand. I will not take it. Is that satisfactory?" Unfazed by the scolding, the shopkeeper pressed on, "Miss, it is because you specifically requested us to use the gold foil and brocade to package the boxes. These materials are particularly expensive and cannot be reused. If you do not purchase, you will need to settle the cost of the packaging materials." Schwenningen, infuriated, closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and tossed a silver ingot before briskly leaving. Just as the carriage was about to depart, she managed to stop it in time. She climbed aboard, enduring the disdainful glances of others, and, with a heavy heart, reluctantly produced the deed to the estate, handing it over to the matriarch. "Grandmother Zhou, this estate is my filial offering to you. It yields several thousand taels annually, more than sufficient. What do you think?" Madame Zhou's eyes brightened at the mention of the estate, her earlier disdain replaced by a warm smile. "Ah, you are such a dutiful child. How could your grandmother not cherish you? I will instruct my illegitimate daughter not to go. You may accompany young Miss Yang instead. It will be lively." Xuanning was not surprised that Yang Yinjin could also attend. She surely had spent a significant sum as well, just like herself. Climbing the social ladder through wealth to the Earl's residence, she thanked Madame Zhou and exchanged smiles with Yang Yinjin, her gaze lingering on the deed, her heart bleeding. The scorching sun blazed, golden rays illuminating the gates of noble households in the capital, where 2 or 3 carriages were fully equipped, awaiting the royal procession to pass and follow suit. Some distant households had already gathered at the western suburbs post station, prepared to join the main party. The annual hunting event was a grand affair. Although only a select few could participate, it intrigued the common folk, who gathered on the streets to watch. After all, it was a rare occasion to catch a glimpse of the royal emperor. Everyone noticed that while other families had at most 3 carriages, only the Ningyuan Marquisate had 5, prompting exclamations of surprise at the seemingly resurgent glory of the once declining house. Chu Yan stood tall as he boarded the carriage, deliberately surveying his surroundings with a proud gaze, satisfied upon meeting the envious looks of the crowd before finally entering the carriage. For this rare moment of high profile, he felt a surge of ambition and was particularly attentive to Shang Yunruo, who brought this honor. Upon arriving at the hunting grounds, he took the initiative to offer his arm to Shang Yunruo, assisting her as they followed the royal procession toward the sacrificial altar. The unmarried noble ladies discreetly observed the young lords, seizing this rare opportunity to openly admire their potential suitors. Although marriage was traditionally arranged by parents, should 2 individuals come from comparable backgrounds and develop feelings for each other through proper interactions, they could still choose to marry voluntarily. As was the case for Shang Yunruo initially, the physique of Chu Yan had been revitalized through Shang Yunruo's daily medicinal meals. Though he remained tall, he now radiated vitality. Dressed in a deep blue cloud-patterned satin robe, with a white jade crown binding his hair, and cloaked in a lightweight protective brocade cloak, his handsome visage, paired with a slightly aloof demeanor, rendered him exceptionally distinguished. Even amidst the throng of noble youths, he stood out, catching the eye of all. However, the gaze of the many noble ladies was fixated on the hand that clasped Shang Yunruo's wrist, envisioning himself standing proudly beside her, presenting her to the world. The tumultuous emotions stirred within him reddened his eyes, and the pain of his fingers digging into his flesh somewhat alleviated the restlessness in his heart. He closed his eyes, striving to suppress this uncontrollable sentiment until the royal sacrificial ceremony concluded, restoring clarity to his gaze. Chapter 44. She no longer calls him husband upon returning to their respective tents after the day's hunting activities. The emperor, empress, and princes allowed the noble lords and ministers to retreat to their own quarters, free to relax before the formal hunt the following day. After dismounting from her carriage, Xu Xiu felt unwell, and after a prolonged bout of nausea, she took to resting in her tent. Xuanning sought out Yang Yinjun, and the two exchanged glances, discreetly surveying the handsome young men nearby. Although Xuanning had secretly vowed to spend her life with her cousin, their relationship had only involved gentle embraces and kisses. She had steadfastly maintained her boundaries, never fully surrendering herself. She understood that it was better to remain unattainable. Still pure, she could seek out a more suitable marriage, which was the primary reason she had invested everything to attend this hunting event. With so many esteemed young gentlemen in attendance, her beauty and charm would surely attract interest. Yang Yinjun's attention was captured by a particularly striking young man. She tugged at Xuanning and sleeve, signaling her intrigue. "Who is that young master? He is remarkably handsome, yet I feel as though I have seen him before." Xuanning glanced in the direction indicated and beheld a refined youth standing apart, exuding an air of solitary elegance that stirred her heart. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Chu Yan. She had visited the Earl of Onfing's residence at dawn and had not left with her cousin. Hence she had not encountered the striking Chu Yan until now. Her previous encounters with Chu Yan had been brief, primarily during festive greetings at the Marquis's estate, when he had appeared frail and diminutive. Even though he possessed delicate features, she had not paid much attention to him then. How had he transformed into such an impressive figure in just a few months? Yang Yinjun noticed that many noble ladies were also gazing in the same direction, eager to engage him in conversation to seize the opportunity. However, before she could take a step forward, a single word from Xuanning halted her. "He is my cousin's half-brother, the second son of the Ningyuan Marquis, Chu Yan." Yang Yinzhen's eyes filled with disappointment. Ah, he is of illegitimate birth. Alas, then it is best to forget it. Xuanning and raised her lips slightly, feeling a sense of balance restored within her. After all, her cousin was a legitimate marquis, tall and handsome, and there were indeed few present who surpassed him in stature. What good did it do for Chu Yan to be so striking if his status was lacking? It was only natural for others to dismiss him due to his lower birth. Suddenly, a voice dripping with superiority startled both girls. They turned to see a young lady of about 17 or 18, dressed in lavish attire adorned with gold and silver, exuding wealth. Yang Yinzhen recognized her and quickly offered her greetings. Greetings, fourth Miss Kong. Xuanning, aware of her own lesser status and recognizing Yang Yinzhen's respectful demeanor, followed suit and introduced herself. Greetings, fourth Miss Kong. I am Xuanning, a cousin of the Ning Yuan Marquis. Fourth Miss Kong, Kong Mingli, acknowledged her with a perfunctory nod. Ah, so you are the cousin of the Shu Marquis. No wonder you are acquainted with that young master. You mentioned he is the second son of the Ning Yuan Marquis? Xuanning confirmed. Indeed, he is my cousin's half-brother. Kong Mingli lifted her chin with an air of arrogance. I understand why you two look down on his background, referring to him as an illegitimate son. After all, with your humble origins, it is only natural to aspire for a higher marriage. Her words were somewhat insulting. Yang Yinzhen and Xuanning exchanged discreet glances, but neither spoke up in retort. Kong Mingli was oblivious to their thoughts, clutching her handkerchief while her gaze remained fixed on Chu Yan. Unlike you, I am a legitimate daughter of the Marquis. If I were to marry up, it would only be into the royal family. However, I do not fancy the oppressive rules of the court, so I shall choose someone I truly like. Although Yang Yinzhen and Xuanning felt discontent, they could only lower their eyes and nod in agreement. Seeing that the two complied, Kong Mingli led them to join her circle of companions, all daughters of marquises and earls. Yang Yinzhen and Xuanning were pleased to be included among the esteemed ladies and endeavored to ingratiate themselves with flattery. Xuanning noted that their sweet words were well received, reflecting on how worthwhile the expenditure on this hunting trip had been. Without this opportunity, she would not have met so many distinguished families. Even if her cousin were to cast aside Shang Yunruo later, her own standing would not be significantly lower than that of Shang Yunruo. As Xuanning reveled in her newfound connections, she suddenly heard the name Shang Yunruo mentioned, and she turned with curiosity. Isn't she my sister-in-law? As the eyes of the gathering fell upon her, Xuanning lowered her gaze and continued. After all, she is the daughter of the Prime Minister, so her temper can be somewhat excused. I often advise my cousin to be more accommodating. Harmony within the family is paramount. This remark was understood by all present. It implied that Shang Yunruo was domineering at home and frequently quarreled with the Shu Marquis, who had grown weary of her. They seldom interacted with Shang Yunruo, but were aware of her notorious reputation and speculated that her temperament would not serve her well in her marital home. Now, with this understanding, they concluded that her marriage was indeed unhappy. Meanwhile, Xu Jinli sat in his colleague's tent, sharing tea and conversation. He spoke with a certain pride. My esteemed wife is exceptionally considerate and gentle, nothing like the rumors suggest. She is quite obedient. His colleagues expressed their envy. Shu Marquis, you are indeed fortunate. That daughter of the Prime Minister is utterly devoted to you. Unlike my own, who resembles a mother tiger, my wife is even more outrageous. She cowers like a mouse outside, but dares to unleash her fury on me. I believe I have spoiled her rotten. Xu Jinli's smug smile slowly faded. Feeling discomfort at their remarks, he could not pinpoint the exact cause of his unease, but it seemed as if their wives were portrayed as affectionate and playful, while his relationship with Shang Yunruo was merely cordial, or worse, distant. His immediate superior, Captain Chao, discreetly nudged his shoulder and asked quietly, "What troubles you? You seemed so proud moments ago." Xu Jinli brushed aside his contemplative expression and waved his hand. "It is nothing, just reflecting on some matters." Captain Chao lowered his voice, speaking pointedly. "Jinli, I do not address you as Marquis because I regard you as a brother. We share a bond of camaraderie. Let me remind you, your wife is not a concubine. She is your legitimate spouse, an equal who stands by your side. Why do you expect her to be subservient to you?" Those words reverberated in Xu Jinli's mind like a tolling bell. He blinked, seemingly grasping the meaning. Yet not entirely. Captain Chao suddenly inquired loudly, "What does your esteemed wife call you in private?" "She calls me Sen Lang, or sometimes Yin Lang. When she is happy, she addresses me as husband. When angry, She calls me heartless. Laughter erupted among the group, but Xu Jinli found no joy in it. She had always called him husband. When had she begun to refer to him as Marquis? Chapter 45. Have we been isolated? Chu Jinli could no longer remain seated. After draining his cup of tea, he exited the tent and returned to his own quarters. However, upon entering, he found it empty, devoid of any sign of Shang Yunruo. Perhaps she had stepped outside for some fresh air. As he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze fell upon a food box resting on the bed, filled with sweet, fragrant glutinous cakes. Beside it lay a pair of golden tiger-striped boots, exuding an air of luxury and comfort. He picked up the boots and measured them against his feet. They fit perfectly. Had Shang Yunruo made these for him? Moments ago, he had been worried about her growing distance, but now, seeing the boots, a smile crept across his lips. Why had she gone to the trouble of preparing such a thoughtful gift without presenting them to him? Was she perhaps planning to surprise him? He decided to play along, placing the boots back in their original spot, intending to feign ignorance until she presented them to him. Xuan Ningen was animated, reveling in the discussions surrounding Shang Yunruo's misfortunes, seemingly deriving a sense of satisfaction from it. She continued to speak ironically, saying, "Yet I find myself somewhat admiring my cousin-in-law. She is unrestrained by etiquette and dares to rebuke her elders to their faces. I would never have the courage to do so." The crowd gasped in astonishment. She dares to scold her elders? Isn't that turning the world upside down? Xuan Ningen sighed. Well, we cannot place all the blame on her. She desires the authority to manage the household. Thus, she scrutinized Aunt's accounts and levied some accusations against her. Aunt has toiled tirelessly for the family. It is only natural that she should face some repercussions, being the matriarch of the marquisate. Yet, it is truly unfortunate that Aunt, after years of hard work, has been wronged and lost a substantial sum of money. Kong Mengli, with her straightforward nature, spat in disdain. Pa? If she wants to manage the household, couldn't she just ask politely? How shameless can one be to slander her elders? The others murmured in agreement, astonished. How can this be? Why are your family members so spineless, allowing her to act with such authority? Xuan Ningen quickly waved her hands. Ladies, please refrain from speaking so loudly. If she hears us, I am but a guest in this household. My life might become troublesome, and should simply give in. If we argue, will the family ever find peace? Kong Mengli raised her brows, indignantly retorting, give in? Why should we always yield to her? If peace in the household relies solely on the weakness of the oppressed, then it is not true peace at all. I initially thought that since she is the sister-in-law of the second master, we ought to maintain a cordial relationship, but with what you say, it seems she is no good for him either. Others chimed in, indeed, her lack of manners and disregard for her elders will surely lead to her isolation. Who would want to associate with her? Listening to the criticisms aimed at Shang Yunruo, Xuan Ningen felt an exhilarating sense of relief. Just then, several noble ladies approached from afar. Xuan Ningen shielded her eyes from the sunlight to discern their identities, although she did not recognize them. The quality of their garments and jewelry surpassed that of the companions around her, indicating wealth beyond the ordinary. Yang Yinjin leaned in, whispering, "These ladies are quite haughty. The sixth princess is the emperor's most favored daughter, and the princess of Pingyang is the daughter of the king of the south, holding a death exemption gold medal. She is to marry into the Duke of Ronggua's family, which has produced a favored concubine. The last one is the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Huagua, her mother being the emperor's sister, Princess Sini." Xuan Ningen gasped in astonishment. Their status rendered even the most courteous demeanor as haughty. She noticed many people attempting to engage them in conversation, including those beside her. Yet, their air of superiority made approaching them feel futile. Just as they contemplated advancing, Shang Yunruo emerged from the tent, veiled in white silk and supported by a maid. The three noble ladies, previously indifferent, instantly gravitated toward her, engaging her in familiar conversation. Shang Yunruo maintained a calm demeanor. Whatever she said evoked laughter from the three, who linked arms with her and walked away. The group that had just been lamenting Shang Yunruo's isolation now stood in stunned silence, the atmosphere heavy with disbelief. Kong Mengli's gaze remained fixed on Chu Yan, who stood aloof, refusing interaction with anyone. She hesitated to approach him, but as he began to move in Shang Yunruo's direction, she felt compelled to follow. Yet, she found herself puzzled. How could someone of Shang Yunruo's character still draw others to her? What could Chu Yan possibly want with her? After Kong Mengli departed, the noble ladies soon followed suit, leaving Xuan Ningen and Yang Yinjin standing alone, feeling abandoned. Yang Yinjin lamented, "Why does it feel as though we have been cast aside? Xue Ningguan shot her a glance, speaking softly, "Do not say such things. We still have the opportunity to stand on equal footing with them." Yang Yinjin questioned, "What chance do we have?" "Our family background." Xue Ningguan, unwilling to dwell on her humble origins, interrupted, "As long as we marry well. That is all that matters." At this moment, a flame of jealousy ignited within her, soaring to heights she had never before experienced. She had never felt such a stark disparity between herself and Shang Yunruo. Why should she be deemed lesser? What right did Shang Yunruo have to be favored by fortune? Despite her numerous shortcomings, she thrived while Xue Ningguan felt stifled in her existence. Xue Ningguan was indignant yet powerless. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze and caught sight of a clear-eyed young man observing her. The wind swirled, lifting the hem of his robe to reveal a flash of bright yellow beneath. Was he a prince? Instantly, Xue Ningguan's previous discontent dissipated. She adjusted her hair, sleeves, and collar with subtlety, straightening her back and clearing her throat. She lowered her gaze modestly before gradually lifting it again. She had practiced this routine on Chu Jinli, finding it to be an effective charm to evoke compassion and admiration in men. Externally composed, her heart soared with joy. Indeed, she was not of ordinary fate. How could a pearl remain unpolished? Her destined counterpart awaited her here. The prince was undoubtedly of a higher caliber than a mere marquis. After all, Chu Jinli was but a lowly patrol officer, and the Ningguo Marquisate had already seen better days. Only a fool like Shang Yunruo would consider marriage with him. The prince approached her, causing Xue Ningguan's heart to race. She pressed her lips into a delicate smile, eager to present her most perfect self. As he drew near, Xue Ningguan gracefully curtsied, infusing her tone with feigned reproach. "Your Highness, to gaze at someone so intently, are you not afraid of what others might say?" Before she could finish her words, the prince walked straight past her, casting a sidelong glance in her direction as if he had not comprehended her words, then called out with a warm smile, "Yunruo, sister-in-law." His utterance of Yunruo intertwined with sister-in-law, his attention captivatingly drawn to her. Chapter 46. Truly underestimating one's own allure. Shang Yunruo only heard Chu Yan's call and hurriedly responded, "Ian, come here, I was just about to look for you." The depths of his dark eyes softened, replacing some of their gloom with clarity as he walked to her side. Shang Yunruo lifted the white cloak from Chu Yao's hand, saying, "Take off that thin garment. The wind is chilly today, and you have only just recovered from your illness. You wouldn't want to catch a cold again." Chu Yan obediently removed his outerwear and donned the one she offered, adjusting the strings at the front before leaning slightly to say, "Sister-in-law, I would like a bow like yours." "You cannot even tie a bow?" Shang Yunruo replied, already reaching to touch his shoulder, patiently demonstrating with 2 strings. "First, wrap this string around, then tie it with the other like this. See, it's quite simple." The glimmering light in Chu Yan's eyes reflected her face. His voice like a pebble tinged with laughter. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Their seemingly ordinary interaction drew a chorus of playful exclamations from their circle of friends. Princess Pingyang exclaimed, "Oh, look at our Yunruo. She can take care of others now." Sun Wanqin, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Hua, chimed in, "Oh, how come I don't have such a handsome and obedient younger brother?" The 6th princess added, "Oh, you haven't seen my 9th brother, have you?" As her words fell, everyone turned to see the graceful and poised Master Ruanyu standing behind them, a broad smile gracing his face. He called out again, "Eruo, I'm back." The group bowed in unison. "We pay our respects to Prince Xian." Prince Xian, Zhou Qiyu, approached Shang Yunruo, his brow gradually furrowing. "What has happened to your eyes?" Shang Yunruo tilted her face up with a bright smile. "It's just an injury. It will heal in a couple of months." "When did you return?" Zhou Qiyu attempted to reach out and touch her eye, but before his fingers could brush the white gauze, a long hand blocked his way. This was the 2nd time he had been interrupted. Zhou Qiyu raised his gaze to meet the handsome man before him, having witnessed the interaction between him and Eruo. His eyes swept over the man's guarded yet taut lips, and with a forgiving smile, he withdrew his hand. Shang Yunruo grasped his hand and pulled it down, saying, "Ian, do not be rude. This is Prince Xian. You should pay your respects." Zhou Qiyu waved his hand dismissively. "No need, no need. Why has Eruo become so distant with me? Since he is your brother, he may call me 9th brother, just as you did." Chu Yan bowed respectfully. "Long live His Highness, Prince Xian." Despite being a dignified prince, he offered such humility, yet it went unappreciated. Anyone else would have been enraged. However, Zhou Qiyu was well known throughout the capital for his amiable temperament, sincerity, and magnanimity, so he likely would not dwell on such trivialities. He cheerfully waved his hand. It's fine, call me whatever you like. I arrived in the capital yesterday evening. Father allowed me to participate in the hunt. You all should host a grand feast for me. The sixth princess joyfully linked her arm with his. Of course, ninth brother's return merits a grand feast. I shall be the host. They, a gathering of princes and princesses, drew the attention of thousands in the hunting grounds. Some were envious, while others quietly harbored jealousy. Yang Yinjin approached a few noble ladies from the Ho family, wishing to ingratiate herself further. Yet, the ladies regarded her coldly and said, "Your sister is not one of us. It's better not to associate." Yang Yinjin returned to Xuen Ninggen's side, reproaching softly, "It's all your fault. Why did you speak out?" Xuen Ninggen, still flustered from earlier, felt tears well up at Yang Yinjin's rebuke. "Why do you speak to me like that? I didn't say anything. They are the ones trying to ingratiate themselves, seeing that Shang Yunruo knows the nobility. What fault is that of mine?" Yang Yinjin now understood why Xuen Ninggen struggled to form friendships with other women. Her self-centeredness was striking. She thought herself blameless while blaming everyone else. Had it not been for the prior arrangement to cover her debts, Yang Yinjin would have long ceased to tolerate her behavior. "Enough. There are no gentlemen here for you to cry for." Yang Yinjin huffed, leaving. Xuen Ninggen wept even harder, squatting down and burying her face in her sleeves, genuinely feeling wronged. Suddenly, a gentle hand patted her back, startling Xuen Ninggen into raising her eyes to see a white handkerchief. The sunlight was too bright for her to discern the visitor's features, but she caught a glimpse of a yellow lining beneath their skirt. Taking a deep breath, she quickly accepted the handkerchief, wiping her tears. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, the figure had already departed. Xuen Ninggen opened her mouth, unsure whether to call him young master or prince. Looking down at the handkerchief, she noticed a character Yi embroidered at the corner. Which prince's name contains Yi? Though they traveled with the royal family, the dining arrangements in the hunting grounds were not as lavish as those at home. However, the freshness of the ingredients was commendable. The meat was freshly slaughtered, and the vegetables were picked from nearby farms. Xuen Ninggen dined with the earl's family, while Chu Xiu was still unwell and lacked an appetite. Only Shang Yunruo, Chu Jinli, and Chu Yan shared a meal, and there was an abundance of dishes. Shang Yunruo had a small appetite and felt full after only a few bites, so she called for Chu Yao to fetch the boots she had prepared. Chu Jinli straightened up, knowing she intended to gift him the boots. After seeing them, he had been conflicted throughout the day, unsure whether to accept them. He understood that Shang Yunruo harbored feelings for him, having secretly measured his size, personally selected the design, and painstakingly crafted those boots. Initially, he felt indifferent. She had chosen to marry him, and he had no desire to wed her. Her arrogant demeanor seemed to warrant her own downfall. However, his perspective had shifted. Now, he saw her as a dignified woman of grace in public and a kind and understanding person in private. He had initially planned to refrain from sharing a bed with her for 2 years, intending to divorce her under the pretense of her lack of offspring. But now he reconsidered, feeling that a divorce would be more just, as she had done nothing wrong. He had thought that if he were to divorce her, he could not accept her affection. Yet, she had put so much effort into the boots. Would it not be cruel to refuse them? Sighing, he realized he had underestimated his own allure. Had he known, he would not have given her hope. What if she cried and pleaded, refusing to divorce him? After wrestling with his thoughts, he decided to accept the boots for now, intending to return them later, thereby signaling that he would not fall in love with her, encouraging her to move on so they could part amicably. Clearing his throat, he said gloomily, "I shall accept the boots." Shang Yunruo, and he spoke simultaneously, "Ian, come try on these boots. I made them especially for you." Chu Jinli. Chapter 47. Do show concern for your sister-in-law. In a sudden burst of emotion, Chu Jinli stood up, causing the wine cup on the table to topple onto the intricately woven carpet. The liquid seeped into the fibers, and the sound was barely audible. Had it not been for Shang Yunruo's keen hearing, it would have gone unnoticed. Did something fall? Shang Yunruo inquired. What did the Lord just say? What is wrong with the boots? Chu Jinli was still in a daze, observing as Chu Yan took the boots that Chu Yu had handed over. An overwhelming surge of anger ignited within him. His voice cracked slightly as he demanded, "These boots were made for Chu Yan?" Shang Yunruo, oblivious to his underlying frustration, replied nonchalantly, "Indeed. Look at the exquisite designs. I personally selected them, down to the fabric. I chose each detail. Aren't they lovely?" Chu Jinli felt a tightness in his chest, his face reddening with suppressed rage. He fanned himself, struggling to contain his temper, and chose not to respond. What could he say? He couldn't admit to being overly sentimental and misunderstanding the situation. The most frustrating part was that he had no valid reason to be angry. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to regain his composure, but the more he tried, the more infuriated he became, especially as he watched Chu Yan leisurely replace his boots, exuding an air of elegance. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Chu Jinli turned and stormed out of the tent. I'm not eating, don't wait for me. I need to calm down. After a moment of silence, Shang Yunruo asked Chu Yan, what is wrong with him? A smile crept onto Chu Yan's lips. Perhaps something has stirred his emotions. Once outside, Chu Jinli took a few deep breaths, his agitation slowly dissipating. Why was he angry? The boots weren't meant for him. Which was splendid. He wouldn't have to wrestle with his conscience. Yet, didn't she have feelings for him? Why give the boots to Chu Yan instead? He paused in front of Xue Ningguan's tent and suddenly grasped something profound. Why did Shang Yunruo present Chu Yan with boots in his presence? If it were just one pair, why not discreetly gift them? Instead, she had intentionally placed them where he could see, provoking his thoughts, only to later declare they were for Chu Yan. She wanted him to feel jealous. With this realization, Chu Jinli no longer felt stifled. He chuckled to himself, shaking his head. It was absurd to think he had been overly sentimental. Shang Yunruo was quite clever. As he pondered this, he abruptly heard footsteps. Had Shang Yunruo chased after him? He turned swiftly, only to find Xue Ningguan emerging from the shadows. Upon seeing Chu Jinli, Xue Ningguan was momentarily taken aback, quickly clutching the handkerchief in her grasp and concealing it behind her back. With a gentle reproach, she said, "Cousin, you've finally come to find me." Chu Jinli, puzzled, asked, "Where did you go so late at night?" Having hidden the handkerchief within her sleeve, she replied, feigning grievance, "I was a bit upset that you hadn't come to see me, so I stepped out for some fresh air." Chu Jinli was half pushed, half dragged into her tent. He emphasized, "I must return tonight, but I assure you, I won't disturb her." The next morning, Chu Jinli was awakened by the sound of the charged trumpet. For someone like him, who had never experienced actual combat, the trumpet evoked no instinctual response, only irritation. He adjusted his posture and sat up, glancing at the narrow sleeping couch he occupied, then at Shang Yunruo's spacious bed. A mix of emotions washed over him. Shang Yunruo had adorned his couch with silk bedding of superior quality compared to her own. It was hard to find fault with her choices. Yet, something felt amiss. She had always sought opportunities to share a room with him. Why, with such a fine chance, had she chosen to sleep apart? Of course, had she made the first move, he wouldn't have obliged. Lost in these thoughts, he dressed and cast one last glance in her direction before exiting the tent. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Chu Yan, impeccably dressed in dark riding attire, his hair elegantly styled with a jade crown, exuding an aura of cold resolve. Chu Jinli shot him a glance and remarked coldly, "You're up quite early." Chu Yan offered a brief acknowledgement, saying little else. In truth, he was unsure why he had instinctively jumped to his feet upon hearing the trumpet, hastily dressing and subconsciously seeking armor, despite never having worn any. The trumpet signified the commencement of the royal hunt. The royal hunt served not only as a test of the capabilities of military generals or noble heirs, but also as a means to gauge future appointments and to assert the emperor's authority. Thus, young and promising individuals from various houses were encouraged to participate, paving their paths to officialdom. All the noble youths were eager to showcase their prowess before the emperor. Hence, when Chu Jinli posed his question, he believed it stemmed from Chu Yan's desire to impress. Chu Yan neither confirmed nor denied, but instead asked, "When will you fulfill the task you promised me?" Chu Jinli hesitated, feeling like a great disappointment. With a huff, he replied, "Just wait." Chu Yan did not press further, but casually inquired, "Has my sister-in-law woken? Her eyes are injured, so she won't be joining the hunt." "You do care for your sister-in-law," Chu Jinli scoffed, not wishing to continue the conversation. As expected, a eunuch arrived to summon everyone to select their horses and weapons for the hunt. Good horses and fine weapons waited for no one, and Chu Jinli dashed forward. Chu Yan, however, ambled over to a sturdy tree trunk, leaning against it with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the hunt. "Brother, why aren't you going?" The sudden emergence of Inshan startled Chu Yan, who glared at him. Inshan remarked, "Haven't you always yearned for power and a promising future? Why let such a splendid opportunity pass?" Chu Yan simply responded, "Just a moment," and resumed resting against the tree. Shortly after, Shang Yunruo emerged from her tent, eager to embrace the thrill of the hunt. Suddenly, she heard Zhou Chuyu's hurried voice. "Ah Ruo, I brought you some fruits from my fief, especially for you. I didn't expect the hunt to start so early. I rushed to bring you these. Enjoy them for now, and I'll get you more after the hunt." Handing the fruits to Zhou Qiyu dashed off, and Shang Yunruo called after him, "Be careful. Help me look after Yan." Behind the tree, Chu Yan smirked silently, a smile gracing his lips. "Now we can leave," Inshan noted as he observed Chu Yan gracefully leap onto a branch. "Ah, I see. You wanted to ensure no other men lingered around her." As Chu Yan reached the stables, he suddenly heard shouts of an assassin spotted near the east side of the camp. His heart sank. The east side was where Shang Yunruo was situated. Chapter 48, Sister-in-Law. "I did not kill anyone." A flurry of murmurs filled the air. An assassin? Is this true? Could it be a deliberate falsehood to waste our time? Despite the chatter, the group remained focused on selecting steeds and hunting weapons. They were all aware that such an opportunity for a grand hunt was rare. And with limited spots available from the elders, the chance to distinguish themselves was fleeting. Even with the knowledge that the women were in danger, they were reluctant to forfeit their chance to shine. Besides, weren't their guards over by the tents? Chu Yan, undeterred by the frivolous talk, mounted his horse without hesitation, tightening the reins as his steed let out a powerful neigh, kicking up clouds of dust. The young gentlemen, busy selecting horses, were caught off guard by the sudden storm of dirt, coughing violently as they tried to comprehend what had just sped past them. Some realized it was merely someone losing their composure and returned to their tasks, shaking their heads with amused disbelief. Chu Yan accelerated, noticing the sound of galloping hooves behind him. Turning his head, he was taken aback to see a magnificent steed, a blood-sweating horse, trailing closely behind. The rider, lacking skill, struggled to keep up with such a remarkable horse. As Chu Yan recognized the rider as Prince Exine, he called out, "What are you following me for?" The prince, suddenly aware, replied, "The hunt has begun, hasn't he it?" Chu Yan, baffled by his naivety, shook his head. He had no time to waste on him. His sole focus was on hoping that Shang Yunruo would emerge unscathed. He wished fervently that the rumors of an assassin were merely fabrications, even if it meant sacrificing his chance to stand out. However, as he neared the tents, the sounds of a struggle shattered his hopes. There truly was an assassin. Without a moment's hesitation, he dismounted and dashed toward Shang Yunruo's tent, ignoring the sight of Inshan wrestling with the attacker. Inside the tent, indeed, a man clad in black had his hand wrapped around Shang Yunruo's delicate neck, a knife poised above her, yet he hesitated to strike. The villain, entranced by her beauty, contemplated how to bind her and commit unspeakable acts. Just as he reached for a piece of white gauze to blindfold her, a small object struck his hand, causing him to falter. In an instant, his hand fell, severed at the thumb, index, and middle fingers, landing on the ground, twitching as if still attempting to grasp the gauze. The assailant shrieked in terror, eyes glued to his severed fingers, paralyzed by fear as he collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, the light dimmed for him, and the sound of his own screams faded. Trembling, he looked up to witness a terrifying sight. A pair of crimson eyes, bloodshot and wild, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell, brandishing a sharp dagger and gazing at him with a malevolent curiosity, as if contemplating how to carve him into pieces and devour him whole. The villain clutched himself tightly, retreating in horror as his right hand was severed cleanly at the palm, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow to a major artery. His voice cracking, he gasped in regret for his actions. Meanwhile, Shang Yunruo huddled behind a bed, confused about the chaos unfolding, aware only that an assailant sought to kill her. And someone had come to her rescue. Who was screaming, and who was killing? Chu Yan's voice suddenly broke through the bloody atmosphere, tinged with a sinister tone that starkly contrasted with his usual gentle demeanor, exuding an unsettling aura. "Ah, my apologies. It seems I mistakenly severed the hand that was choking her." His eerie calm sent chills down Shang Yunruo's spine, the voice echoing the madness she had dreamt of. Overlapping with her nightmares, it felt all too familiar. Clutching her head and covering her ears, she trembled, exclaiming, "Yan?" After calling out, clarity began to dawn on her. The source of her fear was the deranged Yan in her dreams, yet he was also the one she instinctively sought for help. Realizing it was Chu Yan who had saved her, she gasped, "But he is killing." The thought sent a shiver through her. If he truly took a life, would it awaken the madness within him, accelerating his descent into darkness? Given the intensity of the assailant's cries, Chu Yan's actions could not have been gentle. "Yan, don't kill him," she implored. Just as Chu Yan was about to sever the assailant's other hand at her plea, his knife halted mere inches from the villainess' flesh. A glimmer of clarity returned to his eyes as he croaked, "Sister-in-law? I am here. I am safe." She quickly reassured him, coaxing, "Yan, be good. Don't kill him. Just bind him and hand him over to the guards. Please listen." Gradually, Chu Yan withdrew his dagger, visibly disgusted by the blood that stained it. Holding it at a distance, "Sister-in-law, I did not kill anyone." With a sigh of relief, Shang Yunruo praised, "Well done, Yan. You were both brave and wise. How wonderful you are. Are you hurt?" Chu Yan, feeling the weight of her praise, pressed his lips together and smiled at the assailant, who had just lost a hand and 2 fingers. The villain felt a chill run down his spine, envisioning a night filled with nightmares. Chu Yan's voice, now weak and fragile, conveyed his distress. "Sister-in-law, I am covered in blood." "The blood is mine," the assailant murmured. "Sister-in-law, I am a little scared." "You frighten me," the villain replied. "Do not fear, Yan, I am here. Promise me you won't kill anyone, all right?" Chu Yan's agreement was still echoing when a voice rang out at the entrance. "Yunruo, are you all right?" As Zhou Qiyu stepped into the tent, an assailant charged in behind him, knife raised, ready to strike from an unseen angle. Zhou Qiyu, noticing the shadow on the ground, widened his eyes in horror, realizing too late the danger behind him. Just when he thought his life was forfeit, Chu Yan hurled the discarded dagger with precision, striking the assailant squarely in the forehead without harming Zhou Qiyu at all. Zhou Qiyu fell to the ground, overwhelmed by shock and relief. Clutching his chest, he looked at Chu Yan with gratitude, stammering, "You saved me." Chu Yan regarded him coldly. Having never intended to be a hero, he merely found Zhou Qiyu's chatter disruptive to his conversation with his sister-in-law. Displeased by the bloody dagger in his hand, he had simply discarded it. It was only due to his practiced accuracy from sparring with Yin Shan that he had inadvertently saved him. Shang Yunruo's voice broke the tension. "What happened? Yan, did you save Princess Yan? How did you do it? Did you kill?" Zhou Qiyu opened his mouth, but found no words. Chu Yan turned away, placing a finger to his lips, his crimson eyes gleaming with a feverish intensity. Zhou Qiyu, understanding the unspoken warning, nodded in silence. Only then did Chu Yan lower his finger and adopt an expression of innocence, responding with a clear voice, "No, sister-in-law." Chapter 49. Sheer luck, pure sheer luck. The sounds of battle outside had yet to subside, and upon hearing his assurance that no one had been killed, Shang Yunruo felt a wave of relief wash over her. Uncertain of Chu Yan's martial prowess and fearing he might overexert himself, she gently cautioned, "Yan, when you go out to assist, prioritize your own safety above all else. It's all right if you can't be of help, do you understand?" Though hesitant, Chu Yan responded with a faint acknowledgement. In truth, he cared little for the fates of anyone besides Shang Yunruo. Yet, he understood the necessity of lending aid. For he yearned to establish his own legacy and stand beside her in a manner befitting her stature. As Chu Yan stepped outside, he seized the opportunity to help the 9th prince, Zhou Qiyu, who was seated on the ground. The sounds of Zhou Qiyu's pleas for mercy echoed as he implored, "Yan, I lack martial skills and am no good in a fight. Please, let me stay behind to protect our Ruo. Otherwise, you might end up needing to save me again." The encirclement hunt had been abruptly halted due to the invasion of these rogue assassins. The princes and young nobles, eager to impress the emperor, returned dejectedly. Among them, Shu Jinli, who had already hunted 5 prey, was particularly dismayed. For he had been on the verge of claiming the top spot in this hunt, only for it to be rendered void. However, upon returning to the camp area, they were taken aback by the sight of over a dozen captured assassins bound in the center, surrounded by a circle of guards. The reality of the situation dawned upon them. The threat was indeed genuine, and their loved ones were at risk. The consequences of these rogues remaining free were simply unthinkable. A cold sweat drenched Shu Jinli's back as he rushed toward Shang Yunruo's tent, only to find her emerging unscathed. Sighing in relief, he recalled his cousin and hurried toward her tent. Chaos ensued as everyone scrambled to check on their relatives, the air filled with cries and wails. "You heartless wretch, where have you been? I thought I would never see you again. You scare me to death, boo-hoo." Meanwhile, the fool they had mocked was busy subduing the last of the thieves before the empress's quarters when he spotted the emperor striding towards him. Chu Yan bound the thief's hands, grasped his neck with one hand, and knelt with one knee on the ground. His tone resolute and crisp. "I pay my respects to your majesty. All thieves have been captured. Please decree their fate." The emperor paused before him, a sense of calm washing over him as he nodded appreciatively. "Good, good, very well done. Which noble family do you hail from?" Chu Yan replied, I am merely a commoner from the Ningyuan Marquisate, Chu Yan. The emperor's eyes widened. Ningyuan Marquisate? You are the son of Chu Yan. Truly, a tiger begets no dog. You refer to yourself as a commoner, but is not the title of Marquis yours to inherit? Chu Yan explained. It is my elder brother, Chu Qin, who inherited the title. I am but a son of the concubine. The emperor pondered the name Chu Qin, but found it unfamiliar. Heroes do not discriminate between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. Chu Yan, I shall remember you. What reward do you desire? Chu Yan, with utmost respect, replied, I am merely concerned for my sister-in-law and inadvertently rescued other women and the empress. I do not dare to claim credit for rewards. The emperor laughed heartily, genuine admiration sparkling in his eyes. This honest child. Very well, I shall consider a reward. As the empress emerged from her tent, Zhou Qiyu followed closely behind. Your Majesty, there is another who came to the rescue. This child is even more honest. Claiming he did not contribute, but only stayed by my side, not wishing to receive a reward. The emperor chuckled, Ajio? This child has always been timid. His return to save the empress is indeed commendable. Rewards for all. With a flurry of rewards bestowed, Chu Yan became the center of attention. The noble women realized that their gallant savior was the exquisite young man they had previously admired, and their admiration for him deepened. Even his status as a son of a concubine became a symbol of his perseverance and ambition. At a tender age, he was granted a 6th-rank position as a minister in the Ministry of Revenue by the emperor himself, a precedent-setting honor awaiting his coming of age. In contrast, his titled brother, having served for years, had only attained the rank of a 5th-rank deputy general. In the tent of Captain Chao, Xu Jinli raised a cup of wine to his lips, ready to drink, but was stopped by Captain Chao's outstretched hand. With your limited capacity for alcohol, you best refrain. Should you become inebriated in my tent, I know what troubles you. The fact that you could have claimed first place in the hunt. Yet your brother has received a reward instead. The mention of this drove Xu Jinli to demand the drink, and he attempted to wrestle it away from Captain Chao. Calm yourself, Xu Jinli. Captain Chao barked. Unable to contain his frustration, Xu Jinli slammed his hand on the table, defeatedly lamenting, Brother Chao, I have held my post for 3 years and remain a mere deputy general. I am a marquis. That illegitimate child has secured a 6th-rank position in the Ministry of War before even coming of age. I have yet to even enter the Ministry of War. Captain Chao retorted, I find your words displeasing. What is wrong with my deputy general? Xu Jinli exclaimed, Brother, what sheer luck has that boy stumbled upon? How did he know there were indeed thieves? Why did he return without verification? Was he not the one who requested I arrange a position for him? Should he not also fear missing such a golden opportunity to prove himself in the hunt? Captain Chao sighed, considering that perhaps Chu Yan possessed a broader perspective. However, recognizing Xu Jinli's distress, he could only fabricate a reason, suspecting that there were matters within the tent that weighed more heavily on his mind. Xu Jinli absorbed his words and suddenly thought of Shang Yunruo, but he quickly shook his head, finding it laughable. No matter how beautiful, gentle, or kind Shang Yunruo was to him, it could not possibly outweigh the importance of his future. Sheer luck, pure sheer luck. Chu Yan carried the emperor's rewards into Shang Yunruo's tent, nearly overflowing her bed with them. Meanwhile, Xu Jinli had only taken a small sip of wine, forcibly returned by Captain Chao, yet upon witnessing the room brimming with rewards, his earlier calm was reignited with fury. Seeing his bed piled high with prizes, he could no longer restrain himself, hurling the wine he had taken and storming off to his cousin's tent, only to find she was not there. The legitimate daughter of the Chonglu Marquisate, Kong Mengli, was in her mother's tent, pouring out her affections for Chu Yan. Mother, for the first time in my life, I have truly liked someone. You must take charge for me. Madame Kong watched her daughter with tender eyes and replied, When has your mother ever denied you? Whether he has received the emperor's appointed position or not, I would have agreed regardless. Kong Mengli clung to her mother's neck, playfully asserting, Mother, he was merely a son of a concubine. If I wished to marry him, he would surely be delighted. But now that he has received the emperor's reward, I fear many will compete with me. We must act quickly to secure our engagement. Madame Kong countered, But he has not yet come of age. How can we discuss marriage? Kong Mengli insisted, I don't care, Mother. You must hurry to secure our engagement. Madame Kong, indulgently, said, Very well, I shall first consult with Lady Shang. Kong Mengli immediately straightened, adamantly refusing no. Lady Shang is overbearing and unreasonable. Please do not discuss this with her. Chapter 50. Summon Xuanning to confront me. Madame Chang Lu was perplexed. While I can believe that Madame Shang possesses a somewhat imperious temperament, I cannot accept that she is unreasonable. After all, she is a daughter of the minister's family. Kong Mengli looked at her with disdain. And what of being a minister's daughter? Does that exempt her from being unreasonable? It merely indicates a lack of proper upbringing. Madame Chang Lu furrowed her brow. The minister hails from a lineage of great generals. His grandfather held a rank above the 3 dukes. And his mother is the second daughter of the king of Nanjing. Moreover, the minister did not inherit wealth, but rather rose through the ranks, starting as a deputy minister and ultimately wielding immense power in the court. If his upbringing is lacking, then whose is not? Kong Mengli was taken aback by the formidable background of the current minister. No wonder Shang Yunruo's childhood companions were either princesses or princes. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, just because her father is formidable does not imply her upbringing is commendable. What if the minister was too engrossed in state affairs to educate her properly? She waved her hand dismissively. In any case, I refuse to consult her regarding my marriage with Chu Yan. I cannot trust her. Madame Chang Lu replied, but currently, the Ningyuan Marquis household consists solely of an ailing elder. The only one capable of making decisions there is Madame Shang. If we do not consult her, who else shall we turn to? Kong Mengli retorted. We can seek out the Marquis or that former housekeeper, but under no circumstances should we approach Shang Yunruo. I fear I might end up in a verbal altercation with her. Madame Chang Lu sighed. You are truly misguided. Even if you consult the Marquis, ultimately, he will still need to discuss matters with his wife, Madame Shang. By then, we would have bypassed her, and your impression in her eyes would only worsen. And as for that housekeeper, what authority does the second branch hold over the Marquis's household? What are you thinking? Madame Chang Lu waved her hand. Never mind. If you are not in a hurry, I shall return home and see if I can meet with their elder. Kong Mengli insisted. I am anxious. Chu Yan must surely be the focus of several noble ladies' attentions by now. Madame Chang Lu merely stared at her in silence. After a while, Kong Mengli stamped her foot in exasperation. Fine Shang Yunruo. She is notoriously disrespectful to her elders and lacks decorum. If she neglects my mother, I hope she does not cause a scene that could ruin my marriage. Just then, Shang Yunruo had finished organizing the pile of rewards within her tent and was about to take a rest when she heard an announcement. Madam, the lady and young miss from the Chang Lu Marquis household have come to visit you. She quickly rose from her couch, adjusted her attire, and stepped outside to greet them. Upon seeing Shang Yunruo come forth to meet them, Kong Mengli was taken aback. She did not wait arrogantly for them to enter. Shang Yunruo, supported by her maid, descended the steps to greet them. Madame Chang Lu hurriedly stepped forward to assist her. Madame Shang, there is no need for such formalities. Your eyes are injured. Do not concern yourself with trivial courtesies. As she spoke, Madame Chang Lu subtly cast a glance at her daughter, as if silently conveying, do you see this? This is how one shows respect to their elders and understands propriety. Kong Mengli pouted and raised an eyebrow, suggesting that it was all an act. Upon entering the tent, Kong Mengli immediately spotted the half-filled tent with imperial rewards and instinctively assumed that Shang Yunruo was taking advantage of Chu Yan. She blurted out, why are the rewards meant for the second young master all in Madame Shang's tent? Did you not leave any for him? Madame Chang Lu promptly scolded her. That is most disrespectful. Shang Yunruo's expression shifted slightly, but she did not rush to reply. Instead, she inquired, so, you must be Miss Mengli? Madame Chang Lu confirmed. Yes, she is my only daughter, rather spoiled. I hope you can forgive her, madam. Shang Yunruo maintained a gentle smile. I rather appreciate her forthright nature. Miss Mengli, I am merely assisting Ah Yin in cataloging his rewards. I would never keep any for myself. Her words sounded more pleasing than they might be true, and Kong Mengli shot her a glance, choosing to remain silent for the sake of her engagement. Madame Chang Lu, after some pleasantries, broached the subject of the marriage contract. Your second young master is quite the handsome gentleman, well suited to our Mengli. Both my husband and I do not concern ourselves with the distinctions of birth, as long as the character of the children is noble. Shang Yunruo found this remark somewhat displeasing. What did it mean to disregard the distinctions of birth while valuing noble character? It implied that Chu Yan's origins were inferior. Thus he was merely climbing the social ladder by courting their family. However, they were unaware that Chu Yan might one day wield immense power, standing above all others save for one. Thus, her response was tempered. A Yin has yet to come of age. Discussing marriage at this stage is rather premature. After his coming-of-age ceremony, he will only be a mere 6th-rank official, which may not be a suitable match for your daughter. It would be wiser to wait until he has made a name for himself in the court. Before Madame Chang Lu could respond, Kong Mengli interjected, I do not care about his rank. That is not what I value in him. Shang Yunruo raised an eyebrow. Oh? Then what does Miss Mengli admire in Yan? Kong Mengli replied, naturally, I admire his striking appearance. Upon hearing this, Madame Chang Lu coughed violently, tugging at her daughter's sleeve to signal her to remain silent. Shang Yunruo's smile faltered. This reasoning reminded her of the tragic fate of the late Princess Chang. It was precisely due to her infatuation with beauty that calamity befell her. Thus, Shang Yunruo hastily cautioned, if Miss Mengli's affection is predicated upon mere appearance, I would advise you to reconsider. Even the most beautiful visage is destined to fade. Undeterred by her mother's attempts to restrain her, Kong Mengli exclaimed, but Chu Yan has nothing else to recommend him apart from his looks. I am right to value his appearance. Otherwise, what merit does he have in marrying me? Shang Yunruo chuckled, though this time it was a humor tinged with irritation. Her voice grew cold. Miss Kong ought to contemplate this matter more thoroughly. I cannot agree to Yan's engagement at this time. Madame Chang, please stay for dinner. Madame Chang Lu quickly rose. No need. We have disturbed Madame Chang. Do visit me for tea sometime. Shang Yunruo also stood, her smile turning genuinely warm. Very well. Madame Chang, I have heard that you possess excellent tea. I recently acquired a fine batch and will send some to you shortly. To Kong Mengli. Their cordiality seemed profoundly hypocritical. She shook off her mother's grasp and confronted Shang Yunruo directly. Shang Yunruo, you simply do not wish for Chu Yan to find a suitable match, do you? It is said you are selfish, impudent, and disrespectful to your elders while holding others in contempt. Why should you have the authority to dictate Chu Yan's marriage? The tent fell into a momentary silence. Madame Chang Lu quickly reacted, positioning herself protectively behind Kong Mengli and scolding. What nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to Madame. Shang Yunruo took a deep breath, her tone composed yet deliberate. Who says so? Who is making such claims? Kong Mengli replied, Xuan Ningyan, your cousin. Surely she would not slander you? Shang Yunruo's expression turned frosty. Oh? Is she the one who secretly pledged herself to my family's marquis and accrued a debt of 60,000 taels at my family's shop without repayment? Kong Mengli, indignant, retorted, you are unjustly accusing her again, are you not? Do you dare confront her? Shang Yunruo replied with calm assurance. Very well. Then please summon Miss Xue here for us to confront one another. Chapter 51. The true face of my cousin. Upon hearing the announcement from Kong Mengli's maid, Xuan Ningyan felt a wave of panic wash over her. She had never confronted Shang Yunruo directly and was well aware of her domineering temperament, which she had been keen to avoid, fearing that a confrontation would lead to her own detriment. However, since Shang Yunruo had declared war, she resolved to stand her ground, especially with the presence of the Changlu Marquis' household, which would serve her purpose well. If she could provoke Shang Yunruo into a display of arrogance in front of an audience, even if she had to endure some suffering herself, it would be worth it to gain sympathy and tarnish Shang Yunruo's reputation before the Marquis and the Prime Minister's family. Having made up her mind, Xuan Ningyan tucked her handkerchief away. The previous night, she had discovered the owner of the handkerchief belonged to the 7th prince, Zhou Chui. If she could align herself with the prince, she would no longer need to regard Shang Yunruo with any respect. With this thought, she straightened her back, her demeanor shifting as she walked. Yet, upon reaching the door, she reconsidered and sent someone to summon Xu Jinli to rescue her from the impending encounter. As she entered Shang Yunruo's tent, her gaze swept across the room, landing only on the lady of the Chang Lu Marquis' household and Kong Mengli. Before she could feign vulnerability, Kong Mengli stood up and confronted her. Didn't you just tell me she disrespects her elders, is arrogant and domineering, and that your entire family despises her? Xuan Ningyan felt a surge of indignation, struggling to respond to this blunt woman. All she could do was offer a weak curtsy, tears welling in her eyes as she murmured, Cousin, please do not be angry. That is not how I meant it. Kong Mengli furrowed her brows and retorted loudly, How is that not what you said? Tears streamed down Xuan Ningyan's cheeks as she insisted, I meant to say that it is understandable for you, as the daughter of the Prime Minister, to be somewhat headstrong. I often advise my cousin to be accommodating towards you, Miss Kong. Is that not what I said? Indeed. Kong Mengli exclaimed. But doesn't that imply she is arrogant and disregards the dignity of her lord, expecting others to tolerate her? Xuan Ningyan countered, Miss Kong, your interpretation is your own affair. You cannot maliciously misinterpret my words. Kong Mengli, fuming, shot back. How am I misinterpreting you? You said your cousin lacks manners. Xuan Ningyan interjected. I said I admire her disregard for trivialities. Kong Mengli pressed, is that not the same? You also said she disrespects her elders and extorts money from your aunt. Xuan Ningen replied, Miss Kong, one cannot solely blame my cousin. The steward must defer to her, as she is the lady of the household. I also mentioned that the aunt shares blame. As a family, we should bear with each other. If we were to be overly strict, would our household remain peaceful? Kong Mengli stood speechless, trembling with rage, exclaiming, You are so eloquent. You did not say it that way. Madame Kong approached, embracing her daughter and casting a fierce glare at Xuan Ningen, yet she did not engage her directly. Instead, she advised her daughter, Dear child, it is Lady Shang who wishes to confront her. Why are you joining in? Go sit down properly. Realizing her mother's intent, Kong Mengli looked at her with tear-filled eyes, slowly comprehending the situation, and obediently moved to sit aside, glaring at Xuan Ningen. Shang Yunruo recognized that Madame Kong was perceptive, merely wanting to make her understand that her daughter was being manipulated and did not wish to create enmity. Shang Yunruo had no desire for additional adversaries, but would not easily overlook Kong Mengli's baseless accusations. She was rather pleased to see Kong Mengli draw herself into the fray, given her tendency to believe hearsay without discernment. Indeed, Miss Kong, do not be upset. Allow me to ask her a few questions and restore your honor, Shang Yunruo said pointedly. Madame Kong, intending to extricate her daughter from the situation, found herself inadvertently implicated again, yet could not fault Shang Yunruo's inquiry, as it seemed to stem from genuine concern. Shang Yunruo queried seriously, Since I was not present at the time, and both Miss Kong and Miss Xue have differing accounts, I take it upon myself to inquire. Miss Xue, you mentioned admiring my disregard for trivialities. Might I ask where this quality of mine lies? Xuan Ningen lowered her gaze, her heart racing with trepidation, sensing that Shang Yunruo had struck a nerve, and it would be difficult to evade. After a moment's thought, she replied, I meant to say that you are very magnanimous. Shang Yunruo continued, Then you also stated we ought to be accommodating. If I am indeed so generous, it stands to reason that I must have been the one to tolerate others. You just mentioned your aunt, suggesting that if we were to be strict, it would disrupt household harmony. Thus, I can reasonably infer that you are implying your aunt is being overly strict and unwilling to accommodate, leading to this discord, correct? Xuan Ningen froze, her eyes widening as she shook her head vigorously. No, that is not what I meant. I am not blaming my aunt. Shang Yunruo pressed on. Ah, so you are not blaming your aunt, which means you must be blaming me. Therefore, Miss Kong has misjudged you, has she not? Xuan Ningen felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her fingers twisting nervously as she blinked, her tone betraying her growing anxiety. No, I am not blaming you. I am merely being neutral and objective. Shang Yunruo seized the opportunity, neutral and objective, yet airing family grievances and laying traps in your rhetoric for those who would come to your defense, allowing you to maintain your innocence while ensnaring others. Xuan Ningen suddenly glanced at Kong Mengli, who was glaring at her, and realized Shang Yunruo's true intent. She had come to confront her, but was actually aiming to create enemies, intending for her to offend the Chong Lu Marquis' household. Clever Xuan Ningen, how you plotted this. You lack the courage to confront directly, and instead have me do your bidding while you pose as the innocent. Kong Mengli finally saw through the fade and erupted in anger, nearly charging at her to pull her hair, had Madame Kong not restrained her. Xuan Ningen bit her lip, calculating that Xu Jinli should be arriving soon. There was no need for her to sacrifice herself when she could simply allow him to defend her. Indeed, just as she squeezed out a couple of tears, Xu Jinli arrived in haste, having heard that Xuan Ningen had been summoned to Shang Yunruo's tent and fearing for her safety. Upon entering, he was met with the furious Kong Mengli and the sobbing Xuan Ningen, immediately feeling a pang of concern. What is happening here? Are you all bullying Ningen? Madame Kong, unable to contain her frustration, retorted, Bullying her? It is she who has slandered your lady cousin, claiming she disrespects her elders and lacks manners, expecting everyone to tolerate her arrogance, causing chaos. My daughter, poor thing, took her words to heart and confronted Lady Shang, thus unveiling your cousin's true character. Madame Kong succinctly laid out the situation. If such words had come from Shang Yunruo, he might have doubted them, but from a discerning outsider like Madame Kong, they carried significant weight. Xu Jinli turned to Xuan Ningen, about to inquire further when she feigned weakness, leaning against him as if about to faint. It is not like that. It was my words that led to the misunderstanding, not my cousin's fault. If anyone should be blamed, it is me. Xu Jinli's heart, initially filled with pity, suddenly felt a jolt of recognition at her words, which echoed those of Xu Yan, causing discomfort within him. She continued, Cousin, Please do not let our quarrel affect your feelings toward my cousin, Chu Jinli. Realization dawned upon him as to why he felt uneasy. These words were not unfamiliar to him, reminiscent of Chu Yan's sentiments. He vividly recalled the anger and frustration he felt when Chu Yan had spoken similarly. Seeing that he remained unresponsive, Xuanningen inquired, "Cousin, are you all right? Sister-in-law, are you unwell?" Her words once again echoed the casual banter typically exchanged by Chu Yan. In a moment of fury, Chu Jinli felt a rush of blood to his head. He abruptly raised his arm with force, sending Xuanningen, who was leaning against him, tumbling to the ground. He snarled viciously, "Get lost." Chapter 52. The two are quite eccentric. Xuanning and could hardly believe that her cousin would actually tell her to leave. She sat there in stunned disbelief. Tears streaming down her face like a relentless waterfall, her gaze fixed on Chu Jinli. After instinctively uttering that harsh command, Chu Jinli felt a pang of regret. He had unwittingly transferred his disdain for Chu Yan onto Xuanningen. Previously, he had not found anything amiss with her manner of speaking, until Chu Yan used the same words to admonish him. Now, he found such expressions utterly abhorrent. Seeing the heartbreak in Xuanningen's eyes, Chu Jinli felt a surge of guilt and reached out to help her up, but she recoiled from his touch. Rising to her feet, she wiped away her tears, resembling a stubborn little white flower, and trembled as she declared, "Fine, I will leave. I will never show my face before you again." With that, she turned and ran out, leaving Chu Jinli filled with regret. He hurried after her, but not before glancing back at Shang Yunruo, saying, "I will certainly provide you with an explanation." Shang Yunruo could only watch, bemused, as she thought to herself, "These two are quite eccentric." She was left to tidy up the aftermath, soothing Kong Mengli and sending gifts to escort the two back to the camp, thereby avoiding any conflict with the Chong Luho residents. After all the commotion, Shang Yunruo felt utterly exhausted, thinking she could finally rest. Only for Zhou Chuyu to arrive with a grand array of gifts meant for Chu Yan, expressing gratitude for saving his life. Shang Yunruo mustered her energy to say, "You may deliver them to his tent. I cannot accommodate any more." Zhou Chuyu replied, "I just saw him at the training grounds. He asked me to bring them here." Shang Yunruo waved her hand dismissively. "Very well, just place them down." As Zhou Chuyu instructed his aides to arrange the gifts, Chu Yan returned, clad in a snow-gray martial arts outfit that exuded a sense of vigor, unlike his previous frailty. Yet, his voice, calling out to Shang Yunruo, still held that sweet, crisp timbre, "Sister-in-law, I'm back." Upon hearing the cheerful sound of Chu Yan's voice, Shang Yunruo felt her fatigue dissipate. She summoned Chu Yao to prepare a meal, and then turned to Zhou Chuyu, saying, "Just in time, a Yan has returned. Prince Xing, do stay for dinner." Zhou Chuyu readily agreed. "That sounds delightful. Might I indulge in the osmanthus cake made by sister-in-law?" Receiving a sharp glance from Chu Yan, Zhou Chuyu quickly backtracked, awkwardly saying, "Never mind, I won't have any. Sister-in-law is injured and cannot cook." Chu Yan coolly remarked, "That is not entirely true. Sister-in-law often makes it for me." Shang Yunruo chose to disregard their banter, aware that Zhou Chiyu's gentle nature would prevent any serious contention with Chu Yan. She prepared incense in the burner, the fragrant sandalwood rising like mist, instilling a sense of tranquility within her. She deliberately chose the incense for Chu Yan, even contemplating inviting a monk to speak scriptures, hoping to purify his spirit and spare him from harboring any violent thoughts. Chu Yan inhaled the ethereal sandalwood fragrance and felt his own spirit calm. As the dishes were served, Shang Yunruo inquired, "Prince Xine, when do you plan to leave the capital?" Zhou Chuyu replied, "After the hunting event, I shall be departing." "Sister-in-law, why do you address me so formally?" Shang Yunruo smiled. "You have a title now. Surely, it is fitting for me to call you your highness?" Zhou Chuyu protested. "I'd prefer if you continued to call me ninth brother instead." Chu Yan interrupted, "Prince Xine, do try the dish to your left." Trusting him, Zhou Chuyu complied and took a bite without a second glance, only to be met with an overwhelming spice that compelled him to gulp down 3 cups of tea in vain. Hearing Chu Yan's laughter, Shang Yunruo felt conflicted. While she disapproved of his teasing, she also found that he and Zhou Chuyu made for an unexpectedly harmonious pair. She chided lightly, "A Yan, do not torment the prince." Zhou Chuyu, gasping for cool air, reassured, it's fine. Do not scold him. I'll just have some more cool tea." Chu Yan lowered his gaze, the amusement in his eyes only intensifying, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. With a hint of regret, Shang Yunruo remarked, "A Yan's coming-of-age ceremony is approaching, just days after the hunting event. It would be splendid if the prince could stay a bit longer. Zhou Qiyu swallowed his tea and replied, of course. I shall request my father's permission. I must attend the ceremony of my life-saving benefactor. However, upon the mention of the ceremony, the smile that had adorned Chu Yan's lips gradually faded, leaving his eyes devoid of mirth. Shang Yunruo, unaware of his expression, cheerily continued, that's wonderful. Once we return to the capital, I shall make several elegant coronets for a yen. The standards for headpieces become much stricter once they are worn. At that time, Your Highness, you can assist me in selecting them. Zhou Qiyu readily agreed. But Chu Yan interjected softly, with both parents gone, and my grandmother likely unaware, I do not wish for a grand affair. It suffices for my sister-in-law to personally prepare my coronet at home. Shang Yunruo disagreed. That cannot be. The coming-of-age ceremony is a significant milestone for a young man. It must be celebrated grandly. This is the perfect opportunity for you to integrate into society and gain the recognition of others. Zhou Qiyu concurred with Shang Yunruo. Indeed, a coming-of-age ceremony cannot be so hastily arranged. It is customary for one's parents or elders to invite esteemed guests to expand one's network. Since your parents are absent and your grandmother cannot oversee it, let sister-in-law and I take charge. Chu Yan's brow furrowed. The implication of their words made it sound as though he and Shang Yunruo were akin to his parents. Before he could voice his concern, Shang Yunruo swiftly clarified. I will handle a yen's arrangements. Your Highness, you need only attend the ceremony. Zhou Qiyu, not insistent, replied, very well then. I shall invite more princes and princesses to lend a yen some prestige. Meanwhile, while the atmosphere was cheerful and congenial, Chu Jinli had chased after Xuanning and for quite some distance, but had lost her. After waiting in the tent for a considerable time without her return, he decided to search outside the hunting grounds. However, Xuanning had taken refuge within the tent of the seventh prince, Shou Chuao. Last night, she had managed to find the seventh prince with a handkerchief, but their interaction had been brief and innocent. Today was different, with tears streaming down her face. Xuanning sought comfort from Zhou Chuao. Under his gentle words of consolation, her emotional wounds were soothed, and her vanity was indulged. Under the onslaught of his tenderness, her last vestiges of reason quickly faded, and when he kissed her, she succumbed, reveling in the closeness of their lips. Darling, you look so beautiful when you cry. The first time I saw you, you were crying, and it truly pierced my heart. Enraptured by Zhou Chuyao's kiss, Xuanning responded with muffled sounds. And when he pressed her onto the bed, she regained a flicker of awareness and struggled against him, but he held her hands firmly, leaning close to her ear. Zhou Chuyao's voice was rich and enticing. I want you to be my princess. This declaration caused Xuanning to drop her defenses completely, breathlessly asking, really? Zhou Chuyao wasted no time, tearing away her clothing and silencing her with a hand over her mouth, denying her further opportunity to inquire. Chapter 53. The King of Bargains. For an hour, Chu Jinli searched for Xuanning but to no avail. Just as he was about to return to the perimeter to summon the guards, Xuanning returned. He felt a mix of surprise and relief. His tone sharp as he questioned, where have you been? Don't you realize the area around here is unsafe at night? Have you forgotten about the assassin incident from yesterday? Xuanning, entirely disinterested in his concerns, shot him a glare and walked straight into the tent. This was the first time Chu Jinli had witnessed such an attitude from her, leaving him astonished. He stood frozen for a long moment before hastily following her. Xuanning, I'm speaking to you. What on earth were you doing? Without a word, Xuanning closed the tent door and coldly replied, what business is it of yours? I am not your wife. You have no right to dictate my actions. Chu Jinli abruptly halted, feeling as if she had transformed completely. Her previous gentle demeanor seemed like a facade. It was a hard truth for him to accept. Inside the tent, Xuanning fell onto the bed, her body feeling weak and limp. Her thoughts raced back to the passionate moments with the seventh prince, a mixture of excitement and nervousness coursing through her. He had vowed to make her a princess, to marry her openly, and bestow upon her unparalleled glory. The thought of soon standing above Shang Yunruo and those who had once looked down on her filled her with exhilaration, igniting a desire to confront them directly. What was Chu Jinli to her? After serving him contentedly for so many years, he couldn't even grant her the title of a legitimate consort. Did he regard her as some lowly servant? Shang Yunruo's connections with the nobility meant little. She would soon be a princess herself. Let us see who would dare to belittle her then. The captured assassins were interrogated and revealed that they had been sent by Yan Kingdom, a vassal state of Daliang. As a vassal, Yan was required to pay tribute annually. The new ruler, whether out of youthful arrogance or boundless ambition, had dispatched a team of assassins to attempt a coup during the hunting event. In the Saintess tent, Zhou Qiyu convened with the other princes to discuss the matter. The emperor inquired about their views. The fifth prince, Zhou Chud, sarcastically remarked, "I truly wonder if the ruler of Yin is naive or simply foolish." The seventh prince, Zhou Chuxiao, interjected, "Father, grant me 30,000 elite troops, and I will surely flatten that petty Yin city." The princes clamored, expressing their righteous indignation. But Zhou Qiyu remained silent, leisurely sipping tea in the corner, content to be an observer. Suddenly, the emperor called upon him, "Ninth prince, you were involved in capturing the assassins. What are your thoughts?" Startled, Zhou Qiyu spilled a few drops of tea on himself. He quickly responded, "Father, I do not know how to fight." His declaration drew laughter from the other princes. The seventh prince, disdainful of his timid nature, mocked, "Ninth brother, why not return to your fief? You might miss the planting season." The jest elicited further laughter, as Zhou Qiyu's fief was the smallest, and he was the most obedient, returning only with an imperial edict. Unlike the other princes who concocted various excuses to linger in the capital, it was known that he diligently focused on agricultural development, earning him the mock moniker of the Vegetable Prince. The emperor had no expectations of him leading troops. He merely sought a non-violent resolution to the matter. As the other princes expressed their indignation, he casually asked the most mild-mannered Zhou Qiyu for his input. Zhou Qiyu chuckled awkwardly and, in a jesting tone, said, "Regarding the crops in my fief, they are indeed flourishing. I recall that Yan's agriculture is rather poor. They rely on trade with our borders, which are often drought-stricken." Before the laughter could subside, the emperor clapped his hands with approval, exclaiming, "Ninth princess crops have not been in vain. Draft an edict forbidding any agricultural trade with Yan. Reinforce the border in Linzhou to prevent any private transactions and ensure strict enforcement." Everyone was taken aback. The emperor had tasked the ninth prince with drafting an edict. This was a privilege none of them had attained. It seemed he had stumbled upon fortune. Previously, he had received rewards for merely hiding in the empress's tent during an enemy retreat. Now, due to a casual remark about crops, he was granted the honor of writing an imperial decree. Truly, he was the king of bargains. That night, as the hunting expedition drew to a close, Shang Yunruo experienced restless sleep. Aside from the night of her wedding and the 2 long dreams before confronting her aunt, she often dreamt, but only in fragmented snippets concerning Chu Yan. This night, however, she relived the scene of Chu Yan's coronation ceremony. In her dream, she had procured a love potion from the courtesan of Linghua Tower, intending to slip it into Chu Jinli's tea. However, she was interrupted by Chu Yan, who thwarted her plan. Her hatred for him surged. This was her only chance as relayed by her grandmother, and she felt that Chu Yan had deliberately sabotaged her. In retaliation, she forced the potion upon him, seeking to humiliate him and revel in his torment. Within the dream, her daily tears for Chu Jinli transformed her into a tempestuous, melancholic figure, with Chu Yan becoming her sole outlet for frustration. Yet, she was undeterred, constantly devising ways to win Chu Jinli's affection, striving to reclaim his heart. Learning of his fondness for fur cloaks, she encountered a dilemma when border conflicts with Yan disrupted trade, causing prices to soar. Despite her substantial dowry, the exorbitant cost pained her. Yet she resolved to purchase the cloak for Chu Jinli. Upon awakening, Shang Yunruo lingered in the remnants of her dream. She finally grasped the significance of her tormenting Chu Yan. The recollection of the love potion, which her grandmother had indeed mentioned, sent chills down her spine. Had she inadvertently altered the course of events in her dreams? If so, why had the potion's timing shifted? It meant that her current reality diverged from her dreams. This realization rekindled warmth within her, and she quickly thought of the costly fur cloak. Rising hastily, she prepared herself and rushed to find Zhou Qiyu. As soon as they met, she stated her request directly. "Your Highness, your fief is not far from Lin City. May I ask for your assistance with something?" Zhou Qiyu was delighted that Shang Yunruo had taken the initiative to approach him and readily replied, "Between us, there is no need for such formality. Simply tell me what you need." Shang Yunruo continued, "Could you help me procure more fur cloaks?" Zhou Qiyu paused, his fingers tightening around the decree he had just drafted for the emperor, his expression suddenly serious as he inquired, "Why the sudden need for fur cloaks? How did you know that we are restricting trade with Yan?" Chapter 54. "I shall comply with your every word." Shang Yunruo was momentarily taken aback by his inquiry. Suddenly realizing that the usually affable Zhou Qiyu was quite perceptive, She had merely expressed a desire to purchase more furs, yet he had associated her words with the conflict at the border. Indeed, she had foreseen such events in her prophetic dreams. However, Shang Yunruo would not divulge the contents of her dreams to anyone. After a brief contemplation, she countered, I simply wish to procure more furs for the cold days ahead. Is it not more economical to acquire them in summer? Why do you inquire about matters concerning the border? Zhou Qiyu's expression faltered for a moment before he chuckled. Look at me, having just completed the edict. My mind is consumed with it, and I subconsciously made the connection. Moreover, this edict has not even been reviewed by Father. So how could you possibly know? Seizing the opportunity, Shang Yunruo inquired, what edict? Is it related to the border blockade you just mentioned? Zhou Qiyu glanced around cautiously, lowering his voice as he replied, those assassins are from Yin Nation. Their food shortage relies entirely on trade with our Lin City. Father intends to impose sanctions on Yin Nation by restricting grain supplies, thus temporarily sealing the border, which naturally prevents the furs abundant in Yin from circulating here. Feigning realization, Shang Yunruo remarked, no wonder you assumed I was privy to some news when I mentioned purchasing furs. In that case, do assist me in stockpiling them, as I could earn a handsome profit and share the proceeds with you. Zhou Qiyu laughed, you seek my share of the profits? Very well. I shall take care of this matter, but let it remain confidential. The eunuchs formally announced that the hunting expedition was about to commence. Everyone gathered in the hunting grounds, where the princes and young nobles donned their sleek riding attire, eager to showcase their prowess. The ladies busied themselves preparing provisions and offering encouragement to the men, chatting in small groups within the enclosure. Xu Jinli was warming up when he noticed Xuan Ningen standing apart, seemingly ostracized. He hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to approach her. Xu Shui, whose health had recently improved, was unaware of the quarrel between Xuan Ningen and Xu Jinli. Seeing their estrangement, she took it upon herself to bridge the gap and led Xuan Ningen over. Though Xuan Ningen now bore an air of arrogance, she would not squander the opportunity to display her social connections. Following Xu Shui to where Shang Yunruo and the others stood, Xu Shui deliberately created a moment for them, saying, Jinli, you're off to hunt. Why not encourage your cousin? Xuan Ningen finally spoke, albeit insincerely. Cousin, I believe you can secure the top position. Her willingness to address him prompted Xu Jinli to seize the moment, affirming, then I shall return with the title. Shang Yunruo, having overheard their exchange, interjected languidly. Perhaps it would be best if the Marquis refrained from pursuing the title. All eyes turned toward Shang Yunruo, with Xu Shui scoffing. It seems you do not wish for Jinli to succeed. Just as Xu Jinli was about to inquire further, Xuan Ningen interrupted with a pointed question. Isn't securing the top position advantageous for the eldest lady? Why would you not wish for your cousin's success? You wouldn't want him to yield his position to Xu Yan, would you? Xuan Ningen's words were laced with aggression, starkly contrasting her usual demeanor. However, Xu Jinli, provoked by her remarks, hastily retorted to Shang Yunruo, even if I do not claim the title, a yin cannot attain it either. Shang Yunruo found the scene somewhat ludicrous. She shook her head with a faint smile and chose to disregard them, turning to Xu Yan, whispering, do not pursue the title. Without a hint of hesitation, Xu Yan replied, understood. Raising an eyebrow, Shang Yunruo asked, will you not inquire about my reasoning? Xu Yan shook his head, I shall comply with your every word. It would be disingenuous to claim she was not moved. It was ironic that the husband she trusted most dismissed her words as mere whispers in the wind, while he treated the utterances of another woman with utmost reverence. Was there still a necessity to continue their life together? She could not help but question whether her desire for a peaceful and happy existence with Xu Jinli, as envisioned in her dreams, was indeed the right path. Xu Yan's voice interrupted her thoughts. Did you visit the ninth prince today? Shang Yunruo nodded, replying, how did you know? Xu Yan explained. I happened to pass by and saw you. You both appeared quite cheerful upon exiting. She chose not to dwell on how he came to be near the prince's tent, casually stating, I requested his assistance in procuring some items, believing I might earn a profit to share with him, but he declined. Xu Yan remained silent, and Shang Yunruo assumed he had merely inquired without much thought, thus she refrained from divulging further details. The hunting expedition commenced without incident, free from the interference of assassins, and all participants charged forward with enthusiasm. When the time came to tally the catch, Xu Jinli emerged triumphantly, having hunted 18 large animals and over 30 small ones, totaling 50. It was certain he would claim the top position, and he had even prepared a speech of gratitude for the emperor's commendation. Xu Yan's haul was also recorded. He had only captured a handful of small creatures and not a single large one. Chu Jinli, reveling in his success, paraded before him, observing the guards tallying his bounty while making snide remarks. All small game, and 2 birds as well. I discarded the birds I hunted. As laughter erupted around them, Chu Jinli feigned melancholy, remarking, Yan, I finally understand why you managed to apprehend the assassins that day. Everyone else fled too swiftly to hear the news, while you, moving slowly, were fortunate enough to catch it. The surrounding nobles clapped and laughed, echoing, How astute, Marquis Shu. It is lamentable our horses were too swift, causing us to miss the opportunity to rescue. While Chu Yan stood to the side, expressionless amidst the mockery, he quietly leaned against a tree, closing his eyes in contemplation, saying not a word. The derisive comments continued to rise, as if they had found psychological solace in mocking his perceived misfortune. With skills like his, how did your brother manage to capture all the assassins? It seems we need not return after all, one jested. Indeed, if Chu Yan could handle it, there was no need for our involvement. Another chimed in. As their laughter reached a crescendo, a magnificent steed, laden with a cart brimming with game, leisurely approached and halted before the gathering, the bounty towering like a small mountain. A quick glance revealed that it far surpassed Chu Jinli's haul. The astonishment deepened when they recognized the rider to be the notoriously inept 9th prince, Zhou Qiyu, leaving them utterly flabbergasted. How could the prince, who consistently ranked last in archery, possibly have acquired such an impressive catch? Did the games simply blind themselves and run into his arrows? Yet, as a prince, despite the impossibility of his feat, no one dared question him aloud. However, the royal party had yet to return, and the other princes would surely demand an explanation upon their arrival. As the crowd pondered this anomaly, Zhou Qiyu scanned the gathering. Spotting the relaxed Chu Yan beneath the tree, he called out, Yan. Dismounting, he approached Chu Yan, gesturing toward the cart brimming with game. Why have you given me your catch? With this bounty, father would hardly believe it was mine. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, their astonishment palpable. Thus, the very brother they had mocked for so long was, in fact, the one who would claim the top honor. As Chu Yan opened her eyes, her voice was barely audible. Only Zhou Qiyu could hear her. Sister-in-law, I implore you to do me a favor. You have never taken a share of the profits. So allow yourself to be the leader this once, and I shall return the favor. Chapter 55. The uninformed foolish woman Zhou Qiyu. You actually did this to repay a favor for Ruo? She informed you about the matter she sought my assistance with? Chu Yan matter-of-factly replied, Of course. She shares everything with me. Zhou Qiyu. The emperor and the princes returned, and after the guards counted, the top 3 were announced. First was Zhou Qiyu. Second was Chu Jinli, and third was the 5th prince, Zhou Chuyi. The emperor, surveying the spoils of their hunt, exclaimed in astonishment, Old 9th actually topped the list. With a helpless expression, Zhou Qiyu discreetly glanced at Chu Yan and reported, Your Majesty, your son merely stumbled upon the spoils left by others. The emperor laughed heartily. You claim you've been inexplicably achieving merit these past few days. Indeed, luck is a necessary ingredient for success. The emperor then approached Chu Jinli and inquired, Which noble family do you hail from? Chu Jinli, both excited and anxious, responded, I am the son of Duke Ningyuan. Chu Qin. The emperor nodded. I remember you. You are Chu Yan's elder brother. Chu Jinli. The emperor's words caused his initial exhilaration to plummet. As a dignified duke, a hereditary title, and a current 5th-rank commander, how disheartening it was to be remembered merely as Chu Yan's sibling. The emperor continued, Excellent, very commendable. Had Old 9th not collected the spoils along the way, you would have claimed the top spot, far surpassing my other sons. Wouldn't you agree, 5th? The 5th prince, Zhou Chuyi, cast a cold glance at Chu Jinli, lowering his eyes in agreement. The emperor's kind words made Chu Jinli break into a cold sweat. He recalled Ruo's admonition to refrain from mentioning the title of champion. The 5th prince had always been the emperor's favorite, the most likely candidate for the crown. And it was evident the emperor desired him to win. After all, a worthy heir must outshine others in every aspect. This competition seemed more like an opportunity for the emperor to gild the 5th prince's reputation, yet he had inadvertently stolen the spotlight. Fortunately, it was Old 9th who triumphed. Otherwise, the 5th prince might have turned his ire upon him. However, securing 2nd place would surely earn him the 5th prince's resentment. He regretted not heeding Ruo's advice. Blaming the entire affair on the 2 ignorant women, Chu Xiui and Xuan Ningen, who had caused such turmoil. Had they not incessantly attacked Yunruo and countered her viewpoints, he could have properly inquired about her reasons for not allowing him to claim the championship. Having shifted the blame entirely onto Chu Xiui and Xuanningen, he felt somewhat relieved. It was far easier to accept than to admit his own foolishness for failing to comprehend the intricate social dynamics at play. Once the hunting expedition concluded, the emperor awarded prizes according to the rankings, and the royal family along with the nobles returned to the capital in grand procession. The belongings of various families were somewhat lighter than when they arrived, except for Yunruo, whose possessions had increased by 3 carts. Most of the rewards belonged to Chu Yan, along with Shou Chiyu's tokens of gratitude and some prizes for Chu Jinli's second place. Upon returning to her residence, Yunruo cataloged the rewards and stored them in the treasury before urgently summoning Shang Yunruo for a meeting. As the chief steward of the Marquis' estate, he had begun to cultivate his own trusted subordinates, all of whom he brought along to present to Yunruo. Naturally, Yunruo honored him by placing all of his chosen individuals in significant positions within the estate, with his subordinates recognizing his standing. Shang Yunruo became even more loyal to Yunruo, diligently executing her directives. Yunruo instructed, "Clear out the storeroom of the silk shop. I wish to procure a new batch of goods, but I cannot disclose the specifics at this moment." Shang Yunruo's eyes flickered as he humbly replied, "I understand, my lady. It is not a matter of distrust, but rather a precaution against any unforeseen events that could compromise confidentiality." Yunruo nodded, appreciating the efficiency of conversing with an astute individual. "Yes, aim to sell off the summer fabrics to recover the capital, and also discount any unsold items from other shops to maximize liquidity." Shang Yunruo immediately grasped her intent and reported, "The available funds are limited. After clearing out all the shops, we might have around 70 to 80,000 taels." Yunruo acknowledged, having already made similar estimations. "Whatever we can gather will suffice." As Shang Yunruo prepared to leave, he dismissed the others and spoke privately with Yunruo. "If the madam could expedite the repayment, our capital for procurement would increase." Yunruo was well aware of this. "However, I currently lack effective means to compel my aunt to repay. My grandmother insists on a gradual repayment without pressing too hard." Shang Yunruo nodded and departed. Yunruo instructed Chu Yu to close the windows and began counting her own wealth and estates. Chu Yu, clutching the account book, hesitated. "Miss, please reconsider. You aren't intending to use your dowry as capital for procurement, are you?" Yunruo playfully poked Chu Yu's forehead, scolding, "Do you take your mistress for a fool? I possess my own silk shop, you know." Chu Yu suddenly understood. "Ah, you plan to keep the accounts separate?" Yunruo, "Naturally, it must be distinct. The Marquis' estate lacks sufficient capital for large procurements, but I have my own." The profits from her dowry shop were unrelated to her husband's family unless she expressly consented to utilize them. No one had the right to touch her dowry. Even in the event of a divorce, she would depart with every last tael intact. Chu Yu excitedly assisted Yunruo in tallying the liquid assets and other convertible items from her dowry, amounting to approximately 5 to 600,000 taels. Although fur was expensive, this sum would allow for a substantial procurement. Once completed, Chu Yu suddenly recalled something. "Miss, the accountants who reconciled with my aunt before the hunt have submitted the accounts to me. Upon careful review, I discovered several property deeds for shops and estates are missing." Yunruo missing? Were they misplaced or taken by someone? Chu Yu shook her head. "That remains unknown. There are no records in the accounts." Furrowing her brow, Yunruo was still contemplating the matter when a sudden knock echoed at the door, and Chu Yan's voice called from outside, "Sister-in-law, why are you shutting the doors and windows during the day?" Yunruo quickly tidied her belongings and instructed Chu Yu to open the door. Through the sheer fabric, she caught sight of the increasingly tall and striking figure at the entrance and exclaimed, "Ah Yan, have you grown taller again?" Chu Yan stepped inside, gazing at the thin veil before her, and waved his hand in front of her eyes. "Can you see me now, sister-in-law?" Yunruo pushed his hand away and offered him a grape. "I could always see your general outline. It was just dim in the room, and your brightness allowed me to discern it." As Chu Yan munched on the grape, he sat beside her, his tone somewhat dejected. "When will your eyes recover, sister-in-law?" "I am not quite the same as I was 2 months ago in the western suburbs." Yunruo smiled. "Indeed, our Yan has grown taller and more handsome. Do you know how many marriage proposals I have received recently?" "Marriage proposals?" Chu Yan looked at her thoughtfully. "Do you have anyone in mind, sister-in-law?" Yunruo shook her head. "Not a single one. None are worthy of you yet, and you are not of the age for such matters, so why the rush?" Chu Yan withdrew his gaze, smiling contentedly as he leaned closer. Then do you wish to see my current appearance sooner? Yunruo, I do. My eyes are no longer sensitive to light. I estimate that in a month or so, I will be able to remove the veil. Some residual blood in my eyes has yet to clear. Chu Yan spoke solemnly. On the day you unveil, I must be the first to see you. Shang Yunruo momentarily paused, then promised in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. Very well, I shall be the first to see you. At that moment, Chu Yan knocked on the door, interrupting them, and said, Miss, several constables have arrived from the neighboring courtyard, claiming that Xuan Ningen has lost some land deed. Zhu Yan's expression became slightly tense. How could a land deed possibly go missing? Chapter 56. Does Shang Yunruo admire him? The phrase land deed piqued Shang Yunruo's interest. It was quite the coincidence that the Ho residents had lost a land deed, and so had Xuan Ningen. However, she was more intrigued by the question that slipped from Chu Yan's lips. What do you know? He only knew that he had taken 1,000 taels from Xuan Ningen and placed them in Shang Yunruo's box, but he had not seized her land deed. Chu Yan lowered his gaze, avoiding hers, unwilling to witness her deception. I just find the situation rather peculiar. She has not married, so naturally, she has no dowry. The Xue family has long fallen into decline, lacking any substantial assets. How could she possibly possess a land deed? Doubt began to stir within Shang Yunruo. Previously, Chu Jinli had been willing to extend her credit so liberally. Surely he would part with the land deed as well. With this revelation, she promptly summoned Chu Yao to deliver a visiting card, under the pretense of visiting her sister-in-law, to inquire about the situation next door. Let me accompany you, suggested Chu Yan. Shang Yunruo shook her head. I am visiting my sister-in-law. It would be inconvenient for you to follow. By the way, all your rewards are stored in my treasury, separate from the assets of the Ho residents. If you trust me, I can manage those rewards for you. Chu Yan raised his eyes to meet hers again and replied gently, I am not merely storing them with you. They are yours. Shang Yunruo was taken aback, not expecting Chu Yan to be so generous. Those rewards amounted to quite a sum, nearly equivalent to 2/10 of her dowry, sufficient to cover more than a dozen shops. I do not wish to take them, she replied. These should remain yours as a future betrothal gift. Should you wish to use them, you may come to me at any time, and I shall strive to help you earn more, so that you may one day marry a worthy bride. Chu Yan's smile faltered momentarily, but he quickly seemed to come to a realization and softly replied, Very well, I shall keep all my rewards for you. You can save them. What did he mean by saving them for her? Shang Yunruo did not dwell on his words, considering he might simply mean for her to keep them, perhaps to feel closer to her. With a smile, she asked, The coming-of-age ceremony is in 3 days. Have you chosen a name for yourself? Please, sister-in-law, help me name myself. Shang Yunruo pondered seriously for a moment and said, I hope your future life is as bright as the dawn. How about the name Qianlong? Chu Yan smiled and replied, Then I shall be Zimo, as dark as the midnight hour. With that, he stood and swiftly exited the room, cheerfully advising, Sister-in-law, be cautious when you visit next door. If you need anything, just call Yanshan. What a mischievous little rascal. Shang Yunruo chuckled, enjoying his playful demeanor. This was the essence of a young man yet to be constrained by the world. If he had been cherished and spoiled since childhood, perhaps this was indeed his true nature. Upon reaching the neighboring estate, Mu Chuanxi's maid, Xin Tao, led Shang Yunruo and her companions around Changchun Garden before finally arriving at Yuqing residence. As they entered the cool bamboo grove, Shang Yunruo took a deep breath, feeling her body and mind relax. Mu Chuanxi, having gathered a basket of bamboo shoots, straightened up and remarked to Shang Yunruo, Hunting is utterly dull. It is far more enjoyable to dig for bamboo shoots at home. Shang Yunruo teased, It is you who remains within your tent all day long. It is hardly surprising that you find it tedious. With a pout, Mu Chuanxi replied, Do not say I have not sought you out. Every time I do. Chu Yan is always in your tent. Shang Yunruo paused, asking, Is that so? Mu Chuanxi brushed the dirt from her hands and, once clean, instructed Xin Tao to boil water for tea, guiding Shang Yunruo to a thatched pavilion nestled in the bamboo grove. Curiously, she inquired, So, what compelled you to come see me in person? Did you not already suspect some matter? You even had someone take me around Changchun Garden. With a smile, Mu Chuanxi admitted, I heard she reported the lost land deed and thought you would be interested, so I had Xin Tao take you for a stroll. Did you glean any insights? Shang Yunruo replied, I knew you were being deliberate. However, merely passing by yielded no discoveries. I sensed a tranquil atmosphere, devoid of the urgency one would expect from a significant loss. Mu Chuanxi nodded. Regardless, I find that Xuan Ningen seems somewhat changed. She no longer appears to ingratiate herself with the household as she once did, as though she has found some form of leverage. Shang Yunruo had her suspicions, but refrained from speaking without evidence. Even if it were proven that those land deeds were given to Xuan Ningyan by Chu Jinli, she could not simply demand their return. Mu Chuanxi recalled something. Oh, by the way, the Empress Dowager's birthday is next month. Will you be attending? The Empress Dowager was the mother of the seventh prince, Zhou Chui, and due to her father's influence, the noble ladies of the court often invited her for various occasions. I suppose I will go if invited, Shang Yunruo replied. Mu Chuanxi nodded, saying bluntly, I certainly will not receive an invitation. Before marriage, one looks to their family. After marriage, to their in-laws. Who would invite a wife of lowly rank, who seldom resides in the capital? Her words were always straightforward. And Shang Yunruo did not attempt to sugarcoat the truth to comfort her. She did not require consolation. Shang Yunruo simply asked curiously, Is there any news of my cousin's return? Mu Chuanxi paused in pouring the tea and shook her head. I do not know. We have not exchanged letters for nearly half a year. I cannot tell if my letters were lost or if he simply does not wish to respond. It matters not. When he returns to the capital, he will surely send word. It had been nearly 3 years since her cousin had left. And Mu Chuanxi had spent her finest years in solitude. What of herself? How many more 3-year spans would she have to endure? Chu Jinli was summoned to Jingwei Garden by Xuan Ningyan, who had urged him repeatedly. Since Chu Yan had received a position and was only 1.5 ranks below him, Chu Jinli felt a strong sense of urgency to perform well and strive for a promotion. However, he was filled with irritation upon being called back by Xuan Ningyan at such a critical time, and as soon as he entered Changchun Garden, he impatiently inquired, What is it? I am currently on duty. Xuan Ningyan had just dismissed 2 officials, and, with her usual air of vulnerability, lamented, Cousin, all the land deeds you gave me have gone missing. I reported it to the authorities. I cannot handle the officials alone, which is why I sought you out. Chu Jinli's eyes widened in shock. All the land deeds are gone. The 5 shops and the estate I gave you are all lost? The deeds had not truly been lost. Rather, she intended to attend the birthday celebration of the 7th prince's mother and, as the future princess, she needed to present a unique and generous gift to win the favor of her future mother-in-law. However, lacking funds, she had to mortgage the shops, having already given the estate to the countess, and thus orchestrated a ruse of reporting a theft, claiming the deeds were lost. After all, these deeds were given to her by her cousin, and she presumed they would not pursue the matter too rigorously. She intended to merely gloss over it. Understanding the importance of the act, Xuan Ningyan nodded, tears streaming down her face. Cousin, they were stolen by thieves. Yet Kaiyang did not see the thieves nor has any evidence. Do you think we can recover these deeds? Chu Jinli, growing frantic, exclaimed, Why would you take such important documents with you? You constantly lament your lack of funds. Those deeds were meant for you to withdraw interest periodically, and they have not been transferred to your name. Now they are under Shang Yunruo's management if she discovers the deeds were given to you. How am I to explain this to her? Xuan Ningyan replied, But you are a marquis. Does she dare question you? Chu Jinli anxiously paced the room. True. As a marquis, she may not dare question me, but she is also my wife. What husband would give the family's land deeds and silver to another woman without inciting jealousy? Especially considering how she admires me. She is bound to create a scene. Xuan Ningchan was somewhat bewildered. From where did he discern that Shang Yunruo had affections for him? Chapter 57. Cousin, have you changed your heart? Xuan Ningyan interrupted the flustered Chu Jinli. Cousin, I fear that things will not unfold as you envision. She may not genuinely love you. This statement successfully halted Chu Jinli, who glared at her and retorted, How can you say she does not have true feelings? As the daughter of a prominent minister, raised alongside princes and princesses, if she did not admire me, why would she plead with the minister to marry me? Xuan Ningyan scoffed, candidly expressing her belief that Shang Yunruo was exceedingly foolish for squandering a golden opportunity with such a promising hand. Why would she settle for a lord with no achievements and little favor? Additionally, this choice hindered her aspirations of becoming the matriarch of the marquisate. Previously resentful towards Shang Yunruo, she now felt indifferent, as the latter had ascended to the royal circle and was on the verge of becoming a princess. If the 7th prince were to strive even harder, she might even become a noble consort or perhaps a queen. Contemplating this, Xuan Ningyan straightened her back, realizing that if her current situation did not compel her to beg for money from Chu Jinli, she would not be subservient to him. She had little interest in hearing his self-aggrandizing remarks and stated her purpose. Cousin, you are my only hope. I am utterly destitute, having lost all my property. How shall I survive? Chu Jinli sighed, pulling out 10 taels of silver from his purse and handing it to her. Take this for your needs. Xue Ningyan stared at the small silver ingot with disdain. Cousin, are you jesting? What can 10 taels possibly provide? Chu Jinli replied, a bun costs 3 won, a bowl of noodles 10 won, and a stone of rice only 2 taels. Tell me, what can you do with 10 taels? Xue Ningyan, incensed, bit her lip. Cousin, are you implying that I am no different from the common folk? Chu Jinli shot back. What distinguishes you from the commoners? Why do you always aspire for more? This struck a chord with Xue Ningyan. She believed she should not lead an ordinary life. Otherwise, why would she sever ties with her family after they arranged a marriage for her? She refused to be the wife of an ordinary man. Her ambition was to become the matriarch of the Marquisate, but she had underestimated her position. Her true destiny lay in the palace. Taking a deep breath, Xue Ningyan disregarded Chu Jinli's words and defiantly asked, Cousin, have you changed your heart? Chu Jinli immediately refuted. Who says I have changed my heart? How could I possibly do so? The louder his rebuttal, the more it revealed his insecurity. Xue Ningyan narrowed her eyes, internally scoffing, yet she did not dwell on it, for she had already lost interest in him. Chu Jinli continued to search for reasons to convince himself. I have not even touched Shang Yunruo for your sake. It has been 2 months since our marriage, and you know the pressure I have endured? I did not heed my grandmother's orders that night. I was forced to. He abruptly fell silent, nearly revealing that he had sent Chu Yan in his stead. Xue Ningyan pressed. What happened that night? Cousin, I have always wanted to ask you, did you return home out of fear that Shang Yunruo would complain to grandmother? Chu Jinli had never confided in Xue Ningyan that his true reason for returning was the fear of Xu Yan doing something to Shang Yunruo. He could not disclose that he had sent Xu Yan in his place, as he found it difficult to articulate his own infidelity. Changing the subject, Chu Jinli said, I promised you that after 2 years, I would divorce her on the grounds of her being childless, and you need not cling to any noble matriarch. It is only your own ambition that elevates your status. Who will wait for you for 2 years? She will become an old maid by then. Moreover, associating with the countess is merely for her future status. No one will belittle her, and she is not spending her own money. However, everything took an unexpected turn once Shang Yunruo entered the picture. She now believed the most worthwhile decision was trading a manor for an invitation to the hunt, which allowed her to entangle herself with the 7th prince. She had no intention of wasting time with Chu Jinli. After receiving a monetary gift and completing her birthday obligations, she planned to confront him. For the sake of money, Xue Ningyan patiently coaxed him. Cousin, the shops no longer allow me to purchase on credit. Am I to endure such humiliation with that meager 10 taels? Chu Jinli, having regained his composure, considered himself devoted. Having turned down even the daughter of a minister for her sake, maintaining his integrity. What man could achieve such fidelity? Yet, now she only sought money. The once eloquent flower had become a mere gold-digging opportunist. Cousin, hearing her sultry tone, Chu Jinli sighed and handed her the only 100 taels he had. As for Shang Yunruo, I can no longer draw upon the family wealth at will. My means cannot sustain your lavish lifestyle. Ningyan, you must think of our future. Please wait patiently for me to divorce her. Is that agreeable? Xue Ningyan nodded, leaning against him, her eyes filled with disdain. What could she expect from someone who could not even provide her with money? On the day of Xu Yan's coming-of-age ceremony, Shang Yunruo rose early to prepare. She had invited all the young nobles and noblewomen with whom she had cultivated relationships, ensuring that the Marquisate was well arranged the night before. This morning, her focus was on the banquet preparations. While Shang Yunruo busied herself, a maid approached her from her grandmother's side, requesting her presence. She instructed Chu Yao to remain and supervise the food while she took a small maid to her grandmother's quarters. Upon entering the main room, she instructed her maid to stay outside, leaving only her grandmother and herself within. In a hushed tone, her grandmother inquired, that day, I tried to create an opportunity for you. Why did you not seize it? Shang Yunruo understood her grandmother referred to the incident with the aphrodisiac. Given the time that had passed without her grandmother questioning her, the sudden inquiry suggested a deeper reason. She answered honestly, Grandmother, I do not wish to retain the Marquis through such means. Her grandmother frowned. Why not? Do you plan to wait for 2 years until he divorces you for being childless? Shang Yunruo's heart trembled, yet she believed that Chu Jinli simply did not love her, but would not resort to such base actions. Even if they were to part ways, it would be with dignity and mutual respect. However, her grandmother's insinuation left her unsettled. Had she heard something, or did she understand Chu Jinli better? As she pondered, her grandmother spoke again. pressing a small paper package into her hand. Yunruo, I will assist you one last time. I am getting older, and my health is declining. Please fulfill this wish of mine and ensure it succeeds, all right? Without needing to think, Shang Yunruo recognized the contents of the package as the aphrodisiac. Clutching it, she exited her grandmother's quarters, haunted by dreams of her failed attempt to drug him, only to be interrupted by Chu Yan. Suddenly, the voice calling sister-in-law erupted in her ears, causing her to flinch and drop the package. She quickly bent to retrieve it, only to brush against a familiar hand that had already grasped the package. Chu Yan's voice made her heart race and her breath hitch. Sister-in-law, what is this? Chapter 58. With every congratulations, he secretly rejoiced. Shang Yunruo held her breath, suppressing her wildly beating heart and anxious emotions, and feigned calmness as she said, "This is the medicinal powder prescribed by my grandmother for health. Please return it to me." Chu Yan hesitated, his gaze lingering on the white paper package in his hand. His eyes darkened as he slowly placed the medicine package into her outstretched palm. Once she had reclaimed the package, Shang Yunruo finally managed to steady her breath. Concealing the medicine in her sleeve, she inquired, "Shouldn't you be preparing in your room? Why have you come to my grandmother's courtyard?" Chu Yan replied, "I have nothing to prepare. I merely thought to visit my sister-in-law." Shang Yunruo responded with an "oh," feeling too preoccupied with the medicinal powder to engage him further. She urged him to confirm whether the 3 crowns and 3 garments for the upcoming ceremony were ready. Chu Yan replied, "Hasn't my sister-in-law prepared everything well in advance?" Shang Yunruo nodded and instructed, "Then you may go to the entrance first, and join me later to greet the guests." Chu Yan understood her desire to hide the medicine package and refrained from pressing her further. He acquiesced and gazed gloomily at her hurried departing figure. The number of guests invited by Chu Jinli was modest, so he accompanied Shang Yunruo to the entrance for only a brief moment before entering the courtyard to attend to his colleagues. Stepping forward, Chu Yan took his place beside Shang Yunruo, who was clad in a stunning plum-colored gown with wide sleeves. It was a color she had never worn before, and even her veil had been changed to a vibrant crimson. As guests entered, offering their congratulations to him and Shang Yunruo, he secretly reveled in each utterance of praise. Both Princess Pingyang and the 6th princess, as well as the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Huagua, Sun Wanquin, had arrived. Though Zhou Qiyu was late, he brought with him the 6th and 8th princes, elevating the significance of this crowning ceremony to unprecedented heights. Chu Jinli, observing the arrival of these nobility, whom he seldom encountered, hurried to attend to them, anxious not to appear neglectful. Meanwhile, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. His own crowning ceremony had not attracted such esteemed guests. At that time, it was solely due to his father and grandmother's connections that dukes and marquises had been invited, making this gathering truly incomparable. What was Shang Yunruo's intention in leveraging such influential connections? When the prime minister arrived, there was even greater commotion than when the princes and princesses had entered. After all, he was the most powerful minister in the current dynasty, and most present sought his favor for employment. In comparison to Chu Jinli, who held only a hereditary title without a high official position, the prime minister was an unattainable figure. Upon learning of the prime minister's arrival, Chu Jinli abandoned the princes and princesses to rush to the entrance, only to find the prime minister conversing with Chu Yan, admiration evident on his face, as if he were appreciating a son-in-law. Shang Yunruo, adorned in auspicious attire, smiled radiantly, embodying a beauty that was both vibrant and pure. Chu Yan's handsome visage, when he smiled, resembled a watercolor painting brought to life with color, becoming resplendent. Together, they appeared inexplicably well-matched. A pang of jealousy twisted within Chu Jinli, akin to a sudden wrenching of the heart. Though he had previously despised the prime minister for coercing him into marrying Shang Yunruo, he now felt as if he were being usurped, replaced. Chu Yan must have perceived the advantages of associating with the Shang family for his own benefit, engaging with her so earnestly. He was the prime minister's son-in-law. He was Shang Yunruo's husband. It should be he standing beside her at this moment. Fueled by jealousy, Chu Jinli approached. Forgetting his earlier declaration of intent to part ways with Shang Yunruo in 2 years, and deliberately proclaimed, "Little Su pays respects to my esteemed father-in-law." The prime minister furrowed his brow at the approaching Chu Jinli, his previously cheerful demeanor darkening. Chu Jinli felt a surge of trepidation, yet maintained his respect. Stepping forward to say, "My esteemed father-in-law has arrived. I apologize for failing to give a proper welcome." The prime minister scoffed, "Indeed, it is discourteous. I was speaking with a yen, did you not notice?" Chu Jinli could only respond with silence. Shang Yunruo, hearing the commotion outside, recognized that more guests had arrived. She tugged at her father's sleeve and whispered, "Father, please go in first. Do not be upset today." The Prime Minister cast a fond glance at his daughter, tempering his mood as he followed Chu Yan into the inner courtyard. The bamboo curtain and the cool grass began recording the gifts. Announcing loudly the names of the guests, Madame Huang from the Prime Minister's residence has arrived. Miss Huangxi has arrived. Upon hearing her sister-in-law's name, Shang Yunruo hurried forward and was warmly grasped by Madame Huang's hands. "Dear sister, your eyes are not well. Why not go inside and rest?" Shang Yunruo adored her sister-in-law, who was cultured and gentle, possessing a wealth of knowledge, despite her humble background. She smiled. "I was merely waiting here to welcome you." Madame Huang playfully scolded. "You are too sweet with your words. This is my fourth sister, who is currently staying at my residence. I brought her along to broaden her horizons." Huang Qiaoying quickly concealed her astonished admiration for Chu Yan, respectfully greeting, "I have met Sister Yunruo." Shang Yunruo warmly replied, "Fourth sister, do not be overly formal. Yan, please escort my sister-in-law and fourth sister into the inner courtyard." Chu Yan, having noticed Huang Qiaoying's fleeting glance towards him, hesitated momentarily, but ultimately honored Shang Yunruo's request. "Thank you, Madame Huang and Miss Huangxi, for attending my crowning ceremony. Please, come inside." As he departed, he noticed Xuan Ningyan loitering at the entrance. Sensing her reluctance to enter, he walked a few steps closer, expressing his concern and whispering a few words to the bamboo curtain and cool grass before leaving. Xuan Ningyan indeed had no intention of entering. With several thousand taels of silver notes for a mortgage in her possession, she had originally intended to purchase a birthday gift for the favored concubine. Approaching the Duke's residence, she saw a continuous stream of dignitaries and felt a pang of envy, prompting her to draw closer. Upon seeing the array of princes, princesses, and noble lords, she thought that perhaps making an appearance would not be a loss. Thus, she ventured inside, planning to slip in unnoticed by Shang Yunruo, avoiding the need to present a gift. However, the bamboo curtain and cool grass shouted her name in a voice loud enough to be heard from the street. "Cousin Miss Xuan Ningyan has arrived." Xuan Ningyan stumbled slightly, nearly twisting her ankle. A moment of panic surged within her. Standing tall, she cleared her throat and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, attempting to cover her embarrassment, saying, "Oh, the gift ledger is over there. I did not see it just now." She approached the ledger, calculating to contribute 10 taels, reasoning that they would not demand a large gift. As she produced the 10 taels, the bamboo curtain and cool grass, following the instructions of the second young master, loudly announced, "Cousin Miss Xuan Ningyan contributes 10 taels." Xuan Ningyan hurriedly stepped forward to silence them, pulling out a silver note and slapping it down before them, saying, "I made a mistake earlier. What are you shouting about?" The cool grass, glancing at the 1,000-tael note, finally smiled, accepting both the note and the 10 taels, saying, "Cousin Miss, please come in." Xuan Ningyan shot them a glare, thinking that if it weren't for the esteemed guests present, she would have certainly slapped each of these two maidservants. She cast a dark glance at Shang Yunruo, lowering her gaze to the silver note in her hand. Realizing that the solitary note of 1,000 taels had vanished, she had intended to give a note of 100 taels. How had she mistakenly offered one of 1,000? Hastily, Xuan Ningyan clutched the 100-tael note and whispered to the two maids, "I took the wrong note earlier. This is the one I intended to give. Please exchange it." The bamboo curtain called out loudly, "Cousin Miss, are you certain you wish to exchange?" Xuan Ningyan was confident that if she proceeded with the exchange, these two maidservants would undoubtedly shout throughout the streets. Cousin Miss Xuan Ningyan contributed 1,000 taels and then regretted it. She glanced at the endless stream of esteemed guests, gritted her teeth with great effort, and with a heart full of anguish, cast an indignant glare at the bamboo curtain and the faintly visible grass, enunciating each word with conviction. "No, it has changed." Chapter 59. A scene identical to a dream. Xuan Ningyan entered the courtyard with an exceedingly grim expression. 1,000 taels of silver, such a staggering sum. It was as if half a shop had vanished into thin air. Upon entering the inner courtyard, she observed Chu Yan engaging in sycophantic laughter with the Prime Minister, his demeanor replete with disdain. Unconsciously, she began to draw comparisons. Had it been the 7th prince, he would have maintained an air of superiority in the presence of the Prime Minister, truly the epitome of her ideal suitor. The mere thought of the 7th prince rekindled her sorrow over the lost 1,000 taels. Had she known, she would have refrained from this spectacle. Seating herself at the furthest table, she watched as Shang Yunruo, supported by her maid, entered the venue. Her presence radiated an aura befitting a noblewoman from the palace. She gracefully circled the room, her smile enchanting, her gaze sparkling, and each table greeted her with fervent pleasantries, displaying utmost decorum. The two individuals beside Chu Yan whispered, "Madame Shang is truly remarkable, acquainted with so many dignitaries. Look at how splendidly this banquet is organized." Chu Yan scoffed, pursing her lips. Such a banquet could be arranged by anyone, reliant solely on the presence of the aristocracy. If it were her, she could manage it too. Moreover, it was absurd to hold such a lavish ceremony for a mere commoner's coming of age. Was there no fear of overstepping? After exchanging a few words with the Prime Minister, Chu Yan inexplicably rose from his seat and departed. Soon after, Chu Yan followed suit, leaving with a woman, making their way towards the garden. Intrigued, Chu Yan surmised that Chu Yan was clandestinely meeting the woman, a scenario she was all too familiar with, having entangled herself with Chu Yan during a previous banquet in the courtyard. She discreetly trailed behind them, contemplating her own ploy as she tucked away a dangling earring and called out to a maid, "Accompany me to the back garden. I seem to have lost an earring." The busy maid, unfamiliar with Chu Yan and reluctant to neglect a guest, complied and followed her. Upon reaching the back garden, Chu Yan caught sight of the woman's face and suddenly recalled her as the fourth sister of Madame Shang. They had been directly in front of her earlier, allowing for clear recognition. Indeed, it seemed that the apple did not fall far from the tree. Chu Yan was no better than the rest, engaging in infidelity during his own coming-of-age ceremony. How impatient he must be. Suddenly, the woman stumbled over something, and instinctively, Chu Yan's thoughts drifted towards that direction. Having recently experienced an intimate encounter with the seventh prince, she was momentarily flushed with embarrassment. Fearing she might miss the action, she pointed towards them and exclaimed to the maid, "Oh dear, what are they doing? How shameless of your second master." The maid followed her gesture and was taken aback to witness the Marquis crouch down, assisting the young lady in freeing her skirt caught on a branch. The maid stammered, "But that is not the second master, it is the Marquis." Upon realizing her words, Chu Yan was equally astonished. How could it be him? Wasn't it Chu Yan? Just yesterday, he had professed his undying devotion, yet here he was, flirting with another? Did he truly consider her a fool? What if she were to end up with the seventh prince, only for him to stage a dramatic scene of abandonment, casting the blame upon her? With this in mind, Chu Yan resolved to take the initiative and rushed forward. "Chu Yan, what are you doing?" After leaving the garden, Chu Yan had intentionally claimed to have lost a jade pendant, luring Shang Yunruo to the back garden. Chu Yan watched the unfolding scene with satisfaction and whispered to her, "Sister-in-law, do not advance further. Ahead are my brother and Miss Huang, as well as cousin Shui." Shang Yunruo, puzzled, inquired, "Why are they here instead of at the banquet?" Chu Yan replied, "My brother is assisting Miss Huang with her skirt, which is caught on a branch, while cousin Shui has noticed and is causing a commotion." Assisting with the skirt? He had also helped her with her skirt when they first met. It seemed he had quite the penchant for such assistance. At that time, she had thought of him as a warm jade. Now it appeared that warmth was extended to all. Listening to the commotion, Shang Yunruo remarked with a frown, "This is absurd." The situation in the garden escalated, seemingly leading to a physical altercation. Shang Yunruo attempted to step forward but was restrained by Chu Yan. "Do not approach. You might get hurt," he cautioned. "Today is your coming-of-age ceremony. I will not allow anyone to disrupt it," she asserted, then stepped forward and commanded, "Cease this at once." What kind of decorum is this? Chu Yan followed closely, whispering in her ear, "Brother's clothing has been torn, and both Chu Yan and Miss Huang's hairstyles are in disarray." It appeared that the guests had also heard the uproar, and a few nearby had gathered to witness the spectacle. Shang Yun's sister-in-law arrived as well, her eyes widening in shock upon seeing her fourth sister in such a state, and she rushed forward to inquire, "What has happened here?" With the crowd growing, Chu Yan unleashed her trump card, feigning tears. "I never expected to witness such an affair in this garden. I merely happened to pass by." Miss Huang, in tears, could barely articulate her defense. "You accuse us of impropriety without cause. I assure you, my relationship with Lord Chu is entirely innocent. You approached us ready to fight. It was only then that I reacted." Chu Yan sobbed. "You were in such close proximity, behaving so intimately. I merely questioned your conduct. If you had no ill intentions, what need was there to pull my hair?" Miss Huang, stifling her sobs, retorted, "You came charging in without understanding the situation. My relationship with Lord Chu is pure. It is you who instigated this. Their words momentarily left both Chu Jinli and Xuan Ning'an at a loss, silently averting their gazes. A hint of guilt lurking within. Miss Huang seemed to catch on and shouted, "Oh, you too." Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Madame Huang. "Fourth sister, enough? Do not say another word." Shang Yunruo took a deep breath, resolutely putting an end to the farce. "Someone escort Miss Shui and Miss Huang to the side room for a moment to compose themselves. After the ceremony, I shall visit you." This was a clear indication that they were to be confined until the ceremony concluded. The maids complied, leading the sobbing duo away. Turning to Chu Jinli, Shang Yunruo asked, "Marquis, do you require assistance to tidy your attire?" Chu Jinli, feeling somewhat guilty, cleared his throat and replied, "No need. I can manage on my own." "Well, my dear, we just..." Shang Yunruo, uninterested in his explanations, gracefully offered him a cup of tea. Chu Jinli, interrupted in his speech, gazed at the tea before him, his expression momentarily pensive. As soon as Xu Yuan changed out of her gown, she hurried to find Shang Yunruo. Upon reaching the doorway, she beheld a scene that mirrored precisely that of her dreams. Chapter 60. Xuan Ning'an feels insulted. Chu Yan trembled all over. A profound sense of dread coursing through him like a conditioned reflex. The scenes from his dreams, without any deliberate recollection, seeped into his very marrow, overwhelming his reason with terror and despair. Lacking the energy to ponder further, he reacted instinctively, bursting into the room and knocking the cup of tea from Shang Yunruo's hands, sending it crashing to the ground. The tea spilled forth as the cup shattered, devoid of white froth, frantic howls, and insults, and absent were cries of distress and humiliation. Only Shang Yunruo's gentle inquiry lingered. "Is it a yin?" In his dream, it was precisely at the moment she offered him tea that he had overturned the cup. Why, then, did he replicate that same reaction, despite her having done nothing? Chu Yan felt as though he had traversed the realms of the underworld and returned to the land of the living, gradually shedding the chill that enveloped him, his fingertips warming. Chu Jinli, visibly displeased, inquired, "What are you doing?" Chu Yan swallowed hard, regaining his voice. I skipped breakfast and felt a bit faint." Shang Yunruo immediately called out, "Chu Yao, bring some sweets for the second young master." She chided herself, saying, "I was so busy this morning that I didn't notice you hadn't eaten. Come, drink some tea and rest a while." Chu Yan seated himself in the grand armchair beside her, accepting the tea she offered. He hesitated for a moment before drinking it down. Indeed, it was merely plain tea. Chu Jinli scolded, "You're being reckless. You are no longer a child. You should act with caution." Shang Yunruo, disliking Chu Jinli's tone towards Chu Yan, retorted, "Lord Marquis, you may attend to your matters. I will fetch the two young ladies. There is no need for you to take out your frustration on a yen." Chu Jinli opened his mouth, but in light of Chu Yan's presence, could only say, "Chu Yan, please step outside. I need to speak with your sister-in-law." Shang Yunruo promptly stated, "A yin need not avoid us. Are you wishing to discuss your involvement with Miss Huang Si or with cousin Shui?" Chu Jinli replied, "I have nothing to do with Miss Huang Si. I merely helped her when her dress got caught on a branch." Shang Yunruo chuckled lightly, "I know. Lord Marquis has a penchant for untying the skirts of young ladies." Chu Jinli frowned slightly, yet he recognized her jealousy and chose not to pursue the matter. Shang Yunruo continued, "Since your relationship with Miss Huang Si is a misunderstanding, what about cousin Shui? How long have you been together?" Chu Jinli pressed his lips together, reluctant to broach the topic, but today's events made it impossible to feign ignorance any longer. If Shang Yunruo chose to create a scene, he would be at a disadvantage. They had only been married for 2 months, and he couldn't concoct a plausible reason to part ways with her. More importantly, he dreaded the thought of how devastated she would be upon learning the truth. The idea of his beloved engaging in a lifelong commitment with another woman would surely leave her heartbroken and vulnerable, and he could not bear the thought of her resorting to drastic measures. Seeing Chu Jinli hesitate, Shang Yunruo calmly interjected, "I know you two have been together long before I married into the family." Chu Jinli opened his mouth. Worry etched across his face as he gauged her expression, yet he did not find the sorrow he had anticipated. Shang Yunruo stated, "Your reluctance to share a room with me is also due to cousin Shui, isn't it?" Chu Jinli admitted, "Indeed, I have known her longer than you. We grew up together, and 2 years ago, she ran away from home to seek me out. Naturally, I could not abandon her. Subsequently, we developed feelings for one another. She is determined to marry me." Shang Yunruo interrupted him with a calm voice. "Is it my insistence on marrying you that has obstructed your path? If so, Why did you not refuse this union from the beginning? Had you turned me down? I would not have pursued you so relentlessly. I understand now. You were afraid of offending my father. Chu Jinli found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, she was quite innocent in this matter. He had failed to make his refusal clear from the outset. He often lamented the pressure exerted by the Prime Minister's authority. Yet he continually compromised, only daring to retaliate by causing her distress. What kind of man was he? Shang Yunruo continued. So you have settled her next door at Jinghui Garden, frequently staying there for meals because of cousin Shui, am I right? Chu Jinli hastily defended himself. I do not frequently stay there. My feelings for her are purely platonic. Shang Yunruo laughed. Your love is truly pure. You can refrain from seeking comfort with maids or concubines, and you have not crossed any boundaries with her. Chu Jinli, I must admit, I am somewhat impressed. Chu Jinli's face flushed, as he had always taken pride in his deep affection and patience. However, hearing it expressed through Shang Yunruo's lips made him feel foolish and absurd. After a brief pause, Shang Yunruo seemed to recall something and suddenly asked, if you guard your purity so fiercely, then why did you? She hesitated before swallowing the last part of her sentence, remembering that Chu Yan was still present. Chu Yan coughed discreetly, prompting her to omit the last two words. Inside the room, only Chu Jinli remained confused and inquired, what happened on the wedding night? Yunruo, may I come in? A voice from outside called out, and Shang Yunruo immediately responded, sister-in-law, I am here. I will go fetch your fourth sister. After escorting the two young ladies from the inner chamber, they were placed in separate rooms to prevent them from clashing again. Both had already prepared themselves, and their respective tables were thoughtfully laid out with 4 dishes, ensuring they were not left hungry. As soon as Miss Wang Si emerged, she bowed to Shang Yunruo, apologizing, Sister Yunruo, second young master. It was a mistake on Xiaoying's part to cry and make a scene at the second young master's ceremony. It was quite unseemly. Shang Yunruo smiled and replied, it's all right. As long as you're unhurt, that's what matters. I apologize for not attending to you properly. Please do come visit me again when you have time. I will ensure you are well taken care of. After Huang Dama's departure, Miss Wang Si cast a disdainful glance at Xuan Ningyan, who had collapsed into Chu Jinli's embrace. Once their sister-in-law and fourth sister had departed, Shang Yunruo turned to the weeping Xuan Ningyan in Chu Jinli's arms and remarked, since you two harbor affections for one another, why not let me facilitate your union? Lord Marquis, why not take Miss Shui as your esteemed concubine? Chu Jinli was taken aback by Shang Yunruo's suggestion to accept his cousin as a concubine. As he stood in shock, Xuan Ningyan straightened up abruptly, her voice laced with indignation. Who wants to be a concubine? Shang Yunruo raised an eyebrow. Miss Shui, given your background, even without my interference, you could never aspire to be the main wife of the Marquis. Being a favored concubine is already my act of mercy. Xuan Ningyan felt utterly insulted. She was on the verge of marrying the 7th prince and could potentially become a queen if he ascended to the throne. What a ridiculous notion to suggest she become a concubine. Her remaining composure prevented her from revealing her connection to the 7th prince. The timing simply wasn't right. Nevertheless, she was eager to strike back at Shang Yunruo. Xuan Ningyan held her head high, her pride radiating as she declared, who is being belittled here? I would rather die than become a concubine. Chapter 61. From now on, I will support you in the midst of the dispute. Chu Jinli urged everyone to remain calm and communicate effectively. Shang Yunruo furrowed her brows and replied, I am not being impulsive. I simply believe that since I am the one hindering you, I should propose a solution. If you disagree, so be it. Perhaps influenced by her dreams, she disliked the chaotic and hysterical atmosphere. All she desired was a life of tranquility and stability. As she turned to grasp Chuyo's hand, she inadvertently caught hold of Chu Yan's instead. In her haste to leave, she paid no heed to whose hand it was, wanting only to escape the sound of Xuan Ningyan's incessant weeping. Yunruo, Chu Jinli called out, approaching her. His gaze fell upon the clasped hands of Chu Yan and her, and he shot a piercing look at Chu Yan. Shang Yunruo halted, her irritation at Xuan Ningyan's sobbing surfacing. What? Are you suggesting we divorce right here and now? To make way for your cousin? That's not Chu Jinli quickly denied, but found himself at a loss for words thereafter. He was somewhat confused about his own feelings. Had he not been planning to divorce Shang Yunruo and marry his cousin all along? Yet, the thought of parting with her left him feeling inexplicably unsettled. Losing patience, Shang Yunruo turned to leave. Xuan Ningyan noticed the disappointment etched on Chu Jinli's face and, with a cold huff, also turned away. The betrayal of her dignity by this pair was intolerable. She vowed to make them beg for her favor. When the 7th prince publicly wed her, She would relish the sight of Chu Jinli's regret and Shang Yunruo's envy. Shang Yunruo walked briskly to the main residence, followed closely by Chu Yan. After sending Chu Yu away, he closed the door and asked, "Why not divorce, now that it has come to this?" With a sigh, Shang Yunruo replied, "Divorce is inevitable. But not at this moment. A divorce would transform me from the envied matriarch of the Marquis's household into a scorned woman. It would subject me to the ridicule and malicious speculation of society, and my parents would bear the brunt of the blame. My nieces and nephews would suffer repercussions in their marriages because of me. It would mean I could no longer stand firm in the capital, and my close friends would be unable to associate with me, losing the respect of the world. After the divorce, returning to my family is not an option. I want to establish my own standing and be respected solely for who I am as Shang Yunruo. Is that achievable? It must be. I have no other choice. When will that be?" Chu Yan inquired. "Once, I had a distant aunt who, after her divorce, was constantly pointed at by others. Her family disallowed her return, fearing she would tarnish her sister's prospects. She could only take refuge in a temple, while I, still enamored with worldly pleasures, resisted going there. You want to end up like that? You have me. I will support you from now on." Shang Yunruo felt warmth at his words. "You are the best, Ian. But once I divorce your brother, I will no longer be your sister-in-law, and you have no obligation to support me. It is not solely the sister-in-law who has the obligation to support you." In Chu Yan's eyes, the sorrow faded, replaced by hope. He swallowed hard and declared, "Regardless of your status, I will support you." Shang Yunruo was momentarily taken aback, dismissing his childish remarks. Seemingly sensing her disbelief, Chu Yan insisted, "I will not let you go to a temple. Do you not believe I can support you? I will be reporting for duty tomorrow, and I will strive to excel." With a smile, Shang Yunruo nodded, "I have always believed that you would succeed, Ian. My concern isn't about financial stability post-divorce. I yearn to find my own value in the capital." Chu Yan fell silent, understanding her perspective. She was not the kind of weak woman who relied on others. She needed to establish her own sense of worth. He resolved to be her source of strength. Zhou Qiyu gifted his prized steed to Chu Yan as a token for his new position. Today marked Chu Yan's first day in office, and Shang Yunruo, much like a concerned mother, filled his bag with pastries, even attempting to add a roast chicken until Zhou Qiyu intervened. "Aru, do you think the Ministry of War does not provide meals?" Shang Yunruo chuckled. "Perhaps I have been overly anxious. Ian, if you face any grievances, you must return and tell me." Her admonition earned her a roll of Zhou Qiyu's eyes. "Enough, enough. You sound like you're sending a child off to school." Chu Yan took all her pastries and the roast chicken, beaming as he said, "Understood. Once I'm finished with work, I will come to find you." With that, he mounted his horse, looking effortlessly dashing in his official attire, drawing the attention of passing young women. Tightening the reins, he instructed Shang Yunruo, "If anything arises, have Yinshan seek me out." He then glanced at Zhou Qiyu, who nodded in understanding. "Don't worry. While you're away, I will look after your sister-in-law." Chu Yan's expression darkened slightly as he gestured with his fingers. "I wish for His Highness to keep his distance from my sister-in-law." Zhou Qiyu complied, shifting away slightly. Then again, until Chu Yan was satisfied. With a swift squeeze of his legs, he galloped off. Once he was out of sight, Zhou Qiyu remarked, "Am I being too indulgent with him, as a prince?" Shang Yunruo respectfully curtsied to Zhou Qiyu. "Your Highness possesses the rare quality of generosity." Waving his hand dismissively, Zhou Qiyu replied, "No need for formalities. By the way, I am departing for Ling City the day after tomorrow. I will begin arrangements for the furs you requested." Shang Yunruo bowed again. "This batch of furs is of utmost importance to me. Once I finish counting, I will send someone to convert all the banknotes into silver, which will facilitate your transactions, though it may be somewhat cumbersome and unsafe. Do not worry, I will exercise caution. As for you and Chu Jinli, what are your plans?" Shang Yunruo was aware that news of Chu Jinli and his cousin had spread. "That depends on how well your furs perform for me. I have invested my entire fortune with you." Zhou Qiyu was taken aback. "Is this task of such significance? Now I feel pressured." After some playful banter, Zhou Qiyu took his leave. No sooner had he departed than marriage proposals began pouring in. Shang Yunruo underestimated the extent of Chu Yan's charm at the hunting grounds. Surprised by how striking he had become, as 3 matchmakers arrived at her door within the morning alone. Throughout the day, Shang Yunruo felt as though she accomplished nothing but entertaining matchmakers. In total, 6 families had come, though none were particularly distinguished, which was to be expected given that Chu Yan was of illegitimate birth. Noble families were often cautious regarding such matters. Yet, They remained unaware of Chu Yan's exceptional talents that could rival those in power. However, she refrained from making hasty judgments. What if there was someone he favored among them? After finishing his duties, Chu Yan went directly to Mu Qian, only to find various portraits of women spread across Shang Yunruo's bed and desk. Approaching her, he inquired with a furrowed brow, "What are you doing?" With joy, Shang Yunruo responded, "Ian, work is done. Look at these portraits. Is there anyone you fancy?" Without even glancing, Chu Yan replied, "None." Shang Yunruo pressed on, "Then what do you like? I'll choose based on your preferences." Chu Yan gazed at her, slowly articulating, she should be skilled in pastry making, adept in managing business affairs, often donning simple garments complemented by warm white jade, and ideally, a few years my senior. Chapter 62, The Futility of Romantic Relationships. Upon his words, silence enveloped the air. Chu Yan gazed into her eyes without a hint of evasion, his long lashes failing to conceal the fervor within. After a brief pause, Shang Yunruo suddenly clapped her hands. "Yan, the person you adore must be quite compatible with me." Chu Yan. It was unclear whether she truly failed to grasp the meaning or was merely pretending not to understand, yet the warmth in his gaze began to cool, tinged with a sense of loss. Perhaps in her eyes, he was still a child, a mere shadow of the frail and emaciated Chu Yan she had seen over 2 months prior during their excursion to the western suburbs. He leaned closer, peering into her eyes, concealed beneath a veil. "Are your eyes feeling better?" Shang Yunruo nodded. "I feel they improve slightly each day." Chu Yan inclined his head, leisurely pouring tea for her, feigning an accident as the liquid spilled onto the painting atop the desk. Shang Yunruo exclaimed, "Be careful, the painting is wet." Chu Yan replied nonchalantly, "I have only just come of age. My marriage proposal was pushed by my sister-in-law." Shang Yunruo sighed. "I had no intention of agreeing on your behalf. I merely wish to inquire if you have someone you fancy. I rejected the daughter of the Marquis of Chonglu when she came seeking a proposal." Chu Yan was unaware of this, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "Is that so?" Shang Yunruo explained. "The daughter of the Marquis was only enamored with your appearance. I find her affection rather shallow, as she seems to regard herself as superior and looks down upon you. Therefore, should you find someone to your liking in the future, bring them to me, and I shall help you discern their worth." He managed a slight smile, obediently responding with a good. Once her eyes were healed, he would present her with a bronze mirror to reflect upon. Recently, Shang Yunruo had been living quite comfortably. Dan Juanxin diligently managed the shop, and the neighboring courtyard had grown quiet. Chu Jinli rarely appeared before her, while Chu Yan came daily to accompany her for meals. Was this not the tranquil and pleasant life she had always yearned for? Shang Yunruo's sister-in-law, Huang Xinlian, arrived with her fourth sister. After exchanging pleasantries, Huang Xiaoying performed a standard bow and softly said, "Xiaoying wishes to apologize to Sister Yunruo for nearly disrupting the coming-of-age ceremony. I hope you can forgive me." Huang Xinlian added, "My sister cannot handle such matters. She acted impulsively upon provocation, only to be frightened afterward, crying for 3 days upon returning home, her eyes swollen. I brought her here to apologize. You may scold or punish her as you see fit." Shang Yunruo quickly interjected, "Sister-in-law and fourth sister, please do not say such things. It was I who was negligent that day. Do not hold my faults against me." After a moment, Shang Yunruo curiously asked Huang Qiaoying, "What were you doing in the garden at that time?" Huang Qiaoying replied honestly, "I was discussing my fondness for peonies with the second young master, particularly the rare light green variety. He mentioned that there might be some in the estate's garden, and kindly offered to take me to see them. When did Chu Yan become so attentive? Moreover, were there indeed green peonies in the garden?" Shang Yunruo inquired. "Did you see the flowers?" Huang Qiaoying replied, "No. I barely took a few steps when the branches of the roses caught my skirt. Fearing the thorns, I hesitated to pull away, and while crouching down to avoid dirtying my skirt, it was then that the Marquis had already freed my dress." Every word she spoke resonated with Shang Yunruo, reminiscent of the moment in the Imperial Garden when Chu Jinli had assisted her with her own dress. Huang Qiaoying continued, "Unexpectedly, that Miss Shui rushed over and slapped me. I could not simply stand idly by and take it. I tugged at her hairpin in response." Recalling the incident, Huang Qiaoying sounded somewhat aggrieved, her voice choked. Just as Shang Yunruo was about to comfort her, she heard her say, "Fortunately, the Marquis stood in front of me the entire time. He truly is a noble gentleman, a man of grace." Shang Yunruo's smile immediately faltered. Huang Xinlian quickly admonished, "Qiaoying, do not speak carelessly." Huang Qiaoying, unsure of her wrongdoing, felt displeased by her sister's reprimand. After all, she had merely praised the Marquis in front of Shang Yunruo. She had not committed any transgression, turning her gaze away from her sister. Huang Xinlian explained to Shang Yunruo, Qiaoying is young and naive. Please do not take offense. Shang Yunruo bore no ill will toward her admiration for Chu Jinli. Even if her affections for him were evident, she would not react with jealousy. However, she found herself increasingly weary of him. Hearing others extol his virtues caused her to involuntarily suppress her smile. Yet she felt the need to put on a faade, forcing a smile as she said, No. Sister-in-law and fourth sister, you need not worry. The Marquis is indeed remarkable, a true gentleman. Coincidentally, Chu Jinli had concluded his duties early that day and was just outside the main house window when he overheard Shang Yunruo's commendation. He paused momentarily. It had been the first time she had expressed anger towards him, yet it lingered in his thoughts. In contrast to his cousin, who always complied with his wishes, Shang Yunruo's subtle defiance intrigued him. She must have been quite heartbroken that day, yet even while concealing her feelings, she continued to praise him, devoid of resentment. What profound affection must one possess to achieve such composure? After a brief contemplation, he entered the room. Adopting the gentle demeanor she had just praised, sister-in-law and fourth sister have arrived. The Huang sisters promptly rose to return the greeting. Huang Xinlian stated, The second young master was remiss during the coming-of-age ceremony. I have brought my fourth sister to apologize. Huang Qiaoying, unable to conceal her embarrassment, sweetly said, Marquis, may you be well. It was my fault that day, and I have come to express my apologies. I am also grateful for your assistance. Chu Jinli chuckled. It was not your fault, fourth sister. There is nothing to apologize for. Please, take a seat. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Shang Yunruo, declaring, I will remain for dinner tonight. Shang Yunruo pressed her lips together, a refusal resting on the tip of her tongue, yet reason prevailed in the presence of others, preventing her from voicing it. Chu Jinli, observing her silence, interpreted it as her being too moved to speak, believing her pursed lips concealed her inner joy. The mere act of staying for dinner had already stirred her emotions. If he were to show her more kindness, would she not be moved to tears? Upon learning that my father-in-law cherishes calligraphy and paintings, I recently acquired a landscape painting. Sister-in-law, could you present it to him later? Shang Yunruo's eyes had been itching lately, likely a symptom of her gradual recovery. She dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a silk handkerchief. To Chu Jinli, her gesture served as undeniable proof of her being overwhelmed with emotion. He promptly rose, intending to fetch the painting from the study. Huang Xinlian was about to rise to take her leave when Huang Qiaoying interjected. I have adored calligraphy and painting since childhood. May I have the privilege of viewing the Marquis' collection? Chu Jinli halted, glancing back at Huang Qiaoying and then at Shang Yunruo, hesitatingly asking, Is that appropriate? Huang Xinlian frowned, attempting to reprimand, though her soft voice bore little authority. Qiaoying, we must take our leave. Huang Qiaoying, undeterred by her sister's admonition, had only come to apologize today for the sake of the Marquis. Since returning home that day, her thoughts had been consumed by him. His image of gallantly assisting her in confronting that unruly woman indelibly etched in her mind. He was tall and handsome, a paragon among the young gentlemen of the capital. And though he may not possess the extraordinary looks of the second young master, his character vastly surpassed that of the latter. She cherished individuals like Chu Ho, who were both perceptive and warm-hearted. Chu Jinli was, without a doubt, the ideal gentleman in her eyes. Alas, he was already wed. But perhaps if she lowered her status to become a concubine, it would not be so dire. In truth, she cared little for titles. Her sole desire was to spend her life alongside the one she admired. Huang Qiaoying, with a touch of defiance, remarked, Sister, I merely wish to accompany the Lord to the study for a brief moment. What harm is there in that? Even Sister Yunruo has not objected. In that instant, Shang Yunruo perceived a reflection of her former self in Huang Qiaoying, so innocent, so oblivious, with a mind filled with futile notions of romantic entanglements. Shang Yunruo clenched her fist tightly, her nails piercing her palm, and with a heavy thud on the table, she declared in a stern voice, Then I say, you are not permitted to go. Chapter 63. Her little temper is quite amusing. The entire room was taken aback by Shang Yunruo's reaction. Particularly, Chu Jinli was astonished. He anticipated that Shang Yunruo would be jealous, yet he never imagined her jealousy would manifest so fiercely, as if she were ready to devour someone. She must truly adore him. Chu Jinli shook his head with a sigh, though the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upward. He gently reassured Huang Qiaoying. Fourth sister, please wait here for a moment. I shall fetch more of my treasures for you to admire. After Chu Jinli departed, Shang Yunruo's anger diminished significantly. She addressed the startled Huang Xiaoying, saying, "Fourth sister, I shall not keep you here with my sister-in-law any longer. There is no need for you to visit my residence in the future." Huang Xiaoying, still recovering from her shock, couldn't believe that Shang Yunruo's jealousy would be so overwhelming that she forbade her from coming again. Huang Xinlian cast a grateful glance at Shang Yunruo and pulled Huang Xiaoying away. "Come, let us return home." Huang Xiaoying glared at Shang Yunruo, her face filled with resentment. But the dismissal left her no choice but to leave, tearfully being dragged away. Chu Jinli returned with a collection of paintings and calligraphy, only to find the two women absent. He curiously inquired, "Where have my sister-in-law and fourth sister gone?" Shang Yunruo grasped Chu Yo's hand and coldly replied to Chu Jinli, "They have left. Lord Ho may dine alone." Chu Jinli gazed at her retreating figure, unperturbed, and murmured with a smile, "Today, I discovered that her little temper is rather delightful." Chu Yan finished his duties and exited the Ministry of War alongside several colleagues. One of his senior colleagues, Wang Ming, who was 2 years his elder, invited him. "After a long day, shall we indulge in a little drink? ZMO has been here for several days. Let us celebrate his arrival, shall we?" The others, aware that Wang Ming was merely using Chu Yan as an excuse, declined, saying, "I just got married. I cannot go. I treated him to my mother's specialty roast on his first day here. I cannot either. My wife awaits me at home. Stop using ZMO as an excuse. I will treat him another day," another colleague added. Wang Ming huffed, "Fine, you all go. I will drink with ZMO alone." Chu Yan politely declined, "Apologies. But I also have someone waiting at home." Wang Ming scoffed, "You are not even married. Who is waiting for you?" Chu Yan merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. As they reached the entrance of Changla Gate, they encountered the Prime Minister, who seemed to have just concluded a meeting with the Emperor and was preparing to return home. Wang Ming quickly pulled Chu Yan forward to greet the Prime Minister, but the latter called out to Chu Yan from a distance, "Zhu ZMO, come here." Wang Ming's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape. "The one waiting for you is the Prime Minister?" Chu Yan had no time to explain and approached the Prime Minister. Just as he intended to bow, the Prime Minister gestured for him to rise, dismissing the formalities. "Get in the carriage. I wish to have a word with you." Chu Yan complied and entered the Prime Minister's carriage. The Prime Minister observed him quietly. Chu Yan sat beside him with a composed demeanor, exuding an air of maturity, as if he had made this carriage his own domain. Such poise is typically cultivated by seasoned officials over many years. How could a young lad, just recently crowned, possess such gravitas? "Speak your mind candidly," the Prime Minister encouraged. Chu Yan replied in a calm tone, causing the Prime Minister's expression to stiffen momentarily. But he quickly masked his surprise, saying, "I have a question I'd like to hear your thoughts on." During his last visit, Chu Yan had shown clarity of thought, indicating a sharp intellect. Today, however, the discussion with the Emperor had left him somewhat uncertain, and he seized the opportunity to seek the Prime Minister's insight. "Have you heard any news regarding the matter of the heir?" the Prime Minister inquired. Chu Yan paused, lifting his lashes slightly. "Is the Emperor favoring the fifth prince?" The Prime Minister was taken aback by his keen awareness and nodded. "What else do you know?" Chu Yan replied, "During the hunt, the Emperor's expectations for the fifth prince exceeded those for the others. The fifth prince is the offspring of concubine Chao, who is the Emperor's most favored consort. Since you have just emerged from the palace, it seems the Emperor must have inquired about the heir with you. I surmise he seeks to gauge the officials' attitudes towards the fifth prince and discern which factions currently hold favor, as well as your own stance." The Prime Minister stroked his beard, his expression brightening with appreciation. "Correct, very astute. What do you think I should do?" Chu Yan replied straightforwardly. "You need not express a stance, as you hold a high position. Even if an heir is established, you shall remain the Prime Minister. The factional struggles are merely the desperate gambles of lesser individuals." The Prime Minister remarked, "But you must understand, maintaining neutrality is challenging for me. Recently, the first prince, fifth prince, and seventh prince have all visited my residence." Chu Yan paused thoughtfully, gazing intently at him. Then, "Which side do you wish to align with?" Initially, the Prime Minister merely intended to engage in a conversation with this clever youth to clarify his thoughts, yet this question turned the tables, prompting him to regard Chu Yan's words with greater seriousness. After a moment of contemplation, the Prime Minister replied, "I have yet to reach a conclusion. The Duke's residence is approaching." Chu Yan bowed his head in silence, refraining from further commentary. He lifted the curtain to gaze outside and casually remarked, Are you considering making a move for the first prince? The prime minister paused, and the atmosphere grew solemn. He fixed his eyes on this young man, who had just reached adulthood, and wondered how he managed to possess the cunning of a seasoned strategist. Upon arriving at the duke's residence, Chu Yan took his leave from the carriage, and as he departed, he quietly advised, "I implore you to reconsider, Prime Minister. You have not only a son but a daughter as well. Do not engage in actions that may endanger your entire family. The Prime Minister, that old fox, is merely evading my inquiries. I suspect he intends to support the fifth prince." The seventh prince, Zhou Chuxiao, lounged against his bed, his robe open, holding Xuan Ningyan close, angrily voicing his grievances. Xuan Ningyan, listening to his concerns about the heir, found herself somewhat confused but grasped that the prime minister was not on his side. She gently caressed his chest, soothingly assuring him, "Seventh prince, do not fret. With your exceptional talents, you will surely ascend the throne one day." The seventh prince shot her a disdainful glance. "What do you know?" Unjustly criticized, Xuan Ningyan felt her eyes welling up but dared not retort. Suddenly, the seventh prince recalled something and asked, "I saw the birthday gift you sent to my mother. It was quite extravagant, wasn't it?" Xuan Ningyan, wishing to conceal the fact that the gift had depleted her savings, nodded. "It was indeed costly, but for you, Xiao Lang, it was worth every penny." The seventh prince's eyes brightened. "You are quite wealthy then?" Xuan Ningyan offered a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying. He tightened his embrace, stating, "If the fifth prince is favored by my mother and hails from a wealthy family, he can afford to provide aid to the needy and garner goodwill. I must also win hearts. Ningyan, lend me 100,000 taels." Xuan Ningyan gasped, 100,000 taels. Chapter 64. It must be that Ningyan is capable. Xuan Ningyan's exclamation caused Zhou Chuxiao to furrow his brow, and he inquired, "What is it? Is there a problem? Are you reluctant to spend money on me?" Xuan Ningyan shook her head. She was willing to spend, but only if she had the means. She was acutely aware that the esteemed seventh prince could have any woman he desired. Having captured his attention with her striking beauty, she could not allow herself to falter now. In a soft tone, she replied, "I wish to assist you, but at present, I do not possess such a large sum of silver." Zhou Chuxiao countered, "If you lack the funds, you can sell your assets. Your jewelry, surely they can be exchanged for silver?" Xuan Ningyan hesitated, sensing something amiss. Zhou Chuxiao pressed a kiss to her forehead, saying, "Throughout history, emperors have had many supporters before their ascension. Did those supporters not all rise to prominence in the end? Once I ascend the throne, you shall at least be a noble consort. Will you not enjoy wealth and glory then?" The mention of noble consort captured Xuan Ningyan's attention. She envisioned herself clad in a phoenix robe, with those who had once looked down on her now kneeling at her feet, and her blood surged with excitement. She eagerly asked, "Will you grant me the title of noble consort?" Zhou Chuxiao replied, "That depends on what you can do to secure your position. I cannot neglect the one who has aided me with genuine gold and silver." Leaning against his chest, she asked with a hint of worry, "Xiao Lang, you would not deceive me, would you? If I give you the silver, you will not abandon me?" Zhou Chuxiao sealed her lips with his own, releasing her only after a long moment. "Ningyan, do you know how much I love you? I cannot live without you. Even if you do not provide me with silver, I will still honor you as a consort once I ascend the throne. Your status may not be the highest, but I will cherish you above all others. Among the throngs of beauties, you shall be my sole delight." To Xuan Ningyan, these words were the most heartfelt declaration. She understood his predicaments and recognized that as an emperor, he was not entirely free. Yet, knowing that he loved her above all else greatly satisfied her vanity. Still, she naturally desired a higher status, unwilling to let anyone trample over her. She nodded resolutely. "Then, Xiao Lang, could you give me a token? It would help persuade others when I seek funds." Zhou Chuxiao chuckled. "Do you not have my handkerchief? That is my personal possession. They will surely believe you." Xuan Ningyan discreetly left the seventh prince's residence and returned to Jinghui Yuan. She did not seek out Xu Jinli, for she knew that he would not be able to provide her with much money. All funds were controlled by Shang Yunruo, and she could not reveal her dealings with the seventh prince to Xu Jinli for fear of arousing his suspicions. After much contemplation, she set her sights on the He family. The He family had managed the marquisate for many years and had amassed considerable wealth. 100,000 taels should not be an issue for them. She used the last of her funds, 100 taels, to purchase 2 luminous pearls, packaged them in a silk box, and made her way to the He residence. By chance, Shu Xiui was present, and on the table lay several bolts of exquisite fabric. Upon seeing her, Shu Xiui exclaimed, "Ningyan, You arrived just in time. Mother and I are selecting new materials. Would you like to choose a few bolts as well? Xuan cast a glance at the sumptuous fabrics. Ordinarily, she would have eagerly selected a couple of bolts, but now she barely had enough for a cup of tea, let alone for purchasing materials. She averted her gaze, gracefully seated herself in a nearby chair, and sipped her tea, saying, I shall not choose. I do not lack materials at the moment, and besides, these fabrics are no longer suitable for me. He and Shu Xiui exchanged curious glances. Shu Xiui directly asked, Why are these fabrics unsuitable for you? From your tone, it seems you have become quite esteemed. Are these materials beneath you now? Shu Xiui expected her to explain herself, as she usually would, but was taken aback when she tacitly agreed. This piqued her curiosity about the source of Xue Ningyan's newfound confidence. Is it true that Jinli intends to marry you? Is he planning to divorce Shang Yunruo? Even if she became the mistress of the marquisate, these fabrics would still suit her. Xue Ningyan leisurely finished her sip of tea and presented 2 boxes of luminous pearls to them. These are small gifts from the 7th prince for friends and family. I specifically reserved 2 for my aunt and cousin. Shu Xiui was skeptical that Xue Ningyan could forge a connection with the 7th prince. Upon opening the silk box, the emerald-hued pearls emitted a faint green glow. This sight somewhat assuaged her doubts. Xue Ningyan would never splurge over 100 taels for gifts for them. He was equally surprised and examined the pearls closely. Though beautiful, luminous pearls were merely decorative trinkets for the affluent, and she too possessed a couple, treating them like treasures locked away in the storeroom, never given away so casually. Curiosity piqued, he asked, When did you become acquainted with the 7th prince? Why would he gift you such precious items? Xue Ningyan sat up straight, her sense of superiority unconsciously surfacing. We met during a hunting expedition. The 7th prince is quite taken with me. Initially, I had no desire for his gifts. But he insisted. He gasped in surprise. The 7th prince has taken a liking to you? Is he pursuing you? Shu Xiui questioned. Yet I did not see you with the 7th prince during the hunting event. Xue Ningyan replied. You were unwell, and the 7th prince tends to act discreetly. However, I did not agree to his advances for the sake of my cousin. Shu Xiui, unfiltered, exclaimed, You are foolish. Between the 7th prince and Jinli, you should undoubtedly choose the 7th prince. He cleared her throat to interrupt Shu Xiui, turning to Xue Ningyan. Has the 7th prince offered you any other benefits? Xue Ningyan observed his avarice and understood her intentions. I cannot solely rely on the 7th prince's goodwill. We have no substantial relationship. He has confided in me about his worries. He requires funds for disaster relief, yet he possesses neither the means nor the silver to do so. I cannot accept his offered benefits. His eyes glinted with cunning as she suggested. Perhaps you should ask the 7th prince if he could secure an official position for your uncle. We can help alleviate his burdens. A spark of inspiration ignited within Xue Ningyan. How had she not considered trading an official position for silver, using the 7th prince's authority to acquire funds for herself, gaining status without any cost? This was an exceptionally profitable venture. She readily agreed. Certainly. The 7th prince requires 100,000 taels. How much can you contribute, aunt? He, initially thinking 1,000 taels would suffice for a position, was taken aback by the figure of 100,000 taels. 100,000? That is excessive. We could manage 3,000 taels, perhaps? Xue Ningyan hesitated. What if you could lend me 50,000 taels first? I will inquire with him. And if it does not work out, I shall repay you. Trusting Xue Ningyan, he gritted her teeth and personally retrieved a thick stack of silver notes, handing them over with countless admonitions. Ensure you secure an advantageous position for your uncle, one with ample benefits. Xue Ningyan nodded earnestly. Rest assured, aunt. You can trust my capabilities. He praised. Indeed, it is Ningyan who possesses the talent. If Jinli cannot take you as his main wife, it would indeed be a loss for our marquisate. Chapter 65. After all, my money is all under your control. As soon as Chu Yan returned home, he was greeted at the gate by a bamboo curtain. Second young master, the madam is in your courtyard. Upon entering Zhuoxi Garden, he was enveloped by a rich aroma of lamb. Shang Yunruo, clad in a simple silk robe, sat at the stone table in the courtyard, tossing scallions, ginger, and various seasonings into a boiling copper pot. The small courtyard was filled with steam, wafting the comforting scent of home. He approached slowly, fearful that hasty steps might disrupt this warm scene, or that it might all be a mere illusion. It was only when he stood behind Shang Yunruo, his fingers brushing against her softly blown hair, that he felt a sense of reality. Are we having antique soup today? Chu Yan's sudden voice startled Shang Yunruo. The the sound of the boiling water masking his deliberately softened footsteps, leaving her unaware of his arrival. Yes, hurry and wash your hands. After washing up, Chu Yan returned without inquiring why Shang Yunruo had unexpectedly come to his courtyard for a meal. He guessed it was because of the return of Xu Jinli. This assumption brought him a measure of joy as he chatted with her while adding meat to the pot. Today, I encountered the Prime Minister during my outing. I rode back in his sedan. Shang Yunruo, chewing on the meat he had placed into her bowl, mumbled, "How did you run into him?" Chu Yan savored a piece of the meat, tender and warm, dipped in sauce. I reached the palace gate just as the Prime Minister was leaving. He asked me for my thoughts on the matter of the Li family. Shang Yunruo swallowed her piece of meat. Puzzled, why would he ask you? Chu Yan served her some greens. Perhaps he was simply looking for someone to converse with, and I happened to be there. I suspect the Prime Minister has some thoughts on the matter. Shang Yunruo paused, understanding what he meant by thoughts. Lowering her voice to avoid being overheard, she leaned closer to Chu Yan, cautiously asking, "Does my father wish to participate in the factional struggles?" She leaned in so closely that her warm breath brushed against his ear, causing him to shiver slightly. He turned his face, his gaze shifting from her rosy lips to her delicate ear, and whispered back. I reminded him that he is not only a son, but also a daughter. I wonder if the Prime Minister will be displeased. Shang Yunruo shifted slightly away from his breath, feeling a ticklish sensation, and replied, "Yan, you did well. I must find time to discuss this with my father. The factional struggles in history have been brutal. If one loses, the new emperor may later scrutinize everything, even actions that seem innocuous, like lending a few silver coins." Chu Yan nodded in agreement with her concerns, but replied languidly, "It's all right. After all, my money is all under your control, and I won't spend it on anyone else." Shang Yunruo nodded. "Indeed, you have no contact with the princes. Except for King Xian." Chu Yan smiled. "All princes have the potential to vie for power, except for King Xian." Shang Yunruo chuckled in response. He simply lacks the intellect. The two engaged in playful banter about Zhou Qiyu, sharing laughter and enjoying the warm atmosphere. In stark contrast to the lively Zhuoxi garden, Muqinxian was desolate, accompanied only by mosquitoes and Xu Jinli. After swatting another mosquito, Xu Jinli could no longer sit still. He stood and inquired, "Has the madam not returned yet? Does it take this long to eat?" Li Qian suggested, "Shall I fetch the madam?" Xu Jinli awkwardly picked up a book to disguise his feelings, saying, "No need. I don't mind where she is." Recently, Jingwei Yuan had become lively, adorned with lanterns and decorations, leading one to believe a celebration was underway. Chu Zhua had indeed entered the court as an official, appointed as a judge in the Ministry of Works. The Ministry of Works was a lucrative department among the 6 ministries, often referred to as the Golden Ministry, making he sure quite pleased with this arrangement. Chu Zhua felt somewhat disdainful of the minor position, being only a 7th-rank official, lower than Chu Yan's rank. He sure chided, "What do you know? The Ministry of War is a mere bureaucratic office. It cannot compare to the Ministry of Works. You must admit, the 7th prince is quite reliable. It seems he genuinely cares for Ningyan. Jinli doesn't cherish her anymore. He hardly visits her now, and he may end up losing her." Though Chu Xiu felt envy and jealousy, her father had indeed secured a prestigious position, elevating her status as well. In the future, suitors would no longer be those impoverished scholars or wealthy merchants tainted with greed. He sure clearly considered this, turning to Chu Xiu, saying, "Look at Ningyan. Then look at yourself. At 23, you are older than Jinli by a year. If you continue to be so choosy, you may end up unmarried." Chu Xiu retorted, "Isn't Shang Yunruo also 22 when she married? I am just a year older than her. Why is that unacceptable?" He sure replied, "She is the daughter of the Prime Minister. Even at 32, she would have suitors. Do you believe it? Can you compare yourself to her?" Chu Xiu protested. "But it was because I was unsatisfied with the suitors who came before. I come from a marquis family. Why should I lower myself? If I cannot marry up, I would rather remain single for life." He sure countered, "Yet Shang Yunruo is also a dignified daughter of the Prime Minister. She has lowered her standards. So why can't you?" Chu Xiu declared, "I will not settle for less. Now that my father has a position, I certainly cannot lower my standards." He sure looked at her Navi daughter, reflecting on Xuanning Yin, and felt several degrees of disparity. Xuanning Yin was so adept at planning for herself, and even helping her family, managing to attract the attention of a prince. She would need to be more attentive to her. He sure sighed, "Very well, let us seek out Ning Yin to explore some strategies. If we can find the 7th prince to act as a matchmaker, you need not worry about marrying well." Chu Xiaoyi brightened, about to speak when Shu Jinli's voice echoed from the outer courtyard. Uncle, Aunt, why is it so lively today? There are decorations everywhere. He sure cheerfully responded. Jinli has arrived. Your uncle has just received an official position and will be on duty starting tomorrow. Shu Jinli looked at his uncle in surprise. What position has uncle been appointed to? His uncle straightened his back, proudly declaring, Judge in the Ministry of Works. Shu Jinli, without thinking, blurted out. Isn't that position usually held by eunuchs? The faces of his uncle, aunt, and Chu Xiaoyi all fell, and Shu Jinli quickly realized his mistake, repeatedly slapping his mouth. Uncle, I didn't mean it that way. This position can also be held by a regular person. No, what I meant was, congratulations, uncle. The atmosphere had soured, but he sure took charge of the meal to ease the tension. The family gathered joyfully around the table to eat. Shu Jinli glanced around, but did not see Ningyan. They had recently quarreled, and he hadn't sought to reconcile. She hadn't approached him in days. Likely still sulking. Shu Jinli withdrew his gaze, raising a glass to toast his uncle, uttering the customary pleasantries. Uncle, I formally congratulate you on your new position. I wish you a bright future ahead. Chuzwa laughed heartily, taking a sip from his glass. He had long been without an official position and had not been regarded in the household. Today he could finally hold his head high, his official prestige firmly established. Jinli, you must step up as well. You have been a deputy general for 3 years. You cannot remain so idle. You cannot solely rely on your ancestors' favor. You are the last of the marquis line. The next generation will be earls, and you must earn your children's fame. This was the last thing Shu Jinli wanted to hear. He was most annoyed by comments about relying on ancestral favor. He set down his wine glass, his expression darkening as he questioned Chuzwa. Uncle, how did you come by this official position? Is it not reliant on the Ningyuan marquisate? Shubo scoffed. I do not depend on your marquisate. My allegiance lies with the 7th prince. Shu Jinli furrowed his brow. The 7th prince? How did you come to know him? Without thinking, Shubo exclaimed, it was Ningen. Chapter 66. The dismissal of Shang Yunruo within 2 months in the midst of the conversation. He sure swiftly shoved an egg into Chuzwa's mouth to silence him after he inadvertently let slip a secret. She then served some dishes to Chu Jinli, saying, Jinli, eat more. You are on a break today, aren't you? Chu Jinli put down his chopsticks, frowning. No, just now. Uncle mentioned that Ning Han knows the 7th prince, right? He sure feigned ignorance, responding, no. Oh, your uncle was merely wondering why Ning Han hasn't come to dinner. He wanted me to call her over, didn't he? Chuzwa quickly caught on, nodding repeatedly. Ah, yes. Why hasn't Ning Han come to dine? Go call for her. No need to call. Came the voice of Xuan Ningen, who entered gracefully in a lavish pink-purple silk dress, adorned with 3 golden hairpins. Her attire was ostentatiously luxurious, reminiscent of a nouveau riche flaunting wealth. Chu Jinli's brows furrowed further. The delicate charm she once had was completely absent. Xuan Ningen took her seat, and he sure, along with Chu Xiaoyi, eagerly assisted her, offering bowls and chopsticks, their faces beaming with smiles. She no longer bore the humble demeanor of someone striving to please. Instead, she presented herself as someone deserving of service. Chu Jinli found her transformation baffling. After only a few days apart, how had she seemingly become an entirely different person? Contemplating this, he directly voiced his confusion. You know the 7th prince? Xuan Ningen, unperturbed, replied, adhering to Heisher's narrative. Yes, we met during the hunting expedition. Chu Jinli frowned again. Just acquaintanceship, and he arranges an official position for your uncle? Xuan Ningen picked up a green bean and took a small bite. Wiping her mouth as she stated, the 7th prince wishes for me to become his princess, but I did not agree. Chu Jinli's chopsticks clattered to the table. His brow knitted in disbelief. How could that be? The 7th prince would never consider you as a princess. Xuan Ningen's previously graceful smile evaporated in the face of his skepticism. Her expression darkened as she glared at him. Cousin, what do you mean by that? Do you believe the 7th prince would look down upon me? Chu Jinli countered. I'm not saying he wouldn't find you appealing, but you could never become his princess. Xuan Ningen laid down her chopsticks. Indeed, my lineage is humble, and I lack the virtues and capabilities to be a princess. Therefore, I must be demeaned by you and Shang Yunruo, destined to be your concubine, am I not? Chu Jinli, taken aback, protested. That was never my intention. I merely meant to caution you against being deceived by him. Xuan Ningen scoffed. Then you need not worry, cousin. If he deceives me, how could you, of all people, mislead me? Chu Jinli retorted. When have I ever deceived you? Shuen Ningen recounted, when I fled from my marriage to seek refuge with you, asking you to marry me. You claimed grandmother would not approve due to my background. Fine, I then sought to ingratiate myself with the matriarch of the Earl's residence, seeking merely the status of a goddaughter to wed you. Yet you, in turn, married Shang Yunruo. Sighing, Chu Jinli explained, that was not my choice. I was compelled by her family's influence. Our marquisate only has one vacant title. How could we resist the power of the prime minister? Was I able to refuse? Shuen Ningen replied, very well, you had no choice but to marry her, yet you asked me to wait 2 years, claiming you would not touch her and would dismiss her on the grounds of having no offspring. After 2 years, I shall be 20. Do you intend to leave me as an old maid, unable to marry and destined to become your concubine? Chu Shui interjected. Feeling helpless, Chu Jinli lamented. When did I ever call you a concubine? I said I would marry you as my principal wife. Yet you are the one who cannot wait. Shuen Ningen nodded, brushing away tears as she regained her composure. Yes, I have lost patience. Chu Jinli, I offer you a choice. Either dismiss Shang Yunruo within 2 months, or I shall marry the 7th prince. The decision is yours. With that, Shuen Ningen stood and departed, her back resolute. Once turned, a smirk crept upon her lips. She had fully committed herself to the 7th prince and had no intention of marrying Chu Jinli. Her declaration stemmed from a refusal to swallow her pride. Was Shang Yunruo truly a paragon of virtue? A celebrated heiress? Did she not disdain Shuen Ningen, intending to make her a concubine? Shuen Ningen was determined to witness how a discarded woman could stand tall against her. After revealing her intentions to Chu Jinli, Shuen Ningen felt increasingly distanced from him, particularly as he sure and Chu Shui fawned over her, reinforcing her belief that she had risen in status. She now saw herself as a figure of importance in the capital. Thus, she was quite invested in He Shure's request for assistance in securing a match for Chu Shui with the 7th prince. After all, the 7th prince sought wealth, and after she had previously gifted him 50,000 taels, he had lavished her with affection beyond comparison, showing unprecedented tenderness. She had proven her capability in amassing wealth for him, and as a result, his affection would only deepen, making him increasingly reliant on her. Taking a sip of tea, Shuen Ningen remarked, and the 7th prince holds a significant position. Persuading him to act as a matchmaker would be more challenging than securing an official position for your uncle. He sure nodded. Then Ningen, can you think of a way? We must rely on your help, as your cousin wishes to marry into a family of status. Shuen Ningen replied, I understand. I have always regarded you as my family, and naturally, I desire the best for my cousin. However, the 7th prince is indeed in need of funds for disaster relief. He has a kind heart. He sure promptly produced 2,000 taels in banknotes. I understand. This is all prepared for you. Shuen Ningen glanced at the thickness of the notes, but did not accept them. Observing this, he sure added another 1,000 taels. Shuen Ningen sighed. Aunt, there is no need for such tentative offers. Allow me to be direct. It must be 50,000 taels. After all, this is a matter of your cousin's lifelong happiness. A good marriage would elevate your family's status. Seeing their hesitation, Shuen Ningen tactfully suggested, perhaps it is best to let this matter rest. I would rather not trouble the 7th prince too often. He sure bit her lip in distress and reluctantly presented all the prepared banknotes to Shuen Ningen. I will ensure your cousin finds a worthy match. Shuen Ningen added, the 7th prince has recently been quite close to the heir of the Duke of An, and it was he who arranged your uncle's official post. He sure rejoiced. Ah, the heir of the Duke of An is indeed an outstanding gentleman. This is truly a match of equal standing. Upon hearing the mention of the Duke's residence, Chu Shui smiled and performed a small bow towards Shuen Ningen. I thank you in advance, cousin Ningen. My marital prospects depend entirely on you. At that moment, the 7th prince was in the Duke of An's residence, enjoying music and wine in the courtyard with the heir, Gao Shiqi. Zhou Chuxiao often visited Gao Shiqi, as he had an abundance of concubines, over 20, with more than half hailing from brothels or music houses, making it as convenient as relocating an establishment of pleasure. Surrounded by the charm of numerous lovely maidens, after a few drinks, Gao Shiqi, slightly inebriated, inquired, Your Highness, why did you arrange an official position for that Chuzhua from the Ningyuan Marquisate? How old is he? It is quite a task on my end to facilitate this. Zhou Chuxiao chuckled. In a month, you can find an excuse to dismiss him. Any fabricated charge will suffice, and I shall earn a bit more. Gao Shiqi pointed at him with a mischievous grin. Only you, Your Highness. Zhou Chuxiao shook his finger. You are still somewhat lacking. Look at your carefree life. Your parents indulge you and do not press you to marry a proper wife. Zhou Chuxiao responded, they have no control over me. Why bring home a legitimate wife? Wouldn't that hinder my enjoyment of this garden full of springtime? He then pulled a concubine close, settling her on his lap. He leaned in to kiss. But the concubine evaded him, exclaiming, Your Highness, save me. In an instant, Zhou Chuxiao lost all interest, casting a cold glance at Gao Shiqi and inquiring, Is the springtime in your abode off limits? Gao Shiqi narrowed his eyes, rose to his feet, and forcefully pulled the concubine aside, delivering a slap that sent her crashing to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. Go and apologize to the seventh prince, should he refuse to forgive you. You shall not live through the night. Chapter 67. All consequences are of her own, making Zhou Chuxiao gazed at the bloodied woman with a bemused expression. His eyes glazed with intoxication. He preferred not to use force, finding it lacking in elegance. He favored a more consensual approach, akin to his interactions with Xuen Ningguan. Just then, a personal attendant arrived with news that Xuen Ningguan awaited him at his outer residence. With a surge of desire yearning for release, he smirked and declared, Never mind, let us avoid such bloodshed. I have no interest in women who have been sullied by others. Gao Shiqi struck the woman across the face, dismissively waving his hand. His Highness has shown mercy, begone. As Zhou Chuxiao departed, the smile faded from Gao Shiqi's face, his eyes darkening with malice as he approached the concubine's chamber. The maid had yet to wipe the blood from her lips when he seized her by the throat, the crimson droplets staining his hand. The dimly lit room, with only a few candles flickering, coupled with Gao Shiqi's chilling tone, sent shivers through the maid, her body trembling with fear. I also detest women who have been touched by others. You can only blame your misfortune, after all. It was he who laid his hands on you. With that, his sinewy fingers twisted violently, snapping her neck with a sound akin to a breaking branch, leaving no chance for her to utter a final word. He wiped the blood from his hand with a handkerchief, casting it over her lifeless body, then coldly instructed the attendant outside, make it appear as though she hanged herself. Shang Yunruo sought the physician's reassessment of her eyes. The doctor confirmed that the superficial bruising had cleared, but some internal hemorrhaging remained. Her vision would gradually improve, and he prescribed new medicine. No sooner had the physician left than Princess Pingyang and son Wanqin arrived to visit her. The three sisters sat in a pavilion, sipping tea and engaging in idle chatter. Princess Pingyang discreetly inquired of Shang Yunruo, Have you tried the method I mentioned last time? Shang Yunruo hesitated, replying, I haven tea, as I do not wish to. Princess Pingyang clicked her tongue, Why not? Do you not desire offspring? Son Wanqin, curious, asked, What are you discussing? Princess Pingyang replied, You're not yet married, so it's best you refrain from prying. We shall enlighten you once you wed. Shang Yunruo added, Please do not lead Wanqin astray. She deserves a life of happiness, unlike my own. Not wishing to delve into her own troubles, she shifted the topic. By the way, I haven't attended any invitations in the past 2 months due to my eye injury. What news do you have for me? Son Wanqin, with a hint of mystery, said, This morning, I heard that a concubine from the Duke of N's household has died. Princess Pingyang found it unremarkable. What family hasn't lost a concubine? You, not yet married, are simply less exposed to such matters. Shang Yunruo probed further. Was it the Duke's concubine who passed? Sun Wanqin clarified, No. It was the concubine of the Duke of N's heir. Understanding dawned on Princess Pingyang. That heir has no formal wife, so it is unlikely he drove her to despair. She must have succumbed to illness. Sun Wanqin shook her head. They say it was suicide. Our family's estates are adjacent, separated by just a street. My nurse mentioned this as the third concubine of the Duke's heir to die this year. Princess Pingyang was taken aback. 3 concubines dead? Does the Duke of N's heir have some peculiar proclivity? Sun Wanqin, shaking her head, remarked that it was beyond her understanding as an unmarried girl. After some lamenting, Princess Pingyang mysteriously announced, I'm expecting again. However, keep it a secret, as it's not yet 3 months. Shang Yunruo and Sun Wanqin's faces lit up with joy, both instinctively reaching to touch her belly, only to be evaded by Princess Pingyang. Wait until it's more pronounced before you can. Once the initial excitement subsided, Sun Wanqin curiously asked Shang Yunruo, Sister Aru, do you not wish for children? Shang Yunruo paused, sighed, and confessed, I wish to divorce. The other two widened their eyes in astonishment, glancing around, while Princess Pingyang swiftly covered her mouth. Nonsense. Do you understand what divorce entails? Shang Yunruo removed her hand. I do, which is why I am preparing for it. You must, Without fail, keep this confidential. Just then, they heard commotion outside the pavilion. Before Shang Yunruo could inquire, Qi reported, "Madam, today is the day for distributing the customary silver. The nurse from Jinghui Yuan has come thrice to ask when it will be dispensed." Princess Pingyang, irate, retorted, "Do they not realize the madam has guests? Are they all merely waiting for their share to conduct funerals?" Though her words were harsh, they were warranted. The people had grown presumptuous, likely due to her previous overly lenient demeanor towards them. Shang Yunruo instructed Chu Yu to convey, "Only those who adhere to the rules may collect. Those who do not shall receive their disbursement tomorrow. If they pester again, their payment will be delayed an additional day." Chu Yu complied, and soon the clamor subsided. Princess Pingyang praised, "This is precisely how you should conduct yourself, Aru. When a tiger does not roar, they assume your fierce reputation is mere pretense." Following lunch with Princess Pingyang and Sun Wanqin, Shang Yunruo took her leave. As she prepared to have Chu Yu inform the neighboring estate regarding the customary silver, Shuji arrived at her door. This was her second unsolicited visit. The first had been to secure a hunting spot for Xuanningen. Seeming to always act as a proxy for others, Shang Yunruo directly inquired, "What brings you here, cousin?" Shuji, straightforward, replied, "To collect the customary silver. Your rules are numerous, so I shall wait here until you notify me it's ready." Shang Yunruo smiled, "I was just about to send word to you. Please, take it now, Chu Yu. Give her the customary silver." Chu Yu handed Shuji her share, but Shuji frowned. "Why is it so little this month?" Shang Yunruo explained, "It's because Anne has yet to repay her debts. The Duke's estate is facing severe losses, yet I can still dispense silver. You should commend me for my prowess." Shuji shot her a glare, scoffing, "My mother has no money to give you. She has worked diligently for the Duke's estate, and now she owes you money? Frankly, I care little for this meager silver. It's simply that I find you detestable." Shang Yunruo coldly retorted, "If you dislike it, then do not take it. I shall simply give more to others." Shuji stored the silver bag away, boasting, "You may not know, but I am to wed into the Duke's estate. I am already in the process of the 3 letters and 6 rites. Do you think I could be bothered by this trifling amount?" Shang Yunruo, genuinely curious, asked, "Which Duke's estate?" Shuji lifted her chin, "The heir of the Duke of An. Gao Shiqi." Suddenly, Shang Yunruo recalled Sun Wanqin's words about the heir, who had lost 3 concubines and had no legitimate wife. Was this not the very same heir Shuji spoke of? After some contemplation, she resolved to voice her concerns, for despite Shuji's foolishness and venom, her sins were not so grave. "Gao Shiqi may not be a good man. Cousin, think carefully." Shuji burst into laughter. "I knew you would say that. You're envious that I can marry into the Duke's estate while you are relegated to the Marquis's household. Am I right?" Shang Yunruo, absorbing her derision, initially considered letting it be. After all, she had already warned her. All consequences are of her own making, and it was no concern of hers. Yet, the image of the 7th prince and Gao Shiqi facing execution at the noon gate flashed in her mind. Chapter 68. Another long dream every night. She dreams of disjointed fragments, incoherent and easily forgotten. Recently, her father inquired about the political strife involving the Yuans and the impending marriage of Yu Xiu-yi to Gao Shiqi, which jolted her memory of a particular dream. She remains oblivious to the details, but is aware that the fates of the 7th prince and Gao Shiqi are dire. The public beheading at noon gate signifies a grave punishment, leading her to speculate on the possibility of political failure, which could implicate the entire clan. Yu Xiu-yi, noticing Shang Yunruo's silence, taunted her, "You have nothing to retort, do you? Jealousy is futile. You squandered a good hand of cards." Shang Yunruo, in agreement, acknowledged her past lack of clarity. However, after that dream, it felt as though the fog in her mind had lifted, allowing her to gradually awaken to reality. She still struggles to comprehend why, in the absence of receiving Zhu Jinli's affection, she resorts to tormenting Chu Yan. Such reasoning is hardly the hallmark of a rational individual. Since the cards are already ruined, she must strategize with what remains, not to win, but to avoid an embarrassing defeat. Shang Yunruo called out to the departing Yu Xiu-yi, "Did you hear? A concubine died at Gao Shiqi's residence this morning." Yu Xiu-yi halted, turning back to inquire, "And what of it? Which noble household lacks a few foolish maids and concubines?" Shang Yunruo replied, "This was a concubine from Gao Shiqi's household. It is the 3rd one this year." Yu Xiu-yi's expression tightened. Yet she maintained her haughty demeanor. Perhaps it reflects the heir's low tolerance for concubines. If a servant dares to harbor inappropriate ambitions, they deserve their fate. Shang Yunruo frowned. Don't you find this unsettling? 3 concubines have perished within 6 months before marriage. Even if he lacks a principal wife, he has a courtyard full of concubines. Is this the kind of man you truly wish to marry? After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xiaoyi defiantly lifted her chin. So what? Once married, I shall certainly rectify his household. I am not like you, incapable even of winning a man's heart. Shang Yunruo, wishing to interject further, was abruptly interrupted by Yu Xiaoyi's rude retort. Enough. You only fear my advantageous marriage will highlight your own shortcomings, don't you? Originally intending to offer constructive advice, Shang Yunruo's patience waned as she was relentlessly accused of jealousy. Her temper flared, and she slammed her palms on the table, causing the teacups to rattle. No longer wishing to temper her anger towards such a stubborn individual, she pointed at Yu Xiaoyi, exclaiming, Yu Xiaoyi, think for a moment. Given your background, what makes you worthy of marrying into a duke's household? You are neither exceptionally beautiful nor extraordinarily talented, and at your age, why would someone like Gao Shiqi choose you? His inner courtyard is clearly complex. You insist on plunging into murky waters, risking your entire family's downfall for mere satisfaction. Yu Xiaoyi stood stunned, having never witnessed Shang Yunruo's wrath before. Previously, she had only heard rumors of Shang Yunruo's domineering nature, but now she experienced it firsthand. Indeed, she could command the room. Suddenly, Zhu Jinli's voice cut through the air, laced with reproach. What is all this commotion? I could hear your quarrel from outside. Yunruo, how could you speak to your cousin in such a manner? Yu Xiaoyi's earlier intimidation faded, replaced by indignation as she turned to Zhu Jinli. Zhu Jinli, you always defend your wife's arrogance. Do you believe me now? Zhu Jinli had previously considered Shang Yunruo's occasional bluntness to be a refreshing honesty. Accustomed to hearing soft, submissive tones, he found her outbursts somewhat unappealing, particularly when punctuated by a high-pitched tone. Displeased, he admonished, you should temper your anger and mind your tone. It lacks grace. Shang Yunruo, in a fit of rage, hurled her teacup at Zhu Jinli's feet, pointing at him with the same fervor. What does it matter if I lose my composure? I hope you retain your elegance when a knife is at your throat. With that, she grasped Chu Yao and stormed out of the room, unwilling to engage in further conversation with the foolish siblings. Zhu Jinli stared at the shattered teacup by his feet, then at Shang Yunruo's defiant departure, reflecting on whether his earlier demeanor had been overly harsh. He turned to Yu Xiaoyi. Cousin, what was the cause of your quarrel? That evening, Shang Yunruo dreamt yet again, this time of the birthday banquet for the favored concubine. During the celebration, the concubine summoned the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights to her side, publicly announcing her as her future daughter-in-law. Shang Yunruo was also beckoned, treated with gentle words and flattery. As the concubine sought her assistance in encouraging her father to ally more closely with the 7th prince. Having grown accustomed to such compliments, she felt little impact, merely appreciating the concubine's kindness and warmth, and finding the 7th prince to be a charming and gallant gentleman. She readily agreed to the proposition. Zhu Jinli, occupied with other matters, did not attend the banquet, so she brought Chu Yan, having dressed him in splendid robes to showcase his handsome appearance. His presence garnered admiration, prompting many inquiries about his identity. This even caught the attention of the Grand Princess, who hosted her twice, subtly indicating her interest in Chu Yan. Having already mistreated Chu Yan, she eagerly seized the opportunity to use him to curry favor with the Grand Princess. Thus, she concocted an excuse to have Chu Yan taken to the suburban villa where the Grand Princess resided, administering a drug to him and coercing him into submission. Meanwhile, Shang Yunruo waited in the carriage, only reassured when night fell and she confirmed Chu Yan had not escaped. Later, she learned of a guard named Shan who was killed by a hail of arrows while attempting to rescue Chu Yan, meeting a gruesome end. After her eyesight recovered, she was invited to the Grand Princess's residence, where she witnessed Chu Yan, chained and battered, his body marred with wounds. Old injuries had yet to heal, and fresh blood still oozed from his injuries. His once vibrant face now devoid of life, he resembled a living corpse. The Grand Princess remarked, "Do you know why I brought you to see him? Because each night, he screams your name." Upon waking from the dream, though fleeting like a revolving lantern, the vividness of the experience lingered, allowing her to recall each detail distinctly. Shang Yunruo sat upright, burying her face in her knees. The haunting image of Chu Yan in agony was etched in her mind, and the Grand Princess's words echoed like a curse, tormenting her conscience. In a moment of despair, She struck herself hard across the face, the pain offering a fleeting sense of solace. She followed this with 2 more blows, succumbing to tears as she sobbed repeatedly. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault, forgive me." Zhu Jinli rose early that day, having slept poorly the night before. He reflected on whether he had been too harsh with Shang Yunruo. Resolute, he decided to check on her, hoping she had calmed down. As he approached the window, he was startled by the sounds of crying and slapping. Alarmed, he rushed inside to find Shang Yunruo weeping uncontrollably. His concern swiftly transformed into compassion as he hurried to grasp her hand, preventing her from inflicting further harm upon herself. "Why are you hurting yourself? I do not blame you. There is no need for such self-recrimination." Lost in her sorrow, Shang Yunruo could only respond with a quizzical expression. Chapter 69. Gao Shiqi is startled. Shang Yunruo stifled her sobs, momentarily choked by the comforting words of Chu Jinli. She had never before realized the uniqueness of his thoughts. Despite her abrupt cessation of tears, they continued to trickle down her face, and when she finally spoke, her voice was laced with a cry. "I merely had a nightmare." Chu Jinli did not believe her so-called nightmare, thinking she had merely concocted an excuse. He sighed and said, "I later inquired with my cousin about the reason for your quarrel. She claimed it was due to your jealousy of her. Of course, I did not entirely believe her, but I am curious about your true reasons for not wanting her to marry the heir of the Duke of Anghua." Not entirely believing? That meant he believed her to some extent. Shang Yunruo did not expect him to fully understand or trust her, but she felt it necessary for him to counsel Chu Xiui properly. Whether Chu Xiui fared well or poorly was of no concern to her. However, if her foolishness brought misfortune to the Marquis, it could ultimately implicate Chu Yan. The thought of Chu Yan's appearance from her dream tugged at her heartstrings. Since she owed him once, she must protect him this time, as a form of atonement. Regaining her composure, Shang Yunruo halted her tears entirely and spoke calmly, emphasizing her points to Chu Jinli. That heir from the Gao family has a multitude of wives and concubines, and 3 of his concubines have died within just 6 months. Do you believe such a person is worthy of marriage? Chu Jinli was taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, 3 have died within 6 months? What kind of den of tigers and dragons is their household? Hearing his response, Shang Yunruo felt a measure of tranquility return to her heart. At least Chu Jinli was more discerning than Chu Xiui. Chu Jinli continued, "In light of this, I truly misjudged you, Yunruo. I shall speak with my cousin and Anne about this matter. You need not mention it to her, for she likely would not heed your words." Shang Yunruo nodded, feeling for the first time that Chu Jinli's intellect was somewhat commendable. At least his values seemed quite sound. Using the pretext of having breakfast, Chu Jinli departed for the adjoining room. As soon as his figure disappeared, Chu Yan emerged from around the corner at the end of the corridor. He had dreamt again last night, in which she repeatedly confined him in a grass shed. If she discovered his escape, she would have a dozen strong guards surround him, using whips to beat him. Inshan had once saved him, exposing his whereabouts. He was unsure where she had found 2 martial artists, who, along with a group of guards, had injured Inshan. After her injury, he ceased to resist entirely. He could not allow her to take risks for his sake, for she was his only family. Later, Shang Yunruo had taken him to attend the birthday banquet of the noble consort, throwing him into one of Chu Jinli's old garments. At the banquet, he was treated as a trophy, a plaything for display. She forced him to smile at those ill-intentioned women, compelled him to drink with them, allowing them to touch him indiscriminately. She returned, intoxicated, and clung to him, calling out her brother's name in a daze. When he awoke, his body still lingered in the last moments of dream-induced pleasure. He should have been disgusted by her, yet he could not resist her entanglement. Only after immersing his face in cold water did he gradually regain his composure. Afterward, he came here, desperately wanting to see her. Wishing to ascertain that this dream was as false as the previous one, he evaded the servants, standing quietly behind the house for a long time until Chuyu opened the back window, allowing him to step slowly to the window's edge. From behind the glass, he saw Shang Yunruo had already donned her outer garments, and Chuyu was draping a veil over her eyes. The sight of her bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman who had deceived him to the western outskirts in his dream. Chu Yan closed his eyes, fist clenched, his eyelids reddening. If these dreams were predictions, why did reality mirror them so closely, while the outcomes were entirely different? If the events in the dream were meant to transpire, what had altered their course? Why was he plagued by such dreams? He had acquired many skills he had previously lacked, such as commanding troops, inner strength, and a reflexive response to horns. What then was the conclusion of those dreams? And how would Shang Yunruo ultimately treat him? The cruelty of the dream lay in transforming the one person he had entrusted with his heart into a figure of malice. The fate of Chu Xiui was of no concern to him. Whether she leapt into a pit of fire was irrelevant, as he too intended to divorce. Shang Yunruo's voice drifted through the window, and his tightly shut eyes quivered, fearing to hear her venomous words from the dream. But if she implicates the Marquise, causing a yin to be dragged in, I shall fight her to the end. Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes, his thick lashes misty, his damp eyes fixed on her. The pallor of his face regaining some color, his previously taut expression softening completely. She would never commit the acts of the dream. She would never. Due to the influence of his dreams, Chu Yan was the first to arrive at the Ministry of Revenue today. Just as he organized the newly received case files, 3 individuals approached. The one at the forefront he had encountered during a hunt. It was Gao Shiqi, the heir of the Duke of Anghua. Flanked by 2 officials from the Ministry of Revenue. Gao Shiqi held the rank of a 4th-grade Minister of Revenue, and Chu Yan respectfully greeted him. Greetings, Lord Gao. May I inquire as to your purpose in coming here? Gao Shiqi did not even spare a glance for the humble Chu Yan, instead imperiously stating, "Have you received 2 case files regarding the deaths caused by Ma Fei-san?" Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly. One of the case files he had just received pertained to that very matter, and he recalled that he had previously organized another. However, he could not easily hand it over to him. Chu Yan replied dutifully, "To access the case files, we require a formal letter from our minister. I kindly ask Lord Gao to adhere to the proper procedures." Gao Shiqi shot him a glance, finally taking note of his appearance, and asked, "Are you not the Chu Yan who apprehended the assassin during the hunt?" Chu Yan nodded. "That is indeed I." Gao Shiqi looked down on him disdainfully, saying, "I urgently need those case files. I will take them now, and the necessary procedures will be completed later." Complete the procedures? Did he take him for a fool? If he allowed Gao Shiqi to take them just like that, the responsibility would fall solely upon him, the Minister of Revenue. Noticing Chu Yan's delay in providing the files, Gao Shiqi's tone grew stern. "What? Do you think your favor with the Emperor makes you above others?" Seeing that Chu Yan remained silent with bowed head, Gao Shiqi squinted, drawing on the imposing aura of one who had long held power, preparing to intimidate Chu Yan. He threatened, "You believe your position is appointed by the Emperor, and that I cannot touch you? Crushing a lowly illegitimate child like you is as simple as squashing an ant." Gao Shiqi was accustomed to wielding power over those of lesser status like Chu Yan. No one dared defy him. However, as Chu Yan slowly raised his eyes, Gao Shiqi saw not fear or trepidation but an unfathomable abyss, a chilling presence that instilled caution, with an intensity that could turn fortune to ruin. Gao Shiqi's heart suddenly contracted. A wave of terror akin to being fixated upon by a venomous serpent washed over him. He relinquished the documents they each held and took a step back. Chapter 70. A battle of wits among women in Jinghui courtyard. Zhu Yin picked up the scroll, leisurely smoothing the crumpled edges, and spoke deliberately. "To review the documents, I require the personal approval of the esteemed minister. Please do not make things difficult for me." Though he referred to himself as I, his demeanor and expression exuded a defiant air. Gao Shiqi recognized that someone of Zhu Yan's standing would not dare to threaten him. Yet he felt an inexplicable discomfort under Zhu Yan's penetrating gaze. Even a fleeting glance from him left Gao Shiqi feeling uneasy. Gao Shiqi attempted to muster the fierce gaze he typically reserved for subordinates, but it faltered before Zhu Yan, who effortlessly evaded his scrutiny, leaving Gao Shiqi perplexed. Was it possible that Zhu Yan possessed some hidden confidence unknown to him? Gao Shiqi was not a fool. He would not willingly place himself in a precarious position. After delivering his retort, he turned and departed. "You wish for an approval, do you? Just wait." His final words bore a double meaning, yet Zhu Yan remained unfazed. Taking a deep breath to quell the surging anger within, Zhu Yan's fearsome expression softened slightly. It was not his intent to intimidate Gao Shiqi. Rather, it was an involuntary manifestation of his anger, much like his unexpected surge in internal strength. As he examined the scroll in his hands, he indeed discovered the case Gao Shiqi had mentioned regarding a death attributed to excessive use of a narcotic. This scroll had been transferred from the Ministry of Justice due to the individual's military affiliation. In truth, it required no action on his part, merely archiving. However, Gao Shiqi's disturbance piqued his curiosity. Why would the Ministry of Household intrude upon a case designated for the Ministry of War? As he perused the scroll, he unearthed inconsistencies. The individual had been seconded from the Ministry of War to the Ministry of Household as a steward for less than a year. The coroner's report unequivocally stated that the cause of death was an overdose of the narcotic, However, it noted that the victim's internal organs had been ruptured, indicating the use of a bone-setting drug. Chu Yan sensed something amiss and recalled Gao Shiqi's mention of 2 scrolls. He promptly searched for the previous month's documents and discovered a similar case. Again, the victim had succumbed to an overdose of the narcotic, and their internal organs had also been ruptured with traces of the bone-setting drug. After a moment of contemplation, he extracted the relevant information from both scrolls, reassembling them and inserting a few inconsequential old reports into the original scroll. He then concealed the genuine documents within his robe and awaited the arrival of the minister at Changlu Gate. At this moment, Zhu Jinli was engaged in a verbal spar with a throng of women in Jinghui courtyard. After articulating the viewpoints presented by Shang Yunruo, he was met with vehement condemnation from both Zhu Xiui and the He family. Did Shang Yunruo say this to you? You believe everything she says, do you? Does she even know Gao Shizi? Zhu Xiui questioned. Shang Yunruo cannot bear to see our Xiui prosper. What nonsense about dead concubines who hasn't had a few? He family added. Zhu Jinli, exasperated, countered, the death of a concubine may not be a grave matter, but 3 and 6 months? Do you not find this troubling? Regardless of the circumstances, one cannot treat human lives so callously. But if one has many concubines, what of a few weak and ailing ones? He family retorted. Zhu Jinli laughed in disbelief. You are aware of his numerous concubines, yet you still wish for my cousin to marry him? What is it that you truly value? The He family and Zhu Xiui spoke in unison. He is of the Duke's family. I want to marry into the Duke's family. Zhu Jinli was momentarily taken aback, realizing that their concerns were not centered on character or family values, but solely on status. He nodded, momentarily at a loss for words, finding his previous reassurances futile. Very well, he muttered thrice, before solemnly adding, as long as you do not regret it later, cousin, whatever difficulties you encounter in the future, you must endure them alone, for the Ningyuan Marquisate cannot protect you. What difficulties could arise? Perhaps we will rely on you for protection in the future, came the voice of Xuan Ningen as she approached, her attire and demeanor exuding opulence, her haughty gaze betraying no remnants of her former self. She waved dismissively at He family. Aunt, there's no need to prepare utensils for me. I have an engagement. Princess Wen has invited me for a game of cards. He family's eyes sparkled with interest. Can you take your cousin along? Xuan Ningen smiled, though her expression lacked sincerity, conveying a sense of insincerity. Aunt, she was not invited, and it would be improper for me to bring her without permission. He family, entirely devoid of anger, forced a smile in response. Indeed. Xuan Ningen's gaze fell upon Zhu Jinli, and where she once found him handsome and admirable, he now seemed nothing more than an ordinary man, lacking any extraordinary qualities, perhaps having encountered better suitors. Xuan Ningen scrutinized him. Cousin, do you have objections to the marriage proposal I mentioned? Zhu Jinli frowned. You orchestrated this match? Do you know what sort of person Gao Shiqi is? I am aware, she replied. Gao Shiqi is upright, charming, and possesses hereditary titles. I fail to see how my cousin could be at a disadvantage. Zhu Jinli, puzzled, retorted, Are you not aware that his household is filled with concubines, 3 of whom have died within 6 months? Xuan Ningen laughed lightly. From whom did you hear such news? Can you guarantee its accuracy? Taken aback by her counter, Zhu Jinli hesitated. I heard it from Shang Yunruo, but I did not verify it myself. Xuan Ningen continued. The concubine who died recently committed suicide after being caught stealing. Gao Shizi merely scolded her and intended to sell her. Feeling despondent about leaving the Duke's household, she took her own life. Should we blame Gao Shizi for this? Zhu Jinli was momentarily speechless. Is that the reason? But he has so many wives. Xuan Ningen interjected. In truth, Gao Shizi has a fondness for music. He rescues virtuous women who only sell their talents, allowing them to remain willingly in his household. Zhu Jinli exclaimed in astonishment. So you are saying that Gao Shizi is not a heartless beast, but rather a man of exceptional virtue? Xuan Ningen smirked. I do not know why Shang Yunruo opposes this match, but I have secured the proposal through the 7th prince. This is a rare opportunity. If you care for your cousin, do not heed Shang Yunruo's meddling and allow her to ruin this chance. Zhu Jinli's frown deepened with each word. Again with the 7th prince? He seems to grant you every whim. Xuan Ningen, slightly flustered, replied, My relationship with the 7th prince is entirely innocent. Though Zhu Jinli was displeased with her close ties to the 7th prince, he found himself believing her to a degree. Upon returning to the Marquisate, Zhu Jinli found himself pacing before Shang Yunruo, who had just finished her breakfast, contemplating how to broach the subject. Noticing his silence, Shang Yunruo sighed, "My lord, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. Are you unsuccessful in your persuasion?" Chu Jinli replied, "Then I shall speak candidly. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Uncle is hosting a promotion banquet at the Marquise. Please assist him in organizing it." Chapter 71. A fiery rebuke to my uncle. Shang Yunruo retorted, "What do you mean by saying it's no longer my concern? Did the Marquise truly attempt to dissuade her?" Chu Jinli replied, "What is there to dissuade? If she wishes to marry, she has her own reasons. Therefore, I suggest you cease your worries regarding this matter." Shang Yunruo, astonished, inquired, "What reasons could she possibly have? Do you also concur with her logic?" Under her relentless questioning, Chu Jinli was compelled to reveal the truth. This matter was orchestrated by Ning Yan, who sought the seventh prince as a matchmaker. The character of the esteemed Gao Shixi is not as you presume. The deceased concubine took her own life due to despair over being sold for theft. His numerous wives and concubines are a testament to his compassion as he rescues those unfortunate singers from bondage. Shang Yunruo was nearly driven to laughter by his naivety. "You believe such tales?" Chu Jinli countered, "And what basis do you have for disbelief? Have you conducted an investigation?" Shang Yunruo replied, "I could investigate, but would you believe me afterward? The moment Ning Yan invoked the seventh prince, you accepted it unconditionally. Should I bring a wet nurse or concubine from the Ongwa Duke's residence as a witness, whose words would you trust?" Feeling that she was merely arguing for the sake of it, Chu Jinli decided against further debate. "I can only trust what is evident. Your inquiries hold no significance at present." Shang Yunruo exclaimed, "Only when the truth is laid bare do you believe. Has Ning Yan presented you with the truth? Did she not spin a few words of nonsense that convinced you? Very well, let us cease our quarrel. Regardless, this situation will not bring us any harm. Any problems are solely your cousin's concern." "What do you mean by her concern? Are you aware that the first prince, fifth prince, and seventh prince are vying for succession? The seventh prince and Gao Shixi are already intertwined. This marriage is facilitated by him. If the seventh prince should falter in the future, do you comprehend the consequences?" This was the first time Chu Jinli had heard of such intricate rivalries, as his status did not afford him knowledge of such clandestine affairs. Shang Yunruo, however, found it unsurprising given her father's esteemed position as prime minister. Yet, Chu Jinli remained perplexed. Is it truly that grave? We are not involved in the factional strife. It is merely a union between my cousin and Gao Shixi. What dire repercussions could arise? Do you not grasp the brutality of factional disputes? Did not your teacher recount the tales of emperors and their rise and fall during your studies? Feeling slighted by her insinuation regarding his intellect, Chu Jinli replied, "Yes, I understand. But how can you be certain of who will prevail? Why do you assume the seventh prince will lose? If he triumphs, we may very well ascend as well." Shang Yunruo abruptly stood, wishing to poke at his dense skull. "The emperor favors the fifth prince, and the first prince is the legitimate heir. What odds do you think the seventh prince has?" Chu Jinli, use your intellect to analyze and your eyes to observe. Does the seventh prince possess maternal support or personal capability? Does he enjoy a reputation as good as the fifth prince or the connections of the first prince? You are all gamblers, wagering the lives of your entire clan. Should you fail, your whole family will pay the price. Chu Jinli begrudgingly acknowledged the validity of her points. Yet her fervent outburst left him unsettled. In that moment, he longed for the gentle words of his cousin, now replaced by her current fervor. Feeling disheartened, he waved his hand dismissively, opting not to engage further, and made his way directly to the patrol camp. As the watch was ending, he was pulled aside by Captain Chow, who inquired mysteriously, "Do you have a cousin named Xuaningyan?" Taken aback, Chu Jinli asked, "How do you know?" Captain Chow replied, "My wife has been seeking connections due to her brother's official position, and it led her to your cousin." Chu Jinli, confused, began to question, how could Ningyan? Suddenly, he recalled the seventh prince. Captain Chow confirmed, "She is utilizing the seventh prince's influence. With sufficient funds, she can have him assist in her affairs." "Funds?" Chu Jinli echoed. 8,000 taels and silver notes would secure a position for my brother-in-law in the Ministry of Revenue. Suddenly, it dawned on Chu Jinli regarding his uncle's promotion, also facilitated by Xuaningyan. Did he too pay for this? Captain Chow remarked, "I did not consent to my wife engaging in this transaction, and do you know why?" Chu Jinli began to piece together the implications. Because privately purchasing official positions is illegal. Captain Chow gave him a knowing look, sighing heavily. "It's not just that, brother. I share this to caution you. The seventh prince is already embroiled in the succession struggle. The funds he acquires are for that very purpose. I wish to avoid any association with the seventh prince, fearing it may lead to complications down the line. Recalling Shang Yunruo's words, Chu Jinli asked, "Is it truly that serious?" Captain Chao clicked his tongue. "Do you not see the gravity? Factional strife is perilous, fraught with peril. How many heads do you possess to lose? The victors and vanquished are uncertain. Can you guarantee your bet will pay off? This is a gamble, and you must bet on the side with the greatest odds. The seventh prince." Captain Chao glanced around, lowering his voice. "The seventh prince's chances are slim, and there is no guarantee that a dark horse will not emerge. Affairs of the court are ever-changing, and with each new emperor comes a new court. Can you assure me that a benevolent ruler will ascend?" His words echoed Shang Yunruo's sentiments almost identically, yet Captain Chao was his elder brother, and his trust in him was unwavering. Hearing this from him instilled a deep sense of belief. Fear gripped Chu Jinli. Then, if Ningyan is aiding the seventh prince in such matters, is it not exceedingly perilous? Captain Chao firmly placed a hand on his shoulder. "That is precisely the point. Your cousin is treading dangerously close to the edge of a precipice, blissfully unaware, thinking herself of high status and prestige, mingling with the elite while aiding the seventh prince in amassing wealth. If this continues, it will inevitably implicate your family." Chu Jinli slammed his thigh in frustration, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, his back drenched. His uncle was not only appointed to the position arranged by the seventh prince, but was also preparing for a promotion banquet. Without further ado, he mounted his horse and raced home. Meanwhile, the Marquis was in the midst of hosting a grand banquet in the front courtyard. Shang Yunruo could not assist in organizing the promotion banquet for Chu Bo, but the He family had sought her grandmother's approval. Grandmother consented to the banquet at the Marquis, unable to prevent it. Unaware of the complexities involved, she had yet to voice her concerns as the guests had already arrived. Chu Bo desired to host the banquet at the Marquis for the prestige it conferred. Most of the guests were his colleagues, readily available after their shifts. And those who did not attend were hardly significant officials, mostly of equal rank or just slightly above Chu Bo standing at a distance. Shang Yunruo refrained from approaching, but could hear the commotion from their gathering. Initially, she intended to speak with her grandmother after the banquet, but she overheard Chu Bo making grandiose claims while toasting. "I owe my promotion to the esteemed favor of the seventh prince." The remaining nonsense was lost on her as fury surged within her throat, prompting her to shout, "Uncle, be cautious with your words." As she approached, striving to suppress her emotions and maintain decorum, she added, "Everyone, how could our Marquis possibly be affiliated with the seventh prince? My uncle must have imbibed too much." Chu Bo, incensed by her interruption, retorted, "Do you have no sense of propriety? You are a daughter of the ministeress family, yet this is your manner of conduct? Interrupting an elder while they speak? Besides, how can we have no connection to the seventh prince? This position was arranged by him. That is utter nonsense." Chu Jinli's voice grew louder as he rushed in, his face flushed with urgency as he knocked over the wine jug held by a maid in his path. At this moment, disregarding all notions of filial piety and respect for elders, he furiously pointed at Xu Zong and the He family, exclaiming, "If you seek death, do not drag the Ho residence down with you." Chapter 72. The division of the family. Upon hearing Chu Jinli berate Chu Zhan, saying he was full of nonsense, Shang Yunruo felt a sudden release of tension. The corners of her mouth could not help but curve upward. A person as filial as Chu Jinli would not utter such words unless provoked to the extreme. Both Chu Zhan and he sure were momentarily stunned by the insult, and once they confirmed it was Chu Jinli who had spoken, their fury ignited. Chu Zhan, humiliated in front of everyone, felt a pain in his chest and could not articulate a response. He sure slammed her palm on the table, exclaiming, "Jinli, have you lost your mind? This is your uncle. How dare you speak to him in such a disrespectful manner?" At this moment, Chu Jinli regained some composure. Upon entering, he had overheard Chu Zhan boastfully claiming his position was secured through the seventh prince, which had enraged him to the point of losing his temper. Even now, though calmer, he remained indignant and addressed the guests. "I apologize, everyone. We have some family matters to discuss today. My uncle has had a bit too much to drink and has spoken inappropriately. Please do not take it to heart. We shall not keep you any longer." Observing the situation, Shang Yunruo promptly added, "We will prepare a small token of appreciation for everyone at the entrance shortly. We kindly ask you to keep today's events confidential." The guests understood the discreet dismissal and began to leave, leaving only their family at the table. Uncle Chu Zhan slumped in his chair, clutching his chest, speechless with anger. He sure shouted, "Chu Jinli, you unfilial son, what are you trying to do? You and your wife have disrupted your uncle's banquet. What do you intend to achieve? Chu Xiao immediately rushed to her grandmother's side, pleading, Grandmother, you must stand up for father. He sure continued to implore the matriarch. Mother, this is outrageous. My husband has finally secured a position and was able to hold his head high, only for you two to ruin everything. The elderly matriarch, frail and having made the effort to attend the banquet, was overwhelmed by the scene and began to cough violently. Chu Jinli hurried to comfort her, but she demanded, What is the meaning of this ruckus? Chu Jinli replied, The seventh prince is involved in the struggle for succession, and I do not wish for our family to be caught up in the ensuing factional conflicts that could lead to ruin. Upon hearing factional conflict, the matriarch's brow furrowed as she turned her gaze sharply toward Chu Yan, and he sure, questioning, Are you aware that the seventh prince is embroiled in factional strife? He sure, clueless about political matters, shouted, What do you mean by factional conflict? All I know is that the seventh prince secured such a fine position for my husband. And you two are so envious that you can't even pretend to maintain appearances. The matriarch slammed her cane down on the table with great force, her voice rising. Ignorant. Foolish. Who gave you the authority to meddle in factional strife? Are you intent on destroying the legacy of this marquisate? Shang Yunruo was taken aback by the matriarch's perceptiveness. She had merely hinted at the issue, and the matriarch understood the stakes involved. The elderly lady had managed to restore order, and Chu Yan, still clutching his chest, said, Mother, how could we possibly know about such factional matters? The title of this marquisate does not belong to my son. My daughter-in-law has had her authority usurped. Mother, reflect on whether you have been fair. Now that my son has achieved success in the Ministry of Works and invited his colleagues to a banquet, he is treated with such disdain by Chu Jinli and Shang Yunruo. Chu Jinli, exasperated, replied, Uncle, we are genuinely pleased for you attaining the position of deputy minister. But that is beside the point. How can you not grasp the importance of the situation? The seventh prince's involvement in the struggle for succession means you would willingly lead the Ningyuan marquisate to its doom? He sure shouted, What do you mean by doom? Do not attempt to intimidate us. Chu Jinli, you have a title, but without it, what are you? Your branch of the family has always looked down upon us. Everything goes to your branch, while we, the second branch, suffer in silence. In her fervor, he sure blurted out what she had long wished to say. If that is the case, let us sever ties. Let each of us go our own way. Our future successes or failures will be of no concern to your branch. In truth, even if they separated, should one side fall into disgrace, the entire family would still face repercussions. Yet, given their propensity for self-destruction, it might be safer to part ways. At worst, if the marquisate were indeed implicated, she could appeal to her father and the emperor for leniency. And with the premise of separation, the marquisate might receive a lighter sentence. In such a case, Chu Yan, as a son born out of wedlock, would likely not suffer greatly from the fallout. Shang Yunruo, having come to this realization, found herself internally supportive of the division. Chu Jinli, equally incensed by He Shi's words, echoed her sentiments. Very well, let us divide. As both factions clamored for separation, the matriarch weakly leaned on her cane, her breath shallow as she murmured, No division. However, the uproar was too great for anyone to hear her plea. The elderly lady gasped, her cane falling to the ground as she collapsed backward, unconscious. The matriarch's fainting spell temporarily halted the conflict. In the following days, Shang Yunruo and Chu Jinli took turns caring for her, while no one from the second branch came to attend to the matriarch, likely indicating their intention to sever ties. In truth, Shang Yunruo could empathize. With Chu Yan's newfound position in the Ministry of Works, he would now have to contribute his salary to the marquisate. He sure had no say in household matters anymore. Her greed could not bear fruit, and the meager monthly allowance would soon be outweighed by expenses. Naturally, thoughts of division began to occupy their minds. Moreover, they believed that Chu Jinli would not achieve any significant advancement, while Chu Yan, under the seventh prince's protection, could expect promotions and raises. As Chu Jinli and the matriarch opposed their attempts to attach themselves to the seventh prince, they were understandably displeased. While Shang Yunruo tended to the matriarch's hands, she found herself lost in thought, unaware of Chu Jinli standing behind her. Thank you for your hard work, Yunruo, Chu Jinli said. You haven't injured, I yet still care for grandmother. I shall come to relieve you once my duty is done. Shang Yunruo paused before replying. I haven't done much. The maids have been the ones doing the work. Chu Jinli sighed. I feel at ease knowing you are here. I should have listened to you sooner. Noticing Shang Yunruo's silence, He realized she still held some resentment toward him and chose not to speak further before departing for the patrol camp. Today, there was a significant case involving the arrest of a corrupt treasury guard. The guard had embezzled funds from the national treasury and fled. The Ministry of Revenue had reported the matter to the Ministry of Justice, which subsequently requested assistance from the patrol camp. Chu Jinli was assigned this task. Capturing a mere guard was an easy feat. Chu Jinli effortlessly apprehended the man and escorted him to the Ministry of Justice. Officials from the Ministry of Revenue were also present, including Gao Shiqi, who had come to identify the suspect and sign the paperwork. Upon seeing that Chu Jinli had brought the man back, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. He had not yet avenged the humiliation suffered at the hands of Chu Yan and harbored a grudge. Though he did not dare confront Chu Yan directly, he believed Chu Jinli would be easier to manipulate. He deliberately refrained from signing the documents and asked Chu Jinli how much silver was recovered. Taken aback, Chu Jinli innocently handed over the bag containing the seized items. Gao Shiqi opened it publicly, his expression shifting as he exclaimed, "He stole a total of 300,000 taels of silver. Why is there only 50,000 here?" Chu Jinli was bewildered. "I was unaware of the total amount. I was only responsible for bringing him back." Gao Shiqi coldly snorted at the Deputy Minister of Justice, Lord Liu. "I suspect that Patrol Camp's General Chu has embezzled the remaining 250,000 taels of silver. I implore you to investigate." Chapter 73. Finding a way to end him. Lu Wenj, the Vice Minister of Justice, was astute enough to discern that this matter involved Chu Jinli having offended Gao Shiqi, leading to his unjust accusation. Weighing the pros and cons, he attempted to salvage the situation by advising, "Lord Chu, perhaps you could speak gently to the young master, so as not to put me in a difficult position." However, Gao Shiqi would not entertain Lu Wenj's subtle suggestion for reconciliation, responding firmly, "What gentle words? Does Minister Lu think we are jesting? Embezzlement is a grave crime. I implore Minister Lu to conduct a thorough interrogation." One was a marquis, the other a duke, and Lu Wenj, lacking any influential backing, could not hope to match them. With a sigh, he inquired, "Then, Lord Chu, can you provide witnesses or material evidence to prove you did not take the banknotes from the package?" Chu Jinli replied, "I can indeed. The brothers who accompanied me to apprehend the criminal witnessed everything. I never opened that package." Gao Shiqi interjected, "But those are your subordinates, are they not? They cannot serve as credible witnesses, correct, Minister Lu?" Lu Wenj hesitated. "In principle, they can testify, but the presiding judge will determine the credibility based on the circumstances." Was the amount specified in the warrant? Chu Jinli hastily produced the arrest warrant, his complexion paling as he realized, "No, such details are not included in the warrant." Lu Wenj pressed, "Is there any written evidence regarding the amount involved in the theft before the arrest?" Chu Jinli shook his head. "How could there be? When apprehending a thief, it is unlikely they would leave behind such evidence." Gao Shiqi smirked. "You lack evidence, but I do." He addressed Lu Wenj. "I will provide the serial numbers of the stolen banknotes and the detailed records to the Ministry of Justice. You may also interrogate the thief to verify my claims." Finally, Chu Jinli caught on and urged Lu Wenj, "Minister Lu, please interrogate that criminal now. I just brought him in, and they have no time to collude." Lu Wenj glanced at Gao Shiqi before proceeding to interrogate the thief in their presence. Chu Jinli personally questioned the criminal, adopting a menacing tone. "Speak. How much silver did you steal in total?" He discreetly glanced at Gao Shiqi, observing no sign of anxiety on his face. The thief, head hung low, confessed, 300,000 taels. Chu Jinli was taken aback, demanding, "What about the remaining 250,000 taels?" The thief replied, "It's all in the package." Gao Shiqi smiled contentedly. "Well, I have much to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Minister Lu, the decision is yours." Lu Wenj suggested, "Lord Chu, why not return those 250,000 taels? We are all colleagues, and I believe the young master would not make things difficult for you." Gao Shiqi, indifferent to the outcome, cared not whether it was a matter of compensation or imprisonment. Frustrated, Chu Jinli opened the prison door and entered, adopting a threatening tone. "Very well, imprison me then. I shall not leave until my name is cleared." Gao Shiqi chuckled. "That's not my concern. Whether it's compensation or incarceration, let Minister Lu decide." As the time for dispersal approached, Chu Yan was finalizing his documents when a decree was slammed onto the table. It bore the vice minister's handwritten order for document review, along with the seal of the Ministry of War. Chu Yan lifted his gaze, meeting Gao Shiqi's mocking stare. Gao Shiqi shrugged. "I trust all procedures are in order now?" Chu Yan averted his eyes and stood. Please wait a moment. He handed over the 2 case files he had swapped, and Gao Shiqi received the documents with a smirk. Your brother is quite different from you. Go visit him in the Ministry of Justice's prison. He's quite obstinate. With that, Gao Shiqi departed. Chu Yan's expression darkened as he headed to the Ministry of Justice. Upon arrival, Lu Wenj informed him of the situation concerning Chu Jinli and personally escorted him to his brother. The prison door was unlocked, and Chu Jinli sat on the floor, defiantly holding his neck in a stubborn manner. Chu Yan turned to Lu Wenj. I apologize for the trouble, Minister Lu. I will take my brother home now. Where's the criminal? Lu Wenj, looking troubled, replied, You cannot interrogate the criminal. Chu Yan smiled. I do not wish to interrogate him. I merely need him in connection with a case involving the Ministry of War, so I will come tomorrow with the official documents to interrogate him. Please ensure that the criminal is secure. Lu Wenj hesitated, his gaze becoming inquisitive. He recognized that Lord Chu's brother was quite astute. If he did not secure that key criminal, Gao Shiqi would certainly find an excuse to take him away, thereby preventing the Ministry of Finance from easily extracting anyone from the Ministry of Justice's prison. Lu Wenj agreed, but Chu Jinli protested. I will not leave. I refuse to depart until my name is cleared. Chu Yan replied calmly. Your case may take anywhere from half a month to a year to resolve. If you truly wish to wait for your innocence in prison, then by all means, wait. Upon hearing the lengthy time frame, Chu Jinli promptly stood up, pouting as he exited the cell. Chu Yan signed the documents for the criminal's detention and led Chu Jinli out of the prison. Once outside, Chu Jinli remained silent, feeling humiliated, especially being escorted by his younger brother, whom he deemed inferior, leading to a sense of indignity. Each rode their respective horses back to the marquisate. Before mounting, Chu Yan remarked that 250,000 taels must be replenished first, or Gao Shiqi will escalate matters to higher authorities. Chu Jinli turned his head away. Let him cause a ruckus. I want to create a stir too. Chu Yan glared at him. Gao Shiqi is undoubtedly prepared. You cannot resolve this matter solely with impulsiveness. First, repay the money, then we shall devise a strategy. Though he did not voice it aloud, Chu Yan thought of ways to eliminate Gao Shiqi. Chu Jinli interpreted this as a plan to prove his innocence and reclaim the money, and he agreed. However, Chu Jinli's horse was slower than Chu Yan's, for he had not yet devised how to explain the situation to Shang Yunruo. Previously, the marquisate had suffered significant financial losses due to the actions of the He family, and he was acutely aware that the marquisate's accounts would not bear the burden of over 200,000 taels. He felt reluctant to touch Shang Yunruo's dowry, especially knowing how fond she was of him. He did not wish to tarnish his image in her eyes or risk her looking down on him. In deep thought, he noticed a familiar carriage driver approaching, one of Xue Ninggen's servants. Chu Jinli tightened the reins, blocking Xue Ninggen's carriage. Having previously lent her a substantial sum, almost 100,000 taels, he believed that given their past closeness, borrowing a few thousand taels should not pose an issue. Xue Ninggen lifted the curtain of the carriage, adorned in gold and finery, her attire exuding opulence. Whether it was due to a sense of revenge after enduring poverty or some other reason, she now relished in showcasing her wealth, desiring that all could recognize her affluence. Seeing her in such a state boosted Chu Jinli's confidence, and he implored, Ninggen, lend me 100,000 taels for urgent matters. Xue Ninggen's superior smile vanished instantly as she retorted with sarcasm. Where would I find such money, cousin? Ask your esteemed wife for it. I am not your wife. Chapter 74. The confession of Chu Jinli. Chu Jinli was momentarily taken aback as she observed Xue Ninggen's expression, which resembled that of someone witnessing a farcical spectacle. A chill enveloped her heart. With incredulity tinged with sorrow, he inquired, What about the money I previously provided you? Xue Ninggen replied with a look of disdain, Cousin, you aren't actually expecting me to return it, are you? Besides, the land deeds are lost. I even reported it to the authorities. Have you forgotten? Recalling her report to the authorities, Chu Jinli realized he had yet to explain the matter of the lost deeds to Shang Yunruo. He pondered whether she truly hadn't noticed, or was simply sparing him the embarrassment of asking. Previously, he had believed her story of the lost deeds without question, but now he couldn't help but doubt whether they were genuinely lost, or if she had fabricated a lie to keep them for herself. He asked, What was the final response from the government? Xue Ninggen stated flatly, There was no response. It was left unresolved. I didn't wish to burden the officials. Chu Jinli countered, Is it that you didn't want to burden them, or is it that you know they cannot find anything? Ningen frowned. Cousin, what do you mean by that? Are you doubting me? Everything I did was for the purpose of marrying you. It is you who has wronged me, not the other way around. He let out a bitter laugh. Ningen, if I were to say I wish to marry you now, would you refuse me? Ningen did not respond. She was a person who would never completely shut off her options. However, at this moment, she could hardly be bothered to deal with Chu Jinli, for she had already procured nearly 100,000 taels of silver for the seventh prince. He had practically held her in the palm of his hand. She was determined to secure the position of the concubine. She could not be bothered to engage him in further discourse and simply stated, "Why would I? Cousin, you should first divorce before speaking of such matters. I have things to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, she let down the curtain and the carriage slowly departed. She didn't even bother to inquire why he needed such a large sum of money, showing no concern for his predicament. Chu Jinli closed his eyes, filled only with regret. How had he ever been so loyal, so devoted to such a mercenary and fickle woman? If Ningen was unwilling to lend him money, who else would be inclined to provide him with such a substantial amount? Surely, he could not sell off the family estate or mortgage the shops and lands, could he? Carrying a heavy heart, he returned to the Marquis's residence and first visited his grandmother's courtyard, where he found Shang Yunruo assisting his grandmother with a leg massage. As a wife, granddaughter-in-law, and the lady of the Marquis's household, Shang Yunruo performed her duties impeccably, without a single fault. Despite his attempts to humiliate, suppress, and neglect her, she had remained composed and untroubled. However, recently, due to his uncle's promotion and his cousin's marriage entangled in political strife, she had expressed her displeasure with him for the sake of preserving the Marquis's reputation. While he could hardly tolerate her slightest displeasure and had even grown impatient with her, filled with self-reproach, Chu Jinli approached her and softly inquired, "Yunruo, have you been here all this time? Are you tired?" Shang Yunruo was taken aback by his concern, as he usually merely remarked that she was working hard, treating it as a matter of course. Today, however, his tone seemed to carry a hint of genuine compassion. His hand rested upon hers, and she instinctively withdrew, softly saying, "I'm not tired. If the Marquis wishes to show filial piety, I shall make space for you." Chu Jinli retracted his hand, hesitated for a long moment, yet could not summon the courage to ask her for money. Sensing his hesitation, Shang Yunruo asked, "Do you have something to discuss with me?" After a prolonged silence, he finally revealed, "Today, I apprehended a treasury guard who was embezzling funds. Gao Shiqi falsely accused me of capturing a criminal while pocketing the stolen money, demanding that I repay 25,000 taels of silver." Shang Yunruo did not react with the surprise he expected. Instead, she pondered for a moment and replied, "Gao Shiqi is the young Master Gao who is betrothed to Chu Xiui, correct? Why would he accuse you?" Chu Jinli was struck by her unwavering trust in him. "You believe I was framed?" Shang Yunruo met his gaze and replied, "Of course I do. He may be somewhat dim-witted, impressionable, overly filial, and a bit infatuated, but he possesses a good character. He could not possibly engage in such criminal activities." Touched, Chu Jinli felt her unconditional belief in him. In her eyes, he must be a paragon of virtue, which explained her admiration for him. Seeing him silent, she asked again, "Have you offended Gao Shiqi in any way?" Chu Jinli shook his head. "I've never wronged him. I merely advised my cousin to consider the marriage carefully the other day. Could it be that she informed him, and he harbors resentment towards me because of it?" Shang Yunruo shook her head. "That cannot be the reason. Gao Shiqi would not take Chu Xiui so seriously." After a moment's reflection, she proposed, "I believe there are two possibilities. Either you have unknowingly offended him, or he is merely seeking a scapegoat, and you happen to fit the bill. Your analysis is quite astute, sister-in-law." The voice of Chu Yan resonated from outside, prompting Shang Yunruo to smile. Again, as Chu Jinli observed the warmth between Shang Yunruo and Chu Yan, a fleeting sense of discomfort flickered through his heart. Chu Yan entered, carrying a food box, and placed it on the table before taking out a piece of cake and offering it to Shang Yunruo, leaning slightly closer to her. The aroma of osmanthus cake wafted in the air, and Shang Yunruo joyfully exclaimed, "Did you make this yourself?" With a gentle smile, Chu Yan replied, "Yes. I learned from you." Seeing their intimacy unfold so naturally, Chu Jinli felt increasingly superfluous in that moment. With a darkened expression, he asked Chu Yan, "Why would a grown man learn to make osmanthus cake?" Ignoring his question, Chu Yan stated, "Gao Shiqi is causing trouble for my brother because of me. He is merely looking for someone to blame and happened to see you escorting that thief back, thus choosing you as a scapegoat." Chu Jinli furrowed his brows. When did you offend Gao Shiqi? Chu Yan replied. A few days ago, he sought to review a case in the Ministry of War without proper authorization, and I refused him. Chu Jinli gazed at his usually compliant brother, astonished. You actually dared to refuse him? Chu Yan lifted his gaze to meet Chu Jinli's. His tone steady. Why should I not? Shang Yunruo, having understood the general situation, interjected with a crucial question. How much silver do you need to repay? Chu Jinli faltered, his bravado deflating instantly, and he weakly replied, 25,000 taels. As soon as he spoke, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Chu Jinli could envision the anger brewing within Shang Yunruo, preparing himself for her outburst, and even bracing for her indifference akin to Xuanningan's, leaving him to fend for himself. Terrified of such outcomes, especially after the blow dealt by Xuanningan, any further provocation could shatter his already fragile pride. He quickly suggested, perhaps I could borrow from my colleagues. Shang Yunruo, who had been silently calculating, interjected, no, this matter must not be made public. It would tarnish the Marquis's reputation and affect your career. After a moment of contemplation, she added, I will calculate how much silver can be mobilized from the shops and estates. If it falls short, I shall use my dowry to cover the difference. Chu Jinli pressed his lips tightly together. In over 20 years, he had only shed tears at his father's funeral, yet now his eyes brimmed with emotion. Overwhelmed with gratitude and remorse, he longed to confront the version of himself that had wronged her. With a choked voice, he trembled as he confessed, Yunruo, I am not worthy. Chapter 75. A resounding slap to the He family. Shang Yunruo was momentarily taken aback by Chu Jinli's words, puzzled by his sudden clarity of self-awareness. After a brief pause, she comprehended that his remorse stemmed from her decision to allocate funds from her dowry to assist him. His repentance and gratitude were rooted in her selfless sacrifice. Yet, she was not entirely selfless. She merely maintained a sense of calm and clarity, refraining from unnecessary struggles and sacrifices. Given that this incident was a deliberate frame-up orchestrated by Gao Shiqi, he must have been thoroughly prepared, making it unlikely for Chu Jinli to overturn the case easily. Furthermore, this matter was undoubtedly just the tip of the iceberg of a much larger scandal. She had heard her father mention the sordid and shadowy dealings within the Ministry of Revenue. Even someone as powerful as her father had to weigh the pros and cons. Hesitant to act against the ministry, how much less could they do? Thus, it would take time to restore Chu Jinli's reputation, but once the case was exposed, the public would not care whether he was wronged. They would mercilessly criticize the Ningyuan Marquis. As the investigation dragged on, people would forget or lose interest in the final outcome, yet the fact that the Marquis had embezzled funds would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression. How could the Marquis continue its business under such circumstances? Moreover, her reputation would suffer, and how could she manage her own properties? To preserve her dignity and ensure temporary safety, the sum of 25,000 taels was a necessity. Shang Yunruo told the choked-up Chu Jinli, my lord, do not pay the Ministry of Revenue tomorrow. You must settle the matter with the Ministry of Justice instead and bring back the withdrawn case files. Chu Jinli, still enveloped in his emotions, momentarily lost track of Shang Yunruo's thoughts and, after a brief pause, inquired, will they give me the case files? Shang Yunruo replied resolutely, they will. Gao Shiqi does not wish for this matter to escalate publicly. He would prefer to settle it privately if you are willing to pay him off. However, if you insist on making it public, he is indifferent, as he undoubtedly has ample evidence on his side. Therefore, you must set conditions before handing over the money tomorrow. Chu Jinli understood. You intend to keep the case files for future reference? Shang Yunruo nodded. Indeed. Just wait. This money will eventually be returned to me. Since the Ministry of Revenue had already exposed this small fragment of the scandal, it indicated that the rot had set in, with snakes, insects, and rats beginning to emerge. She needed to leave as much evidence for her father as possible. The day their grand edifice crumbled would be the day she reclaimed her funds. Shang Yin handed her a piece of osmanthus cake, concealing the shadows in his eyes. He would not allow her to wait too long. That day, Shang Yunruo urgently summoned Dan Juanxin, instructing him to collect all the cash on hand. Dan Juanxin, exercising discretion, refrained from asking for specific reasons, merely inquiring, is this a covert operation? Shang Yunruo expressed her satisfaction. Yes, the less commotion, the better. Dan Juanxin replied, understood. By the way, my lady, the storage room at the silk shop is nearly cleared out. When can we expect your goods? Shang Yunruo estimated, at least half a month. You may utilize the storage flexibly. I will notify you in advance when the goods arrive. Dan Juanxin nodded in acknowledgement. Got it. Additionally, I have noticed that he sure has been wandering around various shops these past few days. I am unsure what she seeks. Shang Yunruo pondered for a moment. She is likely searching for evidence to facilitate a division of the family. In truth, Shang Yunruo was more eager for the separation than he sure was. She considered and told Dan Juanxin, you may subtly inform he's sure about this cash collection, steering her to suspect that I am embezzling funds from the shops. Dan Juanxin immediately comprehended, his eyes sparkling with admiration for the cunning of his mistress. Understood, my lady. Leave it to me, Shang Yunruo cautioned. Do not provide the evidence directly. Allow her to uncover it herself. Dan Juanxin affirmed, very well. With this strategy, the division of the family should occur swiftly. Shang Yunruo's only concern was her grandmother's health, along with Mu Chuanxi. She needed to persuade her to leave the perilous Jinghui courtyard as soon as possible. After Dan Juanxin departed, she instructed Chu Yu to retrieve all the cash from her dowry. Upon counting, there were 200,000 taels. A collection of 50,000 taels from the shop would suffice, but she needed to retain some reserves to avoid liquidity issues. Having organized these matters, she wrote a letter to Zhou Chuyu inquiring about his situation and whether he had successfully procured the furs. On the following day, at the end of the hour, the elderly matriarch finally regained consciousness. Shang Yunruo felt her hand being grasped tightly by her grandmother, who reassured her, do not be agitated, my dear. The physician has advised that your emotions can exacerbate my condition, so I must remain calm. In a faint voice, the matriarch said, Yunruo, I have been partially aware during these days, teetering between consciousness and oblivion. I know you have summoned the imperial physician to care for me daily. You are a good child. Shang Yunruo was astonished. Grandmother, you were aware while you were unconscious? What about the matter concerning the marquis? The matriarch interjected. I was aware then as well. Yunruo, Jinli is truly fortunate to have married you. You must not use your dowry for me. After a while, please inventory my dowry and sell the jewelry and such. Shang Yunruo comforted her. Grandmother, tomorrow morning the marquis will go to the Ministry of Justice to settle accounts. It will be too late to sell your assets now. Do not worry, I have kept records, and we can deduct it from the marquisite's accounts later. The matriarch nodded, her gratitude evident. You are a trustworthy child, unlike that group of ingrates next door, who haven't even come to see me. What good is my favoritism towards them? They believe they will become wealthy and no longer need this old woman, even considering me a burden and pushing for a division. As she spoke, a cough overtook her, prompting Shang Yunruo to gently pat her back, calling for a maid to bring water for her to drink. Grandmother, please do not be upset, she reassured her. And the matriarch halted her cough, waving her hand. It is fine. I have come to terms with it. However, I still cannot agree to the division. Once the family separates, it will scatter. Shang Yunruo nodded. I understand, grandmother, but some matters are indeed imperative, given the current situation. Do you believe there is any difference between division and unity? The matriarch seemed poised to speak further when a cacophony erupted from outside. Just as Shang Yunruo was about to instruct Chu Yu to investigate, a maid entered to announce, Old Madam, the senior members of the clan have arrived. Along with the second master and second madam. Shang Yunruo pressed her lips together, realizing that he sure had come to discuss the division. She hurried to feed the matriarch some ginseng soup. The matriarch, anticipating the confrontation, drank an entire bowl of soup, sitting up with a determined demeanor as if preparing for battle, declaring, Let us go. I wish to see what she intends to do. Upon seeing the matriarch and Shang Yunruo emerge, he sure gleefully raised the account books, neglecting even to extend a greeting, and with wide eyes, accused, Shang Yunruo. How dare you embezzle funds? Shang Yunruo raised an eyebrow, her voice ringing out. Aunt, why do you slander me? He sure hurled the account statement at Shang Yunruo, exclaiming, Look for yourself. This is the detailed account of the cash you collected from various shops last night. I inquired with the bookkeeper today, and you have not deposited a single tael into the marquisite's accounts. Is this not embezzlement? Finishing her tirade, she turned to the clan elders. Surely, you all understand my reasons for demanding the division? With someone as selfish and profit-driven as Shang Yunruo managing the household, how can the marquisite's accounts remain transparent? We must hasten the division and settle the marquisite's debts, or I will pursue legal action. Before her words could settle, a sharp crack echoed throughout the main house. He sure, unable to believe what had just transpired, clutched her left cheek in disbelief, staring at the frail matriarch before her, who, summoning all her strength, had delivered a resounding slap. Chapter 76, Separation, First, settle the accounts. He sure felt her cheek, where she had been struck, burn fiercely. Dazed from the blow, she stood frozen for a moment before realizing what had happened. Chu Yan was equally stunned, but with his formidable wife being chastised by her equally formidable mother, he dared not utter a word. The pain on his face paled in comparison to the humiliation that he sure felt. Never had she endured such an affront. Ignoring all notions of propriety, she shouted at the old matriarch, "Mother, why did you strike me?" The elderly lady, frail and weak from illness, nonetheless stood resolutely before her, her voice firm and commanding. "Do you think everyone is like you? What kind of person do you think you are, to assume others are as shameless as you? You embezzled funds from the household, yet you believe Yunruo is equally devoid of integrity?" He sure's eyes reddened with anger as she lashed out. "What kind of person am I? I have labored for the Ho family, and I cannot even enjoy the fruits of my labor? After all these years, what have you ever given the second household? No power, no influence, and you're saying I can't even obtain a share of the wealth? Am I to be treated as worthless?" Shang Yunruo stepped forward to support the elderly lady and addressed he sure. "How has the Ho family belittled you? The eldest legitimate son and grandson inherit the title, a rule passed down from our ancestors. Why do you resent this? Grandmother did not prevent uncle from pursuing his scholarly ambitions. If he possessed the talent, he would have risen to a high position long ago. My father, too, holds no title. He has ascended from a mere 7th rank official through the civil service examination. Perhaps before you complain, you should reflect on whether you have been wronged or if it is your lack of ability that makes you blame others." Shang Yunruo's words seemed to strip away he sure's facade of dignity, leaving her enraged yet unable to retort. In her silence, the grandmother leaned on her cane and coughed harshly. "What right do you have to speak of Yunruo? Everything she does is for Jinli and for the Ho family." He sure scoffed. "She pillages the shops for silver without accounting for it, and you say it's for Jinli and the Ho family? Then tell me, what has she done with that silver?" The elderly lady found herself at a loss for words, replying only, "Regardless, it is put to proper use, and there is no need to report it to you." He sure seized upon this, exclaiming, "Elders, you have all heard this. Even the old lady cannot provide specifics, which proves they are covering for one another." The elderly lady, incensed, began to cough violently, struggling to remain upright. Shang Yunruo quickly assisted her into a seat, soothingly saying, "Grandmother, do not be angry. There is no need to explain further. I will take responsibility for this matter." The elderly lady looked at Shang Yunruo with deep regret, realizing that if she did not reveal the truth about Chu Jinli being wronged, Shang Yunruo would be unjustly accused. She could not advocate for her, yet she was compelled to let her bear the burden. Feeling the tight grip of the elderly lady's hand, Shang Yunruo gently patted the back of her hand, reassuring her. "I am fine, grandmother. This matter cannot be discussed, so do not blame yourself." He sure, filled with resentment, longed to retaliate against Shang Yunruo for the grandmother's slap. She turned to the elders, exclaiming, "You all saw and heard it. Shang Yunruo has admitted to it. She has embezzled the Ho family's silver. Huh? You previously insisted I repay the debts. Then you should repay them first." Shang Yunruo seized the opportunity, replying, "Should I repay my aunt as well?" He sure's bravado faltered immediately, her eyes darting around as she said, "Let us not discuss anything else. You acknowledge that the silver is indeed what you embezzled, correct?" Before she could finish, the door suddenly swung open. Shang Yunruo turned to see a tall figure hastily entering, slightly out of breath. She discerned from the shadow that it was not Chu Yan, but indeed Chu Jinli. "That is incorrect. This matter has nothing to do with Yunruo," he asserted as he approached her, standing close by. Shang Yunruo stepped slightly aside, creating a small distance between them. After catching his breath, Chu Jinli leaned in and whispered, "Do not be afraid. I have arrived." This declaration stirred no emotions within Shang Yunruo. Her gaze remained fixed on the doorway as Chu Yan appeared leisurely, seemingly unperturbed by the chaos. He walked beside Shang Yunruo, lowering his gaze as if to blend into the background, following his brother's lead. Shang Yunruo shifted closer to him, whispering, "I thought you would be the first to rush in." Chu Yan slightly tilted his body, responding in a soft voice, "You can handle this small scene. I am not concerned." A smile crept to Shang Yunruo's lips, unable to be contained. He sure interrupted loudly, "Naturally, you are here to support your aunt. She has already admitted to it herself." Chu Jinli retorted coldly, "She only admitted it to preserve my reputation." Having hurried back, he had already formulated a plan. If Shang Yunruo were to use her dowry to assist him and bear the blame, what kind of man would he be? With righteous fervor, he declared, I have caused trouble outside and require a substantial sum to cover the losses. It was Yunruo who hastily counted the cash in the shops. However, that amount was insufficient, so she used her dowry. A chorus of gasps erupted among the elder relatives. He sure pressed further. Then tell me, what exactly did you get into trouble for? Shang Yunruo interjected. Aunt, are you inquiring about the specifics because you wish to share the financial burden? After all, we are family. We should face difficulties together. You are a person of responsibility, so I will share with you. He sure immediately covered her ears, provoking laughter from the crowd. Realizing her blatant act, she shot a glare at Shang Yunruo, lowering her hands. The troubles you have caused must be resolved by you. Hence I propose we separate. Chu Jinli replied. Very well. You wish for Yunruo to accept this accusation of embezzlement, and your goal is simply to divide the family. Then let us do so cleanly. Shang Yunruo intervened, her tone measured. Separation is acceptable, however, and still owes the Ho family 740,000 taels of silver. Once that is repaid, we can proceed with the separation. He sure panicked. I do not have that much money. Furthermore, who has verified that your accounts are accurate? I have not acknowledged any of this. Shang Yunruo clapped her hands. Very well, let us set aside the excess for now. Later, I will discuss the matter of the Lord with you. As family, the second household should at least bear half the burden, correct? Even if the Ho family faces difficulties in the future, you would not stand idly by, would you? He sure's eyes darted around anxiously, glancing at the silent Chu Yan beside her. Observing her methodical collection of cash from the shops, it was evident she had gotten herself into significant trouble. Initially, she had no desire to share in their fortunes. Now, she found herself compelled to share in their misfortunes. Today, she was determined to sever ties with this family. With a determined bite of her teeth, she declared, I can only give you 200,000 taels. I demand a separation. Shang Yunruo extended her fair hand. 500,000 taels. You must first repay this amount, and we will agree to separate. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. He sure clenched her jaw tightly. Her eyes practically bloodshot as she glared at Shang Yunruo. Producing 500,000 taels of silver felt akin to demanding her very life. The atmosphere was momentarily stagnant. Suddenly, Chu Yan spoke softly. Though his voice was low, it resonated clearly in the profound silence that enveloped them. Brother, do we really need to sell the ancestral home? The slightly naive tone of Chu Yan sent shivers down his spine, evoking a sense of alarm. What could have transpired that necessitated the sale of their ancestral residence? She immediately grabbed Chu Yan and exclaimed in a frantic tone, I will give you 500,000 taels. I shall fetch the silver notes at once. You must promptly draw up the division of the estate. Chapter 77. Finally free from burden, the words of Chu Yan prompted the He family to hastily retrieve the silver notes. An elder from the clan voiced his concerns. Is the division of the family to be conducted so rashly? No accounts have been examined, nor has a division document been drafted. How will assets such as houses, land, and the care of elders be allocated? Shang Yunruo produced the prepared accounts and handed over the drafted division document to Chu Jinli, saying, Lord, both the accounts and the division document are ready for your decision. The matriarch, who had started coughing again, managed to utter, Yunruo, how did you prepare all this in advance? Supported by Chu Yan, Shang Yunruo sat beside her grandmother and whispered, Grandmother, I anticipated today's developments. Jinli has stirred up trouble, and if they were to find out, they would undoubtedly push for the division again. Rather than risk mistakes in haste, I thought it prudent to be prepared ahead of time. The grandmother's cough subsided slightly as she sighed. Indeed, today I have seen them clearly and no longer hold any expectations. It is better this way. It is for the best. Despite her words, there lingered a sense of sorrow and desolation in her tone. I am weary. You and Jinli shall handle the remaining matters and take charge. After the grandmother retreated to her room, Shang Yunruo took a deep breath. She understood that her actions were for the good of the Marquisate, and even if she were to part ways with Chu Jinli in the future, she had eliminated a significant threat to the family. Yet, her heart ached for her elderly grandmother, witnessing the disintegration of the family. The He family acted swiftly, bringing numerous maids and servants to transport 3 wooden chests filled with silver notes, silver ingots, and gold and silver jewelry. He remarked to Shang Yunruo, count them. There must be at least 500,000 taels. Shang Yunruo instructed them to first carry the silver away for safekeeping, leaving the remaining matters to be resolved with Chu Jinli. He eagerly confirmed the division document and signed it, adding, We have not taken any extra land or estate. Thus, the responsibility for the matriarch's care falls squarely on you. Chu Jinli. Chu Jinli scoffed. Aunt, rest assured, my grandmother requires no concern from you. He left joyfully with the signed document, exclaiming to Chu Yan, wonderful. We have finally rid ourselves of this burden. Now, with your connection to the seventh prince, a promotion is imminent. Xiao Yi is marrying into the duke's household, and soon our Zhar will return to receive his rewards. Our family is destined for greatness. No one will be sharing our fortunes, and I will no longer have to endure the old hag's disapproving glances. Chu Yan was displeased by her words. Feeling a sense of melancholy after the division, he rebuked her. How can you speak like that? Show some decency. She is my mother. Oblivious to his discontent, he continued to revel in her happiness. Having successfully completed the family division, Chu Jinli returned with the case files, and Shang Yunruo finally felt a sense of relief. However, one lingering worry remained. She sent Chu Yu to invite Mu Chuanxi to the marquise, as venturing next door would surely invite his disdain. Better to bring her sister over. Mu Chuanxi was agreeable, emerging from her usual seclusion at the invitation of Shang Yunruo. Upon entering, she smiled. Today's confrontation between the Marquisite's matriarch and the second branch's aunt was truly spectacular. Shang Yunruo pursed her lips, replying, Sister Mu, your news travels fast. Quite unlike someone who has isolated herself from the world. Mu Chuanxi took a sip of tea, saying, Who claims I am isolated? I simply prefer not to associate with them. Shang Yunruo nodded, then shifted to serious matters. Sister Mu, my only concern now is you. You are well informed. You must know about Xuaningen and Chu Xiui? Mu Chuanxi nodded. I am aware. They are indeed courting disaster. Shang Yunruo sighed in relief, then. It is time for a divorce. After all, you have not seen each other for nearly 3 years, which allows for a unilateral request for separation from the authorities. Mu Chuanxi hesitated for a moment before responding. He wrote to me just the day before yesterday. Shang Yunruo paused. Who? Did Chu Zhuo write to you? Mu Chuanxi nodded. Her eyes sparkling. He is returning, victorious from battle, and will be back next month. Upon hearing this, Shang Yunruo felt an inexplicable sensation. A wave of dizziness washing over her, only to pass just as quickly. Confusion stirred in her heart, an unshakable anxiety settling in. Mu Chuanxi inquired, What is troubling you? After a moment, Shang Yunruo replied, It's nothing. Perhaps I am simply exhausted from the recent events. Then she asked, Sister Mu, knowing they are courting disaster, will you stay? Mu Chuanxi responded resolutely, Having married, I shall share in both the glory and disgrace. Shang Yunruo furrowed her brow. He has been gone for more than 2 years. How deep is your bond? Is it worth risking your life? Mu Chuanxi remained silent for a moment, then affirmed, I am willing to stand by him through thick and thin. With a deep sigh, Shang Yunruo realized she could not sway her friend's decision. After bidding farewell to Mu Chuanxi, her mood darkened. Chu Jinli returned after seeing off the elders from the clan, collapsing into a chair, gulping down 3 cups of tea. Aunt only invited people but did not see them off. I took it upon myself to escort them back. Considering his commendable performance that day, Shang Yunruo ordered Chu Yu to serve Chu Jinli a meal. After dining in the main hall, he showed no inclination to depart. Shang Yunruo discreetly asked Chu Yu the time and learned it was already late. Typically, she would have retired by now. Waiting a moment to see if Chu Jinli intended to leave, she finally spoke up. Lord, I am a bit weary and wish to rest. He nodded, understanding her unspoken invitation for him to remain in the main hall. Having just rendered her such significant assistance, it would be rude to decline her. Very well. I shall tidy up in the side room. I am accustomed to the silk pillow. Shang Yunruo was momentarily taken aback, asking, Which room will you be moving to? He played along with her feigned innocence, responding, I shall stay here. Is that acceptable? Not at all. Shang Yunruo blurted out without thinking. Realizing her lapse, she quickly clarified, I am used to sleeping alone. You should return to the side room. Still pouting, she secretly hoped he would coax her. He decided to indulge her this once. All right. If you are still upset, I will allow you to scold me as you wish. Shang Yunruo retorted, Lord, I am not sulking. He sighed, sitting beside her. Their arms brushing against each other, and the subtle fragrance emanating from her made him momentarily forget his intentions, causing his heart to race and his ears to flush. Just then, an urgent voice called from outside, Lord, the stable reports that a horse has been startled and has bolted out of the stable. Chu Jinli sprang to his feet, realizing that the horse was a gift from his father, and if it were lost, he would be consumed by guilt. Without further ado, he dashed out to search for the horse, leaving Shang Yunruo to exhale in relief. She quickly instructed Chu Yu to lock the door, grateful for the horse's sudden fright. Meanwhile, in the stable, Chu Yan tossed the horse rope back. Listening to Yin Shan's report, the horse ran incredibly fast. Your brother has chased it for over 10 miles and is unlikely to return tonight. Chapter 78. Sister-in-law. I feel unwell. Shang Yunruo had a restful night, and it was only on the following morning that she learned that Chu Jinli had been riding for most of the night, returning just before the witching hour. Fortunately, today marked the summer solstice, and the court was on a 3-day holiday, allowing Chu Jinli to indulge in some extra rest. In the past few days, while attending to her grandmother and managing the division of family property, she had forgotten to prepare the customary items for the summer solstice. However, she found that she was not lacking in essentials. Last night, both Chu Jinli and Chu Yan had brought her the ice and wine bestowed by the court. The ice was stored in the ice cellar, while the wine was kept in the pantry. The kitchen had already prepared cold noodles, and she instructed Chu Yu to fetch the chilled bayberries, adding some crushed ice to send to Chu Yan. Coincidentally, as she was about to deliver the cold noodles and bayberries, the outfit for the birthday banquet of Consort Liang was ready, and she decided to personally visit Zhuoxi Garden. Chu Yan was already up, practicing swordplay in the courtyard. Concerned about the possibility of being accidentally harmed, Shang Yunruo waited outside the courtyard for a while before entering. It was Chu Yan who noticed her first, swiftly approaching and naturally taking her arm from Chu Yu, guiding her inside. Why are you silent? Next time, just have Chu Yu call out. It would save you from waiting unnecessarily, he remarked. In truth, Shang Yunruo could now perceive vague outlines of figures and large objects, and she didn't require constant assistance. Especially since Chu Yan had undergone the coming-of-age ceremony, she had begun to regard him as a mature man, and thus was more mindful of her conduct. However, when she attempted to withdraw her arm, Chu Yan tightened his grip, seemingly fearful of her stumbling or getting hurt. Shang Yunruo did not forcibly pull her arm away. She settled onto a stone bench in the courtyard and noticed a soft cushion had been placed atop it, which felt like fox fur to her touch. She chuckled. This cushion is quite splendid. You seem to take good care of yourself. Sitting on a cold stone is rather uncomfortable. Chu Yan had already taken out the cold noodles and bayberries from the food box and softly replied, This was specially made for you, since you dislike the cold. A warmth surged within Shang Yunruo as she patted the cushion again. She instructed the maidservants to hand over the garments to Zhulan and Yu Chao. Chu Yan's gaze lingered on one particular outfit, his eyes momentarily fixating on it. He called out to Yu Chao, who was about to take the clothes inside. Why have you made me new garments again? Shang Yunruo explained, The birthday banquet for Consort Liang is approaching, and I thought you might want to attend. I do not wish to go. Chu Yan's cold and emphatic refusal startled Shang Yunruo. The birthday banquet for Consort Liang was indeed a nightmare for him in dreams. Yet in reality, it represented a rare opportunity to forge connections with the powerful. No one would wish to decline such an invitation. The real Chu Yan ought to embrace the banquet instead of resisting it. Shang Yunruo's palms turned cold as a thought struck her. If she could dream, could Chu Yan not also dream? Taking a deep breath, she steadied her voice and asked, Why do you not wish to attend? I do not like crowded places, he replied with his calm voice. Shang Yunruo's heartbeat gradually steadied, and her palms warmed up again. Indeed, Chu Yan had always treated her with kindness. How could he share the same troubling dreams? She smiled. I was merely looking for an excuse to make you a few more outfits. With your striking looks, it is only fitting that you dress even more elegantly, so that those young ladies cannot take their eyes off you. Her teasing words, however, did not amuse Chu Yan. He replied in a low voice, Sister-in-law, do you desire for me to be seen by others? Without a moment's hesitation, she answered, Of course. You have reached the age where you can consider marriage. However, I hope you can achieve even greater heights before settling down. Otherwise, you may be looked down upon. None of her words were to his liking, and suppressing his irritation, Chu Yan coldly issued an ultimatum. If you have no further business, please take your leave. This was the first time he had ever dismissed her, leaving Shang Yunruo bewildered. She had no other matters at hand. She merely wished to engage in a few more casual conversations with him, never intending to be a source of annoyance. Reflecting on her own occasional irritation with her mother's incessant reminders, Shang Yunruo understood, contemplating whether she should be more succinct in their future conversations. As she stood to depart, Chu Yan suddenly rose and positioned himself in front of her, huffily demanding, Are you truly leaving? Shang Yunruo hesitated, perplexed about whether he wished for her to stay or go. Just then, a voice from outside the courtyard broke the tension. As a maid returned shortly after with an invitation, Chu Yu took the invitation, opened it, and informed Shang Yunruo, It is an invitation from Princess Pingong for you, the Marquis. and the second young master to go for an outing in the western suburbs this afternoon. It seemed Rongyue was quite thoughtful, aware that she had intentionally left a spot for Chu Yan last time, and this time, she had also included him in the invitation. Shang Yunruo sought Chu Yan's opinion. Yan, do you wish to go to the western suburbs? Chu Yan appeared still vexed, giving a muffled response. Delighted, Shang Yunruo exclaimed, very well. Then let us prepare and set off in the afternoon. Since we are going at this hour, we likely will not return until evening. Does the invitation mention where we will stay for the night? Chu Yu scrutinized the invitation once more and stated, Princess Pingyang suggested that we stay at your villa in the western suburbs for the night. The mention of the villa in the western suburbs rendered both Shang Yunruo and Chu Yan momentarily speechless, and the courtyard fell into a silence so profound that even their breaths could be heard. A few chirps from a bird in a cage hanging from a branch broke the stillness, bringing Shang Yunruo back to her senses as she exhaled slowly, realizing she had been overly anxious. Those unpleasant memories belonged to her dreams, and they were unlikely to materialize. The western suburbs housed only her villa, which was the largest and most expansive. Rongyue's choice was entirely reasonable, and she had no justification to decline. She acquiesced, saying to Chu Yan, Then I shall return to prepare. You should also pack a few garments. We will be staying there for the night. Chu Yan concealed the fleeting shadow in his eyes and responded gently. After she finished her preparations, Chu Jinli awoke. Upon inquiry, he expressed enthusiasm for the outing, quickly gathering some supplies and preparing 2 carriages for departure. One carriage was for Shang Yunruo and Chu Jinli, while the other conveyed provisions and maidservants who would take turns resting. Chu Yan rode alongside on horseback. Although the temperature was high, a strong breeze alleviated the heat, causing the carriage curtains to flutter. Riding slowly beside the carriage, Chu Yan's face was partially obscured by the shadows of trees lining the roadside, creating a dappled interplay of light and shade. Through the billowing curtains, he caught sight of Shang Yunruo, smiling and engaging in a lively conversation with Chu Jinli, appearing quite congenial and intimate. Did she seem happier and more affectionate with him than with Chu Yan? His fingers tightened around the reins, turning pale, as jealousy threatened to surface beneath his long lashes. He bit his lip, struggling to suppress this unhealthy obsession, yet the more he fought it, the more intense it became. He closed his eyes, burying those dark thoughts, and adopted the melodious tone she cherished, murmuring, Sister-in-law, I feel unwell. With that, he suddenly slumped against the horse's back, presenting a feeble demeanor. Startled, Shang Yunruo called for the carriage to stop, instructing a servant to hold Chu Yan's horse. Turning to Chu Jinli, Marquis, Yan may be suffering from heat stroke. You must switch places with him. Chu Jinli. Chapter 79, which I just gazed upon her. In a most fortunate turn of events, Chu Yan found herself seated beside Shang Yunruo in the carriage. With a gentle insistence, she encouraged his head to rest upon her shoulder, wielding a round fan to create a soothing breeze. The fragrant aroma surrounding her, a blend of self-crafted incense known as osmanthus and orchid, enveloped him. Leaning closer, his nose grazed her neck, intensifying the delightful scent. The coolness of his nose gradually transformed into warmth, as he fought valiantly against the yearning to advance further. Meanwhile, riding nearby, Chu Jinli's face turned a hue of green with anger as he cast a scornful glance at the seemingly fragile Chu Yan, grinding his teeth in frustration. In a fit of exasperation, he admonished Shang Yunruo, Why must his head lean against you? Can't you let him rest by the window? Obediently, Chu Yan shifted from Shang Yunruo's shoulder to lean against the window, only to be jolted by the carriage's bumps, causing him to draw in a sharp breath of pain. Upon hearing the thud followed by his pained gasp, Shang Yunruo quickly urged, Just lean against me, your grace. Yan is still but a child. Why must you be so particular? Even with his cap on, he remains a child? Chu Jinli retorted, his anger mounting as he spurred his horse to the front of the procession, muttering, Is it hot today? If he succumbs to heat, he won tea call for me. But will seek his sister-in-law instead. What is she scheming? Only knows how to feign weakness, while Shang Yunruo is too foolish to discern his deceit. His ire only grew, and he galloped ahead, huffing, Fine, Shang Yunruo, believe him if you will, but don't come begging me to share a room tonight. Fuming, Chu Jinli reached the western suburb post station ahead of the carriage carrying Princess Pingyang. As he dismounted to rest his weary legs, he soon heard the clatter of approaching wheels, indicating that Shang Yunruo and the others were not far behind. At the post station, he ordered tea and snacks, feeling the pangs of hunger after the bumpy ride. Just as he poured himself a cup, He caught the distant sounds of shouting and scolding, growing closer with alarming speed, almost coinciding with the arrival of Shang Yunruo's carriage. Turning away from Shang Yunruo, he focused on the source of the commotion, where a dirt-streaked young woman stumbled towards him, her delicate features obscured by grime. Trailing tears revealed patches of her fair skin, while her arms bore the marks of a whip, bloodstains marring her garments. As she ran, the thorns of a roadside bush snagged her skirt, sending her tumbling to the ground, mere steps from Chu Jinli. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward to free her skirt from the thorns and assist her to her feet. Yet, the wrathful shouts of an old man pursuing her rang out. "You little wretch! How dare you run away? I'll teach you a lesson today." At that moment, Shang Yunruo emerged from the carriage with Chu Yan, inquiring, "What is happening here?" Chu Yan softly whispered in her ear, "Brother has rescued a girl, helping her get untangled from a branch." Shang Yunruo raised an eyebrow, pondering, does Chu Jinli possess some peculiar knack for unhooking skirts? Positioning himself protectively in front of the girl, Chu Jinli barked at the approaching old man. "What do you think you're doing?" The old man halted, panting heavily as he surveyed Chu Jinli's opulent attire, his demeanor shifting as he replied, "That wretched girl is my property, bought to be my concubine. I suggest you step aside, young master." As he reached for the girl's hair, Chu Jinli seized his wrist with a firm grip. The old man, no stranger to conflict, began to holler, "The officials are bullying the common folk. The magistrate is oppressing the people." The picturesque western suburbs drew many visitors enjoying a leisurely holiday, causing passers-by to pause and witness the unfolding scene. Shang Yunruo approached, her flowing white gown billowing in the breeze, resembling a celestial being from a mural, captivating the brutish man. The man gulped, his gaze roving over her, filled with lewd desire, as he imagined overpowering her in his mind. Seeing his lascivious expression, Chu Jinli kicked him to the ground, his anger flaring as he contemplated breaking the man's bones. Yet, Shang Yunruo's voice cut through his fury, commanding, "Silence! You scoundrel! Chasing after a girl, and yet calling yourself a good citizen? Guards, gag him." 2 guards swiftly subdued the brute, forcing a cloth into his mouth, rendering him only capable of muffled sounds. Unaware of the man's sordid gaze, Shang Yunruo turned her attention to the injured woman, asking, "Were you bought by him?" Aside from a faint groan upon her fall, the woman remained stoic, devoid of cries for mercy, which endeared her to Shang Yunruo, igniting a desire to assist. With a voice slightly hoarse, she replied after a brief cough, "Yes, I was sold by my parents. The deed is in the hands of this butcher. Please, madam, save me. I can read and do arithmetic. My adoptive father was a private tutor, but after he passed away, my biological parents sold me into servitude. I am willing to endure hardship." Her clarity of thought and calm demeanor in this dire moment showcased her strength, further endearing her to Shang Yunruo. "Why not plead for help from the one who saved you?" she inquired. The woman hesitated, her voice thick with emotion. "I do not wish to become a concubine." Chu Jinli interjected, "I never suggested such a thing." Shang Yunruo smirked, turning to the brutish man, "How much did you pay for her?" As the guards removed the cloth from the man's mouth, he leered at Shang Yunruo, responding in a lascivious tone, "3 taels, my lady." In reality, he had purchased her for a mere 500 won, inflating the price. "I'll offer 5 taels. Will you sell her?" Shang Yunruo asserted, leaving no room for negotiation. The man, realizing he could profit from the situation, nodded eagerly, albeit with the intention of extorting more. Yet, he was silenced once more before he could speak. With no opportunity for bargaining, Shang Yunruo declared, "No haggling. If you refuse to sell, you may take her back, for we are not saints." Understanding that further attempts would yield no greater profit, the man reluctantly acquiesced, his head bobbing in agreement. "Sold," he uttered. "Go fetch the deed of sale and bring it to Kanglin Garden for the silver," she instructed, releasing the man, who cast lingering glances back at Shang Yunruo, imagining the celestial beauty in his fantasies. Before Chu Jinli could react, Chu Xiao stepped forward to assist the young woman, who wiped her tears away and, stepping aside, curtsied to Shang Yunruo, "Mistress, from now on, I shall follow you." From behind, Princess Pingong's laughter chimed. What a dramatic turn of events during a brief rest. Chu Jinli exchanged greetings with the young Lord Mu from the Duke of Ronggua's residence beside him, while Shang Yunruo offered her own polite nod. Princess Pingyong then beckoned, bringing forth a beautiful young woman from behind her, inquiring, "Yunruo, where is your dashing young uncle?" "This is my sister, Moing. Let them introduce themselves." In that moment, It dawned on her that Princess Pingyang was keen on matchmaking her brother with her sister. Her sister, being the daughter of the prince, is destined to become a future princess, and thus, it is not a loss for Chu Yan to be associated with her. She called out Chu Yan's name towards the direction of the carriage, yet received no reply. By this time, Chu Yan had silently followed the ruffian to his thatched cottage, where he closed the door and locked it. A dagger glimmered as it emerged from his sleeve, its sharp tip radiating a chilling brilliance. He gazed at the ruffian with a semblance of a smile, his voice low as he remarked, "Which of your eyes beheld her just now?" "Ah, both of them did." Chapter 80. Is my sister-in-law acting as a matchmaker for me? The burly man stared in astonishment at the elegant figure who had stealthily followed him into his dwelling. Upon noticing the dagger in the man's hand, he instinctively recoiled with trepidation. Yet, upon realizing that the stranger was merely a slender and exquisitely handsome scholar, his fear began to dissipate. Summoning his courage, he demanded, "Who are you? I have no idea who you are looking at. Get out of my house at once, or you shall regret it." However, the scholar, Chu Yan, remained motionless, his jaw slightly inclined as a chilling smile crept into his voice. "Is she beautiful?" "You refer to her as Little Mistress." The burly man, mistaking Chu Yan's words for camaraderie, leered in a crude manner. "Indeed, she is breathtaking. That girl has such fair, delicate skin. I would gladly die for just a taste. Would you truly welcome death?" The question, delivered with icy calm, caused the man to momentarily lose his lewd grin. Before he could comprehend the gravity of his situation, the sharp tip of the dagger pierced into his eye socket, sending agonizing pain coursing through him. With a heart-wrenching scream, he instinctively recoiled from the source of danger, colliding with tables and chairs, shattering unwashed dishes in his wake. Ultimately, cornered with no escape, he huddled against the wall, peering through one eye at the striking yet merciless figure before him, trembling uncontrollably. All that escaped his lips were the desperate words for mercy. As Chu Yan beheld the blood, his eyes shimmered with a twisted allure. "Did you not declare your willingness to die?" The man fervently shook his head, blood splattering in chaotic arcs, nearly staining Chu Yan's attire. Chu Yan stepped back, his tone cold and menacing. "If your blood stains my clothing, I assure you, you will not survive the night." This garment had been crafted for him by Shang Yunruo. The burly man, now paralyzed by fear, whimpered for forgiveness. "I dare not. I shall never dare again." "What do you not dare?" Chu Yan inquired. "Anything. I dare not do anything. Please spare my life," the man cried, a pitiful plea for clemency escaping his lips. With an unsettling calmness, Chu Yan demanded, "Where is the contract of servitude?" The man pointed to the cabinet above his head, hastily exclaiming, "It's in that cabinet." Rising, Chu Yan opened the cabinet and began to rummage through its disarray. Just as he located the contract, a powerful hand seized his wrist in an attempt to wrest the dagger from him. Though Chu Yan's hands were slender and delicate, appearing no match for the burly man's brute strength, the man found himself utterly unable to pry away Chu Yan's grip. Chu Yan cast a steady gaze at him, then deftly reversed his grip, plunging the dagger into the man's palm, before swiftly thrusting it into the other eye, blinding him completely. He retrieved the contract amidst the man's howls, indifferent to the chaos, and departed. Shang Yunruo instructed Chu Yu to assist Arya with her washing and dressing, selecting a suitable outfit from her own belongings. She then dispatched half of her guards and attendants to search for Chu Yan. Since entering the villa in the western suburbs, her heart had been in turmoil, and with Chu Yan missing, her restlessness intensified. Xu Jinli and the young Lord Mu conversed amiably in the outer corridor, while Princess Pingyang and Mo Ying sat with Shang Yunruo in the main hall. Periodically, Shang Yunruo would send a maid outside to inquire about Chu Yan's whereabouts. Unable to contain herself, Princess Pingyang remarked, "Zimo is no child. He cannot simply vanish. He is likely captivated by some picturesque sight and knows we are here. In such a vast estate, he can surely find his way." Shang Yunruo was not concerned about his ability to locate them, nor did she fear for his safety. Perhaps it was the memory of her dream, for this was the place where she had sent him to the Grand Princess, which stirred an inexplicable anxiety within her. She steadied her nerves and turned to Princess Pingyang, asking, "How old is Mo Ying? I don't believe I have encountered her before." With a smile, Princess Pingyang replied, "Mo Ying has been raised in our hometown of Mianzhou and was only brought back last month. She came of age 2 years ago, and Zimo is 19. If I recall correctly, their ages are quite similar." Shang Yunruo paused, recalling that Princess Pingyang had mentioned a younger sister whose fate was foretold by a sorcerer to bring misfortune to their grandmother and was subsequently sent away. It dawned on her that this was indeed that unfortunate child, born into a noble family yet deprived of the wealth and power of the capital. It was no surprise that Princess Pingyang had successfully persuaded the prince and princess to agree to the marriage of their legitimate daughter to a son without a marquisate. Shang Yunruo asked Mo Ying, "Are you content with the future husband your sister has chosen for you?" Mo Ying's cheeks flushed with shyness. "My sister has always cherished me and sought my best interests. If she believes he is suitable, he must be a good match." "What a dutiful younger sister." Shang Yunruo smiled and said, "Neither your sister nor I are ones to heed others' opinions, so I hope you will follow your heart and marry someone you truly love. When Yan returns, take the time to understand each other before making any decisions." Before she could finish her thought, a tall figure appeared in the doorway, and the sound of stones plopping into a lake echoed from outside. What understanding? What decision? Upon hearing Chu Yan's voice, Shang Yunruo's anxious heart finally settled. Mo Ying turned her gaze toward the entrance. A young man clad in a light blue robe with dark cloud patterns emerged from the interplay of light and shadow. His black eyes glistening like morning dew, lips radiant as the dawn sun, exuding an ethereal beauty devoid of any impurities. His demeanor was elegant, yet carried an air of nobility, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a sharpness akin to the thorns of a flower's stem, dangerous if approached carelessly. Mo Ying was spellbound. She had never encountered such a stunning man before. Previously, she had found her brother-in-law, the young Lord Mu, quite handsome, but upon seeing Lord Chu, she felt a sudden illumination. It was only upon encountering Chu Yan that she truly understood the literary descriptions of a noble gentleman, resplendent as a star. Shang Yunruo broke the silence in the room. "Yan, where have you been?" Chu Yan discreetly rubbed his fingers in his palm. Though he had washed them in the stream before returning, he still feared the lingering sin of blood. "I went to retrieve the contract of servitude from that man." His tone remained calm as he stepped inside, placing the contract into Shang Yunruo's hands before sitting beside her. As Shang Yunruo held the contract, her other senses heightened in the absence of sight. Her olfactory senses detected a metallic tang. Bringing the contract close to her nose, she remarked, "It reeks of blood." Chu Yan's expression momentarily faltered. "Indeed, he is a butcher." Recalling Arya's earlier comment about the man being a butcher, Shang Yunruo nodded. "Did you give him 5 taels of silver?" Pausing, she smiled innocently. He did not ask for silver. He was quite amiable. Shang Yunruo frowned, about to question how a butcher could refuse money. When Mo Ying interjected, "That butcher appeared quite fierce. I would not have expected him to be so kind-hearted." Princess Pingyang interrupted their conversation. "Oh dear, you two youngsters should take a stroll outside. Since becoming pregnant, I cherish tranquility, so Yunruo can keep me company indoors." Swallowing her words, Shang Yunruo turned to Chu Yan. "Yan, please take care of Mo Ying." A smile that had previously graced Chu Yan's face vanished, replaced by a chill in his voice. "Sister-in-law, are you attempting to act as a matchmaker for me?" Chapter 81. Do not advise others to be good without experiencing their suffering. When confronted with such a direct question, Shang Yunruo feared that Mo Ying's delicate sensibilities, combined with the societal pressures regarding a girl's reputation, might lead her to feel embarrassed. Thus, she quickly replied, "No, I merely thought that since you are of similar age, it would be nice for you both to entertain one another." Chu Yan cast a sidelong glance at Shang Yunruo, the depths of his inky black eyes concealing a shadowy discontent. This was already the second time she had broached the subject of matchmaking with him. In a fit of rage that turned to irony, he retorted, "Oh really? Then where does Mo Ying wish to go for fun?" This was his first acceptance of interaction with a girl. Could it be that he was taken by Mo Ying's beauty? As Shang Yunruo pondered this, Chu Yao appeared with the freshly groomed Arya. Arya approached the center of the hall and, with a thud, knelt before Shang Yunruo. Her complexion was remarkably fair, and though her face was gaunt, it accentuated her large, expressive eyes. She was indeed a beauty in the making. However, her body bore various scars, some barely visible beneath her clothing. Arya was slender and shorter than Shang Yunruo, and the loose, flowing sleeves of her dress made her appear even more petite. Unable to discern Arya's appearance or condition, Shang Yunruo inquired of Chu Yao, "Does she fit into my garments?" Chu Yao replied candidly, "Miss is too thin. Your dress trails on the ground." Shang Yunruo chuckled lightly. "No matter, let her wear it for now. There are few places selling clothes in the western suburbs. When we return to the residence, I shall procure her new attire." Arya, still kneeling, began to repeatedly bow her head in gratitude. "Thank you, my lady, thank you." Shang Yunruo hastily gestured for Chu Yan to assist her. Now that you are in my service, there is no need for you to kneel and bow constantly. I do not appreciate such displays. As Arya rose, Shang Yunruo asked, tell me about your origins. Arya recounted. I was abandoned at the age of 5 or 6 and taken in by a teacher who had no family of his own. He was elderly and in poor health, having depleted his savings on medical expenses. The only house he owned was sold, and he passed away last year. I had to borrow money even for his funeral. At this point, her voice caught in her throat, but she composed herself and continued, I learned to read and write from my adoptive father and also studied accounting. After his death, I found work as a bookkeeper in a restaurant, only to encounter my biological parents. Anger welled up in her eyes as she continued. Initially, they sought money from me. When they realized I would not comply, they drugged me and sold me to a butcher. As for what transpired afterward, you are already aware. I escaped and encountered you. Shang Yunruo sighed and asked, is your name truly Arya? Did your adoptive father not give you another name? She replied, he named me Zhang Ziyuan, but he feared I would not survive due to my frailness, so he continually called me Arya, believing it would be easier to care for me. Upon hearing Arya's plight, the others could not help but feel a mixture of pity and admiration for her resilience. The pregnant Princess Pingong, feeling emotional, wiped away her tears and asked, if you were to meet your biological parents again, would you recognize them? Arya clenched her teeth. I wish they would perish. Her declaration resonated deeply with everyone present, who empathized with her pain, except for Mo Ying, who had remained silent until now. You shouldn't say such things, she interjected. Arya turned to her, wiping her tears away, and asked, confused, what do you mean? What should I not say? Mo Ying replied, you shouldn't curse your parents. Despite their heinous actions, they did give you life. No matter what, you should not wish them ill. Perhaps one day they will repent. When that day comes, will you not forgive them? Her words left everyone speechless, and Shang Yunruo frowned at Mo Ying's naive perspective. Just then, Shu Jinli and the young Master Mu returned, overhearing the latter part of Mo Ying's speech and praising her sentiments. Young Master Mu remarked, Mo Ying, you speak wisely. Shu Jinli added, indeed, Mo Ying is a kind and filial girl. Receiving their validation, Mo Ying felt a sense of shy pride, having been praised for her understanding and compassionate nature throughout her upbringing. She firmly believed in her perspective and continued, thus, my dear Ziyuan, you should also practice forgiveness and let go of past grievances. It will bring you happiness. Mo Ying's words ignited Arya's fury. After narrowly escaping death, she was being urged to be magnanimous and forgive parents who were worse than beasts. She confronted Mo Ying, if your parents did such things to you, would you forgive them? Caught off guard by the intensity of Arya's inquiry, Mo Ying hesitated before firmly asserting, I would forgive them, and I already have. They raised me in my hometown, and I bear no resentment. Whenever they visited, I welcomed them as if I had never been apart from them. Arya laughed, a laugh filled with scorn. Did they not deny you food? Did they not beat you? Did they not abandon you in the snow on a harsh winter's day? Did you ever suffer in tattered clothes, nearly freezing to death? Did you ever find yourself sold to a butcher after finally experiencing a semblance of normalcy? Mo Ying was momentarily rendered speechless. She had indeed not endured such hardships. Arya's agitation grew. Your parents provided for you, ensuring you had food, education, and affection. You can afford to be forgiving, but what right do you have to demand my forgiveness? If not for my lady's intervention today, I would have perished in the outskirts. Arya's relentless questioning left the sheltered Mo Ying shaken. She had only intended to encourage Arya to release her hatred and embrace a happier life, yet found herself the target of scorn. Tears streamed down Mo Ying's face, and she collapsed against her sister's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. Arya took a deep breath, regaining her composure, and coldly addressed Mo Ying. Even if I have spoken harshly, I trust that a kind-hearted girl like you can forgive me, right? Mo Ying's tears flowed even more fiercely at this, prompting Princess Pingong to interject, Zimo, could you take Mo Ying for a walk? Just in the courtyard, please. It would be a great help to me. My condition makes it difficult for both me and your sister. Chu Yan looked to Shang Yunruo, who seemed to sense the situation and suggested, yes, go to the courtyard and stand there for a while. I will attend to Arya's emotions. Suppressing the storm brewing in his eyes, Chu Yan rose. Mo Ying stood as well, following closely behind him as they exited the hall. They crossed a bamboo bridge and stood by a small stream, where Chu Yan's gaze deepened, the familiar scenery stirring memories. In his dreams, Shang Yunruo had left him here. The princess had drugged him, holding him captive for 3 days and nights. Those days had been unbearable. He could only gaze out the window, yearning to catch a glimpse of whether anyone would feel the slightest remorse and come to retrieve him. Yet all he saw was the stream and the bamboo bridge. Mo Ying's fragile voice shattered his reverie. He closed his eyes, concealing the mist welling within. Mo Ying stammered, "I honestly do not understand what I did wrong. Young master, thank you for accompanying me. I know you, like me, are a person of kindness." Chu Yan coldly uttered 3 words, "I am not." Chapter 82. Kindness at the expense of others. Mo Ying was momentarily taken aback, believing his demeanor to be one of modesty. Her tears ceased, and she delicately dabbed at her tear-streaked face with a silk handkerchief, careful not to smudge her rouge. She glanced at her reflection in the stream. Her makeup remained intact, though her eyes, reddened from weeping, appeared slightly more profound, and the tip of her nose had taken on a rosy hue, rendering her even more beautiful than usual. With newfound confidence, she lifted her gaze to meet his, and the proximity caused her heart to race. He was undeniably handsome, leaving her breathless. Blushing, Mo Ying remarked, "Sir, you are indeed a kind-hearted person, I can see that." This sentiment echoed words previously spoken by Shang Yunruo, who had described the gentle and endearing nature of Chu Yan. At that time, he had doubted her words, yet found joy in attempting to embody the kindness she had attributed to him. However, the haunting nightmares relentlessly gnawed at his benevolence, shattering his reason. What kind of existence were those nightmares? Noticing Chu Yan's silence and indifference, Mo Ying felt no resentment. To her, his aloofness exuded an air of reserved elegance, a quality she greatly admired. As Chu Yan walked ahead, distancing himself from the bamboo bridge and the stream, he wished to escape the visions that plagued his dreams. The two strolled into the front courtyard, where the guards were taking a break to feed the horses. Upon seeing the young master and miss emerge, they rose respectfully to greet them. Chu Yan, wishing not to disturb their rest, contemplated moving along, but Mo Ying halted, pointing at the horses. "Zimo, I wish to ride." The resting guards exchanged glances, thinking, "Here we go again." Chu Yan shot her a glance and replied, "It's too hot right now, perhaps later." Yet, Mo Ying stubbornly gazed at the fine steed, recalling her frequent rides in her hometown, where her indulgent parents allowed her to hone her equestrian skills. She yearned to showcase her prowess, hoping to captivate him just as she had been captivated by him. Approaching a magnificent black horse, she felt it complimented her well, enhancing her spirited demeanor. "I shall ride this one," she declared. The guard tending to the horse quickly interjected, "Miss, this horse has just run. Might I suggest another? How about this brown one?" Mo Ying frowned. "Surely a horse cannot be so weak. I shan't ride it too far. Perhaps I could feed it some fodder to replenish its strength before we ride." The guard hesitated. Feeding it too much is not advisable before riding." Mo Ying bit her lip, a look of discontent on her face as she caressed the horse's mane, softly murmuring, "Dear horse, would you allow me to ride you for a lap?" The horse seemed to enjoy her touch, whinnying softly, prompting her to exclaim with delight, "See, it likes me." The guards exchanged incredulous looks, wondering if she truly believed herself to be so charming. Not daring to dismiss her wishes, a guard crouched down to serve as a mounting block, and she gracefully ascended onto the horse. On the majestic steed, Mo Ying felt a surge of pride, her head held high, convinced that Chu Yan must now see her in a new light. Meanwhile, Chu Yan remained oblivious, lost in thought as he gazed across the riverbank, his mind wandering far from the present. He recalled the 2 documents Gao Shiqi had requested, which he had switched out, uncertain if they had been discovered. The 2 individuals who perished from excessive doses of Ma Fei San bore residues of Gu Dao Si Lai Song Gu San. The incident involving the framing of Xu Jinli revealed a pattern of deceit that had grown increasingly meticulous over time. Were there others like Xu Jinli, unjustly bearing the blame in those theft cases? Suddenly, Mo Ying's shrill cry shattered his reverie. "The foal is about to fall into the river. Someone save it." Turning to follow her gaze, Chu Yan spotted a foal grazing perilously close to the riverbank, its footing slipping on the steep incline. Fortunately, one of its forelegs caught on a tree trunk, preventing a complete fall. Below, the river rushed violently. Should the foal tumble in, survival was far from guaranteed. Though Chu Yan was at a distance, nearby guards dashed towards the foal, but before they could reach it, the animal's leg slipped from the trunk. With a desperate whinny, the foal plummeted into the torrent. The guards hastily attempted to catch it but were left behind, halted at the edge of the turbulent waters. Mo Ying, distressed, ordered the guards, "Hurry, dive in and rescue it. Listen to its cries, it's so pitiful. Why are you hesitating?" Go save it. The river flowed too swiftly, and downstream lay a waterfall. If the foal were swept away, it could suffer grievous injuries or even death. Mo dismounted, tears streaming as she watched the struggling foal, crying out, "You must save it. Do you not possess any compassion? Can you not feel for it?" One guard, moved by her cries, prepared to leap into the river, but was sharply halted by Chu Yan's commanding voice. "Everyone, hold your positions. No one is to enter the water." Yet, a guard attempting to jump lost his footing and fell into the river, his weight less than that of the foal, swept away by the current in an instant. The events unfolded with breathtaking swiftness, leaving little time for reaction. Chu Yan sprang into action, leaping from branch to branch, deftly unsheathing a slender, invisible cord from his waist. Narrowing his eyes, he cast a hook towards the guard's collar. A mere fraction off target could result in grievous harm. Navigating around a tree trunk, he secured the rope before wrapping it tightly around a branch. The guard, now dangling above the water, halted his descent, but the force of the current threatened to tear his collar apart. Without delay, Chu Yan dove into the water, utilizing the slight resistance to hoist the guard upwards. A drowning individual instinctively clings to anything that might help them float, often thrashing about in panic. Thus, Chu Yan did not afford him a moment to struggle. He swiftly rendered the guard unconscious, leveraging the rope to pull him from the water and onto the shore. Soaked to the skin, Chu Yan collapsed on the ground, the combined weight of himself and the drenched guard overwhelming him. The other guards rushed over, working together to drag both to safety, collectively exhaling in relief. Mo hurried over, her heart racing as she patted her chest in anxiety, approaching Chu Yan with genuine concern. "Sir, are you all right? You frightened me. That was far too dangerous. Please do not do that again." As Chu Yan rose, water dripped from his soaked garments, his voice cold and cutting through her seemingly caring words. "You understand danger?" Mo paused, expecting his response to be one of gratitude for her concern, only to be met with reproach. "Of course, I know what danger is." He pointed at the guard behind her, furrowing his brow in accusation. "You comprehend danger, yet insisted they leap in to save the horse. Do you not realize you could have led them to their demise?" The thin, resilient rope had sliced into Chu Yan's hand, crimson staining his palm, droplets falling onto the grass in a gruesome display. Mo gasped, covering her mouth in horror as she hurriedly offered her handkerchief. "Oh no, your hand is bleeding. Use this to staunch the flow. I was merely overwhelmed when I saw the horse about to drown." Chu Yan glared at her. "You lament the horse's plight, yet moments ago, when you insisted on riding, did you not consider its exhaustion after running several miles?" Mo was taken aback by his accusatory tone, her eyes welling with unshed tears. Chu Yan showed no mercy despite her delicate appearance. "Have you considered the safety of the guards? Is your kindness predicated upon the sacrifice of others? The next time you face such a situation, do not command others with mere words. Leap into action yourself to save them." With that, Chu Yan brushed aside the silk handkerchief she offered, allowing his blood to drip as he made his way back to the main house of the courtyard to seek out Shang Yunruo. This wound still served a purpose for him. Chapter 83. Sister-in-law, please help me. Upon returning to the Kanglan courtyard, both Chu Jinli and the young Lord Mu were absent. With an air of aloofness, Chu Yan walked out, his expression cold, and stood in front of Shang Yunruo, his demeanor softening instantly. He approached her and raised his hand, aware that she could perceive the outline of his palm. "Sister-in-law, may I borrow your handkerchief? My fingers are bleeding profusely," he said. Shang Yunruo caught a whiff of the strong scent of blood, causing her heart to tighten, and she quickly pulled out a handkerchief, asking anxiously, "How did this happen?" Chu Yan, relishing the sight of her concern, replied softly, "It was the rope that cut me." Shang Yunruo hastily called for Chu Yu to fetch the medicine box, holding the handkerchief in a moment of indecision about whether to touch his wound. Chu Yan grasped her hand holding the handkerchief, feeling the warmth of her palm through the fabric, and he found himself feeling less cold, sensing the chill of his fingers and their slight tremor. Shang Yunruo reached for his sleeve, which was damp and dripping. She then touched him, discovering he was soaked through, prompting her to send a maid to heat water for him to take a bath and ward off the chill. Curiously, she inquired, "Weren't you out with Mo? How did you end up like this? Where is Mo?" Princess Pingyang was also keenly interested. She stood up and glanced outside, but saw no sign of Mo. Chu Yan replied calmly, "She's fine, probably by the river. I had to save a guard who fell in." Princess Pingyang, still worried, ventured outside with two maids to search for Mo. Chu Yu returned with the medicine box, but when Shang Yunruo instructed her to bandage him, Chu Yan withdrew his hand, saying, "Sister-in-law, please help me. I fear it will hurt if anyone else does it." Shang Yunruo protested, "I can't see, and I might hurt you while bandaging." His eyes glimmered with a playful light as he smiled. "Even if it hurts, it's fine. Just bandage it." This statement inadvertently led her to a misunderstanding, causing her ears to flush slightly. She refrained from discussing it further and, after cleansing his wound, began to apply the ointment. Chu Yan remained stoic, only flinching slightly when she inadvertently caused him pain, making her hesitant to continue. Suddenly, he grasped her hand holding the ointment, his cold palm seemingly absorbing her warmth. Gradually growing warmer, he held her hand and began to apply the ointment to the appropriate spot on his wound. Each delicate stroke of her fingertip across his palm sent a ticklish sensation through him, as if a feather had brushed against his heart. As they continued to apply the ointment, his throat grew dry and hoarse, his atoms apple-bobbing, leaving him wanting more. Once the bandaging was complete, Shang Yunruo urged him to change his clothes and take a hot bath. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked, "Sister-in-law, about the incense pouch you promised to give me. You haven't delivered it yet." Shang Yunruo paused for a moment, playfully scolding, "At this hour, you're still thinking about the incense? I'll bring it to you shortly." He smiled slightly and obediently went to change and bathe. While she went to fetch the sachet, she overheard voices in the hall. Princess Ping'ong had returned with Moing. "Did I do something wrong, sister? Why did he scold me so harshly?" "I thought he was gentle," Moing lamented, her voice tinged with confusion. Princess Ping'ong replied, "He does seem well-behaved, unlike someone who would lose their temper." As Moing pondered her sister's words, a realization sparked in her eyes, and she exclaimed, "Sister, if he has never been angry with anyone else but me, does that mean I am special to him?" Princess Ping'ong hesitated. "Well, if that's how you interpret it." Mo Ying's face lit up with excitement, her cheeks flushed. "You don't understand. He was incredibly heroic when he jumped in to save the person. Afterward, the first thing he did was scold me, indicating that even though he was harsh, it showed how much he values me." Princess Ping'ong replied, "I'm not sure I quite follow." Mo Ying's enthusiasm grew, hands covering her face in shyness. She bashfully said, "Oh dear sister, stop. You're making me blush." Princess Ping'ong quipped, "I didn't say anything. It was all you." Shang Yunruo listened, feeling bewildered. Did Mo Ying imply that Chu Yan had feelings for her? She clenched the sachet in her hand, suddenly realizing why he, despite his injuries and being cold and wet, was so keen on receiving her incense pouch. Was it meant for Mo Ying? Could it be that they were mutually infatuated? Would this lead to a proposal? If so, would Chu Yan finally avoid the tragic fate from her dreams, finding a family, a beloved partner, and children to create a warm home? The more she contemplated, the more it seemed like a joyous occasion, and her spirits lifted. While Mo Ying sometimes struggled to discern right from wrong, she was fundamentally a kind-hearted girl. If a Yan had feelings for her, she would wholeheartedly support their union. After a moment of contemplation, Shang Yunruo resolved to remain discreet, allowing the two to interact more before acting, lest she risk a counterproductive outcome. With a cheerful heart, she headed to deliver the incense powder to Chu Yan. Knocking on the closed door. "Who is it?" came his voice, edged with an unfamiliar coldness and vigilance. After a pause, she responded, "It's me. I've brought the incense pouch. I can leave it outside." His tone softened. "No, sister-in-law, please come in and help me." Shang Yunruo hesitated. "Have you finished bathing? Is it appropriate for me to enter? I'm dressed, but my hand is injured. Please come in." After considering, she realized he wouldn't summon her without proper attire. And besides, she could not see. She opened the door and walked toward the indistinct figure standing behind the curtain. As she drew the curtain aside, Chu Yan's dark eyes locked onto hers like a hawk upon its prey, fixating on her delicate features veiled by the thin fabric. His throat tightened, and he spoke slowly, "Sister-in-law, I can't fasten my belt. Could you assist me?" His voice was laced with an inexplicable intimacy, the tone tugging at her heartstrings. Feeling slightly flustered, she first handed him the sachet. She reached out, but only grasped the edge of his garment, missing the belt. Inadvertently brushing against his taut abdomen through the thin fabric of his clothing. Startled, she withdrew her hand, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "I can't see. I'm just fumbling around. Let me call a servant for you." But Chu Yan caught her arm, leaning in close, his voice barely above a whisper. "For something so personal, I prefer only you to help me." Chapter 84. Take the initiative. If you like. The familiar tingling sensation once again enveloped Shang Yunruo, causing her body to tremble slightly as she hurriedly shifted to the side, evading his breath. Chu Yan, with a triumphant smirk, stood upright and opened his arms. Sister-in-law, please hurry. I'm feeling a bit cold. Shang Yunruo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to swiftly tie his waistband. Grasping two straps, she prepared to wrap them around and knot them in front. She stepped closer, her hands on the straps, arms moving back as if she were embracing him from the front. Chu Yan inhaled deeply, savoring the delicate figure pressed against him, inhaling the faint scent that filled the air, and closed his eyes in a moment of rapture. Shang Yunruo's movements were swift. After looping the waistband around, she stepped back and tied a neat knot at his waist. Once the task was complete, she reached out to touch his forehead, noticing it was slightly warm, and then checked his face, startled enough to want to call for a physician. Chu Yan grasped her arm, pulling her back, his voice hushed. I'm not ill. Just came from a bath. Unconvinced, Shang Yunruo insisted on checking, but he leaned in, pressing his forehead against hers, his voice tender. You compare. Isn't it similar to your warmth? With their foreheads touching, she felt the beads of sweat on his brow. While the temperature wasn't excessively high, it was evident that he was quite warm at that moment. Shang Yunruo awkwardly pulled back, clearing her throat. Still, we cannot be careless. If you feel unwell, you must tell me immediately. Reflecting on the warmth of her forehead, Chu Yan smiled in agreement, appearing exceptionally obedient. Waiting for him to don his outer robe before assisting him with the belt, she recalled Mo-ing and tentatively asked, how do you get along with Mo-ing? As Chu Yan was putting on his outer robe, he paused, glancing at her with a question. What do you want to know? Shang Yunruo asked plainly. What are your feelings towards Mo-ing? Chu Yan replied directly. Not much. Surprised, Shang Yunruo thought. That wasn't what Mo-ing had just said. She had mentioned that he had scolded her upon arrival, showing a particular concern for her. Could it be that Chu Yan outwardly dismissed her but secretly cared? Or perhaps he was unaware of his own feelings. After all, such matters were often more perceptible to women, while men tended to be somewhat oblivious. She decided not to press further, nodding. Well, you two should take your time to get to know each other. Chu Yan asked, Sister-in-law, do you wish for me to marry soon? Shang Yunruo replied, not at all. I merely think that if you have someone you like, you shouldn't hesitate, but rather take the initiative. Chu Yan's gaze deepened. Is it truly possible to act without concern, to be proactive? Shang Yunruo reassured him. Of course. You cannot dwell on the past or overthink. Status is not a barrier. As long as you have feelings, I shall support you in achieving it. She feared that he might feel inferior due to his status as a secondary son, worrying that he might think himself unworthy of Mo-ing, especially considering Mo-ing was to be conferred as a princess in the future. Her encouragement transformed into motivation for him. Indeed, status should not pose a problem. He need not overthink, for if one likes someone, one must take the initiative, right? After sunset, the air remained somewhat sultry. The group set their dinner by the stream, accompanied by the distant sound of cascading waterfalls, feeling as though they were part of a picturesque scene. Mo-ing poured a cup of low-alcohol rice wine. Raising it towards Chu Yan, Young Master Zimo, I apologize for today's incident. Please do not hold a grudge against me. The absent Mu Xiaogong and Chu Jinli glanced at each other, puzzled. What incident? Mo-ing pouted, tears glistening in her eyes. I saw a young horse about to fall into the river and called for the guards to save it. Unfortunately, one guard accidentally fell into the river and nearly lost his life. Thankfully, young Master Zimo saved him. Otherwise, I would have caused a tragedy. She lowered her head, tears falling. Though not overtly self-reproachful, she appeared somewhat aggrieved. It's all my fault. I should not have acted hastily without considering the guard's safety. Anyone hearing her would agree it was not her fault. Chu Jinli glared at Chu Yan. Mo-ing did nothing wrong. Why are you angry with her? The guard was careless himself. Mu Xiaogong concurred. It is not Mo-ying's fault. You acted commendably. You are a kind-hearted girl, understanding the truth. Princess Pingyang opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. She felt a sense of indebtedness towards her sister and empathized with her for growing up without parental care. Thus, even knowing she was at fault, she chose to remain silent. She merely silenced Mu Xiaogong, saying, Drink your wine. Do not meddle in everything. Mu Xiaogong fell silent, clinking glasses with Chu Jinli and sipping on his drink. However, Chu Jinli was not satisfied, insisting that Chu Yan should apologize to Mo-ing. Why are you upset with her? What wrong has she done? Look, you've made the young lady cry. You should be ashamed of yourself. Chu Yan, casting a sidelong glance at the stream and bamboo bridge, was already in a foul mood dining here. Hearing Mo-ing's sobs, and Chu Jinli's unjustified words only intensified his irritation. He set down his chopsticks. Fixing his gaze on Mo Ying, "You need not apologize to me. It was not I who nearly drowned." Mo Ying promptly replied, "I have already apologized to that guard, and he forgave me. What guard would dare not forgive her?" Following her logic, refusal to forgive would denote a narrow-mindedness. In her world, hatred was incomprehensible. Mo Ying gazed at Chu Yan, her eyes downcast, a wry smile playing on her lips, enchanted by his every gesture. Why did he captivate her so? She rather enjoyed the contrast of Chu Yan's kindness to everyone, yet he was brusque only with her, making her feel uniquely cherished in his eyes. Chu Jinli could no longer tolerate it, addressing Chu Yan. Mo Ying was right to have the guards save the horse. She is young and unaware of the dangers in the river. You could have addressed her kindly instead of getting angry. You show no gallantry. Chu Yan shot a cold glance at Chu Jinli, smirking icily as he turned to Mo Ying. Indeed, my brother has great tolerance. Just the other day, he was swindled out of a fortune, yet he did not hold anyone accountable for his negligence. Tell me, Miss Mo Ying, should he not let go of his grudges and forgive? Mentioning Gao Shitzi extinguished Chu Jinli's smile. Due to Gao Shitzi, he could no longer bear to hear the name. Anyone who uttered it would receive his ire. Mo Ying nodded, following Chu Yan's lead. Yes, losing wealth can avert disaster. Forgiving is releasing hatred, allowing the heart to be light and joyful. Chu Jinli was incensed, abandoning his gentility and patience, slamming the table and raising his voice. Try being swindled and see if you can still feel light and joyful. Chapter 85. The fragments of jade stir between lips and tongue. Upon finishing his words, he suddenly realized that he had been overly agitated. He had originally intended to speak about Chu Yan, but Mo Ying's words had ignited his anger, causing him to lash out at her indiscriminately. Mo Ying was genuinely taken aback, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chu Jinli hurriedly apologized to Mo Ying. "I'm sorry, Mo Ying. I shouldn't have scolded you." Mo Ying shook her head. "It's all right, Lord Chu. I don't hold it against you." Shang Yunruo pressed her lips together, finding it difficult to assess Mo Ying's character. One could only say that she was indeed young and had not encountered significant setbacks. Perceiving the world in a remarkably naive and optimistic manner, one could only hope that when faced with particularly distressing injustices in the future, she could maintain her convictions. The weather was hot today, and Shang Yunruo had little appetite. She rose and said, "I feel a bit tired. I'll go lie down. You all take your time." Chu Yao went to tidy up the bedding, calling for Arya to assist her back to her room. Throughout the entire time, Chu Yan did not glance at Shang Yunruo, but his thoughts had already drifted far away with her. Once her figure had completely vanished, he lifted his wine cup and said to Chu Jinli, "Zimo toasts to you. Brother, I spoke too hastily earlier. Please do not be angry." Despite having previously looked down upon this younger brother and still holding a disfavor towards him, Chu Jinli understood that familial discord should not be aired before outsiders. He raised his cup, clinking it with Chu Yan's, and drank the mildly alcoholic rice wine. This particular rice wine was something he could manage to drink a few cups of. The three men began to indulge in their drinking, while Princess Pingyang led the seemingly reluctant Mo Ying back to the main house. Noticing that Shang Yunruo's room still glimmered with light, she knocked on the door. Shang Yunruo was reclining on the couch, resting with her eyes closed, while Arya read from ancient texts to gauge her literacy. The sudden knock on the door startled her, and she instructed, "Paper Kite, go open the door." Arya set down the book to answer the door. Finding Mo Ying standing there, she averted her gaze, suppressing her annoyance, and greeted Princess Pingyang before standing aside. Shang Yunruo did not engage in pleasantries with Princess Pingyang and gestured casually to the side. "Please sit, Mo Ying. I'm a bit tired and want to get up." Princess Pingyang clicked her tongue. "You're so lazy. Even I, a pregnant woman, am not this fatigued." Shang Yunruo softly acknowledged with an asking, "What about them? Are they still eating?" Princess Pingyang replied with a gentle adding, "Yunruo, my sister is truly smitten with your little uncle." Mo Ying, overhearing this, immediately interjected. "Sister, what are you saying?" Princess Pingyang, perplexed, inquired, "Is it not true? You do not fancy Chu Zimo?" Mo Ying's cheeks flushed like a sunset, and she stammered, "Oh dear, do not speak nonsense." Neither Shang Yunruo nor Princess Pingyang were the types to be coy. They openly expressed their affections or sought their parents' assistance in courtship, making it difficult for them to understand the bashfulness of a young girl like Mo Ying. While they did not comprehend her feelings, they could empathize. Shang Yunruo spoke on her behalf. "Mo Ying is a bit shy. Do not press her further." Though Princess Pingyang did not often spend time with this biological sister, she realized that her understanding of her was not as profound as that of Shang Yunruo. All right, I want to mention it again. I merely wish to inquire about Zimo's thoughts. Shang Yunruo responded, You wish for me to probe his feelings, do you? Yes. Please ask him how he feels about Moing, so that we do not find ourselves alone in our affections. However, Moing interrupted once more, causing Princess Pingyang to fall silent in exasperation. Shang Yunruo had recently inquired about this matter, and his response had been lukewarm. Unable to utter such hurtful words directly, she opted to share her conjecture. I believe Yin may not fully understand his own feelings. Perhaps you should spend more time together without rushing things. Princess Pingyang sighed. Very well, I've worried too much today. By the way, how are things with your lord? Shang Yunruo was reluctant to discuss her family matters in front of Moing, fearing that she might suggest forgiving Chu Jinli. Given her temperament, she might inadvertently cause Moing to weep again. She waved her hand dismissively. Let us not mention it. Little did she know, despite her attempts to avoid the topic, Moing piped up, What's wrong, Sister Yunruo? Isn't the Lord quite well? Shang Yunruo. Princess Pingyang gently reminded her sister, Moing. There are many things you do not understand. Let us listen quietly and refrain from offering unsolicited opinions. It's acceptable here with your sister Yunruo. But in a few days, we will be entering the palace to attend the birthday banquet of Consort Liang. Do not speak out of turn, understood? Moing was displeased, wondering why she was not allowed to speak. What have I said that was out of line? Princess Pingyang stood, taking Moing with her to bid farewell to Shang Yunruo. No matter how strong the bond, even the best of relationships could not withstand such trials. She could indulge her sister, but others had no obligation to tolerate her whims. At the dining table by the creek, Chu Yan and his companions had already consumed all the wine they had brought. Chu Jinli had polished off an entire bottle of rice wine, mistakenly believing that its low alcohol content would prevent him from becoming inebriated, only to find himself collapsed on the table. Half intoxicated, Duke Mu waved his hand, conceding defeat to the most capable drinker. Chu Yan, I cannot drink anymore today. I must avoid the scolding of my princess. Let us escort Jinli back to his room and save our battle for another day. Chu Yan, his eyes slightly glazed with intoxication, surveyed Chu Jinli with a sense of satisfaction at his drunken state. He hoisted him up, draping his arm over his shoulder, and assisted him toward the guest room. Duke Mu chuckled, Zimo, you've had too much. The main house is over there. Yet Chu Yan remained resolute. Sister-in-law does not appreciate him inebriated. Let him sleep in the guest room tonight, and leave Qian to take care of him. Duke Mu recalled how his own princess despised her husband's drunken demeanor and nodded in understanding. Then you should inform your sister-in-law, lest she worry. Chu Yan smiled faintly and replied, Yes, I will do that. After settling Chu Jinli, Chu Yan approached the door of Shang Yunruo's room. He gently knocked thrice. When no one answered, he pushed the door open. The room was dimly lit by 2 lanterns. Shang Yunruo reclined on the couch, still in her clothes but fast asleep. He approached quietly, crouching before her, and began to trace her face with his fingers delicately. His eyes, clouded slightly by intoxication, murmured softly, You will never become the person in my dreams, will you? His fingers lingered at her earlobe, her delicate ears resembling a beautiful treasure. The soft earlobe adorned with a jade earring. Slowly, he leaned in, whispering against her ear, If I were to confine you here, would you then belong solely to me? With that, he could no longer restrain himself, and took her earring into his mouth. The cool jade stirred against his warm lips and tongue as he sucked and licked the earring, his tongue curling to touch her earlobe. The delightful sensation sent a shiver through him, and the rationality he struggled to maintain began to crumble. Just as he released the earring and pressed against her cherry blossom-like lips, a sudden knock at the door interrupted the moment. Chapter 86. Savoring the sweet fragrance of rouge in this chapter, Chu Yan was enraptured by the softness of lips. But the rhythm of the moment was abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door. Frowning slightly, he opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of displeasure in his dark irises. He did not immediately release the softness in his mouth, instead gently biting the pearl of her lower lip, causing his breath to become erratic. As the knocking continued, Chu Yan found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. The lips beneath his began to stir, hinting at awakening. Outside the door, Chu Yue inquired softly, Miss Qian, are you still awake at this late hour? Are you looking for the young lady? Arya, accustomed to everyone calling her by her full name, raised the notebook in her hand, stating, The mistress asked me to copy some accounts for her, and I just finished. Chu Yan chuckled. Why are you so earnest? The mistress is already asleep. You can simply hand it to her tomorrow. Zhang Ziqian cherished the learning opportunity bestowed upon her by Shang Yunruo, and she was determined to complete the task assigned without delay, executing her duties with utmost diligence. She hesitated before saying, when I left, the young lady was dozing on the couch. I was concerned about waking her, especially since she hasn't washed up or changed yet, so I thought I would check on her. Chu Yan had been preoccupied with matters in the courtyard and the arrangements for tomorrow's boat outing, having left Ziqian to serve her, unaware that the young lady had fallen asleep in her clothes. This was Ziqian's first time attending to the mistress, and though she was inexperienced, Chu Yan bore her no ill will. She quickly knocked on the door and asked, Miss, are you asleep? Shang Yunruo was thoroughly awakened by their conversation, and Chu Yan had released her lips, hesitating for a moment between concealment and revelation, ultimately choosing the latter. Sister-in-law, you're awake. Shang Yunruo exclaimed in surprise, sitting up and saying, Yan, why are you here? Has the gathering ended? With a smile in his voice, Chu Yan replied, yes. My brother drank too much and went to sleep in the guest room to avoid disturbing you. I came to inform you so that you wouldn't worry. She was not concerned for Zhu Jinli, and upon hearing the knock, she answered, come in. Without waiting for them to push the door open, Chu Yan stepped forward, blocking the entrance, and remarked, you are quite noisy. Sister-in-law was peacefully asleep until you woke her. The two maids were startled to see Chu Yan in the room, but remembering the close relationship between the second young master and the young lady, they paid it little mind. The two maids offered their apologies, saying, Miss, let us assist you in changing and preparing for bed. Upon receiving Shang Yunruo's consent, Chu Yan stepped aside to allow them in, taking a lingering glance back at her. The rouge on her lips had faded from his kiss, and he pressed his lips together, savoring the sweet taste of the rouge. The following morning, Zhu Jinli awoke just before dawn, surprised at the lingering effects of the rice wine. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he surveyed his surroundings and realized he was not in Shang Yunruo's main chamber, prompting him to question, how did I end up here? Lu Qian replied candidly, the second young master brought you here after seeing you were intoxicated, saying he was concerned about disturbing the madam's rest. Zhu Jinli rubbed his forehead, displeased, and said, next time, do not heed his words. He changed into a fresh set of clothes and made his way to the front courtyard, where everyone was already prepared, waiting solely for him. Spotting Chu Yan in the shadows of the corridor, he grimaced, feeling a disdain for the fact that he would always be that illegitimate son, hidden away from the light. Unaware of the disdain cast upon him, Chu Yan was preoccupied with the fragrance powder bottle gifted by Shang Yunruo. As he caressed the bottle with his thumb, he reminisced about the kiss from the previous night, slowly closing his eyes. Suddenly sensing someone approaching, he opened his eyes to find Mo Ying leaning in towards the bottle in his hand, and before he could react, she had already removed the cap. The scent of osmanthus wafted through the air. In an instant, the dreamy look in Chu Yan's eyes turned to one of hostility. He snatched the cap from her hands and sealed the bottle tightly. Mo Ying smelled the lingering fragrance on her hand and remarked, so it's perfume. It smells delightful. Where did you buy it? Her tone was low and slightly melancholic. Who allowed you to touch my belongings without permission? Mo Ying bit her lip innocently and replied, I called your name a couple of times, but you didn't respond. I thought I would tease you, with no ill intent. He glanced toward Shang Yunruo, who was laughing with the princess of Pingyang, her lips curved in a smile. Today, her rouge was a deeper red than yesterday's delicate pink, making her appear even more striking. He gradually suppressed the urge to lash out, coldly instructing Mo Ying, keep your distance. This command carried a weight of disdain far beyond his previous admonishments, which had been merely attempts at reasoning. Taken aback, she retracted her playful intentions, biting her lip as she rushed to her sister, tears streaming down her cheeks. She despised Zhu Zimo. The princess of Pingyang, witnessing her sister's distress, quickly inquired about the cause. Shang Yunruo, with her keen sense, detected the lingering scent of osmanthus. She had suspected that the bottle of perfume might be a gift from Chu Yan to Mo Ying, and this assumption seemed accurate. Despite the princess's persistent questioning, Mo Ying remained tight-lipped. Sensing something amiss, the princess ventured, is it because of Zimo? Mo Ying's quiet sobs morphed into loud cries. Had it been someone else, the princess might have struggled to contain her temper. However, she understood her sister's less than pleasing demeanor and also considered Shang Yunruo's feelings. Knowing that both sisters cared deeply for their siblings, the princess gently patted Mo Ying's head, saying, why does Zimo always bully you? This remark only served to reinforce Shang Yunruo's suspicions. She was well aware of Chu Yan's gentle nature, never causing trouble or quarreling, let alone bullying a girl. A boy who constantly torments a girl likely harbors feelings for her, though she did not particularly favor Mo Ying's character. Perhaps Chu Yan's disposition required the uncomplicated healing that a forgiving girl like Mo Ying could provide. After this brief episode, the group proceeded to the lakeside in the western suburbs, preparing for a boat outing. The carriage traversed a bumpy stretch of road, and Shang Yunruo could only glimpse the lush greenery through the thin veil, inhaling the fresh air unique to the forest. She realized they were likely deep within a canopy of trees. Zhu Jinli, observing the increasing distance between himself and Shang Yunruo, intentionally remarked, "Yunruo, do you remember this place? It was here, during our outing before marriage, that we were caught in a sudden downpour." Shang Yunruo was taken aback, recalling it as the spot where the fierce winds had overturned their carriage and branches had grazed her eyes. The recollection made her shiver slightly, a pang of pain echoing through her mind. Riding alongside the carriage, Chu Yan listened to their conversation and glanced around, confirming it was indeed the same location. It was here that Shang Yunruo had risked herself to save him. Zhu Jinli's voice rang out again from within the carriage. "You intended to save me, but mistakenly rescued Chu Yan instead, right?" Chu Yan's expression faltered as he abruptly turned to Shang Yunruo inside the carriage. His brows furrowed, and tremors crept into his voice as he asked, "Sister-in-law, you saved me by mistake?" Chapter 87. The generosity of others. The inquiry from Chu Yan tightened Shang Yunruo's heart, prompting her to hastily refute Chu Jinli's assertion. "No, I did not save the wrong person. It was precisely because I recognized a yin that I intervened," Chu Jinli replied. "But at that time, when the Prime Minister came to propose, he mentioned that you sustained your injury in an attempt to save me. Although you mistakenly saved Chu Yan, you believed you were rescuing me." Shang Yunruo countered, "That was merely due to the marriage proposal. My father said that, and besides, he was unaware of the truth." Chu Jinli felt a bit frustrated and retorted, "So the Prime Minister fabricated a lie to deceive me into marrying you." Shang Yunruo found this somewhat amusing. "So, it turns out the Marquis agreed to this marriage due to my act of saving someone." Chu Jinli was at a loss for words. He had indeed consented because of her father's influence, and her rescue had little to do with it. Yet, he yearned to ascertain whether Shang Yunruo still harbored affection for him. For reasons unknown, he had recently become anxious about matters he previously disregarded, such as her increasingly indifferent demeanor and her denial of ever being moved by him. He endeavored to rekindle her past affection. "I recall you used to cling to me, always waiting at my place of dispersal, claiming you happened to pass by." Strangely, reminiscing about those moments filled him with a sense of sweetness. Shang Yunruo turned her face towards the window, unwilling to engage with him. She could not comprehend the purpose of his words. Upon reflection, ever since their families had separated, he had ceased visiting the adjacent courtyard, and even Xuan Ningen seemingly vanished. Surely, they had quarreled. If they did, he would focus his energy on himself. Did he think himself a sovereign, balancing the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards? Noticing Shang Yunruo's indifference, Chu Jinli felt slighted and a bit displeased. Fortunately, their journey was nearing its end as they arrived by the lakeside. Everyone disembarked from the carriage, and at the vast lake's edge, several brightly adorned boats bobbed alongside numerous smaller vessels, likely belonging to various entertainment houses. Qi Yao had reserved a boat from a music house, though no dancers were invited. The waters of the western suburbs, unlike the rivers, shimmered a tranquil green, with a gentle warm breeze caressing the lake's surface, creating a picturesque scene with the verdant willows along the shore. As they stood by the shore, waiting for the boatmen to bring their vessel, they heard plaintive cries from a nearby boat that had docked. 4 or 5 young men stepped onto the deck, attempting to disembark when a woman clad in sheer red gauze pursued them. With a delicate beauty accentuated by a red dot between her brows, she appeared as fragile as a willow swaying in the wind. With tear-filled eyes, she implored the young men, "This guqin is my late mother's keepsake. I beseech you, gentlemen, to part with it." The young men, growing impatient, shrugged off her grasp. "I've already said no. Stop pestering us, or I'll report you." The woman stumbled back, nearly falling overboard, but managed to cling to the railing, hanging there like a wilting petal blown from a flower. She lamented, "I was born into a family of musicians. But alas, my family has fallen into hardship. My parents perished, and I was left to wander among entertainment houses. Today, upon seeing my mother's relic, I am filled with sorrow. Gentlemen, please, grant me this guqin." As more onlookers gathered, watching the scene unfold as if it were a performance, Zhang Ziyuan quietly scoffed, which caught Shang Yunruo's attention. She beckoned her closer. What are your thoughts? Zhang Ziyuan, surprised by Shang Yunruo's interest in her opinion, leaned closer and whispered, I've seen many such tricks before. The status of women in entertainment houses is low, while they do not sell themselves. They are often sold to wealthy families as concubines as they age, typically to older men. Hence, they resort to various means to secure a better future. Shang Yunruo grasped the implication. So, the musician's claim about her mother's relic is false? Zhang Ziyuan nodded. I suspect it is fabricated, though she performs her role convincingly. I am uncertain about its authenticity. Shang Yunruo nodded, continuing to listen to the commotion on the boat. The musician persisted in her weeping. Gentlemen, if you cannot part with the guqin, at least allow me to see it daily. I only wish to be near my mother's keepsake, to reminisce. Shang Yunruo sensed the development and turned to Zhang Ziyuan, whispering, Next, she won't propose that the gentleman take her as a concubine, will she? As soon as she spoke, she felt warmth radiate from Zhang Ziyuan's ears. Just then, Chu Yan's voice came close. Sister-in-law, you are truly astute. Shang Yunruo was momentarily taken aback. Again? What brings you here? Where is Zhang Ziyuan? Chu Yan chuckled softly. Zhang Ziyuan is nearby. I just arrived when you leaned in to share secrets. As they conversed, the musician uttered the very words Shang Yunruo had predicted. If not, then perhaps the gentleman would take me as a concubine. I would willingly serve as a concubine. All for the sake of filial piety. The crowd began to murmur, and Mo Ying could no longer contain herself. Unexpectedly, she stepped forward, exclaiming, This young lady is so pitiful, merely yearning for her mother's keepsake. Why not grant her wish? Shang Yunruo sighed, realizing Mo Ying was at it again. The princess of Pingyang quickly intervened, but it was too late. Gentlemen, you seem well off. Why not show some compassion? The young men laughed. My dear lady, do you know how much we paid for this guqin? 30,000 taels of silver. And you expect us to simply give it away? Mo Ying was taken aback by the exorbitant price, momentarily at a loss for words. The young men continued to mock her. Your good intentions are commendable. But why not purchase the guqin yourself and gift it to her? I won't ask for much, just 36,000 taels, a mere 20% markup. Mo Ying, however, lacked such funds. She had always relied on her words to earn goodwill and a reputation for kindness, but now, in the capital, it seemed futile. The young men continued to ridicule her. Little girl, is your kindness merely talk? What were you thinking when you urged us to part with the guqin? As laughter erupted around her, Mo Ying's face flushed with embarrassment. She clutched her sister's sleeve, whispering, Sister, let us help her. I promise to repay you once I have money. The princess of Pingyang sighed. Sweet ancestor, I can't carry that much money for a day out. Don't cause me trouble. Mo Ying, however, was resolute. The onlookers were all well-dressed, likely members of the affluent elite of the capital. If she did not intervene today, how could she establish herself in the city? She tugged at her sister's sleeve. Sister, you cannot stand by and do nothing. The princess of Pingyang sighed, realizing she had become the one standing idly by. Understanding her friend's tone, Shang Yunruo knew she would relent, as her seemingly domineering friend was, in truth, soft-hearted towards those close to her. Yet, this was not a moment for compassion. The red-clad musician might become a nuisance. The princess of Pingyang finally relented. Gentlemen, would 35,000 taels suffice? Before the young men could respond, Shang Yunruo immediately interjected, Rong Yue, we must not purchase it. Mo Ying, in a state of urgency, disregarded her tone and hastily interrupted, saying, Sister Yunshan, it is one thing for you to stand idly by. But how can you impede my sister from extending her assistance? Chapter 88. Shang Yunruo struck out. Shang Yunruo's temper could no longer be contained. Without regard for whether she was the woman Chu Yan favored, she scolded, Mo Ying, you are truly adept at spending others' wealth. If you lack the ability and resources, do not play the benefactor, for it will only result in your sister having to clean up your mess. The princess of Pingyang intervened. Enough? She is my sister. After all, she handed over a banknote, saying, Here are 100,000 taels. You may collect the remainder from the residence of Duke Ronghua. This is my husband. Young Master Mu, simply mention his name. The woman in red gazed at young Master Mu, her eyes sparkling, and staggered forward, kneeling before them with a thud. I thank you, young master, and the noble lady for purchasing the guqin for me. I am willing to serve as a concubine to repay your kindness. Shang Yunruo had anticipated this outcome and felt a surge of frustration towards the princess of Pingyang for indulging her sister. Yet, it was not the moment to voice such sentiments. The princess, taken aback by the unfortunate turn of events, stepped back and replied, "No need for such formality. Let us consider this a charitable act. You need not become a concubine." The red-clad musician shook her head, insisting, "No, I have never owed anyone a debt of gratitude. Mistress, you may treat me as a servant, but since you have purchased my late mother's belongings for me today, I shall follow the example of Du Sherngyang and redeem myself to repay you." Her repeated calls of mistress and lord were an attempt to solidify her status as a concubine, revealing the woman's considerable ambition. The princess of Pingyang clutched her stomach, retreating further, and scolded, "I said you need not become a concubine. Why do you persist in calling me such? Take your late mother's belongings and leave. You cannot stay at our residence." Upon hearing this, the red-clad musician dashed back to the boat, climbing onto the railing and crying out in despair. Qing Wan is an artist who does not sell her body. She is a virtuous woman. Since you do not wish for me, I have no choice but to die to uphold my principles. The onlookers gasped as she seemed ready to jump. The princess of Pingyang, feeling both anxious and angry, clutched her abdomen, which was beginning to ache intolerably, and said to her husband, "We must leave at once." Seeing them about to depart, the red-clad musician leapt into the water. Emoing covered her mouth and shouted, "Sister, we cannot just leave." Shang Yunruo, fueled by her anger, pointed an accusing finger at Emoing, exclaiming, "Silence. Do you not see your sister is in distress?" Emoing did see, but she was more concerned about the gazes of those around her. Her benevolent act could not end in vain. She persisted, but she truly jumped. A life is at stake. Before she could finish, Shang Yunruo slapped her in exasperation, fully unleashing her haughty temperament. "This slap was for your sister. If you wish to concern yourself with that woman, then stay behind. Should anything happen to your sister, you shall see my wrath." With that, Shang Yunruo turned to support the princess of Pingyang, who glanced back to see if Mo Ying was following. In a low growl of anger, Shang Yunruo warned, "If you dare to meddle again, I shall send that musician to your residence myself." The princess fell silent, obediently following into the carriage. Chu Yan observed her retreating figure. His gaze lingering with admiration, he relished her unrestrained demeanor. As Mo Ying approached, he had already mounted the horse, urging it forward, nearly trampling her in the process. Mo Ying, tear-streaked and desperate, clutched the arm of the only one who had not yet departed, Shi Jinli. His sleeve was nearly pulled off as he protested, "Mo Ying, I will leave the carriage for you and even provide a coachman. Return home by yourself." Shang Yunruo would not permit the princess to intervene, and he did not wish to offend her by siding with Mo Ying. After shaking off her grip, he turned away. Mo Ying glared at those who had abandoned her, wiped her tears, and heard whispers praising her kindness, which rekindled her resolve. She believed her good deeds would be recognized. Peering into the lake, she saw the boatman had silently rescued the red-clad woman. The location where she jumped was not deep, and the boatman had merely used a paddle to retrieve her. As she reached the shore, the wet silk clung to her form, accentuating her curves, capturing the attention of the men on the boat nearby. Mo Ying hurried over, asking those around who can lend her a garment. When no one responded, she complained, "Why is everyone so heartless? Not even a single piece of clothing to spare?" A voice from the crowd retorted, "You are compassionate, yet others are cold-hearted. Why not give her your own clothes?" Mo Ying, dressed in light attire, was left in just her undergarment after shedding her outer layer. Recognizing the malice in their words, she stubbornly took the red-clad woman into her carriage. Inside, the woman shivered, her lips pale. She thanked Mo Ying, "I owe you my life. Without your help, I might have perished today." Mo Ying consoled her. "What is so grave that it necessitates such thoughts of death?" The woman began to weep. "Qing Wan has vowed to repay her debts. Yet the mistress refuses to accept me. How can I live on as an abandoned concubine?" Though Mo Ying did not comprehend her belief that being abandoned meant she could no longer survive, she felt an inexplicable sense of tragedy in her plight. It was a poignant narrative that provided Mo Ying with a profound purpose. She grasped Qing Wan's hand, assuring her, "Do not worry, I will assist you. It was not my sister who rejected you, but that Lady Shang." At the mention of Shang Yunruo, she touched her face, where the sting of the slap still lingered. The nobility of the capital were indeed cold and unfeeling, and she was determined to oppose their cruelty. Now that she had returned, she would strive to shake the very foundations of the aristocracy. Upon returning to the residence of Duke Ronghua, the imperial physician was summoned. After examining the situation, he prescribed medicine and advised rest, cautioning against further emotional upheaval. Shang Yunruo, however, remained uneasy. Knowing Mo Ying's temperament would undoubtedly lead to more trouble for the Princess of Pingyang. She suggested, Rongyu, why not stay at my residence for a while? It would be best for you to return only after giving birth. Suddenly, a panicked cry echoed from outside. What has happened to Rongyu? It was the voice of the princess's mother, Princess Ming. As the words fell, Princess Ming was supported by attendants as she approached Rongyu's bedside. Shang Yunruo quickly assured her, Do not worry, Your Highness. The physician has examined her, and there is no serious issue. We merely need to ensure her emotional stability. Princess Ming inquired, Who has upset Rongyu? Shang Yunruo replied, It was your second daughter, Mo Ying. Princess Ming froze, hastily denying, That cannot be. Mo Ying has always been kind and well-behaved. How could she possibly anger her sister? Before the princess could finish, a maid entered to report, Young master, princess. Your cousin is outside kneeling with a red-clad woman, declaring that they will not rise unless she is allowed entry. Chapter 89. Mo Ying is taken away. Shang Yunruo immediately grasped Rongyue's hand, saying, Do not be agitated. I will handle this. You must heed the physician's advice and rest. Understood? Yet, her unease lingered, prompting her to leave Chu Yan behind to care for her and to lead the princess outside. Once in the courtyard, the princess could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, Yunruo, what on earth happened? Shang Yunruo succinctly recounted the day's events to the old princess, who was taken aback. Mo Ying has become so incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. I have indeed spoiled her. Shang Yunruo replied, Your Highness, today's matter is manageable, but future issues will rely on your wisdom. Mo Ying must not remain in the Duke's residence, at the very least. She should not be allowed to visit until Rongyu has safely given birth. The princess felt that Shang Yunruo was exaggerating, questioning whether it was truly necessary to prevent two sisters from meeting. The authenticity of her narrative remained to be verified. Perhaps it was merely her subjective interpretation. Surely, Mo Ying could not be so foolish. After a pause, the princess finally spoke. Very well, I shall take her away. However, I do not believe Mo Ying is as you describe. I see no reason to prevent their interaction, considering that Rongyu is most fond of her sister. Shang Yunruo fell silent, firmly believing that without witnessing Mo Ying's foolishness firsthand, she could never accept that her own daughter was both mischievous and foolish. Continuing her stride, she led the princess toward the exit, where the steward of the Duke's residence was already urging people to leave. From afar, they heard the anguished cries of a woman. I will not leave. Forcing me away is tantamount to condemning me to death. In life, I am the concubine of the young lord, and in death, I am his spirit, an unwavering and loyal woman, refusing to enter the second door. It was the same refrain, but this time, Mo Ying was beside her, vocally supporting. Sister. Brother-in-law, you must help Qingwan. She is an honorable woman who sells her art, not her body. Her loyalty is profound. We purchased the remnants of her deceased mother merely to repay her kindness. Is such a grateful person not worthy of compassion and respect? By proclaiming that she only sold her art and not her body, did she not blatantly reveal to everyone that the woman was of lowly status? Esteemed families most abhorred taking lowborn women as concubines, for it would ridicule their family reputation and adversely affect their children's prospects in marriage. The old princess, hearing this at the door, felt her blood rise. Has Mo Ying gone mad? Quickly, bring her back. Shang Yunruo instructed a servant to open the door, and as it swung open, their voices abruptly ceased. The old princess strode forward, attempting to pull Mo Ying back inside, but Mo Ying stubbornly refused to enter, shouting, Sister Yunruo, you too are a woman. How can you be so heartless? You are less compassionate than a courtesan. Are all the nobles in this capital as cold-hearted as you? As more people gathered, various voices arose, and based solely on Mo Ying and Qingwan's words. Many believed the Duke's residence had committed some unforgivable act of betrayal. Shang Yunruo stood firm at the entrance, her demeanor radiating authority, rendering the two women below her as mere jesters. Each word she spoke was like a pearl, resonant and powerful. Mo Ying, while your sister is with child, you press her to take a concubine, and it is a woman of lowly status from a music house. What is your true intent? Upon hearing this twist, the crowd was taken aback, realizing that Mo Ying's earlier righteous indignation contradicted the current revelations. Mo Ying, undeterred, retorted, I wish to inquire of you. I sought to aid this poor woman, who merely wished to repay her kindness. You would rather watch her leap into a lake than extend a hand. What is your true intention? Shang Yunruo, amused by her audacity, responded, Your so-called rescue involves gifting this poor girl the guqin you purchased for 30,000 taels. When she refused, you deemed her ungrateful. Yet it was your own sister who provided the funds, merely to fulfill your notion of benevolence. This woman could have departed with the guqin. Yet she insists on becoming a concubine of the duke's residence. At this point, Shang Yunruo raised her voice for the crowd to hear. Pray tell. Is this not a case of gratitude turned to betrayal? As the crowd began to grasp the situation, they nodded in agreement with Shang Yunruo's assertions. Who among them was unaware that the duke's concubines enjoyed a status superior to that of a legitimate wife from a humble family? This woman was indeed deluded, thinking she could cling to them after being aided. Should the duke's residents accept this concubine, it would tarnish their reputation cultivated over many years. The princess stepped forward to pull Mo-ing back, attempting to salvage her. Mo-ing grew up away from the capital and knows not these customs. It is my fault as her mother. I shall ensure to teach you the ways of the noble families in the future. Mo-ing was well aware of these customs. However, they did not pertain to her own affairs, and she could not empathize with her sister's situation. All she understood was that she was helping someone. And how could helping be wrong? Though she currently lacked the means to counter Shang Yunruo's arguments, she remained steadfast in her belief that eventually others would recognize her goodness and the coldness of those around her. With the reputation of the duke's residence preserved, Shang Yunruo decisively ordered the red-clad woman to be taken away. Naturally, the woman resisted fiercely, shouting at Mo-ing, "You promised to help me. How can you go back on your word?" Having found a way to ascend the duke's threshold, she could not simply relinquish it. After all, those who go barefoot fear not the shod. This grand household feared chaos. With enough commotion, she could become a concubine. This was how many from the music house had entered high society. Better to fight than to wait passively to be sold as a concubine when they were old and unattractive. The red-clad woman flailed and created a scene, seemingly intent on drawing the attention of the entire street. Zhang Ziyuan, witnessing this, picked up a burlap sack from the ground and approached the woman. In her moment of surprise, she swiftly placed the sack over the woman's head and tightened the closure. The sack had few holes for breathing, enough to prevent suffocation but certainly uncomfortable. Zhang Ziyuan had traveled extensively with her adoptive father. Encountering both high society and the lowest of the low, she had seen countless unsavory situations and knew many ways to deal with troublesome individuals. The red-clad woman was successfully placed into a carriage, finally silencing her protests. Shang Yunruo offered a respectful bow to the princess. "I must trouble your highness to keep a close watch on Mo-ing." The princess nodded in agreement and took Mo-ing back to her carriage. As they departed, Mo-ing shot a resentful glare at Shang Yunruo, which Zhang Ziyuan discreetly noted. Shang Yunruo paid no heed. Let her harbor resentment. I, Shang Yunruo, act solely on the basis of right and wrong, without concern for personal loss. Zhu Jinli observed the entire unfolding drama, deeply impressed by Shang Yunruo's commanding presence. Compared to the cousin who had previously only offered gentle words, this formidable aura stirred his emotions profoundly. He realized that her assertiveness was coupled with composure in adversity. He acknowledged his earlier narrow-mindedness. No wonder Chao Due had remarked that she was someone capable of standing alongside him, not someone who could be expected to submit like a mere concubine. As Shang Yunruo stepped into the estate, she remembered something and turned to Zhang Ziyuan, by the way, who left the carriage for Mo-ing. Zhu Jinli, who had intended to approach her, immediately froze in place, rendered speechless. Only after Mo-ing returned to the Wang family did Shang Yunruo feel at ease. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Chu Yan and Zhang Ziyuan noticed a magnificent crimson sedan chair parked outside the main entrance. Intricately carved from rare small-leaf rosewood and adorned with gold leaf. Such opulent transport was rarely seen in the capital. It was simply too conspicuous. Listening to their descriptions, Shang Yunruo surmised that guests had arrived at her home. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she was informed by the young servant that the second niece of the old madam was waiting for her in the old madam's chamber. Confounded by the reason for the wait, Shang Yunruo did not bother to change her attire in the courtyard and proceeded directly to the old lady's quarters. Before the servant could announce her arrival, a resounding voice echoed from within the room. "Aunt," she proclaimed, "if you ask me, this household has been thrown into disarray by your granddaughter-in-law." Chapter 90. The perils of flattery. Shang Yunruo paused as Ji Yao swiftly intercepted the servant who was about to relay a message to the main house. Remaining beside Shang Yunruo to listen, the voice of her grandmother was barely audible, likely inquiring about her previous remarks, when a boisterous tone interrupted once more. "Look at her. The moment she took over as the steward, she has begun to divide the household. The estate is hardly generating any significant income, relying solely on a few shops to sustain it. And look at Xue Ningen. She is truly thriving, a rising star within the noble circles. Why didn't you choose her as your granddaughter-in-law back then? Shang Yunruo needed no further confirmation to understand that the visitor harbored ill intentions. She was merely uncertain of her motives. Regardless of her purpose, it was clear that it did not align with Shang Yunruo's interests. At that moment, she deliberately entered the room and greeted. Yunruo pays her respects to grandmother. Why did you not inform the household of your arrival, cousin? I would have sent someone to fetch you. The loud-voiced aunt fell silent for a moment, seemingly embarrassed, but soon regained her composure, smiling. Oh, no need to trouble yourself. It is quite close to Xingzhou. So this is Yunruo? My, how beautifully you have grown. Come, let your cousin take a good look at you. This aunt was indeed a master of duality. Had Shang Yunruo not overheard her earlier comments, she would have thought the woman genuinely admired her. Shang Yunruo feigned nonchalance as they engaged in casual conversation, casually inquiring, "Does cousin also know Ningen?" The aunt's expression faltered slightly, and after taking a sip of tea to mask her discomfort, she replied, "I do not know her personally. I merely heard about her on my journey here." Shang Yunruo discerned the evasion in her words, but chose not to press further, also sipping her tea leisurely. "Is there a particular reason for your visit this time, cousin?" The aunt promptly answered, "No particular reason, really. I merely heard your aunt fell ill recently, and I came to pay my respects." Shang Yunruo replied, "Then allow me to prepare a guest room for you. Would you stay for a few days?" The aunt smiled broadly, "I truly must stay longer. My youngest legitimate daughter has been pestering me to meet her aunt, so I shall bring her over in a few days to stay with us." Shang Yunruo smiled. "Very well, I shall prepare 2 guest rooms for you. When my sister arrives, she can stay in one." The aunt appeared satisfied with her attitude, and with a hint of condescension in her voice, remarked, "All right, you may go now. I shall keep your grandmother company a while longer." Exiting the grandmother's courtyard, Chu Yao expressed her frustration. "That aunt harbors ill intentions, Mississippi. Should we still grant her any favor?" Shang Yunruo replied, "Indeed, we must. Engaging directly with such duplicitous individuals serves no purpose. They are adept at masquerading." Ji Yao had already discerned Shang Yunruo's intention to allow her to flourish under flattery, thereby revealing her true nature. Shang Yunruo commended, "Ji Yao, you are quite astute. Are you interested in managing the shops?" Without hesitation, Ji Yao responded, "I shall do whatever my master commands. This life of mine is granted by you." Shang Yunruo continued to appraise Ji Yao, who displayed both intelligence and loyalty. Yet, she held reservations about the permanence of such loyalty. Only relationships grounded in mutual benefit were truly reliable. Regardless of whether Ji Yao's loyalty was genuine or feigned, it mattered not. As long as she remained clear-headed and capable like Dan Juanxin, Shang Yunruo would secure her allegiance through benefits and positions. Shang Yunruo stated, "I have properties that have yet to be managed. I have reviewed the accounts you submitted. You have done well. I will gradually assign you some accounting responsibilities. And once you are familiar, I shall entrust everything to you. Would you like to become my second steward?" Ji Yao was momentarily taken aback, then abruptly knelt before Shang Yunruo, bowing 3 times. Shang Yunruo assisted her to her feet, saying, "Ji Yao, I hold you in high regard. Work diligently by my side, and if you address me as your master, I shall ensure you are well rewarded." As the 3-day summer break came to an end, Xu Jinli and Chu Yan each rode a horse to the magistrate's office for duty. Coincidentally, a letter arrived from Linqing, stating that the goods were en route, totaling 10 boxes and 220 pieces, advising her to keep an eye out for their arrival. 220 pieces? That was half the estimated price. Perhaps the fur merchants from Yin Kingdom anticipated the impending conflict and were selling at a discount, allowing her to seize this opportunity. Shang Yunruo calculated that considering the travel time for the goods and the delay of the letter, that would likely arrive in about half a month. She summoned Dan Juanxin and Ji Yao into her chamber. Upon entering, Dan Juanxin noticed the unfamiliar girl, appearing to be a young maid, yet exuding an air of aloof elegance, possessing a subtle beauty rather than striking features. He initially assumed she was a newly appointed maid, taking her usual seat beside Shang Yunruo, awaiting tea service. However, the maid stood resolutely beside him, showing no intention of serving tea. Dan Juanxin glanced at her, tapping his teacup to signal for tea. Ji Yao, understanding his cue, paused briefly before stepping forward to pour him a cup. Dan Juanxin observed her closely, sensing a defiant stubbornness in the young maid, which could prove detrimental. As he hesitated whether to offer her guidance, Shang Yunruo interjected, "Ji Yao, please take a seat." Ji Yao complied with a graceful bow and seated herself beside Dan Juanxin, pouring herself a cup of tea and sipping it leisurely. As Dan Juanxin pondered the peculiar situation of a maid sitting on equal footing with him, Shang Yunruo introduced, "Juanxin, this is Ji Yao, a remarkably clever and quick-witted maid. During this time, let her accompany you for learning. You must teach her diligently." Dan Juanxin had no desire to take on an apprentice. Fully aware of the adage that teaching an apprentice could lead to the master's downfall, many had sought to be his disciple, only to be turned away. As he prepared to decline, Ji Yao, with a defiant expression, interjected, "Master, may I not have to pledge myself as a disciple?" Dan Juanxin raised an eyebrow in surprise. Chuckling softly, she was unaware of the lengths many had gone to for the honor of becoming his disciple. Suddenly intrigued by the rebellious young maid, he gestured toward his teacup. "The tea for apprenticeship is already poured. Will you not pledge?" Shang Yunruo added, "Ji Yao, do not act willfully. Though Juanxin is young, he possesses vast experience and is adept in his work, making him a worthy mentor. Accepting his guidance will be beneficial." With Shang Yunruo's endorsement, Ji Yao had no choice but to comply. She could disregard others' words, but she must heed her masteress. Raising her teacup, she knelt before Dan Juanxin, respectfully proclaiming, "Master, please accept your disciple's bow." Dan Juanxin, observing her reluctant demeanor, smirked, accepting the teacup and sipping from it. Coming to terms with the idea of taking on an apprentice, perhaps he was simply drawn to challenges. After their formal pledges, Shang Yunruo shifted the conversation to business. "Juanxin, in half a month, that batch of furs will arrive, exceeding our initial estimate by over 100 pieces. Therefore, we need to continue clearing the storeroom. Let us sell off the summer fabrics at discounted prices." While the three were engaged in discussion, Chu Yao entered, reporting, "Miss Xuanningen has gone to the old lady's courtyard, and that Anne is there as well. The old lady has requested your presence." Shang Yunruo's expression hardened. What was Xuanningen up to this time? Shang Yunruo inquired. "Did grandmother specify why she called for me?" Chu Yao hesitated before responding. "The old lady did not mention anything specific. It was the auntess maid who delivered the message, stating that you should go learn from Xuanningen how to make money." Chapter 91. The pit requires fools to fill it. Shang Yunruo chuckled. "Are you learning from Xuanningen how to deceive and create chaos?" She informed Chu Yao to wait, assuring her that she would attend to her own matters first. Chu Yao nodded and closed the door, and Shang Yunruo felt reassured that Chu Yao would adeptly handle the domineering old matriarchs. She continued, speaking to the two, "Juanxin, you must exert yourself a bit more. Along with Chu Yao, clear out the fabric storehouses under my name. By the accounts, the silk shop of the Ho residence claims 30%, while my fabric shop constitutes 70%, totaling 220 pieces of fur. I will have Chu Yao verify the accounts with you later." The two responded affirmatively, and then Dan Juanxin produced a ledger, stating, "Madam, this ledger summarizes the previous year's accounts, analyzing the most profitable and high-turnover products from each shop. I believe we can increase the stock of these items and encourage the shop assistants to promote them." Shang Yunruo praised, "Excellent. Let us proceed as you suggest. Ji Yuan, let us see how capable your master truly is." Ji Yuan nodded with a smile. Yet Dan Juanxin discerned a hint of skepticism in her eyes. What could be the reason for this little girl's arrogance? After concluding their discussion, urged by her aunt's matriarch, Shang Yunruo finally made her way to her grandmother's courtyard. She was indeed curious to see what mischief Xuanningen was up to. Upon exiting, the matriarch expressed her displeasure. "Madam, the old lady has been waiting for nearly a quarter of an hour. If you wish to assert yourself, please do not burden this old servant." Chu Yao nearly retorted but remembered her mistress's instruction to handle them delicately, biting her tongue in silence. Shang Yunruo remained unperturbed, her stature too elevated to be vexed by the whims of subservient folk. She lightly replied, "You may report back now. I shall take my time to avoid causing you any trouble." The old servant, disinclined to wait, hurriedly departed without properly bowing. Upon Shang Yunruo's arrival at her grandmother's courtyard, Chu Yao and Ji Yuan, now experienced, swiftly intercepted the young servant who intended to announce her presence. Shang Yunruo stood beneath the corridor of the main house, hearing her Aunt Zheng's boisterous voice. Zheng exclaimed, "Oh, Ningen is truly remarkable. Aunt, you should have Yunruo learn from Ningen. Look at Ningen's current status, all achieved through her own efforts. While Yunruo is merely the daughter of the Prime Minister's residence, what more is there to her? It is not that I look down upon her. What I say is simply the duty of an elder. I must teach her. I shall say this in her presence. As Shang Yunruo stepped through the door, she took satisfaction in hearing Zheng choke on her own words. From behind the gauze, she discerned several figures. Her grandmother reclined on a couch, with Zheng and Xuanning seated prominently on either side. After greeting her elders, Xuanning stood but offered a perfunctory bow to Shang Yunruo. Once seated, Shang Yunruo deliberately initiated conversation. What was it that aunt wished to say in my presence? The sound of Zheng choking on her tea reached Shang Yunruo's ears, and she felt pleased with her impeccable timing. Once Zheng recovered, she reproached, "What kind of upbringing is this? Eavesdropping, are we? I would like to ask the Prime Minister, is this how he raises his daughter?" Shang Yunruo lowered her gaze respectfully. "Aunt, please do not be angry. It was not my intention to eavesdrop. Your voice was simply too loud, and I was curious about what you wished to convey. If you insist on reprimanding my father, I shall send someone to inform him to provide you with a satisfactory response." Zheng scoffed, turning to the old lady. "Look at your clever granddaughter. How adept she is at manipulating words. She implies my voice is loud and uncouth while using the Prime Minister to silence me. I see little else of her talents, but her ability to retort is exceptional." Recalling the grievances of Chu Yan, Shang Yunruo mimicked his tone. "Aunt, you are wrongfully accusing me." Xuanning sipped her tea leisurely, adding with a smile, "Sister-in-law has truly changed, and do not be angry with her. She has already tempered her temperament. Now, let us discuss serious matters." Zheng shot a glare at Shang Yunruo, snorted, and proceeded to belittle her openly. "Yunruo, you should learn from Ningen. It is said that the Ho residence's finances are dwindling under your management. If you cannot generate income, perhaps you should follow Ningen's lead. She has recently opened a mining venture. Invest the family silver with her, and you shall surely reap great profits." Shang Yunruo raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What mining venture?" Xuanning continued, "It's the gold mine located in the Dingshan of the southern suburbs. I have connections to allow you to partake in the mining operation. Here are the blueprints. You may select any parcel, with pricing varying by size and location. Should gold be extracted, all profits belong to you." Without needing to examine the blueprints, Shang Yunruo knew that the Dingshan was rich in iron ore, not gold. It had long been a site for the imperial family to mine and forge weapons. Shang Yunruo queried, "Is it truly possible to extract gold?" Zheng responded eagerly, "Why? Of course. The wife of the Duke of Anghua herself said so. She purchased a plot the size of a screen for a mere 100,000 taels and obtained 500,000 taels worth of gold, netting a profit of 400,000 taels. Zheng's excitement flushed her cheeks, as she seemed ready to empty her coffers for Xuanning and to lead her to fortune. Shang Yunruo inwardly chuckled. Xuanning's connection was rather limited if she only knew the Duke of Anghua. Marrying Xu Xiu to the Duke's heir and having the Duchess spin such a tale for her was beyond Xuanning's capabilities. She recalled Xu Zhen mentioning the seventh prince at the promotion banquet. It seemed Xuanning had the prince's backing. If this were true, then the seventh prince's objective was simple: to amass a vast supply of weapons. Shang Yunruo's thoughts grew dark, a chill creeping over her as the hairs on her body stood on end. Xuanning was digging her own grave. She had evidently become embroiled in the political strife. Seeing that Shang Yunruo remained silent, Zheng raised her voice again. "Yunruo, during the recent division of the family, your aunt bestowed upon you 500,000 taels, did she not? You wouldn't manage it anyway, so why not invest in the gold mine? It could yield at least 2 million taels." Unable to contain herself, Shang Yunruo let out a derisive snort from the depths of her being. Zheng's expression changed instantaneously. "Shang Yunruo, are you mocking me? Do you think I am mistaken, or that Ningen's venture is unprofitable?" Shang Yunruo paused for a moment, unwilling to feign admiration for such fools. They were not worth such elaborate tactics. She smiled. "I merely believe that the pit Shue's cousin has dug is in dire need of fools like you to fill it. You two truly complement each other." Chapter 92. "Of course, it is for me that they are jealous." Zheng and Xuanning simultaneously questioned, "What did you say?" Zheng immediately began to berate. "You little wretch, have I not given you enough respect? How dare you slander your elders? I am your aunt. Your lack of upbringing is truly appalling. Go tell your father and see if he scolds you." Xuanning, too, adopted a stern demeanor and retorted, "Sister-in-law, what do you mean by calling my business a pitfall? Is there anyone more slanderous than you? Countless people wish to purchase from me, yet I refuse to sell. You insult me in vain. It is such a waste of goodwill." Zheng replied, "Ningen has kindly offered to help you profit, and yet you dare to insult her. I thought you would hasten to call her, but instead, you scold her. Is it because you find Ning more intelligent and capable than yourself, and thus feel envious? How unfortunate it is for the Ho residents to have a daughter-in-law like you. Schwenningen addressed Zheng, and perhaps it is best if you refrain from investing in my gold mine. I do not wish to bear the blame of deceiving a family member. Zheng hastily interjected, No. It is that foolish and venomous Shang Yunruo who refuses to buy, not me. Do not let your momentary anger prevent you from selling to your aunt. Such a poisonous woman as Shang Yunruo should have been dismissed by Jin Li long ago. Schwenningen declared. Schwenningen continued, Aunt, gold mines do not guarantee success. If it turns out to be a failure, according to your sister-in-law's claims, I would indeed be the one blamed. I truly do not wish to bear such a burden. It is best if you do not buy. The two exchanged barbs, thoroughly disparaging Shang Yunruo. Shang Yunruo felt her composure had greatly improved. In the past, had anyone dared to speak to her in such a manner, she would have exploded in rage. Yet now, she calmly listened to their back and forth with a faint smile. Rising gracefully, she excused herself to her grandmother, allowing the two to continue their quarrel. The outcome was already predetermined. She merely awaited the spectacle. She had no intention of dissuading anyone from their foolish endeavors. As soon as Shang Yunruo departed, the sound of objects being thrown echoed from within. Get out, all of you. I am weary. Schwenningen and Zheng were swiftly ushered out. Zheng, still holding on to Schwenningen, spoke. Ningen, do not forget to arrange a match for my little daughter. Moreover, I have mortgaged my shop, gathering a total of 100,000 taels. Could you possibly enlarge the mine drawing for me? Zheng's tone was intentionally modest and contrived to curry favor. Once Schwenningen acquiesced, she boldly laughed. Then I await your good news. Ningen, satisfied, Zheng departed, allowing Shang Yunruo to resume her normal pace. However, Schwenningen pursued her. Sister-in-law, are you not jealous of me? Shang Yunruo was taken aback by the unexpected remark. Shaking her head, she replied, Jealous? I even feel a twinge of pity for you. This statement thoroughly struck a nerve with Schwenningen, who retorted, You should pity yourself instead. My cousin does not favor you. His heart is wholly mine. Do you believe that as long as I do not relent, you will ever win his affection? Shang Yunruo chuckled lightly. I care not for such matters. Schwenningen's expression shifted as she intercepted her path. No matter how stubborn you remain, you cannot alter the truth. Do you know what I despise most about you? It is your perpetual air of superiority. Who do you look down upon? Is it merely because of your noble birth? What can you achieve on your own? Shang Yunruo saw no merit in proving herself to her. But one thing she needed to clarify. Schwenningen, the reason you perceive my disdain for you and my sense of superiority is that you are envious of me. Your words merely reflect your own insecurities. Shang Yunruo continued, Yet I must admit, I do find myself looking down upon you now. For you remain oblivious to the precipice of self-destruction you teeter upon, ensnaring yourself in your quest for status. Schwenningen challenged, Clarify your words. Whom have I ensnared? Shang Yunruo countered, You cannot truly believe that what you are doing is correct, can you? Schwenningen scoffed. Are you the one to determine whether the gold mine can yield results? Shang Yunruo, you truly embody the essence of a highborn lady. Naive to the ways of business, believing I would deceive you. Shang Yunruo replied, Deceiving you is indeed wrong, but that is not my point. What is the nature of your relationship with the seventh prince? Schwenningen raised an eyebrow, gesturing with her sleeve. Oh, you are aware of my connection to the seventh prince? Your knowledge is not as limited as I presumed. Let me be clear. I am destined to become the seventh princess consort, and eventually, the noble consort. Do you truly think I have neglected my cousin for no reason? You cannot honestly believe I would lose to you. Shang Yunruo's brow furrowed slightly as she suddenly recalled a scene from her dreams. The noble consort declared at her birthday banquet that the chosen consort for the seventh prince was the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights. Schwenningen, with her neck held high, looked down at Shang Yunruo, relishing in her startled and contemplative expression. Surprised, are we? Now you see what I have been cultivating for myself during this time. I have elevated my status and become a rising star among the powerful. Shang Yunruo, you shall never catch up to me. Shang Yunruo nodded. Her myriad thoughts distilled into a single whispered congratulation. Congratulations on risking your life without securing any gain. Nearby, behind a rockery, two heads peeked out, observing the confrontation between the two women. One head withdrew, tugging at the other's sleeve. My lord, must we spy like this? Chu Yan, watching intently, whispered, Hush, keep your voice down. We must not be overheard. Look at them, their sharp tongues clashing. They are undoubtedly discussing me. Chu Yan asked, You can hear them from this distance? Chu Yan replied, Is it necessary to hear? They are rivals in love. What else could they be discussing but jealousy? Lu Qian pointed at Xuanningen, who stood confidently before Shang Yunruo. Did that cousin win the argument? Chu Jinli furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. Surely. Shang Yunruo cannot be outmatched by Xuanningen. Where has her usual commanding presence gone? As the two women parted ways, one to the left and the other to the right, Chu Jinli grew anxious. Oh no, she truly lost. She won tea return in tears. Will she? How shall I console her? Lu Qian observed Chu Jinli's unease as he paced back and forth, suddenly having an epiphany. I know what to do. Give her what she desires most, which is to share a bed with me. Lu Qian hesitated. My lord, are you certain? Chu Jinli confidently commanded. Go. Take my bedding from my chamber to the main house, quickly. I fear she may become anxious. Lu Qian remarked. Why does it seem you are the one who is anxious? Shang Yunruo, hearing the commotion, felt exasperated, unsure of what whimsical notion had taken hold of Chu Jinli. She silently instructed Chu Yu to lay her bedding on the couch by the window. As Chu Jinli entered, he had yet to catch sight of Shang Yunruo when Lu Qian called out to him. My lord, the horse, the horse. Chu Jinli, flustered, inquired what? Has the horse been startled and fled again? Chapter 93. No one can save you but yourself. As Chu Jinli cursed and departed, he exclaimed, why does the horse run as soon as I enter the main house? Lu Qian finally caught his breath and replied, all the horses in the stable have fled. Hearing Chu Jinli's irate voice, Shang Yunruo felt a surge of delight and called to Chu Gao, please move the marquis's bedding back to the guest room. Amid her joy, Shang Yunruo pondered the uncanny coincidence of the horses running away twice. Tentatively, she approached the window, reaching out into the thick darkness, yet found nothing. Retracting her arm, she chuckled at her own folly, having entertained the notion that Chu Yan had deliberately let the horses loose. What motive could he possibly have for such an act? At that very moment, in the dimly lit corridor, Chu Yan, with a playful smile, called out, sister-in-law, are you searching for me? Startled, Shang Yunruo turned towards the voice, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Ah Yin, you didn't truly release those horses, did you? Chu Yan stepped closer, standing before her in the warm glow spilling from the window, nodding with a smile. It was I. I know you dislike sharing a room with my brother. Realization dawned on Shang Yunruo. He had indeed perceived her discomfort, revealing an understanding of her nature. He then stepped forward, delicately placing a hairpin into her coiled hair. The pin, made of translucent mutton-fat jade, reflected the candlelight, casting a warm hue that blurred the line between beauty and jade. As Shang Yunruo touched the exquisite pin, curiosity overcame her. Why this sudden gift? Chu Yan, seemingly indifferent, replied, today I received my salary and thought to present you with a token of appreciation. I found it on the outer street of the Yamen. It was quite lovely, so I purchased it. Touched by the jade's smoothness, Shang Yunruo felt a wave of emotion, akin to a mother witnessing her child earn their first coin, wishing to express filial piety. To Chu Yan, she must embody a maternal presence, for indeed, a sister-in-law is akin to a mother. With a tender smile, she assured, I shall cherish this gift from you, Ayan. Do not merely cherish it, wear it daily. He insisted, and she acquiesced, amused by his childlike demeanor. Chu Yan then pressed a small pouch into her hand, stating, this is the remainder of my salary. Please keep it safe. Without allowing her a chance to respond, he vanished into the night. This child, he doesn't even leave himself a little pocket money, Shang Yunruo mused, feeling the weight of a mother's heart growing heavy with care. The youngest daughter of the Zheng family arrived. A soft-spoken girl who had just celebrated her coming of age last year, yet possessed the maturity of an elder. She bore little resemblance to her mother. Zheng stood at the entrance, noticing her daughter had arrived in an ordinary carriage, scolding, why did you come in that? Did I not arrange for a golden-topped palanquin for you? Shen Shuluo, having greeted Shang Yunruo with the proper courtesies, replied, that one was too ostentatious, so I returned it. Zheng poked her daughter lightly on the forehead. What can I say to you? If you do not stand out, how can you be noticed in this city filled with nobility? Shen Shuluo retorted softly, I do not wish to stand out. Then she affectionately linked her arm with Shang Yunruo's, saying, Sister Yunruo, my mother has been troubling you these days. We have decided to return the day after tomorrow. Shang Yunruo smiled. There is no need to rush. Stay a while longer. He sure nearly pinched her ear. I have already spoken with your aunt. Consider this marquis's residence your home. Stay as long as you wish. Shen Shuluo opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing more. While she disapproved of many of her mother's ways, she could not disregard the fact that she was her mother. Upon arriving at the guest quarters, Shin Shuluo gazed at the luxurious courtyard and soft golden pillows, feeling it all quite extravagant. Her father was quite frugal, had it not been for their ancestors' remaining wealth. She might have had to cultivate her own vegetables, thus she was not accustomed to such lavishness. She expressed her gratitude to Shang Yunruo once more. Sister Yunruo, thank you for your kindness and for providing us with such splendid accommodations. The gifts I brought are hardly sufficient for the expenses. Shang Yunruo was fond of this well-mannered girl. If a yin were to marry someone like her, she would feel at ease. Suddenly, an idea struck her as she thought it a splendid notion. Seizing the moment, while Zheng busied herself directing the servants to carry in their belongings, Shang Yunruo pulled Shin Shuluo aside. You must not hastily agree to the marriage your mother arranged for you. If you find it impossible to refuse, feel free to come to me for assistance. Shin Shuluo lowered her eyes, whispering, but how can I defy my parents' wishes and the matchmaker's counsel? With a firm grip on her hand, Shang Yunruo pronounced, if you do not wish to save yourself, then no one will be able to save you. Sure enough. Afternoon, Chu Yan reported that Xuan Ningen had been summoned by Zhang. Shang Yunruo had specifically arranged for 2 maidservants to assist Shin Shuluo, so she could seek refuge should any trouble arise. Yet, after a while, not a single maid returned. Growing anxious, Shang Yunruo instructed Chu Yan to gather information. After a while, Chu Yan returned with news. The maidservants told me that the old lady forbade them from visiting, and Zhang is entertaining Xuan Ningen in her guest quarters, having ordered the kitchen to prepare a lavish feast, nearly fit for a festival. Did Xuan Ningen mention which family she intends to match with Luo Luo? Shang Yunruo inquired. Chu Yan replied. Upon entering, Xuan Ningen immediately began criticizing Miss Luo Luo, pointing out flaws and expressing that Zheng's desire to match her with a house similar to that of the Duke's heir was a mere fantasy. The more Shang Yunruo listened, the more incensed she became. Xuan Ningen did not evaluate individuals based on merit, but rather on monetary gain. Zheng was equally foolish. Seeing that someone could match with a duke's heir, she aspired for the same without considering her own financial capability, inviting ridicule upon herself and her daughter. Shang Yunruo asked Chu Yan if she had learned of the second young master's whereabouts. The young servant has yet to return with a report, Chu Yan replied. Impatient, Shang Yunruo could not bear to see such a fine girl as Luo Luo suffer indignities. She gathered for maidservants, for young servants, and 2 matrons, determined to confront Zheng and uphold justice. As she strode along the main path leading to the estate, she was halted by the voice of Chu Yan, who had just returned. He had arrived at an opportune moment. Accompanying Chu Yan was another individual of similar stature, tall and slender, whose gait lacked Chu Yan's steadiness and exuded a lively spirit. Zimo, is this the sister-in-law you speak of daily? Oh, the fate hairpin you sought is adorning your sister-in-law's hair. Shang Yunruo froze, instinctively reaching to touch the pin that Chu Yan had gifted her the night before, inquiring, what fate hairpin? Before Shang Juanza could respond, Chu Yan shot him a glance, signaling him to remain silent. It is a fate hairpin sold by an old priest, believed to bring good fortune in marriage. I thought it quite beautiful, so I purchased it, and it suited you perfectly, Chu Yan explained. Shang Juanza, puzzled, asked, your sister-in-law is already married to your brother. Why would she need a fate hairpin? Furthermore, is this truly a fate hairpin? Chu Yan interrupted, biting down on his back teeth. Silence. Chapter 94. Taking people to snatch Luo Luo. Chu Yan addressed Shang Yunruo, saying, sister-in-law, this is my colleague Shang Juanza. He tends to exaggerate, so do not take his words to heart. Shang Juanza attempted to defend himself, but was silenced by Chu Yan's piercing gaze. He straightened up and bowed respectfully, to which Shang Yunruo responded with a slight nod, suddenly realizing that Luo Luo and Shang Juanza seemed quite compatible. However, she refrained from meddling in matters of romance. Her priority was to rescue Luo Luo from the clutches of the Zheng family and Xuan Ningen. Shang Yunruo then said to Shang Juanza, this is the first time Yin has brought a colleague home. Stay for dinner, please. Yin, please show young Master Shang to the Baihe Pavilion in my courtyard to rest for a while. With that, she led a throng of servants towards Xuanfengtang. Shang Juanza watched Shang Yunruo's retreating figure and leaned toward Chu Yan, asking, is your sister-in-law about to pick a fight with someone? Chu Yan, still gazing after Shang Yunruo, smirked slightly. When she is this fiery, she is likely off to seek justice. Shang Juanza clicked his tongue, scrutinizing Chu Yan. What are you so proud of? I detect a hint of affection in your tone. Chu Yan, something is amiss. Shang Juanza slapped his thigh, exclaiming, I see it now. The marriage talisman you sought at the Taoist temple was for yourself, wasn't it? Your sister-in-law. Chu Yan slowly turned his eyes, glaring at Shang Yunruo, as if ready to silence him should he say anything inappropriate. Shang Yunruo continued, your sister-in-law is responsible for your marriage affairs, right? So, you had her wear the talisman you sought to secure a good match for yourself. How subtly clever of you. I almost didn't catch on. Chu Yan responded. I must admit, I had not thought of that myself. Quite astute. Shang Yunruo chuckled, pleased with himself. Of course, who do you think I am? I can see through your little secrets in an instant. Shang Yunruo had already arrived at Xuanfengtang, where a table was set in the main hall. The doors wide open, allowing the voices within to echo clearly. Xuanningen remarked, Aunt, I hope you can have a clear understanding of your daughter. Do not say that the Duke and Marquis's family is beneath her. Even a 5th or 6th rank official would be hard-pressed to take her. What remarkable beauty or talent does she possess? Or is it that your family holds power and status? With a swift kick, Shang Yunruo flung open the courtyard door, exclaiming loudly, before you speak ill of others, perhaps you should look in the mirror and ask yourself, what right do you have to speak of Shang Yunruo? You are but a fraction of her worth. Xuanningen turned to the courtyard, ready to retort, only to see her servants and maids lined up, nearly filling the yard, their imposing presence silencing her. Xuanningen swallowed her words, suppressing her anger, and forced a smile. Is sister-in-law here for a meal or to take someone away? Zhang Shi slammed her hand on the table. Shang Yunruo, do you have no sense of decorum? What is the meaning of this grand display? Shang Yunruo stood her ground, showing no respect for Zhang Shi. Am I not allowed to create a scene in my own house? Does it require my aunt's reprimand? I would ask you, aunt, how much living allowance you have provided to warrant such a lavish feast? Zhang Shi, taken aback by Shang Yunruo's boldness, slammed the table again. You, how dare you? I will inquire with my aunt about who truly holds authority in this household. Shang Yunruo felt no apprehension, confident that her grandmother could discern right from wrong, and the avoidance of these two had already indicated her stance. Shang Yunruo replied, very well, let your aunt inquire. But before that, let us settle the expenses for this banquet. If you prefer not to pay in one go, you may pay monthly living expenses. According to today's standards, you owe 10,000 taels of silver each month. Zhang Shi pounded the table once more, rattling the dishes. It seemed she had no other means to express her fury. Pointing at Shang Yunruo, she could only stutter, you. Ignoring her, Shang Yunruo raised her voice. Luo, I know you dislike such troubling meals. Come with me. I will take you somewhere delightful. Shun Shuluo hesitated, glancing at her mother and then at Xuanningen, who was looking at her with disdain. Zhang Shi, unable to counter Shang Yunruo, unleashed her frustration on her daughter. You ungrateful wretch. Who do you think I am doing this for? Aligning yourself with Shang Yunruo. Do you think she can secure a good marriage for you? Shang Yunruo interjected, if I were to arrange it, it would surely be better than what Xuanningen could offer. Xuanningen stood up, her tone icy. Very well, let your aunt arrange the marriage then. I too wish to see what sort of match she can procure for herself with such bravado. Shang Yunruo disregarded her, addressing Shin Shuluo instead. Luo. Will you come with me? Do you remember what I told you today? If you do not wish to save yourself, no one else can. For the first time, Shin Shuluo bravely rose, defying her mother's furious glare and scolding, and walked to Shang Yunruo's side, grasping the hand extended to her. In that moment, the girl who had always prioritized the greater good and acted with maturity finally made a choice for herself. They arrived at the Baihe Pavilion in Mukenxian, where Chu Yan and Shang Yunruo awaited. As Shang Yunruo and Shun Shuluo appeared, Shang Yunruo exclaimed jovially, Ah, Zimo, your sister-in-law has come to snatch away her sister. He merely jested based on Shang Yunruo's earlier commanding exit, yet the decorous Shin Shuluo blushed and prepared to retreat, offering a polite bow. Shang Yunruo seized her. Where do you think you're going? Shin Shuluo softly replied, Sister-in-law, there are 2 gentlemen in the pavilion ahead. Perhaps we should not approach. Shang Yunruo chuckled. One is your second brother Zimo, and the other is his colleague Shang Yunruo. There is no need for such formality. Encouraged by Shang Yunruo, Shin Shuluo stepped forward to the Baihe Pavilion. After the customary greetings, they all sat down for the meal. During the banquet, as Shang Yunruo rose to use the lavatory, Chu Yan followed suit, leaving only Shin Shuluo and Shang Yunruo at the table. Once they left, Shin Shuluo ceased to eat, patiently awaiting their return. Shang Yunruo, puzzled, asked, If they do not return, will you not eat? Shin Shuluo nodded. Young Master Shang, please feel free. There is no need to mirror my actions. Shang Yunruo glanced between them, then set down his chopsticks as well, waiting alongside her. After a while, growing bored of waiting, Shang Yunruo stood up. Let us go find them. Shen Shuluo sat upright, responding with decorum. As guests, we should not wander about in the absence of the hosts. Shang Yunruo chuckled. I have never met such a rigid young lady. You are even more old-fashioned than my father. Meanwhile, Shang Yunruo, having finished in the lavatory, did not immediately return but hid nearby, observing the two. Chu Xiao, can you hear what they are discussing? Do you think Luo prefers Yin or Shang Yunruo more? After a brief silence without a reply, Shang Yunruo reached out and unexpectedly touched the firm, slightly springy chest of a man, causing her to retract her hand in shock. However, her hand was caught by Chu Yan, who conveyed a hint of chill in his voice. Sister-in-law, are you choosing a husband for Luo between Shang Yunruo and me? Chapter 95. The prelude to Xuan Ningguan's resurgence. Shang Yunruo hastily replied, No. I merely wish to observe what sort of young man Luo favors. It is indeed time for me to find her a suitable match. As she spoke, she withdrew her hand, adding, Yin, you ought to learn some decorum from Luo. I previously treated you as a child and imposed no restrictions. But now that you have reached maturity, you must maintain a sense of propriety even with me, and certainly refrain from carelessly touching other young ladies. Do you understand? With that, Shang Yunruo returned to the pavilion. Chu Yan's gaze darkened, his eyes brimming with dissatisfaction. Not only had he touched her hand, but he had also ventured further. As the birthday of the favored consort approached, Xuan Ningguan had become the most sought-after figure in the capital. It was widely known that her relationship with the seventh prince was quite profound, leading numerous dignitaries to beseech her to secure positions for them through him, even earning her the favor of minor officials. The seventh prince, far from denying her requests, readily arranged for all that she agreed to, providing positions that others could only dream of. Even Yang Heir and Yang Yinjin experienced a rise in status, being surrounded by admirers eager to meet Xuan Ningguan. Even the elderly matriarch of the earl's household, once a benefactor to Xuan Ningguan, now sought to curry her favor. Xuan Ningguan no longer resided in Jinghui Garden. The seventh prince had procured a residence for her on the prestigious Liangshi Street, surrounded by royal mansions and the abodes of princesses. Since relocating, she felt entirely integrated into the aristocracy, no longer a commoner. Thus, when Yang Yinjin visited one morning with the earl's matriarch, Xuan Ningguan exhibited no semblance of courtesy, even displaying a degree of disdain. She could never forget that day at the jewelry shop when the earl's matriarch had refused her credit, even going so far as to undermine her by seizing a piece of her property. Upon seeing Xuan Ningguan, the earl's matriarch disregarded her aloofness, smiling broadly, My dear granddaughter, it has been far too long since you visited the earl's residence. Your grandmother has missed you dearly. Now that my legs are feeling better, I thought I would come to see you. The familiarity in her address starkly contrasted with her previous demeanor, which had been decidedly cold. Xuan Ningguan internally scoffed, straightening her posture further, her heart buoyed by the unprecedented ease of her position. Now, it was they who sought to ingratiate themselves with her. With a forced smile, Xuan Ningguan replied, Elder Madame Zhou, I have been quite busy lately. It is only because of your visit that I am allowing you entry. Anyone else would need to send a formal invitation in advance. Her use of Elder Madame Zhou clearly indicated her wish to distance herself from them, and her subsequent remarks offered no courtesy whatsoever. The matriarch had come to plead for a position for her inept grandson, or else she would have been furious. Suppressing her irritation, the matriarch smiled patiently. Indeed, it is our dear Ningguan who holds on to old sentiments. I have come with a favor to ask. Under normal circumstances, Xuan Ningguan would have reciprocated with pleasantries, expressing familial warmth, but it was evident that she had no desire for such cordiality. She slowly lifted her teacup, took a sip of the fragrant tea, and then leisurely set it down. The pause in her actions caused the earl's matriarch's complexion to shift, creating an awkward tension that was palpable. The matriarch felt a sense of humiliation, a sentiment unfamiliar to one so accustomed to being adored. Finally breaking the silence, Xuan Ningguan inquired, Which of your grandsons are you referring to, Elder Madame Zhou? Disregarding her previous indignation, the matriarch quickly replied, In our Zhou family. He is the only legitimate grandson, named Zhou in a way. Xuan Ningguan nodded. I recall you mentioning him before. He is quite unaccomplished. What position could he possibly hold? Unwilling to accept her grandson's shortcomings being publicly belittled, the matriarch begrudgingly agreed. While he may lack scholarly achievements, his character is commendable. Please consider arranging something for him. We shall defer to your judgment. Xuen Ningguan replied with a faint smile. If it is entirely at my discretion, then I shall suggest he start as a clerk in the Ministry of Revenue. The matriarch clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, the Ministry of Revenue is excellent. I knew our Ningguan would remember old ties. Xuen Ningguan suppressed a smile. Let him begin as a junior clerk. After all, he is young. He can take his time to develop. The matriarch's smile faltered, and she tentatively asked, a junior clerk? Is that not the lowest position in the ministry? Indeed. He must start from the ground up, elder madam. Your grandson lacks both credentials and capability, so I cannot assign him a more prominent role. Perhaps in a few years. With some effort, I might be able to elevate him. The matriarch's eyes darted, and the astute woman quickly summoned a servant to bring forth a wooden box. Ningguan, this is for you, a small token from your grandmother. Upon opening the box, Xuen Ningguan found it filled with gold ingots, with several land deeds resting at the bottom, including the estate she had previously gifted to the matriarch. Closing the box calmly, she raised her gaze, her expression growing cold, and refrained from mincing words. This sum merely matched the price of a junior clerk's position. If she doubled it, perhaps she could secure a minor supervisory role. The box contained 3,000 taels of gold, equivalent to 30,000 taels of silver, and the land deeds held significant value, likely totaling 200,000 to 300,000 taels. Doubling that would amount to 500,000 to 600,000 taels. Was it not sheer mockery to suggest only a minor clerkship? Realizing Xuen Ningguan's intentions, the matriarch contemplated confronting her, but Yang Yinjin intervened. Grandmother, why the rush? You may not be aware, but Ningguan is soon to become the 7th prince's consort. What position could she not arrange for us in the future? Given her current status, it is prudent not to make any hasty demands. Upon hearing the 7th prince's consort, the matriarch's perspective shifted, realizing she must adopt a longer-term view, rather than focusing solely on immediate gains. Her demeanor softened, and a smile graced her lips. I had no idea Ningguan had attained such heights. I had assumed you were still involved with Lord Ningyuan. Oh dear, what am I saying? Ningguan, you may arrange everything as you see fit. Once you become a princess, do not forget your grandmother. The matriarch recognized the immense value of cultivating a relationship with a future royal, seeing the potential for her grandson's future prospects. After bidding farewell to the Earl's matriarch, Xuen Ningguan gazed at the wooden box with a cold smile. She waved to Kai Yang, instructing, deliver this to the 7th prince. The birthday banquet for the favored consort is in 2 days. Has the exquisite outfit unmatched elegance I ordered been completed? She had commissioned artisans to craft a gown adorned with diamonds and gold threads, intending to captivate all at the banquet, ensuring her presence would be the most celebrated. While the favored consort was not the most cherished among the harem, her seniority ensured her birthday celebration would be of considerable importance, allowing her to invite noble women from across the capital. Dressed in splendid attire, Xuen Ningguan arrived early, assisting with the preparations, clearly embracing her role as the future daughter-in-law of the household. As guests began to arrive, many among them were the ladies who had previously purchased gold mines from her, and their expressions revealed resentment since those mines had yielded no gold, resulting in significant losses. Kai Yang followed Xuen Ningguan into the palace, where she was met with a multitude of hostile gazes. In a hushed tone, she expressed her concerns to Xuen Ningguan. Miss, having lost their silver, do you think they might seek revenge on us? Xuen Ningguan held her head high, exuding an air of arrogance as she replied, rest assured. As long as I am the consort of the 7th prince, they will dare not act against us. Rather, they will continue to curry favor with me. Chapter 96. Xuen Ningguan is not the 7th prince's consort. Kai Yang, having heard her young mistress speak thus, ceased to voice any further objections and disregarded the unfriendly glances cast her way. By the time Huang Qiaoying and Huang Qiaoyan arrived, most of the seats were already occupied. As the daughter-in-law of the minister's residence, Huang Qiaoyan, in her nominal role as the matriarch, naturally had a designated seat, though Huang Qiaoying could not expect one so favorably positioned. The minister's household was still managed by Huang Qiaoyan's mother-in-law, the mother of Shang Yunruo, which meant she presented herself as a dutiful and obedient daughter-in-law, and thus, others did not regard her with much importance. Huang Qiaoyan attempted to swap seats with someone, but no one was willing to oblige. After all, her seat was relatively forward, and no one wished to risk the disapproval of others by overstepping. Huang Qiaoying felt somewhat uncomfortable sitting at the back and longed for her sister's company. Just then, a kind-hearted bystander suggested, why not seek out Xuen Ningguan? Isn't she the consort of the 7th prince? She organized today's banquet. Perhaps she can assist you. At the mention of Xue Ning'an, the faces of the Huang sisters turned pale. Not long ago, Xue Ning'an had been embroiled in a fierce altercation with Huang Qiaoying due to the jealousy of Lord Ningyuan. Now, she had remarkably risen to the status of a prince's consort. What a legendary woman she was. Upon learning that Xue Ning'an was to become a prince's consort, Huang Qiaoying's earlier gloom dissipated. She recalled her sister mentioning that Xue Ning'an was the cousin of Xu Jinli and his beloved, which was why she had been reluctant to consummate her marriage with Shang Yunruo. If she were to break off with the Lord, perhaps she would have a chance. Huang Qiaoying believed wholeheartedly that she could win the Lord's affections, unlike Shang Yunruo, who seemed utterly incapable. Elated, she no longer felt the need to cling to her sister. Instead, she sat at the back, occasionally glancing toward the entrance. At the birthday banquet of the noble concubine, ministers were permitted to bring their wives, but they had to sit in the outer courtyard, where they would be attended to by the seventh prince. Surely, she would catch a glimpse of the Lord. Is she still thinking about my cousin? Xue Ning'an's voice rang above Huang Qiaoying's head, causing the latter's yearning expression to falter as she looked up to find Xue Ning'an's demeanor filled with disdain and mockery. Huang Qiaoying glared at her. Since you are to marry the seventh prince, why do you care who thinks of your cousin? Xue Ning'an shook her head, her expression dripping with contempt. I have never encountered someone so lowly as you. Huang Qiaoying's eyes widened in indignation. What did you say? With a cold smirk, Xue Ning'an retorted, Isn't it true? What is so special about Xu Jinli? A low-ranking position, a meager family background, merely a title of marquis, such a man is all you could aspire to. Huang Qiaoying sprang to her feet, ready to lash out, but her sister timely restrained her. Xue Ning'an cast a disdainful glance at her before addressing Huang Qiaoyan. Keep your dog in check. Huang Qiaoyan was infuriated but chose to swallow her anger, unwilling to cause a scene at such an important banquet. She led her sister out of the banquet hall, still struggling to soothe Huang Qiaoying's emotions when they spotted Shang Yunruo approaching from a distance. Upon seeing Shang Yunruo, Huang Qiaoying's mood stabilized instantly. She adjusted her hairstyle and attire, desiring to present herself as beautifully and decorously as possible before Xu Jinli. However, to her surprise, accompanying Shang Yunruo was not Xu Jinli, but Xu Zimo. Xu Zimo stood out in the crowd, tall and handsome, clad in a deep blue satin robe that enhanced his noble and elegant bearing. Yet, her thoughts were solely consumed by Xu Jinli. Recalling that afternoon when he had crouched down to assist her with her skirt, Huang Qiaoyan, aware of her sister's infatuation with Xu Jinli, hesitated to engage with Shang Yunruo until Chu Yu informed her that they were present, prompting Shang Yunruo to approach them. Shang Yunruo greeted Huang Qiaoyan courteously, and Huang Qiaoyan returned the greeting with a bow, but after inquiring about the Lord's absence, she blurted out, Is the Lord not here? Shang Yunruo paused, momentarily taken aback. But Huang Qiaoyan quickly added, Yunruo, you should go inside. It's quite crowded now. I'll take Qiaoying for a stroll outside. After a brief moment of silence, Shang Yunruo nodded, preparing to enter, but before she left, she admonished Chu Yan, You go to the front courtyard. Ignore anyone you dislike, and have someone inform me if anything arises. Today felt dreamlike, as Xu Jinli had been summoned for urgent matters and could not attend. She had not intended to bring Xu Zimo along, but he had insisted on coming. Nevertheless, it was for the best, after all. The events of her dreams were unlikely to unfold, and if he wished to come, so be it. As Shang Yunruo entered the banquet hall, greetings erupted around her. As a daughter of the Prime Minister, her status was elevated, and even those who were not well acquainted with her refrained from ignoring her. In contrast, Xue Ning'an found herself to be the odd one out, yet she did not perceive herself as such. Rather, she reveled in a sense of pride. Believing herself beyond the reach of Shang Yunruo, the crowd guided Shang Yunruo toward the seat closest to the noble concubine. However, she was intercepted by the noble concubine's personal attendant, who politely informed her, Madam Shang, this seat is reserved for the princess consort of the Qianwang. The seventh prince was titled Qianwang, and few addressed him by that name, as he himself disliked it, feeling it implied a lack of skill. Nevertheless, formal occasions warranted the respect of addressing him as Qianwang. Xue Ning'an listened intently to their exchange, secretly pleased to realize that her seat was indeed there. A thoughtful gesture from the noble concubine. Thus, she did not reserve a spot for herself in the front row, allowing others to assume that the prime position belonged to her. Just as the attendant finished speaking, a voice from outside the hall announced, The noble concubine has arrived. Xue Ning'an was the first to rush forward as the noble concubine entered with grace. Upon seeing Xue Ning'an, she beamed warmly and took her hand. Ning'an, I am grateful for your early arrival to assist me. Today, I must share a drink with you. At that moment, Xue Ningyan felt even more assured that the position of Qian Wang's consort had been intended for her. Although the seventh prince had yet to voice it, she knew he was planning to surprise her. Observing their affectionate exchange, everyone present concluded that Xue Ningyan was indeed the future Qian Wang's consort, leaving Shang Yunruo in a state of self-doubt. Could this situation truly diverge from her dreams? In those visions, Xue Ningyan had not ascended to the seventh prince's side. Perhaps the reality was indeed different. However, she could not fathom why Xue Ningyan deserved the consort's throne, simply for her ability to manipulate and amass wealth. The seventh prince was certainly no fool. As Shang Yunruo wrestled with her thoughts, the attendant again called out, "The legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights, Meng Weiniang, has arrived." The noble concubine abruptly released Xue Ningyan's hand, turning to grasp Meng Weiniang's, leading her toward the seat reserved for the Qian Wang's consort in a manner reminiscent of a ceremonial procession. Chapter 97. Xue Ningyan's dreams shattered in the midst of Xue Ningyan's days, amidst the astonishment of everyone in the hall, and within the serene smile of Shang Yunruo. The Liang Fei led Meng Weiniang to the position of the Qian princess and formally announced, "The legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights, Meng Weiniang, is to become my son Zhou Chuxiao's principal consort, with the wedding to take place on the first day of autumn." Upon this proclamation, everyone rose, bowing their heads in reverence and offering congratulations to Meng Weiniang. Yet, their hearts were filled with a kaleidoscope of emotions, stealing glances at Xue Ningyan, who stood frozen at the entrance, some reveling in her misfortune, while others relished the prospect of revenge. Xue Ningyan felt as if she were encased in ice, her expression one of disbelief as she stared at the Liang Fei and Meng Weiniang, who appeared as affectionate as mother and daughter. She remained entranced, seemingly unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Even as the crowd knelt and chanted blessings for the Liang Fei, she stood motionless, like a statue. The princess of the seventh prince was not her. How could it not be her? The seventh prince had promised to marry her, to elevate her to the status of a consort, and to have her as the imperial noble consort when he ascended the throne. She had given him everything. If the seventh prince no longer wanted her, how could she marry anyone else? How much wealth had she amassed for him? If she were not the